Like, subscribe, and share this fanfiction audiobook channel if you want the next part. Sparkles. This time, I really hope someone sends a super chat. I could use the support. Sparkling heart. But forget what I just said for now, just relax, enjoy this video, and leave your thoughts in the comments. And hey, if you're feeling extra brave, drop your girlfriend's number. I'll take good care of her while you enjoy the story. Chapter 1. Soul Society, Kuchiki Home. In the courtyard full of sakura flowers, a young man with neat short hair and star pliers at the end was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the house with his eyes closed. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the air in the courtyard seems to form a subtle cycle with the ups and downs of his breathing. In the huge courtyard, countless sakura flowers fluctuated in the air, but none of them fell to the ground. As if caught in a time that never stops, Uzumaki looks gorgeous. A few seconds later, the boy suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light slowly flashed through the clear black pupils. Without the slightest hesitation, his slender fingers suddenly moved, and in an instant, he drew ancient Hyuxia characters full of mystery in the air. 10 lightning talismans. The moment he uttered his name lightly, the clear sky above the courtyard was completely covered by the influx of dark clouds. The flickering thunder was like a violent storm, covering all the area in front of the boy. For a moment, the sky shook and the earth shook, and thunder roared, which could not stop for a long time. Until the young man smiled slightly and waved his hand lightly. Only then was the majestic spiritual power dispersed by him, returning to become particles of spiritual energy in the air. The breeze flowing in the air also fell silent. On the ground, the sakura flower fragments struck by lightning had already covered the entire courtyard. Looking carefully, none of the petals was complete, and all of them had become powder-like shapes, as if a heavy snowfall of sakura flower color had fallen. Crushing a sakura flower without burning it requires extremely finesse control. This reminded him of the famous quote of Aizen, a famous hairdresser of the Soul Society, "It is difficult to step on the ants without stepping on them to death." This happened 110 years later, and the victim at the time, Hung Mao, was in a daze. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke knows everything about the future is of course because he is a time traveler. Decades ago, when he, a blue star boy, had just traveled through time, looking at the antique buildings and tatami mats, he thought he had come to ancient Japan. Then, he knew that he had traveled to the Soul Society in the Shinigami world, and became the younger brother of Byakuya Kuchiki, a member of the 5 nobles of the Kuchiki family. Since that day, he has lived on as Kuchiki Kyosuke. After that, Kuchiki Kyosuke also awakened his own cheat. Ding! Congratulations to host, the proficiency of the Tiantian Lo has reached 70%, and the realm has reached great success. The system beep interrupted Kuchiki Kyosuke's memory. It's finally done. A trace of excitement could not help but flash in the boy's eyes. This is my own cheat, 8 Wonders system. This comes from the 8 gate magical skills under one person, and each gate has the possibility to surpass all living beings after it is completed. It's just that except for the Liuku Fairy Thief given by the system at the beginning, other 7th gate unique skills have to be unlocked slowly. Only when the proficiency of a strange skill reaches 100%, which is perfect, can the next strange skill be unlocked. Kuchiki Kyosuke's current Tiantian Lo is only unlocked after the Liuku Immortal Thief's proficiency has reached perfection. Among them, the proficiency below 30% is entry. A proficiency of 30% 70% is a minor success, a proficiency of more than 70% is a major success, and a proficiency of 100% is a complete success. Building proficiency requires constant practice. At the same time, due to the different worlds, the abilities of the 8 wonders have also changed. For example, the ability of Liuku Immortal Thief can instantly decompose any substance inhaled, and convert nutrients into Reiatsu through circulation, and can also completely disappear the user's breath. To put it simply, eating and drinking can make you stronger. This is not easy to brush. Relying on the Hyuxia people's love for food, these years, Kuchiki Kyosuke has tasted almost all the food in the Soul Society. Afterwards, he unlocked the second 8 miraculous skills. Heaven-reaching talisman. Ignore all restrictions, use freehand characters. When he got this ability, there was only one sentence in Kuchiki Kyosuke's mind. It's not much easier to use than Kid. Counting the talismans in detail, they are powerful and have many types. They will seal your meridians at every turn, and a 5 thunder curse will strike you when you lift your little hand. So, in a quiet and leisurely life, I practiced while fishing. He finally brushed the proficiency of Tongtian Lu to Dachan. The next step is to brush up the proficiency of Tongtian Lu to perfection, and then unlock the next 8 wonders. But after Dachan, the ordinary practice method, the improvement of proficiency has become slower and slower. Dabai doesn't stay at home all day, so he's not a qualified tool man. He needs to find someone to take his place. Kuchiki Kyosuke muttered to himself. The so-called Dabai is naturally the Byakuya Kuchiki that the fans in the previous life said, and also his big brother in this life. As for Zyobai Hitsugayichwir, he hasn't been born yet. The Immortal Thief of Liuku in the Perfect Realm and the Tongtian Talisman in the Great Achievement Realm made Kuchiki Kyosuke feel a lot easier. The seemingly peaceful Siriti is actually full of undercurrents, full of various schemers and careerists. Facing this group of 1,000-year-old foxes, Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't have a lot of unique skills. It's really hard for Kuchiki Kyosuke to compete with them on the same stage and compete for strength. Kyosuke, is Kid's practice over? In the next second, a gentle voice rang in my ears. Hearing this voice, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly and got up to look. I saw an old man with white beard and hair looking at him with kind eyes. There was undisguised appreciation, love, and a hint of shock in the old man's eyes. This old man is the grandfather of Kuchiki Kyosuke in this life, the current head of the Kuchiki family, and the current captain of the 6th team, Kuchiki Yinling. Behind the other party, Byakuya Kuchiki, who is second only to himself in appearance, is posing with an iceberg face as usual, and looks over faintly. Brother, Grandpa, good morning. Kuchiki Kyosuke greeted happily. You're doing well, Kyosuke. Kuchiki Yinling's eyes became more gentle. On the other hand, Byakuya Kuchiki nodded indifferently in response. It's just that he couldn't help but look at the petals in the courtyard that were turning into spirit seeds and dissipating. When he noticed the powdery sakura flower sea on the ground, his face paused slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although I know that my younger brother has a terrifying talent in Kid, but this is too exaggerated. Even if he is strict with himself every day and has been practicing hard, the Kid after chanting cannot achieve this kind of accuracy and power. Zanpakuto power after a lot of Shinigami Shikai, and nothing more than that. This point is naturally clear to the smiling Kuchiki Yinling. Chapter 2. Kuchiki Yinling, the captain of the 6th team, was also shocked by Kyosuke's talent. Kyosuke, your talent in Kid is beyond imagination, even the current Kid leaders can't match you. In time, if you can understand Bankai, the next Kuchiki Patriarch, maybe you are more suitable to be the next Kuchiki Patriarch than Byakuya. The old man had a serious expression on his face. Forget it, Grandpa, I'm not interested in being the head of the house. Kuchiki Kyosuke waved his hands again and again. It's not easy to be the boss. Even the carefree chasing boy was exhausted after becoming 7th Hokage. I don't know if Uzumaki Naruto, who was addicted to pranks at the beginning, has ever thought about his dream, which is to enter the factory to enjoy the blessing of 996. What's more, as one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, the Kuchiki family is a model for all Shinigami, and it is their duty to maintain and implement the rules of the Soul Society everywhere. As the head of the family, there are countless things to deal with every day. This job is no easier than Hokage. He can't be restrained. The blessing of the owner is destined to be endured only by his elder brother Byakuya Kuchiki. Kyosuke, it's not a bad thing if you think like this. Kuchiki Yinling became more and more appreciative of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Because he lost his son and several other relatives one after another, the old man paid more and more attention to feelings. Nothing is more important than family harmony. At this point, Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, is there anything special today? Without any hesitation, Byakuya Kuchiki is still a touch of kide. Today is the enrollment day for Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Kyosuke, Grandpa asked me to take you to school. Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Also known as the Shinigami Institute, it is an educational institution in the Soul Society for cultivating future kid people, hidden mobile teams, and Godai 13. It has a very long history. The lectures range from the training of cutting fists and walking away ghosts to the practice of soul burial in the present world and so on. The founder is Godai 13 First Team Captain, Captain Yamamoto Motonyanagi Shigakuni. It stands to reason that Kuchiki Kyosuke, as a nobleman, would not have to go to that kind of place. But after thinking for a moment, he understood. While Reiatsu is amazing and kid outstanding, he doesn't yet have a Zanpakuto of his own, let alone a Shikai, Bankai. For Shinigami, Zanpakuto is the second life, a partner that can accompany you for a lifetime, and naturally, the sooner you master it, the better. So, Grandpa thought of enrolling himself in the Spiritual Arts Academy to get his own Zanpakuto. At the same time, you can make friends with more people in the academy and establish bonds and the like. This is more conducive to your own growth. After all, the teaching ability of Spiritual Arts Academy is not bad, and laying a solid foundation is not a problem. Moreover, changing to a new environment and playing against more people will also improve proficiency faster. This was originally in Kuchiki Kyosuke's next plan. Compared with those old fritters and old silver coins, the newcomers of Spiritual Arts Academy do have greater potential, the potential to become their own perfect tools and top-notch horses. With that in mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded. I see, Grandpa. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Kuchiki Kyosuke was a little surprised and smiled. Kyosuke, if you don't want to go, don't force yourself. The current Spiritual Arts Academy competition is still very fierce, and various competitions and even fighting are indispensable. Even knowing that Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength is not weak, and his talent is top-notch. But Kuchiki Yinling is still a little worried. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled, although I don't practice hard, if I really want to fight, I am confident that I will not be weaker than anyone else, so don't worry at all. Kyosuke, well said, then next, your elder brother will take you to the admission ceremony. Although Kuchiki Yinling wanted to personally accompany her grandson to take the test. But his status is special, and I'm afraid it will cause a sensation at that time. As a member of the Kuchiki family, they are unwilling to break the rules and cause unnecessary trouble. Kyosuke, let's go. Without further words, Byakuya Kuchiki nodded and turned to leave. Among the basic skills necessary for Shinigami, Shunpo is the only one that Kuchiki Kyosuke can use proficiently. Soon, the two used Shunpo to arrive at the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art in the West Street District. What appeared in front of me was a classical and magnificent Japanese-style building, covering an extremely large area. There were countless students at the main entrance of the school, rushing into the registration place. As an aristocrat, Kuchiki Kyosuke naturally didn't have to queue up and walked into the academy with Byakuya. I'm going to watch the platform, you are here to wait for the test. After confessing, Byakuya Kuchiki used Shunpo to disappear into mid-air and came to the pavilions on both sides of the place where Reiatsu was tested. It was full of Shinigami of nobleman rank and above, chatting and looking down at the crowd waiting to be tested. Noticing the tall and stern old man in the VIP seat, Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly, with a hint of respect in his expression, and greeted him politely. Meet the captain. The old man in front of him was dressed in pure white feathers, his eyebrows were white, his beard was 2 long white lines hanging down to his chest, his bald head had no hair, and there were 2 crossed scars engraved on his forehead. This old man with his head down and his eyes closed looks like a sleeping volcano. He is the captain of Team Ichiba, and the founder of Godi I-13 and Mao Lingshu Academy, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. Vice Captain Kuchiki. He nodded back. Chijiro Sasakaibe, the vice captain of the 1st Division, was sitting beside him. And Jaishur Yukatake, captain of the 13th Division, and Kurako Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division. It's really rare for Vice Captain Kuchiki to come here. Are there any interested students? Saying hello, the usually weak Jaishur Yukatake coughed lightly. Brother Kyosuke came to take the test today. After a brief explanation, Byakuya Kuchiki sat down nearby. Hearing this, Jaishur Yukatake suddenly looked nostalgic. Back then, Chun Shui and I were watched by the old man to pass the entrance examination. In a blink of an eye, we have already become seniors. Kurako Shunsui next to him showed an unruly smile and said, "If you feel emotional, let's talk about it later. The test is about to start, let's see if there are any good seedlings for today's freshmen." Chapter 3. A group of people in the VIP seat looked towards the field. Unlike Genre Ise and his party who were observing all the students, Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes fell directly on Kuchiki Kyosuke. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke had already found a place to sit down. He was not very old at all, and he was not unusual among the students, but the star pliers tied at the end of his hair were too conspicuous, and soon attracted the attention of many Rukanga civilians. "Look, it's a nobleman. This strange decoration should belong to a member of the Kuchiki family." Hearing the comments of these commoners, several noble children who were also waiting for the test also looked over and sneered disdainfully. I said, "How could someone from the Kuchiki family enter the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art? You're clearly a nobleman, but you can't feel a trace of Reiatsu." "Eh? No way, many children on Rukanga have 30th grade spirit power. Is this guy an unparalleled waste? It turns out that the 5 nobles also have such people. Haha, if you don't even pass the entrance exam, you'll be ashamed." Out of fear of the Kuchiki family, or Byakuya Kuchiki, their discussion is not loud. But the few teachers in charge of recruiting students naturally heard it clearly, and their faces were a little embarrassed. There was even a person who came over and asked in a low voice, "Master Kuchiki, there is also a waiting room inside, would you like to?" Hearing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at the group of guys who were still discussing, and smiled slightly, as if he didn't care at all. "Thank you, but no need. We, the Kuchiki family, are the most disciplined. A few wild dogs barking impotently won't make me break the rules. This kind of barking dog is more useless, and there is no need to avoid it." After just a few words, the air around Kuchiki Kyosuke froze in an instant. The faces of the few nobles who were talking loudly just now immediately turned ugly, but since Byakuya Kuchiki was sitting on the viewing platform, they were not easy to do anything, so they had to gouge out Kuchiki Kyosuke a few times. Ignoring this group of people, he still sat there lazily, waiting for the test to proceed. I saw Rukanga civilians stepping up one after another, but very few of them passed the test. Occasionally, a few barely passed the 30th class Lingwei. Even if they became Shinigami after graduation, they were just like cannon fodder. Not worth remembering. When the Spiritual Arts Academy evaluates the talents of candidates, it uses the spiritual power level from the nobility. The 40th level of Lingwei is the level of awakening Reiatsu, and the 30th level of Lingwei is eligible to become a Shinigami student. The 20th class spiritual power is the level of an ordinary Shinigami, and the 10th class spiritual power is the level of a seat officer. The 4th to 5th ranks of Lingwei are the vice-captain ranks. 3rd class and above is the captain level. After death, the body of the captain level Shinigami cannot be turned into spirit sons, and can only be introduced into the normal cycle through the team burial ceremony, and the soul returns to hell. 30 Class Lingwei is the standard for infants and young children for noble children. They naturally look down on Rukanga civilians and Kuchiki Kyosuke who can't even meet this minimum standard. Just when several noble children were smiling mockingly, a thin figure walked onto the testing platform. This turned out to be a teenager who looked like a child. The boy has the cunning look of a fox. Narrowed, slender snake-like eyes, and short silver hair. Under the somewhat surprised gazes of the crowd, the young man slowly poured spiritual power into the 9 spiritual sticks. Clang! Intense light erupted from the first spiritual stick. The majestic Reiatsu was like an overwhelming tide, flooding the entire test site in the blink of an eye. The noisy venue immediately fell silent, and countless astonished eyes looked at the test platform at the same time. Even Byakuya Kuchiki showed a slightly surprised look. 1, 2, 3. The peaceful spiritual lottery seemed to have suffered a huge impact, and it lit up brightly one after another, trembling in the air. After a few seconds of dead silence, the person in charge of recording the test results swallowed and let out a trembling cry. Ichimaru-jin. The test result, the 10th class Lingwei. The 10th level of spiritual prestige is the level of the seat officer, and the last spiritual stick is shining with dazzling light. This means that the Reiatsu level of this seemingly childish teenager is at the level of the top 10 seats even among the seats. Teacher Yuan Liuzai. With surprise in his eyes, Jaisher Yukatake was so excited that he coughed a few times and almost gasped. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a once-in-a-century genius. Kurako Shunsui stretched out his hand and patted his back, a little amused. Hey, she's hero, it's better for you to calm down. Chijur Sasaki also spoke out. Indeed, the 2 Reiatsu, who were at the vice-captain level in the entrance test, are no worse than this kid. Hearing what the 2 said, Jaisher Yukatake, who was also from Rukanga, smiled, his tone still full of excitement. He was born in Rukanga. As for my situation, which is rather special, I cannot generalize. Yamamoto Genre Iasei Shigakuni opened his eyes slightly and nodded. It's not bad. With such a talent, if nothing else happens, I'm afraid he will be the chief of this session. Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but smile beside him. Old man, don't be too strict. Having this kind of Reiatsu at a young age is already stronger than many nobles. Speaking of which, Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but look at Byakuya Kuchiki. The latter looked indifferent. His expression didn't fluctuate at all because of this sentence. Seeing this, Kurako Shunsui became more and more sure that the previous rumors were true, and that the second young master of the Kuchiki family was also a genius. It's not even weaker than Byakuya Kuchiki in terms of talent. And just now, in the spiritual perception, Kuchiki Kyosuke's breath is also a bit strange. It's not so much weak, it's more like restrained. Thinking of this, Kurako Shunsui looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with curious eyes. I don't know what kind of surprise this mysterious and low-key Kuchiki will bring them. Jaisher Yukatake was also aware of this. Therefore, he also looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a little more inquiry and curiosity. In addition, many people still set their sights on Kuchiki Kyosuke, waiting for a good show. A few sensible ones even began to sympathize with Kuchiki Kyosuke. Without Reiatsu, it means failing the entrance test. What a shame this would be for the nobles. Byakuya Kuchiki pushed his younger brother into this situation with his own hands, which is cruel enough. Chapter 4. Next, Kuchiki Kyosuke. In the spotlight, Kuchiki Kyosuke appears. He walked slowly onto the test bench. No more nervous than other students during the test. His every move is very relaxed, leisurely, like walking in the back garden of his house where the end cannot be seen as far as the eye can see. Putting his hand on the test surface with extreme casualness, he injected his own Reiatsu. Clang! In the next second, the faces of everyone present changed. The boy in front of him obviously didn't have a trace of Reiatsu fluctuations. But the spirit sticks trembled and floated one by one, bursting out with dazzling light. Powerful Reiatsu is like a boundless giant wave, slapping the audience and shocking everyone. Just a few noble children who disdain Kuchiki Kyosuke just felt dizzy in their brains, and their chests seemed to be pressed by some heavy weight. This Reiatsu! I can't breathe! Monster! They watched Ichimarujin's Reiatsu before and exclaimed. I think this is the strongest among my peers and cannot be surpassed. But now compared with Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu, this is clearly the difference between Yinghuo and Haoyu. Why is he so strong? At the moment when Kuchiki Kyosuke erupted Reiatsu, Yamamoto Genrisai opened his eyes with lowered head and closed eyes, and took a serious look at Kuchiki Kyosuke. Then, the captain standing at the top of the Shinigami closed his eyes again, and resumed his unmoving, neither sad nor happy demeanor. Third-class Lingwei, such a young captain-level Reiatsu. Jaisure Yukatake coughed violently again because of his mental shock. Ichimarujin, who performed amazingly before, felt instantly lost in the face of such an absolute gap. The captain of the 13th Division knew that it was not that Ichimarujin was not strong enough, but that Kuchiki Kyosuke was too good. Anyone who compares with this young man will appear mediocre. Throughout the entire history of Soul Society, there are not many such talents. It's a monster-like talent. No, this kind of Reiatsu is already called a monster. Kurako Shunsui looked a little complicated. Now he is completely gone from the indifferent look of the past. He knew that the second young master of Kuchiki's family might be a genius, but it's really outrageous for a genius to reach this level. The Kuchiki family really has another amazing character. Kyosuke. When the audience was shocked, Byakuya Kuchiki still had the same cold look. It's just that his slightly trembling hands showed that his mood at the moment was not as calm as he appeared to be. Kyosuke, you did what my big brother couldn't do. This vice-captain position should be yours. It's decided, after going back, the practice time will be doubled. No matter how shocked everyone on the viewing platform was, Kuchiki Kyosuke in the field always looked calm. With 100% proficiency in one of the 8 wonders, Liuku Immortal Thief, he can become stronger when he eats, drinks, and breathes. It's no surprise to have such a powerful Reiatsu. In the end, the spiritual sticks in front of him lit up one after another, and they were fixed on the 7th one. The moment this result appeared, the entire test site became silent. Third-class Lingwei. Born to be a captain-class Reiatsu. Is this really real? Rao is Jaisure Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui, who have become captains now, and their entrance examinations were only 5th-class Lingwei, and they were only at the level of vice-captains. Don't look at the difference of only one rank, the gap in it is a goal that countless Shinigami can't achieve in their entire lives. After all, there is no way for Shinigami's Reiatsu to become stronger through practice. Except for the accumulation of time and the liberation of Zanpakuto, there is no way to improve. The first-class gap is a natural barrier. I don't know how many Shinigami fell on it. This can be seen from the tens of thousands of Shinigami, but only less than 10 Shinigami who master Bankai, enough to compete for the captain's position, can be seen. The Reiatsu of the vice-captain and the captain are vastly different. What's more, since the establishment of Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, there have been 0 students with this kind of qualifications. Even looking at the entire Soul Society, there is no one. Genius. Unparalleled genius. Is this the second young master of the Kuchiki family? No wonder he doesn't have Reiatsu fluctuations on him, so it's all hidden. Even a Reiatsu of this level can hide so perfectly. What a genius. No matter how loud the praise and astonishment were in the ears, those who had laughed at Kuchiki Kyosuke before had such embarrassing expressions at this moment, they could only quickly find an excuse and leave early silently. If the gap is not big, some of them will dare to die. And there will be thoughts of jealousy and hatred. But in the face of such an absolute gap, normal people will never have other ideas except looking up, admiring, and fearing. No one paid any more attention to the runaway losers, and no one paid any more attention to Ichimaru Jin. All eyes and focus were on that handsome young man. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke is the focus of the audience, the center of the world. Kuchiki Kyosuke, 3rd class Lingwei. The person in charge of recording the test swallowed and finally reported the result. But among the people here, who doesn't know? In the stands, Kurako Shunsui took a deep breath and smiled self-deprecatingly. This kind of talent is too exaggerated. Just now I was saying that 10th rank Lingwei is already the chief. Jaishur Yukatake smiled and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki. Congratulations, Vice Captain Kuchiki. Thank you. There was a rare look of pride in Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes. Under the stands, Kuchiki Kyosuke had finished the test and walked down. Hard. He nodded slightly to the teacher who was in charge of recording. His expression did not show the slightest complacency, and he still had the same leisurely and indifferent appearance. But in the eyes of everyone, he has already become a master who doesn't show his mountain and show his demeanor. Sure enough, this is the aristocratic demeanor. Lingwei, the 3rd class in the school, even if it is the Kuchiki family, this is the first person with such a talent. When he graduates, I'm afraid someone's position as captain will be unstable immediately. Chapter 5. Listening to the discussions in his ears, Kuchiki Kyosuke was still calm in his heart. What about the captain and vice-captain? It's all fake. In his opinion, it is better to stay in the family and be a nobleman with nothing to do. Isn't it happy to eat, drink and play every day? But the reality does not allow it. The seemingly peaceful Siraitai is actually not peaceful. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is surrounded by wolves. As one of the 5 oldest nobles in the Soul Society, the Kuchiki family has a detached status, but the pressure they are under is not ordinary. Under this kind of pressure, no one can survive alone, and my father in this life died because of this. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke must have a strong strength. He never let go of his practice and unlocking of the 8 wonders. If it wasn't for the proficiency of the 8 miraculous skills to a certain level, more stimulation would be needed to increase rapidly. He will definitely stay at home and brush up all the skills to 100% before going out. Now that the test has been completed, Kuchiki Kyosuke has no interest in being watched like some rare animal. He greeted Byakuya and went home to rest. Although he returned home, his name and Reiatsu had spread throughout the Siraitai, shocking a group of captains. Inside the team building of the 5th Division. Wow, Aizen, do you feel it? The man with long yellow hair raised his head, his face full of surprise. Reiatsu at the captain's level? This year's freshmen are outstanding, what a delight. Hearing his words, the man who had been buried in the documents raised his head and pushed his glasses. Hee, Captain Hirako, do you regret not going to watch the test? A little bit. Then you can go and see, I'll take care of the rest of the work. Glancing at Aizensuke, Hirako Shinji hesitated for a moment. Reiatsu of this level appeared in the admission test of Mao Lingju Academy. It is fake to say that it is not surprising. But the deputy captain in front of him, who always had a gentle smile on his face, felt even more dangerous to him. Whether it's the overly perfect and amiable expression, or the words and deeds that can't find a trace of fault, they all give him a deep sense of weirdness. It's not a fictional character, how could someone have a good reputation with everyone? It's almost as if it was deliberately pretended to create something. The point is, he has been monitoring for so long, but he still hasn't found out what's wrong. With so many questions added together, Hirako Shinji shook his head in the next second. Forget it, just ask Jushiro about Reiatsu's matter. It's not good for you to deal with it alone. I definitely want to go together. Thank you for your concern. Smiling, Aizensuke lowered his head, then flipped through the files, as quiet, gentle, and honest as ever. But just when Hirako Shinji diverted his attention a little bit, his eyes hidden under the lens suddenly flashed an unusual look. The corner of the mouth also evoked an intriguing smile. His captain seems very restless recently. Just in time, the test needs a new test item again. Captain level Shinigami, will there be new results? The smile on the corner of his mouth was a little more pleasant, and Aizen was still processing the information in his hand. Before that, let's finish what we have to do first. There are still many things that need to be dealt with. Inside the 11th squad, a dark-skinned, fierce-looking man with a black beard was lying on the bed and fast asleep. It is the current captain of Team 11, Kenpeki Onuwajo. Sensing the wave of Reiatsu in the distance, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up suddenly. A strange Reiatsu at the captain's level. Strange, is there a new captain? Just after he muttered a few words, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City suddenly sneered, turned over and lay down. Forget it, captain-level Reiatsu are not uncommon, no matter how powerful they are just a bunch of trash. It doesn't threaten me at all. Rather than caring about these things, it's better to sleep a little longer. Over Soul Society. Hey? Captain, do you feel it? What a mighty Reiatsu! Sui Feng, who has black hair and a delicate and beautiful face, looks curious. With short purple hair fluttering in the air, Shihao and Yoryuki stood high and smiled slightly. Captain Yoryuki, today is a special day, you can't leave. Seeing that his team leader intends to skip work again, Sui Feng beside him couldn't help reminding. Okay, I know. Yoryuki muttered helplessly, and then the figures of the two disappeared in the sky. Technology Development Bureau. Urahara Kisuke opened his eyes in a daze, and looked into the distance. Strange? It turned out to be a strange and powerful Reiatsu. Is another captain-level character about to be born? It seems that the rumor about Kuchiki's family is true, no wonder Yoryuki is full of praise for that boy. After muttering a few words, he fell asleep again, with deep dark circles on his face. In the research materials scattered in front of him, the word Hagyaku can be vaguely seen. Not long after the test ended, Kuchiki Kyosuke received a notification from the academy, explaining in detail the time and process of the report. As expected, he was directly assigned to the special class of the first grade. At the beginning of school, Kuchiki Kyosuke and a group of freshmen came to the classroom of Special Class 1. Here are all the students who performed well in the Reiatsu test, and Ichimaru-jin is naturally among them. After the class is divided, the teacher of the college will issue a sealed state to each student, which is the prototype of Zanpakuto. During the 6 years at the school, every student will sleep and eat with the sealed state, and write the essence of their soul into the sealed state through accumulated training, and then create their own Zanpakuto. Kuchiki Kyosuke is no exception. After taking the sealed state that resembled a Teideo from the teacher's hand, he put it on his knee, and stroked the sharp blade with his fingertips. Thinking that this sealed state will become his Zanpakuto in a few months, he is very much looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of ability I can get. Is it the power of Kamui, who can freely come and go in the ninja world, or the amazingly powerful Logia ability that integrates offense and defense, or even an invincible requiem that makes people die and live and die? He was thinking in his heart that the issuance of the sealed state was almost over. Class teacher Diwunahara Yan Wulang explained some matters about the class, and the class officially started. Chapter 6. There are only 2 disciplines that a Shinigami student at the Shinigami Academy needs to complete. First, Zanpakuto Chikai. Second, to master Zhanchuan Ghost Walk, you don't need a Grandmaster, but at least you can use it. Thanks to a clingy sister, Kuchiki Kyosuke has already learned the Shunpo technique. I don't have much contact with other aspects, but I just understand it. It's not because of anything else, it's simply because any one of the 8 magic skills can hang the Fist Slayer Ghost up and beat him. If it weren't for the present, the speed of practicing the 8 miraculous skills would have reached a bottleneck. Nor will Kuchiki Kyosuke come to Mao Lingju Academy to learn the 4 basic techniques of Shinigami. With captain level Reiatsu and superb Shunpo level, Kuchiki Kyosuke cannot be troubled by the first year class. Whether it is theory or practice, he can understand it at a glance, and he can master it as soon as he learns it. Kuchiki Kyosuke never expected that he would be able to experience the treatment of a god of learning when he came to a world of extraordinary power. This feeling can only be described as violent. So in class, he touched fish, paddled water, and found an opportunity to brush up the proficiency of Tiantian Lu from time to time, and the days suddenly became leisurely. It's almost time to teach kid. A group of freshmen were still very curious about this kind of magic technique, and they cheered up and looked at the teacher in front of them. For kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke is no stranger. Therefore, he looked indifferent, and just wanted to learn with the idea of strengthening his background. 31 of Had, Red Cannon. Along with the fluctuation of spiritual power, a crimson light instantly appeared on the hands of the academy teacher. The students who watched were all exclaimed. Is this kid? It looks really powerful. Hearing this, the college teacher Dayu Nahara Yanwulang smiled, the spiritual power in his hand dissipated immediately, and the red cannon naturally disappeared with it. The one I just used was one of the kid varieties, Had, mostly for attacking. But if the power is properly adjusted, some of them can be used for lighting, or for other things, like the red cannon. There are two other types, Bakud for defense and restraint, and Kid, Kide for healing. Let's start with Had. After briefly introducing the basic knowledge of Kid, Dayu Nahara Yangaro started to teach seriously. Each kid has its own chants, and after the chants are finished, the power and effect will also increase. Let's try Had S31, the chant of the red cannon first. Concentrate, gather spiritual power, and after chanting the mantra, no matter whether you succeed or fail, you must hit the murderous stone target in front of you. Pointing to the murderous stone placed on the edge of the courtyard, the teacher stepped aside. A group of students raised their hands obediently, and began to chant seriously while gathering their spiritual energy. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, the Vientian, the thing that soars high and bears the name of man. Scorching and strife, across the sea to the south, step forward. The embarrassing thing is that everyone chanted very neatly, but nothing appeared in the hands of most of them. There are only a few, and they are just a small group, emitting a faint red light. Is that so? Suddenly, Ichimaru-jun's interested voice came over. I saw that a bright red ball of light had gathered in his hand. Although the distribution of spiritual power could not be said to be very stable, it was still very good. With a slight movement of the palm, the red cannon flew across the air in an instant, leaving a dim red tail. Boom! The dazzling red light exploded suddenly, and all of it dissipated in front of the murderous stone, without shaking it even a little. However, this is also as it should be. The murderous stone can completely block the spirit child Reiatsu. How could it be easily destroyed by a group of students? Well done, Ichimaru-san. The use of Had is still very complicated. It is already very good to be able to achieve this kind of power for the first time. The college teacher smiled, but couldn't help but look back. Ichimaru-jun of the 10th rank can easily use Kid of this power. What kind of power should the captain level of the 3rd class Lingwei be? He looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke, and the next second, his expression suddenly froze. Kuchiki classmate, what are you doing? What? The black-haired boy raised his hand, and before he even chanted, a wave of Reiatsu surged to the point that it was so strong. In the next second, before the college teacher came back to his senses, a red to almost black blazing light ball slowly appeared in the palm of Kuchiki Kyosuke, spinning slightly. The majestic Reiatsu was compressed into ultimate in an instant, making this fireball exude an incomparably terrifying aura. It made the teachers of the college look a little silly. Is this FGA red cannon? How can it be like a little sun? Captain level Reiatsu, so scary. Student Kuchiki, don't move. Feel something is wrong. Teacher Dayuna quickly led the students back to the side. Just kidding, kid in that form is not something people like them can bear. It's better to be cautious. After thinking that he had retreated to a safe place, he swallowed and said nervously. Now, release kid towards the killing stone, slowly and carefully. Be sure to hit it right. Oh, okay. Nodding, Kuchiki Kyosuke pushed his palm casually. During Setsuna, a blazing ball of light swept across the air, bringing out a black and red afterimage like a solar eclipse. Boom! The moment when the spiritual power exploded. The airflow suddenly swayed, and the air seemed to be distorted for a moment. The students held their breath involuntarily, their bodies seemed to feel some kind of terrifying crisis, and their spiritual power subconsciously spilled out, blocking the frenzied air current that was coming towards them. Even the college teacher's face paled a lot. The defensive kid was released and stood in front of everyone. Ichimaru-jin is slightly better than them. But those eyes, which were always squinting like a fox, had already opened a little bit, and the blue eyes silently looked forward. It's just that no one can tell the man's true thoughts from his expression. The smoke and dust dissipated slowly, and seeing the scene in front of them, everyone fell silent immediately. The murderous stone is still intact. But in front of it, a huge charred depression suddenly appeared. The college teacher swallowed, and couldn't help but estimate it with his eyesight. It is no exaggeration to say that this depression, it seems that it is not a problem to stuff more than a dozen people into it. This guy is not learning kid, he is killing people. If this is hit, no scum will be left behind. Is it so dangerous to study at Mo Academy of Spiritual Art? What a terrifying power! Is this really kid? The gap is huge. In his eyes, we are almost like ants. Chapter 7. When the students were talking in surprise, they looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke very strangely, as if ordinary people suddenly saw aliens. Among them, although Ichimaru-jin's eyes were not on Kuchiki Kyosuke, deep in his heart, there were still layers of waves. He always thought that his talent was already dazzling enough. Unexpectedly, in front of this kind of person, it can only be called excellent. The head number 31 that I learned casually has the momentum to almost devour the world. What about the more advanced kid? Imagine that scene a little bit. Ichimaru-jin's fingers twitched unconsciously, subconsciously wanting to hold the handle of the sealed state knife tightly. Slightly taken aback, he looked at his hand. A few seconds later, a smile suddenly formed on the corner of his mouth. Does just imagining it make me feel guarded? Master Kuchiki, your suppression of others is really exaggerated to a certain extent. I wish I wasn't dealing with a monster like you. Ichimaru-jin's voice was low, mixed with the students' discussion, no one could hear it at all. The college teacher naturally wouldn't pay attention to him, but couldn't help asking. Kuchiki-san. You just. It seems that you haven't chanted yet. I haven't had time yet. In response, Kuchiki Kyosuke also looked a little surprised. The effect of Tiantian Luo is too strong. Before even mentioning the chant text, it has already had this effect. The low-level kid who abandoned the chant has the lethality of the high-level kid. Isn't that the walking kid Gatling? It's scary just thinking about it. This point, the college teacher obviously also understands. After confirming that Kuchiki Kyosuke did not chant, his face turned completely pale. A Shunpo came to the other party on the spot, and pressed Kuchiki Kyosuke's hand with cold sweat on his face. Kuchiki-san, it's really amazing. This kind of powerful kid, even the captains, probably need to chant to complete it. Your talent on kid, I'm well aware of it now. But... He gestured to the students who were huddled together behind him, more than 10 meters away, and the teacher had a very helpless expression. May I trouble you to try not to use kid while you're at the academy? Courses will continue, and the college cannot afford such damage. Okay, I see. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded. In fact, he just didn't expect that Tongtian Luo would also turn Kid into an instant cast. Otherwise, it is possible to perfectly control Kid's power. But since the teacher has brought it up, he doesn't mind hiding his strength. Looking at the huge depression in the courtyard of the college, the teacher also had a headache. He wanted to continue the course, but after seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid, he suddenly became a little nervous, always afraid that one side would explode suddenly, and he didn't want to touch this thing again in a short time. Let's stop here for today's kid practice. Everyone get acquainted with Shunpo again. The college teacher clapped his hands, trying to lead everyone to the other side. But at this moment, a gentle male voice with doubts suddenly came over. Hey? Don't plan to continue Kid's practice. It's a pity, I still want to see more scenes of Kuchiki-san using Kid. With a slight jump in his heart, Kuchiki Kyosuke turned his head, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The man in front of him wore wide glasses, his appearance was gentle and mature, and his gentle appearance looked like a textbook-like image of a good old man. Aizen Suke, vice captain of the 5th squad. However, as someone who is familiar with the original work, Kuchiki Kyosuke is very clear about the true face of this guy. To his surprise. When did this guy come? How long have you stood there watching? He didn't even notice it the first time. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced quietly at Ichimaru-jin, who was unmoved, as if he knew nothing about Aizen Suke. Well, it's a fox. Seeing two foxes, one big and one small, they have already started to fight each other's acting skills before no one realized it, presenting an Oscar-winning performance. Kuchiki Kyosuke also had some itch in his heart. Anyway, with two god-tier skills in hand, what about Aizen Suke? The current Aizen is not yet the 5 superpowers of the future. It's time to show what real acting is. In the kid training ground, Ichimaru-jin seemed to notice Kuchiki Kyosuke's gaze, and Ichimaru-jin looked up. With a faint smile, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked away without any explanation. At this moment, the college teacher on the side also asked. Aizen Vice Captain. How did you come so early? Pushed the glasses. Aizen Suke had a flawless gentle smile on his face. Noticing the huge depression on the ground, a hint of imperceptible inquiry flashed in his eyes. Kid without chanting has this kind of power. This guy's strength is really extraordinary, and he needs to pay more attention to it in the future. Everything has been dealt with, so I came here early. By the way, let's observe everyone's study and see if there is anything that can help. So it's like this. I'm really sorry to trouble you every year. It's nothing to do with a little effort. Besides, I am the teacher of the calligraphy class and a member of the academy. This is my job. Listening to the conversation between the two, a bad premonition suddenly rose in Kuchiki Kyosuke's heart. Sure enough, the next second the teacher of the academy turned around and said with a happy face. Students, go back to the classroom first. Vice Captain Aizen will show us his shikai. I hope you can understand something after reading it. Accompanied by his voice, the students also returned to the house and sat cross-legged on the ground. Most of the eyes looking at Aizen are full of longing and admiration. After all, in their eyes, the vice captain is both gentle and strong, and he will come to the academy regularly every year to help, performing his own shikai over and over again, hoping to give the students some insight. It is the most approachable among Godai 13, and it is only natural to want to get close. Considering finding an excuse to leave at this time, it is a bit conspicuous. Kuchiki Kyosuke also followed. Looking for a place to sit down, he looked forward. Chapter 8. On the practice field, Aizen smiled and exchanged pleasantries with his classmates. Afterwards, he sat upright and motioned for everyone to sit down. Everyone, you should all have received the sealed state. Perhaps there are talented people who have heard the voice of their own Zanpakuto. My Kaika Suigetsu is the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. Shikai is not very powerful, but it can barely handle it. I hope I can give you some help and insight. His words were so humble that no one could make a mistake. In the next second, he pulled out the zanpakut from his waist and chanted in a low voice. Please read carefully. This is my shikai. Shatter it, Kaika Suigetsu. In an instant, the snow-white blade suddenly spread out in the air, turning into a hazy mist, covering the entire classroom. The water mist seems to be light and thin, but the people can't see each other at all. No matter how close they are, they can only catch a glimpse of blurred free shadows. Amazing! Sure enough. People at the vice-captain level are different. Wait a minute, who is touching me? Let go. The classroom was suddenly in chaos, and the sound of laughing and fighting came over, without any sense of crisis at all. No one noticed. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom, suddenly had darker eyes that were usually bright. There was an expression of surprise on his face, but there was no wavering in his heart. Water system? This kind of words can only deceive these original characters. Kaika Suigetsu, the strongest zanpakut of the illusion department. Ability: complete hypnosis, dominate the opponent's 5 senses, making him completely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object as the owner wants. As long as the other party has seen the moment of liberation once, they can complete hypnosis the other party's 5 senses, the induction of spiritual power, etc. In the original work, it has coaxed so many powerful people in the entire Soul Society for more than 100 years, which can be described as one of the most terrifying zanpakut abilities. Of course, what is even more terrifying is Aizen's bottomless strength. If there is no corresponding strength, Kaika Suigetsu's hypnosis ability will not be able to be used at all, because this thing will consume a lot of people whose Reiatsu is stronger than himself, and it will not work perfectly. Kaika Suigetsu is the strongest phantom zanpakut in the hands of Aizen Suke. Once hypnosis, it will fall into the control of Aizen, and there is no way to turn over. Fortunately, Kuchiki Kyosuke was already prepared. The fingers pinched slightly together, and an inconspicuous ancient script was hidden under Kuchiki Kyosuke's wide sleeve. Wudang Clan, blindfolded fragrance. The effect is very simple, depriving the field of vision. The moment Aizen Suke liberated zanpakut, he had already used the Tiantian talisman to use the incense of blinding eyes, immediately depriving himself of his vision. How can illusions that cannot be seen at all work? As the cacophony of voices in Kuchiki Kyosuke's ear faded away, Aizen Suke's liberating words sounded again. Crack it, Kaika Suigetsu. The mist in the classroom immediately disappeared, and the frolicking students quickly sat down obediently. Sensing the disappearance of Reiatsu's breath, Kuchiki Kyosuke moved slightly. The effect of the blinding incense was removed, and the gloomy eyes brightened again. Looking up, he met Aizen Suke's gaze. The man seemed to be observing this side all the time, and asked immediately. Student Kuchiki, you seem to be very enlightened. Did you think of something? Where, I just think that Aizen's vice-captain's shikai is really powerful. Smiling quickly, Kuchiki Kyosuke's tone was sincere. Not only can it disturb the enemy's line of sight, but it can also have such a gorgeous effect. It is simply the most beautiful and practical zanpakut in the flowing water system. Thank you for the compliment, but Kuchiki-san is also very good. When I entered school, I had a captain-level Reiatsu, and Kid's talent is so outstanding, he will definitely be better than me in the future. Aizen Suke also had a smile on his face, and his eyes swept across Kuchiki Kyosuke's face calmly. Is it his illusion? Always feel like there's something wrong with this guy? Feeling tempted, he suddenly changed the subject. If possible, I really hope you can join the 5th division after graduation. With the help of an excellent Shinigami like you, the rescue work will definitely go smoothly. Hearing Aizen's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke hadn't said anything yet, and the students suddenly became agitated. A line of expectant eyes looked over. Is this the treatment of a genius? I received an invitation from the vice captain just after entering school. That's great, I also want to go to the 5th division. Vice Captain Aizen is so gentle, he must be patient and support the younger generation. I don't know if I can become a seat officer under his guidance. Looking at their envious eyes, Kuchiki Kyosuke was speechless. Go to the 5th division? Just kidding, living under the nose of the biggest villain in the early stage, how can he live a leisurely life? That must be rejected. Really? Pretending to be surprised, a few seconds later, Kuchiki Kyosuke scratched his head, expressing a helpless expression. To be honest, I am also very happy to have the opportunity to learn from you. But as a member of the Kuchiki family, I will definitely enter the 6th team after graduation. Anyway, thank you for your appreciation. I will work harder to become a good Shinigami like Aizen Vice Captain. Smiling and looking at Aizen-suke, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes showed a trace of regret at the right time. Isn't it just acting? Who is not an actor yet? Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Let's see who can pretend better today. After they stared at each other for a few seconds, Aizen finally nodded. Yes, I was abrupt. But for someone as good as you, it's actually the same which team you go to. Thanks for the compliment, Kyosuke deserves it. Chapter 9. Aizen looked at the young genius opposite through the lens, feeling disappointed. Didn't find a single flaw. Is it because they are members of the Kuchiki family, one covers up his inner thoughts with coldness, and the other with a smile? Really two extremes. There was a twinkle in the eyes hidden under the glasses, and Aizen-suke got up. I have something to do next, so I'll go first. If you need help later, just tell me. The team is not busy, and I will try my best to help. Excuse me. The college teacher hurried over and sent the other party out of the classroom. Seeing this, the rest of the students didn't know if they were stimulated by Kuchiki Kyosuke's rejection of the invitation, and they all chased after him. Vice Captain, what do you think of me? Am I suitable for entering the 5th team? Rescue is my favorite, and the 5th division and I are a perfect match. Looking at the surging crowd, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Good guy, if this group of people knew what kind of scary guy was standing in front of them, wouldn't they be scared to death? But it also reminded him of one thing. Aizen is really a terrible villain, whether it is strength, scheming or even Zanpakuto, they are all first class. It's not a good thing to be targeted by such a guy. It seems that he has to step up his practice of Tongdian Lu. If he can unlock the Daluo Cave View that can see through all changes in the pattern, he doesn't have to be too afraid of Aizen. Just as he was thinking, a figure behind him suddenly stood up. It is Ichimaru Jin. Just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke was busy confronting Aizen, and then realized that this guy seems to have been silent since Aizen appeared, right? Glancing at Ichimaru Jin's tense face and stiff smile, he couldn't help but move. Student Ichimaru. Hey? It's an honor that Mr. Kuchiki took the initiative to talk to me. The footsteps paused lightly. Looking back at the silver-haired boy, his tone seemed a bit disturbing and depressing. What's matter? Just curious. Kuchiki Kyosuke's tone was extremely leisurely. How does it feel to see an enemy but be unable to take revenge? It must be very uncomfortable, right? With a shock all over his body, Ichimaru Jin's voice froze. What is Master Kuchiki talking about? I don't quite understand. There was no one in the classroom at the moment, and the silver-haired boy's aura was gloomy, as if he would draw a knife to chop him at any moment. But Kuchiki Kyosuke still looks like that, with a gentle and calm appearance in his handsome appearance. The words that were spit out were like a huge wave, smashing away the purpose that Ichimaru Jin had been hiding all along. There's no need to pretend to be with me. Didn't you come to Mao Lingju Academy to get back the part of Matsumoto Ranjaku that was taken by Aizen? I am your natural ally in certain matters, and you should trust me. Ichimaru Jin looked at him, all smiles faded away. How did you know? Why do you care so much? Shiran stood up. Kuchiki Kyosuke patted the boy on the shoulder very friendly. At this stage, he needs allies, or in other words, future undercover agents. And Ichimaru-jin is the best choice. If you want revenge, I am willing to help you. You just need to know these things. As an alliance gift, I can tell you the true effect of Kyōka Suigetsu. Everyone who sees him Shikai will enter a state of being complete hypnosis. After that your 5 senses, even your Reiatsu sense will be manipulated by Kyōka Suigetsu. After all, he was still young, no more than the old fox 100 years later. His purpose was suddenly exposed, and upon hearing such news, Ichimaru-jin's face suddenly became extremely ugly. In order to observe his enemies, Aizen's Shikai can see clearly. Needless to say, I must have been recruited now. Shikai of Kyōka Suigetsu, have you seen it too? How can you help me? Hearing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly smiled. Who said I saw it? With a slight movement of his fingers, ancient prose full of mystery quickly appeared and wrapped around his wrist. Without even the slightest sign, Ichimaru-jin's vision instantly went dark. You? Surprised? Before Ichimaru-jin could draw the Zanpakuto, everything was back to normal. Looking at the young man in front of him, he slowly relaxed. What if he uses Kyōka Suigetsu again later? You can't stop watching it all the time, can you? At that time, I have unlocked the Daluo Cave View, and I am afraid of a woolen illusion. These words, Kuchiki Kyosuke will certainly not say. I have my own way. Master Kuchiki, what do you want me to do? It's very simple, Ichimaru-san, just follow my plan. Under the guidance of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the plot will definitely progress according to the original work for the time being. However, Ichimaru-jin's lurking and approach to Aizen will all be under his control. At that time, all information about Aizen will also be transmitted through Ichimaru-jin. But before that, the most important thing is to continue to practice, brush up the proficiency of Tiantian Lu to 100% as soon as possible, and unlock the next 8 strange skills. 3 months later, in the back mountain of Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art. In the blue bamboo forest all over the mountains and plains, a tall young man stood there quietly. The left hand holds the sheath, and the right holds the handle. He closed his eyes, and there was a quiet and murderous aura from his back. In the next second, he pulled out the Zanpakuto like lightning, and the snow-like light of the knife swept across the air, like a flash of icy moonlight. Let the bombing sound. Dijiang. The Reiatsu all over Kuchiki Kyosuke's body soared at least several times in an instant, and the spiritual power compressed to ultimate gathered on the blade, condensing into a faint blue. With this sword swing, a large area of green bamboo in front was cut off by the middle, and a huge gap was exposed in the entire bamboo forest. However, not even a trace of residue fell on the ground. All the chopped bamboos became incomplete, and some of them seemed to evaporate out of thin air without leaving a trace. The fracture is even more smooth, completely different from ordinary sword incisions. And the boy's figure had already disappeared from the spot without a sound, and he did not know when he came to the sky above the bamboo forest. Slowly opened his eyes. Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced back and put away the Zanpakuto. I've been exercising for so long, but the length I've cut off doesn't stop there. It seems that this ability really cannot go any further. Chapter 10. Not long ago, one of Kuchiki Kyosuke's 8 wonders, Tiantian Lu's proficiency finally reached 90%. During this time, he also finally awakened Shikai and heard the voice of Zanpakuto calling him. The sealed state instantly turned into his Zanpakuto, Emperor Zhang. The light red scabbard wraps the snow-colored blade, and the sculptural wing guard has a pure black hilt, with a deep red tassel hanging at the end. Unlike my laid-back personality, Zanpakuto exudes an uneasy and fearful atmosphere throughout. And its function is also concise to ultimate. When you are Shikai, you will get the terror effect of 10 times increase by yourself. Whether it is the effect of Kid, spells, or Liuku Immortal Thief, as long as it is in Shikai state, it can be increased tenfold. In just a few years, the Rokusen thief was able to bring Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu to terrifying captain rank. Not to mention the tenfold increase. Even Kuchiki Kyosuke, the owner of Zanpakuto, can't imagine how strong he will be in a few years. And the tenfold increase is only Dijiang's passive ability. In addition, Dijiang also possesses an active ability called space removal. Wherever the blade reaches, it can cut through the space and erase everything. Whether it's water flow, flames, boulders, or energy in the conceptual sense, as long as the things that exist in the space are attached to them, they will disappear with the removal of the space. No matter Shinigami's Reiatsu defense, Su's steel skin, or Quincy's static blood outfit, they can't stop Kuchiki Kyosuke's light swing of the knife. That's right, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Zanpakuto is exactly the space department that the entire Soul Society has never heard of. Although Kaiten Kaikotsu of Kurako Shunsui also has a space-type Shadow Ghost game, but it only involves the Shadow Escape secret technique, which is an auxiliary ability, and cannot be regarded as a pure space-type Zanpakuto. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke does not intend to tell others about the ability to cut this space. He intends to disguise Tyako as a simple fortified Zanpakuto. When publicizing to the outside world, it is only said that Dijiang's Shikai can increase the power of Reiatsu and Kid, and not 10 times, only 5 times. Because even with the even more astonishing ability to eliminate space hidden, the tenfold increase effect is still a bit too scary. Suddenly, a figure leaped behind Kuchiki Kyosuke. "Master Kuchiki, are you hiding here to practice again?" There was a smile on Ichimaru-jin's face, the Zanpakuto was drawn out in his hand, and the blade was pointed forward. "Shoot him, shins!" Clang! Without even looking at it, Kuchiki Kyosuke drew out his knife casually, even without Shikai's use, just smashed away the silver spear point that was coming. "Ichimaru, how long have you been playing this trick? Aren't you bored yet? Since I have no chance to face you head-on, of course I can only use this small trick to test your strength. If you're lucky, you might be able to spy on something useful." Unlocking Shikai, Ichimaru-jin said with a half-true smile. Of course, Ichimaru-jin will not take it lightly when his secret and ultimate goal are involved. Because of his lack of strength, he couldn't do anything before. After obtaining Shikai, Ichimaru-jin began to test Kuchiki Kyosuke secretly, wanting to see if the other party's proposal was true. In addition, there are also a small number of competitive factors. Genius is always proud. Ichimaru-jin does not believe that he is inferior to Kuchiki Kyosuke in any way. Too lazy to talk to Ichimaru-jin, Kuchiki Kyosuke walked towards the academy with Shunpo, and Ichimaru-jin followed not far or near. "What's the matter with looking for me back? It's the vice-captain from Division 6 who is here." While speaking, the two had already arrived at the reception room of the academy. Byakuya Kuchiki was sitting on the sofa with a calm face, in front of the trembling college teacher. "Brother." Hearing the familiar call, he raised his head, his unwavering gaze softened a bit. "Kyosuke, is your practice over yet?" In response, Kuchiki Kyosuke sat aside. "What can you do with me? Talking about making you and Ichimaru-san skip a grade." The college teacher said quickly. "The school curriculum is not very helpful to you, is it? Just in the near future, the 6th grade will also start preparing for the seat competition. By the way, Ichimaru-san, there are quite a few fan teams who have sent you invitations, so you can think about it in advance." As he spoke, he also took Ichimaru-jin aside, and began to question him carefully. Kuchiki Kyosuke has already told Ichimaru-jin to get closer to Aizen as much as possible, but not too obvious, so he is not worried that the other party's choice will be crooked. "Brother, why did you come to see me?" Sitting casually on the sofa, he looked at Byakuya. The other party paused and asked slowly. It is said that you really want to go to the 5th squad where Aizen's vice-captain is. Hearing Byakuya Kuchiki's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke was taken aback for a moment. What the hell? Aizen couldn't have gone to find Byakuya just to let him go to the 5th division, right? But after noticing the imperceptible concern in Byakuya's eyes, he immediately felt relieved and smiled slightly. As a member of the Kuchiki family, I definitely hope to stay in the 6th team. If I have a fan team I want to go to, I will naturally speak up, so don't worry. Ah, that's good. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded calmly. Congratulations, you have officially awakened Shikai and have your own Zanpakuto. Where is it? It's not worth mentioning. Compared with the gorgeous and powerful Shikai of my big brother, I am still a little bit worse. You can't say that. With a serious look, Byakuya Kuchiki said lightly. Zanpakuto of the enhancement system is plain and unpretentious, but it is the best to use, and it also values personal strength the most. Pairs well with your kid talents. Hearing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help being a little surprised. Was he encouraged by Byakuya? It seems that this elder brother is still very concerned about his situation. Thank you, brother. Well, seat competition, I wish you good results. Must. When teacher Deuna sent Byakuya Kuchiki away and returned again, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ichimaru-jin proposed to the head teacher of this special class that they wanted to skip to the 6th grade and directly participate in this year's seat competition. Considering that he stayed in the academy all the time and really didn't have much improvement, he also agreed to skip a grade. Chapter 11. A few days later, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ichimaru-jin went directly to the 6th grade. Becoming a graduating student. In the blink of an eye, the day of the 6th grade qualifying competition is approaching. There are still a lot of outstanding students in the 6th grade. Even if they can't become the chairperson, they are enough to become the mainstay of the fan team. The competition for seats was already fierce. Plus Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ichimaru-jin, two super talented additions. Obviously, there is no need to elaborate on the excitement of this seat match. When Kuchiki Kyosuke walked into the qualifying field, he looked up slightly and swept around. Even the VIP seats on both sides were full of nobles or Shinigami above the seats, and there were no empty seats. Kuchiki Kyosuke saw Byakuya Kuchiki, Captain Yamamoto, and Kurako Shunsui, Jaisure Yukatake in the noble stands. He secretly complained in his heart, so many captains have come here, is the captain so free? Don't need to work. Even if I have met many times, the aura of the captain and the captains is still so amazing. I am a little afraid to approach. A low and teasing voice came, and a tall man suddenly walked over, wearing a pair of wide and square glasses on his face. Tsukubishi Big Kid Long. Everyone was slightly taken aback. As the chief kid who can instantly send kid number 90, the usual tasks are extremely heavy, and it is really rare for this to happen. To be honest, some of them haven't seen this one in a long time. Tsukubishi, you are here for the young master of the Kuchiki family, right? Jaisure Yukatake greeted with a smile. Captain Jushiro. Tessai Tsukubishi continued after nodding his head in greeting. Exactly. Only the 31st head can almost wipe out the people in the academy. I'm curious what kind of kid he will use in the seat match. Then sit down and watch together. Kurako Shunsui smiled and patted the seat beside him. I also called Captain Anohana to come, I wonder when she will arrive. Hey? Is your excellency coming too? Tessai Tsukubishi's expression was a little surprised. It's just a seat contest for the students, so there won't be any major casualties, right? Not always. Thinking of the boy's majestic Reiatsu, Jaisure Yukatake shook his head indifferently. I hope it won't be too exaggerated by then. The college can't stand the toss. Seeing how everyone agreed, Tessai Tsukubishi became even more curious. Without further ado, he looked down the stage. This scene is really incredible. Slightly raising his eyebrows, Ichimarujin turned his gaze to the calm Kuchiki Kyosuke beside him. Master Kuchiki, it seems that you are expected by many people. Sit down, the seating contest is about to begin. Replying casually, Kuchiki Kyosuke found a place to sit down. Thanks to his outstanding appearance, strong strength, and gentle personality, his classmates still love him very much. Immediately, several students came over with eyes full of admiration, asking him which classmate he liked more. While chatting, the seating contest officially began. The Shikai of Wahua 8 Gate flashed in turn. I don't know how many times the victory or defeat is settled. Ichimarujin behind Kuchiki Kyosuke stood up leisurely. Seeing this gifted student with 10th class spiritual prestige when he entered school, all the nobles and everyone from Godai 13 immediately became energetic. The intensity of this Reiatsu, it's incredible, it's incredible. In just 3 months, this guy is almost at the level of vice captain. I heard that he already has Shikai, the speed is amazing. Do you still need to watch this battle? Needless to say the result. Facts have proved that with the strength of Ichimarujin, it is still possible to beat most of the students of Mao Lingshu Academy. Before Kuchiki Kyosuke and his cute female classmate had even chatted for 5 words, the teacher in charge of the referee announced Ichimarujin's victory. As for his opponent, the 6th grader, he didn't even touch the silver-haired boy's clothes, Kakuzu. But then, Ichimarujin did not walk off the stage surrounded by murderous stones, but showed a slightly playful smile. Is this guy trying to make trouble? Sensing the faint gaze on his body, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his head. The next second, Ichimarujin's voice sounded in his ear. Teacher, I remember that there are rules for the seat competition. You can choose whoever you want to fight at will, and the opponent can't refuse, right? That's true, but who does Ichimaru-san want to challenge? Ichimarujin's squinted eyes finally opened a little bit, revealing blue pupils. That's needless to say. Of course it's the genius of the Kuchiki family, Master Kyosuke. He bowed slightly, making an inviting gesture. Please. In an instant, the atmosphere of the whole venue became hot, and all eyes fell on Kuchiki Kyosuke, waiting for his response. With the eyes of the audience, Kuchiki Kyosuke stood up calmly, and a shunpo landed in front of Ichimarujin, explaining his answer with actions. So happy. Ichimarujin was a little surprised. Didn't you always want to have a serious competition? Smiling slightly, Kuchiki Kyosuke's tone was very gentle, it didn't look like he was here to fight at all. Licking his lips, Ichimarujin's voice was cold and provocative. Be careful, Kyosuke, don't die. Hearing the conversation between the two, the referee quickly stepped aside. Seeing that everyone had already stood up, he waved his hand and shouted. It's time to start. With his voice down. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was in front of Ichimarujin, suddenly looked over, the smile on the corner of his mouth remained unchanged. For some reason, there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm. Is it just based on who you are now? The current Ichimarujin is not the terrifying squinting eye 100 years later. To be honest, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't care about Ichimarujin's challenge at all, because the result was already doomed and there was no suspense. It's just that he has a young mind, and he has it too, and it's all flushed on his face. How can he not sneer back a few words? With just one sentence, Ichimarujin seemed a little annoyed, and his move was a killer move. Shoot him, shins. The powerful Reiatsu exploded in an instant, and the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly stabbed out, passing through a distance of more than 10 meters in the middle in the blink of an eye, and rushed to Kuchiki Kyosuke. What a speed! Everyone was shocked. Almost like shunpo. Byakuya Kuchiki, who was also watching, moved suddenly, and subconsciously held the Zanpakuto in his hand. Chapter 12. When everyone was amazed by Ichimarujin's shins thrust that was about to reach ultimate, Kuchiki Kyosuke on the stage suddenly made an astonishing move. I saw him raise his hand, and even reached forward empty-handed. What is he doing? Want to catch a sword with your bare hands? The eyes of the people were extremely astonished. But Byakuya Kuchiki looked indifferently. Although he didn't know what Kyosuke wanted to do, he believed that the other party was not a reckless person. Since he made a move, there must be a way to deal with it. Be defeated, Master Kuchiki. Ichimarujin lowered his eyes and subconsciously relaxed his strength. Sure enough, the current self still has many deficiencies, not being able to perfectly control the mind and the invisible Zanpakuto. The strength was a bit strong just now. I hope Master Kyosuke is okay. But at this moment, an unusual golden light lit up. Kuchiki Kyosuke's slender fingers turned into afterimages, flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. A series of mysterious words full of mystery also took shape in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the mysterious characters turned into golden light and exploded in the air. The burst of golden light formed a translucent barrier, completely covering Kuchiki Kyosuke inside. Clang! The silver spear hit it right away, but it was completely unable to break through the barrier, not even a slight shake. What? The eyes that had just been lowered opened again, and Ichimarujin's blue pupils were full of astonishment. The barrier in front of him was impenetrable and unshakable, facing his attack proudly, without the slightest wavering. Not only him, but everyone else was also shocked. Is that kid? No, I've never seen a kid like this. All the people in the stands turned their gazes and fixed on a certain strong figure. Big kid, this is. Hearing the call, Tessai Tsukubishi pushed the glasses on his face, his expression full of helplessness. It's not that he's hiding something, it's just that he's been studying kid for so many years. He has never seen the kid in front of him. He has never heard of that method of use. What the hell are those writings in the air? Is it chant? But why can't he understand it at all? For a moment, Tessai Tsukubishi's back was covered in cold sweat. It feels like being the chief kid for so many years has been in vain. In the end, he could only bite the bullet and say, I've never seen such a kid either. Maybe Master Kuchiki created it himself. Create your own kid? Hearing this word, everyone was stunned. It's okay to have a captain-level Reiatsu at such a young age, but this guy still raises his hand and is a self-created kid? For a while, several captains also had cold sweat on their foreheads, obviously frightened. There is no genius in the Kuchiki family, it is clearly a monster. In Seoul society, since Kid was founded, there have been countless amazing talents among them. But up to now, Kid still only has more than 100 numbers, even the lowest number of Kid has not changed. This shows how incredible it is to create a new Kid. And the boy in front of him has created his own kid at this age. What a terrifying talent this is! Everyone turned pale, and couldn't help but look at Byakuya Kuchiki. Master Kuchiki. Master Kyosuke's talent is really extraordinary. It's a pity that the other party still has a calm face, but his back straightened a lot, with a faint kide. Thank you for the compliment. As soon as the words fell, the field changed again, attracting everyone's attention. Losing the first-hand advantage, Ichimarujin immediately retracted his spear, intending to use Shunpo to move behind Kuchiki Kyosuke, and then use shins to attack. But the young man in front of him has already raised his hand again, riding lightly and quickly in the air. The majestic spiritual power kept gushing out, and before Ichimarujin could react, a brand new ancient text suddenly appeared in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. The boy's flat voice fell on his ears, as light as a breeze. Let the bombing sound, Dijiang. Shikai passive, 10 times increase. 10 lightning paths. In the next second, a violent thunderbolt suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a thunderstorm and hitting Ichimarujin with a savage aura. This is terrible kid. Yamamoto genre Iasei Shigakuni finally couldn't maintain his calm expression, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't even sing, but from the ever-approaching golden light, as the captain of Godai 13, he even felt the slightest threat. Since they can threaten themselves, even ordinary Shinigami, even if they are strong at the vice-captain level, as long as they are hit by the lightning, they will definitely disappear immediately. No, stop him. As a large kid, Tessai Tsukubishi naturally sensed something was wrong. After he finished speaking, Kurako Shunsui and Anohanaretsu got up at the same time, and one Shunpo took Ichimaru Jin away. But Kuchiki Kyosuke Kid has been completed and cannot be taken back at all. Lake Wang still struck with sparks and lightning all the way, and rushed straight to the murderous stone on the edge of the arena. Boom! After the loud noise, Anohanaretsu and Tessai Tsukubishi had already used the defensive kid, all in front of themselves and Ichimaru Jin. Before their eyes, the murderous stone, which can completely block Lingzi and Reiatsu, has been split into a deep ditch. Countless fragments fell scattered from the sky like rain. Behind them, the wall of Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art has been pierced through, leaving a huge gap. These ordinary bricks and tiles are not as strong as murderous stones, they have already turned into nothingness, leaving no dust or gravel. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but fell silent. Today, if not for the help of two captains, the existence of Ichimaru Jin may have completely disappeared from the world. But at this moment, everyone was slightly taken aback. I saw a mysterious ancient text standing in front of the three of Ichimaru Jin, and a barrier of shining golden light completely covered their bodies. Even if Anohanaretsu and Kurako Shunsui hadn't shot just now, Ichimaru Jin would not have been injured at all. Ichimaru Jin, you are already outside the ring. It seems that I won. Stretching out his hand to touch the air lightly, the mysterious ancient characters in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke also dissipated. Looking across the crowd, he said lightly, "Anyone else want to challenge me?" There was no sound. Everyone lowered their heads in unison, avoiding Kuchiki Kyosuke's sight. Are you kidding me? Zanpakuto didn't even pull it out, and just a kid just took care of Ichimaru Jin who has the strength of a seat officer. Such monsters are not in the same world as them. Why is he still participating in the seat match when he is so strong? Chapter 13. It seems that no one wants to challenge me. Seeing the silence, Kuchiki Kyosuke shrugged. Noticing the mess under his feet, his expression paused. Sorry, I took it away for a while and stopped. Maybe the murderous stone here has been kept for a long time, it is a bit brittle. What is this guy saying? What is a little brittle? The murderous stone can completely block Reiatsu and Reiatsu, even if you are called Kuchiki Kyosuke, you can't do anything with this thing, right? Ordinary viewers didn't see the murderous stone being cracked in the distance, and they didn't expect a Shinigami to destroy such a thing. Then they saw the layers of broken murderous stones on the ring, and everyone fell silent. Until Kuchiki Kyosuke left, the atmosphere on the court did not recover. Sending Ichimaru Jin away, Tessai Tsukubishi and Anohanaretsu returned to their original positions. As soon as he sat down, Jaishur Yukatake coughed a few times and came over. Big kid, the kid used by that kid just now. Captain Jushiro, I'm sorry, but I can't see it either. Rubbing his hands in embarrassment, Tessai Tsukubishi's face was full of helplessness. I've never heard of that kind of kid. Master Kuchiki. The talent on kid is too strong. Is it really self-made kid? Everyone was even more surprised when they heard Tessai Tsukubishi's words. Among the Shinigami, there are not a few kid masters, and the number of kid congregations is even greater. In the past, they specialized in tasks such as opening passages, opening barriers, and sealing, with strict organization, clear division of labor, and diverse skills. However, there are only one chief and one deputy who command so many kid people. After all, whether it is had, bakud, or kide, the higher the level, the harder it is to use. HAT S99 and HAT S1 are even more difficult to learn than elementary school mathematics and quantum mechanics. Few of the hundreds of kid are perfect. Among the tens of thousands of Shinigami, only a few can be selected. But what about the boy in front of him? Before graduating from Mao Lingshu Academy, he already had his own kid. The power is still so great. What a terrifying talent! My achievements at this age are nothing compared to what I've achieved. After him, how can anyone dare to be called a genius? Just at this moment, someone happened to say, "Isn't it nice that Tsukubishi is big kid long? Who else is more suitable to be a kid than this genius? You have got a capable person all at once." Hearing his words, Tessai Tsukubishi suddenly shook his head and said seriously, "Where? This is a member of the Kuchiki family. Even if he doesn't follow the tradition to join the 6th team, his potential is too high for someone like me to control." Hearing such exaggerated remarks, everyone was taken aback. Some thought he was exaggerating too much. In the next second, Tessai Tsukubishi said with deep emotion, "This gift of being able to create and change kid freely is something I've only seen in one person. Kuchiki Kyosuke's talent is even higher than that one. Only when you truly understand kid, can you know what self-created kid represents." Tessai Tsukubishi, who is the head of the Grand Kid, actually carried a kind of awe in his words. However, no one can laugh at him. As the entire Soul Society, the person who understands and is most familiar with kid can make him express such emotion, which has already explained Kuchiki Kyosuke's heaven-defying. At this moment, all they can do is remain silent. Deep silence. The eyes of the crowd were waiting, and they couldn't help looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke. The handsome boy had already returned to his seat, talking to the defeated Ichimaru Jin. Not only was there no trace of pride in his expression, but he even looked very easygoing and gentle, leisurely and indifferent. It seemed to him that everything just now was just a joke after class. This kind of demeanor made everyone couldn't help but let out a low sigh. The Kuchiki family really has a rare genius. The playoffs went fast, or, for Kuchiki Kyosuke, really fast. With his match against Ichimaru Jin ahead, every time it was his turn, the opponent gave up the match before he got up. Just kidding, they just want a good grade, not a coffin. Even if Kuchiki Kyosuke has no intention of killing the kind of terrifying thunder-type kid, and the captain is there to protect him, it is not 100% safe. If you are not careful, you will be wiped out. The chief is someone else's, but his life is his own. All the candidates are still very clear about this. As a result, the entire seat match. Kuchiki Kyosuke played once from the beginning to the end and won the chief. The second seat, of course, is Ichimaru Jin. Regarding this result, the original top candidates could only be convinced and did not dare to have any objections. In comparison, the moisture in the third seat was a bit too much, and it was naturally not at the same level as the first two seats. Amazing! Looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a smile, Ichimaru Jin's tone was full of joy, making it impossible to grasp this person's true thoughts. "I've never seen you create your own kid. Master Kuchiki, you have a lot of ways to hide. Excellent." With Tongdian Lu in hand, Kuchiki Kyosuke's so-called self-created kid are innumerable. At this moment, he just smiled slightly and didn't say much. A few seconds later, Ichimaru Jin also looked away. "If it's you, maybe it can be done. I will pin my hope on you for the time being. Don't let me down, Master Kuchiki. It's all about helping each other, Ichimaru-san." Chapter 14. The two were talking briefly, their voices were so low that no one could hear them. Then, under the call of Diwunahara Yangaro, Kuchiki Kyosuke got up first and walked to the chief position. After receiving the badge belonging to the chief from the class teacher, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked solemn and impeccable in etiquette. "Thank you for your teaching." Where? Dayuna didn't think that the two geniuses could really learn much from Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Jumping from the 1st grade to the 6th grade in 1 year, such talents are qualified to teach them very few. However, no matter what about him, the two geniuses are both his students. They walked out of the academy. Dayuna also felt proud. After the badges for 10 seats in a row were awarded, Yamamoto Motonyanagi Shigakuni, who is the dean of the academy, said some more official words, and the seat contest came to a successful conclusion. The seat competition is essentially to determine the strength level of each student. After the end, a group of students quickly calmed down from the state of excitement and returned to normal college daily life. A few days later, the college redivided everyone into classes according to the results of the seat competition, and did class-based exercises in advance for the subsequent soul burial practice. The stronger the class, the more dangerous the position will be, and the area everyone is responsible for will be larger. As the 6th grade chief and 2nd seat, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ichimaru-jin were, as expected, in the same class again. That is, the top class A. Before I knew it, it was the day before the soul burial practice. Students are gathering here, awaiting area assignments from teachers. Student Kuchiki, this is the district you are going to. I don't know why there have been a lot of ghosts recently. You all must be careful when the time comes, and ask the garrison Shinigami for help if you encounter problems that cannot be solved. The teacher who led the team gave instructions while handing over the map. However, there is not much worry in the words. After all, the boy in front of him has a captain-level Reiatsu. The Shinigami stationed in the present world are not of this level, and it is not known who will save whom. Taking the map from the teacher's hand, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw the 3 characters Karakura Town on it. Good guy. Isn't this the center of the world, Karakura Town? Is this luck good or bad? It was actually sent directly to the core of the original plot, but it is also good. Before being completely involved in this world, it is also good to familiarize yourself with the place where you will fight in the future. Kuchiki Kyosuke is still very interested in the most famous scene in the original work. Just as he put away the map and was about to leave, Ichimaru-jin's voice suddenly came from behind him. Master Kuchiki, how about waiting a moment? Each of us is responsible for different areas of Karakura Town, and we need a captain to lead the connection. Everyone thinks that you are strong and Kid is outstanding, so you are the most suitable candidate. What do you think? Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced back, his face a little embarrassed. The class captain is responsible for commanding all the team members, recording everyone's performance, dealing with different unexpected situations, etc. In short, it is a bunch of things, and it feels overwhelming when you think about it. Of course he didn't want to do it. I think what the captain pays more attention to is not strength, but comprehensive ability. It's better to leave it to Ichimaru-san. Hey? Really? Ichimaru-jin still had an uneasy smile on his face. Okay, I get it. He turned around, his tone still frivolous, but obediently complied. Then let me be the captain of all of you. The regional distribution at that time will be like this. Seeing that everyone had no objection, he pointed to the map of Karakura Town, and really started to work as the captain of the team. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke was a little surprised. To be honest, just now he thought that this guy would definitely choke him again. Unexpectedly, he took over directly. It seems that after the seat match, Ichimaru-jin has fully acknowledged him and is willing to obey his orders. Nodding to several classmates, Kuchiki Kyosuke turned and left. The next day, Siraidai, next to the crossing gate. Students in practicum Shinigami uniforms gather around a mountain gate-like building made of 2 towering square wooden stakes. This is the necessary tool to go to this world, the world transmitting gate. And not far from the students, a tall and straight young man was standing under a tree, looking at the blue sky. There was a leisurely look on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Kuchiki classmate. Accompanied by his companion's call, the boy immediately withdrew his gaze. coming. Walking to the side of the team, Kuchiki Kyosuke chatted with them while looking at the portal in front of him. With the help of the kid people, the two square Hashirama, which were originally empty, suddenly formed a dark road leading to the boundary. The portal to the world has been opened. Students, please come here and walk in one by one in order. Remember to follow the guidance of the Hell Butterfly, don't run around, so as not to get lost in the boundary. Following the instructions of the teachers, a black butterfly floated quietly and lightly landed on Kuchiki Kyosuke's shoulder. Hell Butterfly, the butterfly that guides Shinigami when going to the present world, is a biological prop for Shinigami to safely travel between the present world and the Soul Society. Responsible for receiving the latest brief emergency news issued by the Information Technology Bureau. It can always allow the holder to control the latest news in Jingling Court, and it is often used to convey news between teams. And the Hell Butterfly can only be controlled by Shinigami, and there is no need to worry about being used by others. Guided by it, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to the front of the portal and stepped into the dark passage. In an instant, the surrounding breath suddenly stagnated, and a faint pressure also passed over. It seemed that in this world, everything was suspended forever, and only he was still active. According to the original work, this place is composed of several layers of cut-off spaces overlapping each other, and the outside is surrounded by the torrent of time. Compared with the outside world, the time density is overwhelmingly high, almost 1,000 times higher. A year in the outside world is 1,000 years in the broken world. It is said that a long time ago, this place was also used to exile Shinigami, making them lost in the torrent of time and never getting out of the boundary. Chapter 15. This broken boundary is really amazing. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the world in front of him with some curiosity. His field of vision was pitch black, and he could only vaguely see the road under his feet. If it weren't for the Hell Butterfly leading the way ahead, his fate would probably be the same as those exiled Shinigami. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke's pace suddenly became much more cautious. I don't know how long it took, but a gleam of light finally flashed in front of his eyes. Arrive! Shocked, Kuchiki Kyosuke streaked through the air with several shunpo in a row. In the next second, his figure passed through the door, and the vision in front of him flickered. A clear blue sky spread out in front of him, replacing the dark passage, and a cool breeze was blowing in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a very vast and prosperous city. Karakura Town. In the Soul Society at this time, who would have thought that 100 years later, an orange-headed traveler would accidentally break into the Soul Society? The captains will still be here for the final decisive battle with Aizen. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery in front of him, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Behind him, players from the same class as him also arrived one after another. I didn't expect to be able to return to the present world one day. It seems to have changed a little bit, but it doesn't seem to have changed. I can't remember. The team members were chattering, and many of them had memories and yearning expressions on their faces. These people are commoners of Rukonga and have not forgotten their previous lives. But Kuchiki Kyosuke, as a time traveler, is naturally familiar with everything here. In terms of identity, like other nobles, he is born tidy, so naturally he doesn't have much feeling for the world. In fact, the current Karakura town resembles an island city in the Meiji era. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who is used to the modern bustling city, is naturally not interested in this kind of backward city. In terms of luxury and extravagance, it is not as good as your own Kuchiki mansion, so what is so good about it? Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded to several people and said, I'm going to the area I'm in charge of first. If you have anything to do, just use Hell Butterfly to contact me. After arriving at the area he was in charge of, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked up and saw a group of samurai loyally patrolling the dilapidated and messy streets. They don't seem to realize that they are dead, and they are still repeating everything in life. Which boy stop and put down his weapon? Several warriors looked at the strange-looking young man in black with probing eyes. But even children, as long as they hold weapons, they will be regarded as enemies, and they will kill them without hesitation. But before they could make a move, Kuchiki Kyosuke turned into an afterimage Shunpo and came. What? Seeing the strange boy in the distance disappear inexplicably, these warriors felt a chill on their foreheads when they were a little dazed. Then, a circle appeared on their foreheads with the character soul in the center. Immediately, the bodies of all the samurai became light and ethereal, and they flew to Rukonga in the form of spirit particles. Soul burial, complete. But Kuchiki Kyosuke did not put away Zanpakuto, but cast his sights into the distance. At the corner of the street, a Zheng with a distorted face and a corroded chain on his chest was peeping over. His face seemed to be blackened with ink, emitting bursts of black smoke, giving people a very ominous feeling. Thirsty. I'm so thirsty. This guy didn't get Shinigami's soul burial in time, and has been wandering for too long to use a gentle soul burial, only a more aggressive purification. As long as this continues, they will only become real virtual with time and start to devour those innocent souls. As a Shinigami, what Kuchiki Kyosuke can do is to purify them as quickly as possible. Shunpo stepped forward, Kuchiki Kyosuke's wrist flicked, and the snow-white knife light flashed across the air. Swish! The half-empty figure was instantly cut into two parts by him, turning into a little bit of smoke and dust. Dissipated in the air. But it's just this one, there are still souls wandering not far away. There are two Suhuns chasing these souls, trying to devour them. It seems that there is still a lot of work to be done. After speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly disappeared, and began to quickly purify the two ghosts, and buried a few souls by the way. So far, the area he is responsible for has been cleaned up. Although this era is not peaceful, and the poor are like worthless things, dying in patches, but this is an urban area after all, and there are not so many souls. After all, it is a place for them to practice, even if it is dangerous, it will be cleaned up by the stationed Shinigami first. This job is naturally very simple for Kuchiki Kyosuke. He looked at the brand new street, nodded with a smile, and turned to leave. As if. But at this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. A very powerful strange Reiatsu came over. Feeling the slightly suppressed Reiatsu fluctuation, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked up, and in the suburban sky not far away, a huge black gap slowly emerged, forcibly tearing the sky apart. Seeing this weird and terrifying scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke frowned. He had long guessed that his soul burial practice might not be so simple. But just this level of Reiatsu is not enough to threaten him. No matter why you happen to show up at this time, but out of politeness, let's say hello first. Kuchiki Kyosuke liberated Taejeong, and lightly waved his finger to draw the mysterious Daohun. In an instant, thunderbolts condensed and jumped in his fingers. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke pointed at the crack with a wave of his hand and sprinkled thunderous light, 5 Thunder Sky Mantra. Chapter 16. At this moment, in an area not far away, a group of Shinigami students are gathering together. Unlike the powerful Kuchiki Kyosuke, their originally divided areas are very close and very safe. Generally, there is only one virtual. Therefore, when something happened in the sky and the terrifying momentum came, they quickly gathered together, looked up at the abyss-like crack above the sky with fearful eyes. Ho! From the huge gap, an emotionless ferocious roar suddenly came. What the hell is that? Why is the sky cracking? What the hell is going on here? Hey, should I contact the official Shinigami of Karakura town? It's strange that such a thing happened, why didn't the upper echelon and the guard Shinigami respond? The hell butterfly seems to be unable to deliver the message, what's going on? A few of them pointed to the crack in panic and said. No, something is wrong. Look, is that really a gap? Why do I feel that this thing seems to be moving? Look at the gap in the sky. They kept talking, their voices full of panic. At this moment, the gap suddenly widened a bit, and the monster covered in pitch black slowly squeezed out of it like a chick with a broken shell. Its huge face is covered with a white mask, and its long nose is as funny as a clown. Unimaginable horror Reiatsu spread, and fear and anxiety welled up in my heart. In an instant, they were drowning people, gripped by fear and despair. Kylian. Menos Grande. This group of students has only seen this kind of fiction in the teaching manual of the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. Only the vice-captain level Shinigami can firmly suppress this kind of Menos Grande, and Shinigami students like them deliver food to others. Facing this kind of Menos Grande who is at the top of the food chain, this group of Shinigami students dare not breathe and can't speak. The monster in front of them was not of the same magnitude as what they had just dealt with. Those so-called virtual, when I think about it now, they are like toys that accompany children to play house. It is ridiculous. As if sensing the fear and spiritual power of the trainee Shinigami, the Menos Grande Kylian turned its neck and looked in their direction. The heartbeat of the Shinigami students who noticed this scene stopped on the spot, and everyone's bodies froze. It's not that they don't want to move, it's that they can't move. The cold and terrifying Reiatsu hit their hearts directly, like a heavy weight on them, making them unable to move. Menos Grande Kylian's head has a red glow. In the blink of an eye, that red light turned into a basketball-sized sphere. Zero. It's zero. Damn it, move my body. Even though these Shinigami students struggled desperately, they still couldn't control their bodies. With their strength, they shouldn't be so unbearable, but their luck is really bad. Ordinary people will be overwhelmed by ordinary emptiness. That kind of greedy, ferocious, evil, and inhuman aura can easily tear apart the spiritual barrier of normal people and make people fall into an inextricable fear. What's more, it is this kind of Menos Grande that devoured hundreds of souls to take shape. Ordinary Shinigami are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of such high-level beings. They have no choice but to let them be slaughtered. In another corner, Ichimarujin looked at Menos Grande who was releasing Zero in the sky with great interest, and exclaimed. The world of Shinigami is really dangerous. He didn't think about going to rescue his classmates at all. Facing Kirayan, Ichimarujin was barely able to fight. However, with his snake-like sense of smell, he keenly sensed that this incident was not simple. Ichimarujin can't die until he has completed his goal. At this time, the Zero condensed by Kylian began to swell, looking ready to go. A group of Shinigami students fell into despair, and Ichimarujin in the dark also frowned and prepared to run away. At this moment, 5 dazzling thunder lights swept across the sky and directly landed on Kylian's white mask. Boom boom boom. Huangzhong Daluo's thunder resounded across the sky, like the wrath of heaven and earth, shaking people's hearts and minds. The unrivaled thunder system Reiatsu makes the hair stand on end and the whole body is numb. The sky thunder came to the world, and the sky and the earth changed color. After the 5 thunderstorms, Kylian let out an earth-shattering scream. Its white bony mask shattered, causing it to die in agony and unable to maintain its massive body of hundreds of souls. The unformed Zero in Menos Grande's mouth burst even more, setting off several shock waves, causing a strong wind and flying sand and rocks. This area was still sunny just now, but it suddenly became dark and dark, as if the end of the world had arrived. A group of Shinigami students who escaped from death were blown to one side by this evil wind. When everything quieted down, the seemingly invincible Kylian had fallen to the ground and was dissipating into spirit particles. It's saved. Great. I almost lost sight of my loved ones, woo-woo. At this moment, this group of Shinigami students are full of the joy of survival after the catastrophe. However, they still have some doubts in their hearts, who saved them? Is it the garrison Shinigami in this world? It turns out that he didn't use his full strength when fighting with him. At this time, Ichimarujin in the dark looked at the area that Kuchiki Kyosuke was in charge of, his eyes were inevitably a little confused and scared. At this moment, Ichimaru-jin realized how ridiculous his previous behavior in Kuchiki Kyosuke was. It was like an ant waving its tentacles brazenly at a lion. But they don't know that people can trample themselves to death with just a slight lift of their legs. At this moment, a sixth grader holding a Shikaizen Pakut seemed to remember something, and suddenly said, "That place is the area that Kuchiki Kyosuke is in charge of, right? Could it be?" Another sixth grader seemed to understand something, swallowed his saliva, and shook his head in shock. "Impossible, even Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't kill Kylian instantly." "Yeah, that's Menos Grande, only captains can. But that kind of lightning kid, only Kuchiki Kyosuke can do it." Ichimaru-jin came out from the shadows with his usual smirk on his face. "That's right, it's Master Kyosuke who just shot. Don't be surprised, this is just the normal performance of Master Kyosuke. It's really Kuchiki Kyosuke." After hearing Ichimaru-jin's words, the group of Shinigami interns felt very complicated. In addition to the surprise and admiration, they also felt a sense of powerlessness. Only now did they realize that they are also Shinigami, and the gap in talent can reach this point. "I thought it was a distance that could be seen from a distance, but now it seems that it is out of reach." Chapter 17. When Kuchiki Kyosuke Shunpo came over, he received a lot of admiring and grateful eyes. Even Ichimaru-jin, who has always been low-key, sincerely complimented. As expected, he is our chief, the strongest genius soul society has ever seen. It's nothing special. These Menos Grande look scary, but they are just some obvious targets. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke was very happy. After a 5 Thunder Sky Heart Curse, the proficiency of Tongdian Luo jumped to 91%, which is a big gain. You must know that for every 1% increase in this proficiency, the power of Tongdian Luo will be greatly enhanced accordingly. And with only one shot, the strength has been greatly increased, so there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Don't underestimate this level of proficiency. It takes Kuchiki Kyosuke practice for 10 days and a half months to improve so much. Sure enough, only in fierce battles can the proficiency of the 8 wonders be improved the fastest. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke can be regarded as experimenting with his true strength, the standard captain level. More colloquially, it is the level of Meguru Makensei. There are 3 types of Menos Grande, namely Kylian, Ajichas, and Vasto Lord. Kylian is the weakest Menos Grande of the 3 Menos Grandes. But even the weakest Menos Grande, the ordinary Shinigami can only take a detour when they see it, and only the high-ranking officers can have the power to fight. But when it comes to Captain Shinigami, this kind of Menos Grande is not enough. The strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke, who can kill Kylian in a second, is already the standard for reaching the captain. This is certainly not the limit of his potential. As long as the proficiency of Tongdian Luo reaches the perfect level and unlocks the new 8 wonders, he can easily beat himself. At that time, Kuchiki Kyosuke will be one step closer to the level of equaling the A-second captain. After this incident, a group of Shinigami students who have not experienced the beatings in this world have undergone subtle changes in their mentality. Once, they thought they could change the world by themselves. Now they don't have this naive idea. A few Shinigami interns leaned over to Kuchiki Kyosuke, wanting to express their gratitude and make connections along the way. Regardless of identity, strength, and life-saving kindness, doing so is not shameful. Stand back, it's not over yet. Seeing several college students approaching without knowing good or bad, Kuchiki Kyosuke reminded him. Those words made several Shinigami students stop breathing in an instant. They quickly looked up and saw that the black cracks in the sky did not dissipate, but became more solid and deep. It's not over yet? In an instant, everyone's faces were pale and they fell into despair. But at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly passed their field of vision. There was no panic on the boy's face, not even the slightest fluctuation. His eyes were filled with nothing but peace as usual. Everyone, step back a bit. Next, I may affect you. And the black crack in the sky seemed to come alive suddenly, and began to sprint towards it at an extremely fast speed. Ho! 2 Killian with more terrifying aura and bigger body jumped in front of everyone. The 2 Menos Grandes covered the sky and the sun, shaking the ground with every gesture. The surrounding ancient Japanese-style buildings trembled like a matchbox under the contrast of the 2 behemoths. Ordinary people can only hide at home and shiver in the face of this unexplainable natural disaster. In the Shinigami world, the weak can only resign themselves to fate, and there is no way to control their own destiny. At this moment, 2 powerful Reiatsu of Menos Grande Killian rushed towards his face, as if the gravity had been strengthened several times, making it difficult to breathe. This strong sense of oppression is completely different from when you see it from a distance. The greedy desire to eat everything is becoming more and more frightening, encroaching on the courage of the surrounding Shinigami students. But this time, with Kuchiki Kyosuke leading the way, the guys are much better than before. Facing Menos Grande's Reiatsu deterrence this time, not only were they able to move freely, even a few trainee Shinigami summoned up their courage and launched an attack with the Zanpakuchikai in their hands. Swish! The blade of light flew through the air and slammed into Jillian's body. But when the gunpowder smoke cleared, only a shallow scar was left on Sue's hard skin. Compared with the entire huge body, it is not worth mentioning at all. But it still gave them a little confidence. As long as we attack together, there is still hope. The trainee Shinigami who attacked first gripped the hilt of his sword and took a deep breath. At least, we can stop it first. Give Lord Kyosuke time. Hearing his words, everyone looked at each other and saw a hint of encouragement in each other's eyes. Superior. Kid S31, Red Cannon. 9 of Bakud, Crash Wheel. A series of attacks filled with spiritual power came out one after another, hitting Jillian hard. The crimson flame and the rope made of spirit particles also flew over, trying to stop its progress. The rumbling sounded for a long time, and the scene became very gorgeous, as if it had caused a lot of terrible damage. Everyone's expressions suddenly became agitated, and all kinds of attacks were thrown out desperately. After more than 10 seconds, the smoke and dust caused by the attack slowly dissipated. There were still only a few shallow scars on Jillian's body. Not only that, but the hard skin was still healing, and the wound that took half a day to inflict disappeared little by little. The behavior of people like myself, in the eyes of others, is a joke from beginning to end. The 2 Menos Grandes ignored them, and just focused all their attention on the figure with swords radiating horizontally, flying into the sky and escaping from the ground. If it weren't for the owner of this figure who has been encouraging their fighting spirit, this group of Shinigami trainees would have collapsed long ago. One of the Shinigami trainees yelled in confusion. Why did it attack so many times, but it didn't look at us, and didn't launch an attack? During the whole process, the attention of the 2 Kylians was not distracted, and they all focused on Kuchiki Kyosuke. They roared hoarsely, full of greed and devouring breath, as if the young man in front of him was something extremely delicious. Seeing this scene, those trainee Shinigami who were stunned in place suddenly came to their senses. No wonder Jillian in front of him didn't care about their attack at all. Ishin thought about moving forward. It turned out that it wanted to devour the more precious and powerful Shinigami to it. But think about it too. Jillian's hypocrisy is the worst in Menos Grande. Intelligence is almost like a beast, only the most instinctive devouring and greed. The Reiatsu emitted by the captain-level Shinigami is probably the top-level delicacy that can't be expected in a lifetime for it. Converted to human beings, if a person who has eaten cheap fast food all his life suddenly sees a delicious food that is impossible to taste again in this life, it is also within reach. I'm afraid I will lose my mind too, so rush over desperately. So is Jillian. At this moment, they have completely ignored the surrounding Shinigami. He rushed towards the boy in front of him heavily. One of them, Kylian, used his huge body to continuously attack, compressing Kuchiki Kyosuke's dodging space. Another Killian took the opportunity to gather all the strength in his mouth. Zero reappears. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was floating in mid-air, curled his lips, and just made a move back and forth. No wonder Killian is the lowest rated Menos Grande dish. Chapter 18. At this moment, a garrisoned Shinigami is rushing towards the source of the earthquake. Then, he happened to see the scene where Killian gathered Zero to aim at the Shinigami students. Is this Zero? Sure enough, Menos Grande. The garrison Shinigami felt a wave of despair. As a Shinigami garrison, he knows exactly what Menos Grande means. Ordinary Shinigami teams, without the leadership of a strong person above the high-ranking officer, will be wiped out if they encounter Menos Grande. Think of those colleagues who died tragically after encountering Menos Grande. The garrison Shinigami trembled, and the first thing he did was not to support, but to stretch out his hand and cast a defensive kid on himself. Obviously, Jillian's attack has completely exceeded the upper limit of his imagination. Even if he went to the rescue with all his strength, he would not be able to save anyone. Menos Grande is just that scary. The only thing he can do at this moment is to call for help, hoping that the captains will arrive in time. It's just that I don't know why, after such a thing happened, there is still no movement from above, and even all connections are suddenly cut off. At this moment, the garrison Shinigami was startled, and noticed a boy standing in front of Jillian, who seemed to be fighting. He was taken aback for a moment. This guy? How come there is no fluctuation of Reiatsu? He didn't know what he thought of, his mood was a little complicated, and he muttered to himself. Reiatsu's fluctuations are so weak that there is no gap. How dare you start a fight with Jillian head-on? Your bravery is admirable, but pointless. You can't defeat Menos Grande. Never. It's not like that. Master Kyosuke is just playing. At this moment, the stationed Shinigami heard a deep voice. The next second, the stationed Shinigami looked up and saw a squinting boy who looked like a child appearing from the shadows. Suddenly, as if he felt something, the boy's squinted eyes slightly opened, revealing blue pupils, and turned to look at the battle site. Here we go. Are you finally serious? Hearing his words, the stationed Shinigami was slightly taken aback, and subconsciously looked over. In the sky, the boy looked so small compared to the gigantic Jillian. Glancing at the sparkling red Zero, he quickly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. What does Zero look like? I really want to see it. But it's a pity that behind me is the world and my classmates. The place is really wrong. So, let's end today's farce. Kuchiki Kyosuke's voice drifted in the wind, and the snow-white blade shone with a cold light. Let the bombing sound, Dejong. Looking into Jillian's emotionless, empty eyes, he intoned in a low voice. Enable passive, tenfold increase. In an instant, a stream of heat came from the handle of the knife, sweeping across the body like a surging tide. Reiatsu, who was already strong enough, exploded crazily in an instant, and the overflowing breath alone had disturbed the surrounding air, showing traces of one after another. What happened? What grade of Reiatsu is this? Why should I be afraid? Kuchiki Kyosuke burst into Reiatsu suddenly, making the atmosphere and the earth tremble. Everyone felt out of breath all of a sudden, and Menos Grande Reiatsu, who had just weighed on everyone's minds, disappeared without a trace. The garrison Shinigami are naturally aware that this perceptual illusion is only created when one side's Reiatsu is far ahead of the other. But can this teenage Reiatsu crush the Menos Grande? Is this something wrong? This sudden change made the official Shinigami, who was still doubting that his strength was too weak, immediately showed a look of surprise. It is said that there are two great geniuses among the graduates. Could this be one of them? But no matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be able to crush Menos Grande Reiatsu unilaterally, right? However, later events proved that Kuchiki Kyosuke is even more genius than this. The next second after Shikai, Kuchiki Kyosuke stretched out his hand without hesitation. 5 times increase. 61 of Bakud, the 6-stick light prison. One of the very common kid, the bondage kid commonly used by Shinigami. But under the effect of the 5-fold increase, a huge beam of light suddenly lit up in the air, like a pillar of the sky. Each beam of light is almost as tall as Jillian. Such beams of light are enough for 6 paths. The terrifying aura that emanates is not like kid, but rather like a certain captain's bankai. Swish! In the next second, the 6 paths beam of light passed across the sky, sinking deeply into Jillian's body in an instant. Just now, Jillian, who was just like a demon king descending and preparing to spit zero, was crucified in place, unable to move a single step. It kept struggling, howling like a beast one after another, and the Reiatsu on its body was in disarray, apparently all the strength of sucking was exhausted. But no matter how it struggled, the 6 paths beam of light on its body seemed to have grown there originally, at most it trembled a few times, which could be regarded as a slight response to its efforts. Even if it is the kid, at least several Shinigami of the ordinary seat level must release Bakud together to trap Jillian firmly. Everyone who watched this scene was a little dazed. What is this used for? Ghost? Kid? Right. Then, what is this kid? Didn't you say, the 6-stick light prison? 6-stick light prison, is that so? Everyone was silent again. This is the mid-level kid of number 61, and it is believed that it is the ultra kid of number 99. When it comes to kid, it has to be you, Kuchiki Kyosuke. The same as kid, why is yours so beautiful? Can't compare, can't compare. Chapter 19. Kuchiki Kyosuke only took 1 hit. Jillian, who was about to erupt zero, was completely blocked, unable to move forward, and the zero that had been accumulated in his mouth for a while also dissipated. Shinigami's Bakud is directly soul-bound. Once bound, it will be impossible to make a full-strength shot like now, and breaking free by force may hurt the soul source. Seeing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded with satisfaction. The 8 wonders are the 8 wonders. Every time the proficiency of the 8 wonders of the Dachin realm increases a little, the power of the 8 wonders will increase a lot, and at the same time, it will be more difficult to accumulate proficiency. Tiantian Lu with 91% proficiency changed No 61's Bakud shotgun, the effect of which the captain almost shed tears of envy. Next, as long as the 6 sticks of light do not dissipate, he has perfectly protected Karakura Town and his classmates, and there is no need for extra attacks. If you want to, even if you throw it to others as a practice tool, you won't have any problems. But Killian has to. Shoot him. Shins. In the next second, without Kuchiki Kyosuke's order, Ichimarujin who rushed over had already restrained the other end of Killian. In response, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded inwardly. At critical moments, this squinting eye is still reliable. Although even if Ichimarujin doesn't make a move, Kuchiki Kyosuke can take care of these 2 beasts. It's just that for some reason, he wanted to save his strength. Because of this, he used Bakud, which consumes the least amount of energy. With the cooperation of Ichimarujin, Kuchiki Kyosuke swung the Taejiang in his hand, and hacked the only free-moving Killian to death in 3 or 2 strokes. With 10 times the blessing of Reiatsu, the steel skin of Menos Grande is not much harder than tofu. What's more, Kuchiki's Emperor Zhang is still a space-type Zanpakuto, which has a sharpness that other Zanpakuto can't match. After finishing this Killian, Kuchiki Kyosuke frowned. Tiantian Lu's proficiency has not increased and is still 91%, and the cumulative difficulty has increased again. Interesting. Looking at the 2 boys who showed Kamui not far away, the stationed Shinigami was stunned and forgot what he was here for. Before, he had also heard of the names of these 2 geniuses. It's just that he didn't take it seriously at the time, a group of hairy kids who hadn't seen many bloods, how could their talents be so great? Just don't pee your pants when you see Sue when the time comes. But in fact, it was him, the experienced official Shinigami, who was almost scared to pee. Apart from convincing and applauding, he seemed to be unable to do anything. Seeing that the crisis was almost over, all the Shinigami interns finally relaxed and recalled the experience of this half-day, as if they had been in a lifetime. What they want to do most now is to end this soul burial test as soon as possible, and then return to Siritai. They were full of praise for Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength. Jillian, that's all. In front of Lord Kyosuke, he is just an ant. Hehe, the combined strength of hundreds of ghosts, that's all. I don't know when, a group of people used the honorific name for Kuchiki Kyosuke in unison. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't pay attention to their comments. Saving them was just a matter of obedience to his heart, and he had more important things to care about than these people's flattery. Master Kyosuke, do you have any special purpose in keeping this Kylian on purpose? As expected of Ichimaru-jin, it can be seen at a glance that Kuchiki Kyosuke chose to restrain the Kylian with a deep meaning. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly and asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Ichimaru-jin, have you ever caught fish? Even though Ichimaru-jin was thoughtful and sensitive, he couldn't understand Kuchiki Kyosuke's true thoughts. Ignoring the bewildered Ichimaru-jin, Kuchiki Kyosuke condenses Reiatsu, Riafa. Forbidden Tent. The current 10-layer thunder method is more powerful than the previous one, and it looks more gorgeous. Amidst the thunder, Kuchiki Kyosuke's fingers fluttered, writing light blue, almost transparent Suinwen in the air. In an instant, a large amount of lightning surged from him, completely enveloping him. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke stood in the air, with countless lightning and thunder flashing beside him. Compared to Shinigami, it's more like Thor in charge of thunder. Whether it was Ichimaru-jin, the guarding Shinigami, and the Shinigami students behind him, they all looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with shock. At this moment, they seemed to be watching a miracle. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke waved his hand casually, and several thunderbolts blasted towards the bound Kylian. Every bolt of lightning contains extremely terrifying lethality, and even space seems to be able to penetrate. Facing such lethality, even the captain-level Shinigami has to be careful. The bound Kylian had no way to dodge, and was buried by the galloping lightning in the blink of an eye. Kylian, who was hit hard, let out howls. Reiatsu's aura began to weaken rapidly, and his huge body faintly showed signs of collapse. The air was filled with a burning, fishy smell. Among them, several thunderbolts did not stop after penetrating Kylian's hill-like body, but took advantage of the trend and directly blasted somewhere behind Kylian. When the thunder and lightning struck, a black crack flashed away, and at the same time there was a cold snort. Just hearing this cold snort shocked the hearts of all the Shinigami interns who had gone through hardships. Even the official Shinigami's complexion changed, and he felt an indescribable uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Just now, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying and cold aura erupting. It felt like being touched by a cold, slimy tentacles. This sense of otherness, which is colder, more ominous, and more greedy than Menos Grande Kylian, makes people feel creepy and shuddering. Obviously the last Kylian also turned into a spirit seed and dissipated in the miserable howl, and there seemed to be no other enemies around. But the hearts of the Shinigami interns sank. It's like they found themselves in a nightmare, obviously terrified, but they couldn't wake up anyway. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who also felt the aura of greed and cunning, showed a meaningful smile. Look at this fish, it will take the bait. Silver, you can't catch big fish without patience. Chapter 20. After the words fell, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly turned his head, and a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Zanpakuto unsheathed instantly, and the snow-white blade flew across the air. Let the bombing sound, Dejong. Tenfold increase. 81 of Bakud, splitting void. Swish. A ray of white light burst out suddenly, turning into a huge translucent barrier in just a few seconds, blocking everyone's face tightly. Boom! In the next second, a black bullet suddenly struck, and the entangled Reiatsu slammed into the barrier like a rolling tide. It's a pity that what it can shake is only a slight tremor, and it immediately disperses. But it was this tremor that made Ichimaru-jin's face change a bit. So fast. It's not zero, it's a false ammunition that is at least 20 times less powerful. In the seat match, he tried his best, but he couldn't shake Kuchiki Kyosuke's defense. But the false bullet thrown by the comer can hit the high-level Bakud that Kuchiki Kyosuke amplified with Zanpakuto. This guy is far scarier than Jillian. The official Shinigami next to him was already trembling with legs, and he was bewildered. If he hadn't remembered his duty, the guard Shinigami would have used Shunpo to escape without looking back. As for the performance of the Shinigami interns, it was even worse. They only had 2 words in their minds. Will die. Will die. Will die. At this moment, they recalled the fear of being dominated by Menos Grande. Realizing that the bad Ichimaru-jin didn't need anything from Kuchiki Kyosuke, he immediately turned around and ordered. Go. Go. In the sky, the slit that Jillian had forced open hadn't closed yet. As soon as Ichimaru-jin finished speaking, a figure rushed out like lightning. No, rather than saying that it is a human, it is better to say that it is just a strange beast that maintains the appearance of a human. A body as black as ink, beast-like feet, long sharp claws, a thick tail with bone spurs behind him, and a pale mask covering his entire face. Stinky saliva dripped on the ground, corroding Madara's mottled stone slabs into shallow pits one by one. Menos Grande's greedy gaze swept over, making Ichimaru-jin feel as if he was being watched by the dangerous Lion Majesty, and a cold feeling spread over him immediately. This is really bad. The composure in Ichimaru-jin's expression disappeared instantly, and he gripped the handle of the knife tightly. At this moment he felt life-threatening. Because the Menos Grande in front of him is a higher-level existence than Killian. Hundreds of ghosts devour each other, and only one Jillian can be born. Among them, if there is a ghost with a particularly strong individual consciousness, the born Jillian will have consciousness. Based on this premise, only by continuously devouring Jillian of the same level can he evolve into a higher-level hollow. Master Kyosuke, be careful, it's a Jichas. As soon as this title came out, everyone's expressions changed except for Kuchiki Kyosuke. The Jillian formed after devouring hundreds of voids is already terrifying enough. And a Jichas, that's the monster that devoured at least 100 Jillians. The gap between the two is as huge as galaxies and stars. The next second, a Jichas in front of him suddenly spoke. Boy, how did you find me? My stealth talent is very strong. So far, you are the first Shinigami to discover me. Because Killian itself has no intelligence, only instinct. The two Kylians can work together in peace and harmony, and there must be a higher-level Menos Grande behind them. Over there, Kuchiki Kyosuke naturally noticed Ajicha's unabashedly greedy eyes. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke also looked at Ajicha's with a bit of heat in his eyes. The other party wants his own soul, and he also wants to use the other party's life to improve the proficiency of Tiantian Lu. As for who can have the last laugh, the answer is of course Kuchiki Kyosuke. After hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Ajicha's let out a toothache-ridden laugh. Boy, you are smart and delicious. When you become a part of me, I can become smarter. As for you, it's useless, it's only suitable for making small desserts after dinner. After finishing speaking, its cold and ruthless eyes swept over the people behind Kuchiki Kyosuke. Swept by this gaze, except for Ichimaru-jin, everyone else including the official Shinigami lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Ajicha's ferocious face. Almost everyone is in despair. To them, Killian was no more than a legendary monster, not to mention Ajicha's, who was 100 times stronger than Killian. The viscous Reiatsu that seems to be able to seal the space makes them have no will to resist. Such a monster, can the captain win? Neither captain is guaranteed to win, let alone Kuchiki Kyosuke. Most people do not believe that this time Kuchiki Kyosuke can continue to perform miracles. The Ajichas was in no rush to attack. It seemed to appreciate everyone's shocked and terrified expressions, and the excitement in his tone was unconcealable. The Reiatsu all over his body was trembling restlessly, as if he had tasted some delicious food. It stretched out its long tongue with sharp barbs and licked its lips, and said in a greedy tone, "Boy, your Reiatsu is pure and powerful, it's just too much for my liking. As long as I eat you, I will never worry about degeneration, ho ho ho." After it finished speaking heavily, it suddenly stretched out its hand and pressed down fiercely. The mighty Reiatsu erupted impressively, rushing towards the face like a roaring sea wave, covering everyone's heads with a bang. In an instant, the faces of several people became extremely pale, and before they even said a word, they passed out and fell straight down from the sky, like an insect that was shot to death. The rest of the people are not much better. Even though there was nothing beside him, it seemed as if he had been buried alive. A sense of deep depression and suffocation kept pouring in from all directions. Intense fear is like vines growing wildly, spreading and diverging uncontrollably. Ahem. Hey, I can't. Master Kuchiki, let's run away together, this guy is too strong. Chapter 21. Kuchiki Kyosuke naturally has no problem facing Reiatsu's Ajichas who burst out at full strength. But the people behind him couldn't resist such a powerful Reiatsu impact. This time it was even worse than when he met that Killian just now. At this time, the Shinigami trainee and the official Shinigami consumed all the Reiatsu in their bodies in an instant, and then their consciousness began to blur. Before they knew it, the body instinctively countered Ajicha's Reiatsu punch. But because the strength difference between the two sides is too great, the end result is that the physical strength is exhausted and the body reaches the limit. Can such a monster really be defeated by manpower? Rao was Ichimaru Jin, his face also turned pale, and he even began to doubt himself. Ajichas, is such a terrifying existence. At that moment just now, he obviously wanted to launch an attack. But the raging Reiatsu seemed to turn into an invisible tentacle, directly strangling his throat, interrupting Shikai's movements instantly. Now, he couldn't break free from the oppression of this Reiatsu at all. He could only stand in the air like a log, watching his teammates around him fall down without moving. Fear. A ray of familiar fear slowly rose from Ichimaru Jin's heart. That was the fear he felt when facing Kid from Kuchiki Kyosuke in the seat match. The Ajichas in front of him made him feel more terrifying than those captains. This is not just a gap in strength, but also in terms of deterrence. A normal captain will not always think about eating you alive and eating you up. Realizing this, Ichimaru Jin's throat tightened. Just as he was about to remind Kuchiki Kyosuke in some way, the boy in front of him raised his hand and then lightly clenched his fist. Facing Reiatsu, who was as powerful as a captain, his movements were very relaxed, as if the Ajichas in front of him didn't exist at all. Shikai. Tenfold increase. Swish. In the next second, a majestic Reiatsu gushed out from Kuchiki Kyosuke's body. With just such a simple action, Kuchiki Kyosuke built a giant net of spiritual power to firmly guard the surrounding teammates. The bleakness of Ajichas that filled the air Reiatsu was repelled. Only Kuchiki Kyosuke's pure and utterly personal Reiatsu remained all around. Ahem. I can breathe again. Scary, is this Ajichas? It's just Reiatsu coming, why can this effect be achieved? Whoa, I don't want to continue the soul burial, I want to go back to the soul society. Even if you don't graduate, as long as you can survive. A group of Shinigami students are like drowning people returning to the earth. They breathed in the fresh air greedily, as if they were born again. Several of them were frightened and shouted to run away. Even if this kind of person can return to Siriti alive, it is estimated that they will not be able to make Shinigami, and can only be used as logistics or simply abandoned. Don't panic. Ichimaru Jin snorted, and then issued an order, back slowly. He thought very simply, since Kuchiki Kyosuke, the boss, wanted to save these people in action. So, no matter what, he has to give his full support. The talent and strength shown by Kuchiki Kyosuke is too strong, let him see the hope of revenge. So before revenge, Ichimaru-jin will become Kuchiki Kyosuke's most loyal subordinate. Seeing Ichimaru-jin's actions, Kuchiki Kyosuke more or less guessed Ichimaru-jin's thoughts. In his heart Jin couldn't help admiring. Ichimaru-jin is such a pure person who really will stop at nothing as long as he can achieve his goals. In the original book, Ichimaru-jin also lurked beside Aizen for 100 years, and finally found an opportunity. Ichimaru-jin would have cleared the level if Aizen hadn't opened the Gyako lock blood lock at that time. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Seeing a group of graduates from Mo Academy of Spiritual Arts start to retreat, the Ajichas moved and disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the Shinigami trainee immediately wailed and howled, and began to cast Shunpo to retreat. Ichimaru-jin, who realized that something was wrong, quickly reminded. What a bunch of idiots, don't turn your back on the enemy. Then at this moment, Ichimaru-jin's movements froze. Although he couldn't see or hear him, the great fear that came from his heart still came to him. All of a sudden, Ichimaru-jin understood that he was the target. What's even more desperate is that I can't escape. I haven't even touched the shadow of that man yet, I'm not reconciled. In the end, what Ichimaru-jin had in mind was a face like Kyōka Suigetsu. Ajichas came directly in front of Ichimaru-jin as if teleporting, and stretched out his sharp claws, about to tear apart Ichimaru-jin's Shinigami vitals. Silver-haired brat, I accept your body unceremoniously. At this moment, Menos Grande's icy pupils were bright red. Apparently killing living things made him feel very satisfied and happy. There was a flash of black shadows, and Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was dressed in a black deadly costume, had already arrived in front of Ajichas. He said coldly, the person who wants to touch me, have you asked me? As soon as he reached out, Kuchiki Kyosuke instantly released Kid to protect himself and Ichimaru-jin. Ajicha's body trembled as he looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was like a divine soldier descending from the sky, and for the first time there were violent fluctuations in his cold and ruthless pupils. Why are you still so powerful? Why is Shunpo spinning faster than mine? While speaking, this Menos Grande flicked its tail, and its sharp tail stabbed at Ichimaru-jin who hadn't fully reacted in an instant. This wave is murderous. The treacherous, brutal Menos Grande is out to kill the Shinigami's companions right in front of them. This can not only appreciate the pain and despair of the Shinigami, but also damage their morale and fighting spirit. Kill two birds with one stone. Is there any need to ask? Of course it's because I'm strong. While talking, Kuchiki Kyosuke waved his right hand and placed a spiritual shield on Ichimaru-jin's chest, blocking Ajicha's stealthy blow for him. The captain-level Reiatsu with a tenfold increase, only the shield formed by the compressed spiritual power has super defensive power. Compared to Shunpo in high-speed combat, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not afraid of anyone. You know, his daily sparring partners are Flash Goddess Yoryuki and Byakuya Kuchiki, two Shunpo masters. Chapter 22. Without any worries, Kuchiki Kyosuke dodges and slashes at Ajichas without any hesitation. Under the detection of the spiritual sense, everything around him seemed to become still. He can clearly see every subtle movement of the enemy. If there is no such observation ability, using Shunpo to fight is to kill yourself, maybe it will be delivered to your door. In just a split second, Kuchiki Kyosuke was behind Ajichas. By the time he landed, Ajichas had vanished. Kuchiki Kyosuke's shun is really too fast, even this Ajichas can't use the black cavity for space transfer. The opponent can only use the ring to move quickly. However, Ajichas, who had just moved not far away, immediately screamed. Its huge bestial arm had been severed at the root, and the pain drove the Ajichas into a rage. How dare you, how dare! Roaring, Ajicha's body trembled, and then his severed right arm grew back. High-speed regeneration. Kuchiki Kyosuke wasn't surprised at all. You just used this to counteract the damage of my thunder magic. I want to see how many times you can regenerate. At this moment, Ichimaru Jin, who escaped from death, gave Kuchiki Kyosuke a grateful look. Then he turned and left without hesitation, and greeted the remaining trainee Shinigami. Walk. He was in a bad mood at the moment. Ichimaru Jin can understand that his strength is not as good as the captains of Seireitei, nor is he as good as Kuchiki Kyosuke, a genius whose talent far exceeds his own. But he didn't expect that the gap in strength between himself and Kuchiki Kyosuke would be so large. It reminded him of the powerlessness he felt facing that man. Ichimaru Jin hated himself for being so powerless. His self-esteem was blown to nothing at this moment. At this moment, even if there were a few Shinigami interns who couldn't figure it out and wanted to help, they were forcibly taken away by the official Shinigami. The garrison Shinigami thinks very clearly that what they can do is not to become a drag, not to help. Remember him. He carried everything for us. If you can survive, never forget that figure. As the resident Shinigami made such an announcement, the other Shinigami interns no longer insisted, but looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a bit of admiration and fanaticism. Starting today, as long as Kuchiki Kyosuke can survive this level, they will not hesitate to offer their loyalty and life. After a few shunpo, the group of people hid far away. The position they were in was not safe, and the palpitations that seemed to be locked by wild beasts did not disappear. However, they refused to continue to retreat. Even if they can't fight with that lord, they still have to stand their ground. At this time, the whole street fell into a strange atmosphere, as if the doomsday had come, not to mention the living, even the snakes, insects, rats and ants disappeared without a trace as if they had encountered a natural enemy. This is the oppressive power of the Ajich's level Menos Grande, which will make creatures instinctively feel terror. Just recalling that sense of terror made this group of people feel weak and frightened. They really couldn't imagine what it would be like for Ajichas to fight against Kuchiki Kyosuke head-on. It must be like being in hell. However, they soon learn that the opposite is true. Because at this moment, the Ajichas in the distance flew up. That's right, it's flying. That body, which was many times stronger than ordinary people, was flying into the air like a light and fluttering leaf at this moment. Ichimaru Jin and a group of Shinigami interns who watched were stunned, and even said that they were a little messy. Roar! Ajichas growled, equally astonished. As a spirit creature of Menos Grande level, it naturally has the means of staying in the air. It's just that it didn't take the initiative to lift off, but was kicked away abruptly. Shinigami, I'm going to tear your body apart, into small pieces. While talking, Ajichas looked down, but saw that the enemy had come to him at some point. It was stunned for a moment, then its eyes went dark, and its ferocious and muscular body was kicked out again. After kicking, Kuchiki Kyosuke said calmly. Seireitei is so boring, it's good to play with a Menos Grande as a ball. In this wave, Kuchiki Kyosuke can easily smash the Ajichas while hiding the active ability of space elimination, relying on solid basic skills. Before, he didn't work hard in this area. During this period of time, Kuchiki Kyosuke has only concentrated a little bit on Zanken Kaizo, and then he has achieved what he is now. Kid, he has a talisman and is invincible in talent, basically he is about to pass the level. Shunpo and White Hits rely on their strong body and powerful Reiatsu, and Kuchiki Kyosuke with Liuku Immortal Thief is naturally impossible. Just now, he completely suppressed Ajich's offensive by using Shunpo continuously. To beat Ajichas so easily, ordinary captain-level Shinigami may not be able to do it. The Immortal Thief of Liuku in the Perfect Realm and the Tiantian Talisman in the Dachin Realm have added too much strength to Kuchiki Kyosuke. Now the performance of his Fist Slayer Ghost is not inferior to those captains. Because of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke became more relaxed and smoother in this supposedly intense life and death battle. The battle was over when he was just sweating. Boom! After landing, Ajicha slammed into the pile of collapsed buildings. Countless bricks, tiles and stones collapsed again, smashing its entire body. This scene shocked Ichimarujin and the trainee Shinigami again. They opened their mouths in a daze, completely bewildered. What about the captain level? Is this Ajicha's out of water? Master Kyosuke didn't use the strongest kid, just punched and kicked, just like beating a child. As a result, this Ajicha's was smashed to the ground like a dog. That's it, that's it. Looking at the deep depression made by Ajicha's among the collapsed stones, Ichimarujin suddenly trembled slightly, feeling a strange fear in his heart. In the seat match, I challenged Master Kuchiki like that, and I didn't lose any arms or legs. I'm lucky. Later, the stationed Shinigami, who had been trying to report the news, contacted the technicians of the Technology Development Bureau through the Hell Butterfly. He exclaimed excitedly. Hey, something is wrong. This is the 6th grade Class A of Mo Academy of Spiritual Art. It is undergoing soul burial practice. The location is Karakura town. Ajichas appear. Repeat, appear Ajichas. Chapter 23. Meanwhile, CRITI, Technology Development Agency. Ajichas. How could that powerful Su appear at the exam site so coincidentally? CRITI certainly doesn't really let it go when it comes to assessing the practiced Shinigami. First of all, there are invisible barriers in each area, which is similar to CRITI's soul mask, which will expel all kinds of Menos Grande. In addition, Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th squad, was also called out from the laboratory by the chief captain to sit in the Technology Development Bureau. Such a perfect preparation, but at the same time there are problems. The monitoring, communication devices, and barriers were all scrapped almost at the same time. This makes no sense at all. Urahara Kisuke frowned, his face full of disbelief. Beside him, standing with a black and white clown mask, is the deputy chief, Kuratsuka Mayuri, who is also the 3rd member of the 12th division. Hearing the word Ajichas, Kuratsuka Mayuri also showed a hint of curiosity in his yellow eyes. Even the Ajichas are out. Are these interned Shinigami cursed by something? Even if Karakura town is a land of heavy spirits, which can attract void, it's still a bit strange to have so many Menos Grande appearing in one breath. The reason is simple. For Ajichas, only by devouring the souls of the same level can he maintain his sanity and continue to grow stronger. A place like this in this world should be unattractive to this kind of Menos Grande. Kuratsuka Mayuri thought for a while, then suddenly said. It is said that there is a genius of the Kuchiki family among the candidates this time, and the struggle between nobles is really ugly. Thinking he had found the answer, he said to the communication device with little interest. Is Ajichas gone? Are you all dead? If you don't leave, a living Ajichas is also a good experimental subject. Hearing this, the Shinigami stationed in Karakura town was taken aback, and murmured, You may not believe it, none of us died, but Ajichas was about to die, and was about to be beaten to death by an interned Shinigami. He looked over there at Ajichas who was about to turn into a real ball. Beaten by Kuchiki Kyosuke's non-stop storm, the Ajichas could only curl up in a ball, struggling with high-speed regeneration. Seeing this extremely bizarre scene, the guard Shinigami was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to respond at all. To tell lies is dereliction of duty. If he were to tell the truth, he couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes was real, and suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Not to mention the captain next door. Therefore, the garrison Shinigami was silent for a moment. Hearing that Shinigami stationed at the other end did not answer for a long time, Urahara Kisuke looked at Kuratsuka Mayuri speechlessly. He thought it was his subordinate's bad tone, which made him angry or frightened him. Kuratsuka Mayuri was single-handedly picked up from the nest of worms. The ability of scientific research is very outstanding, and the ability to cause trouble is also not small. This guy doesn't seem to know the truth that disaster comes from his mouth, and he dares to say anything. Before, because I told a lot of dark secrets that were hidden, the people in the 40 or 60 rooms of the Central Committee thought that my thoughts were too dangerous and locked them up. It seems that this level is still not long enough, and no lesson has been learned. Urahara Kisuke, however, agrees with Kurotsuke Mayuri. A bunch of trainee Shinigami who aren't normal Shinigami meet a captain-level Menos Grande, so what's the rescue? It's almost the same as collecting the body. Moreover, the stationed Shinigami did not call for help, the only possibility is that Ajichas had killed enough and left. However, Urahara Kisuke is still more reliable than Kurotsuke Mayuri after all, and immediately issued an order. I am Urahara Kisuke, captain of the 12th Division. I will immediately contact the other team captains and give you support. Did you hear that? Don't fight. There was a rustling sound from the communicator in front of him, and it was impossible to communicate normally. Damn, have you been disturbed by the mighty Reiatsu? Seeing the abnormally chaotic high-intensity Reiatsu in Karakura town on the Reiatsu detector, Urahara Kisuke's expression twisted for a moment, and he immediately contacted the other captains. The closest to the world transmitting gate, the one that is currently free is. He was slightly taken aback, as if hesitating, but considering the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to send a contact immediately. A few seconds later, the team of the 5th team entered the house. This is the Technology Development Bureau. There was an accident in the soul burial practice, and the location was in Karakura town. Vice Captain of Division 5, Aizen, can you lead the team to support now? The 5th Division was originally responsible for supporting rescue operations. In order to prevent accidents, when conducting this kind of soul burial test, it is indeed necessary for the 5th team to have at least one mobilizing force on standby at any time. The only one who is free today is Aizen, the vice captain. Hearing the sound, the man sitting at the table flipping the pages of the book raised his head. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, there was a smile on his lips. Different from the gentleness of the past, that smile was full of joy, and seemed to be full of excitement and anticipation. With such urgent news, it seemed too cruel. As if he hadn't heard the news, he read the page slowly, and finally got up to respond to the contact. This is Aizen. The man's expression remained unchanged, but his voice instantly became anxious, and the switching was seamless. I've heard the news, and I'll immediately lead the team to the boundary crossing gate. Please help to contact Captain Anohana. No. Hearing Urahara Kisuke's words, Aizen cut off the connection. Stretching, he chuckled. It's finally started. Captain Hirako is out on a mission, not in the Soul Society. The powerful captain also has important tasks to attend to. It's a perfect timing. I wonder how many of those children will survive. Anyway, that guy will definitely come back well, probably. After all, the other party is really interesting. If you don't pay attention, you may have gone too far. The young man's leisurely figure flashed across his mind, and his expression became even more excited. I hope you can survive, you still have a chance to become my opponent. With a low murmur, Aizen finally stepped out of the team building. Putting on the expression of a good old man again, he shouted anxiously. Gather! Go to the World Transmitting Gate. Chapter 24. In the real world, Ajichas, buried in the wreckage of the ruins, is full of rage. It roared, how dare you do this to me, you lowly Shinigami, you deserve death. What scary eyes, you are quite energetic, and your vitality is really tenacious. Kuchiki Kyosuke complained while recovering a little bit of physical strength. I have to say that with steel skin and high-speed regeneration, this Ajichas is really resistant to beating. Void bodies are their best weapons. With such a body, it is no wonder that Ajichas has captain-level strength. It's just that even a rational beast is still a beast after awakening. That's the end of the experiment. the understanding of Menos Grande is almost there, it's time to end this battle. In the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke's fingertips moved forward a little. Tenfold increase. Head number 4, Shirai. Dazzling white light streaked across the sky and flew out. Like a long rainbow across the sky, it pierced straight towards Ajicha's. Hehe, is it this type of attack again? Seeing this scene, Ajicha's, who quickly recovered from his injuries using high-speed regeneration, couldn't help but sneer. It quickly dodged by Lei, and it didn't rush to attack, but retreated a long distance. It raised its head and roared suddenly. Roar! The ear-piercing sound of piercing clouds and cracking stones swept through the air, resounding throughout Karakura town. Well! Ichimaru-jin frowned, and his eardrums buzzed suddenly. Unable to resist, he stretched out his hands and tightly covered his ears. But that voice still drilled into his head, as if it sounded from his soul. But not only him, but the other Shinigami at this moment also desperately covered their ears, showing a very ferocious and painful expression. The ear hurts so much. What the hell is that sound? Can't resist, it's too harsh, woo. Countless anxious eyes looked up towards the sky, trying to find the source of the sound. There was even an interned Shinigami who was in so much pain that he scratched his ears with deep blood stains one after another. Sting! In the next second, accompanied by Ajicha's piercing voice, the dark gap tore apart the sky again. But this time it's not just one, but at least dozens of them. It seemed to pour all Reiatsu into the sound of calling, and suddenly, dozens of Jillians were summoned. As the gap was continuously torn open by the huge black body, the Jillians, like a herd driven by a lion, scrambled to squeeze out of the gap. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the wooden buildings in Karakura town collapsed in an instant. In the face of these monsters, wooden buildings are fragile and vulnerable. The survivors could only hide in the ruins and shiver. Fortunately, the most central area happens to be the test site, so there are almost no human habitation. Otherwise, more people would die. Shinigami doesn't care too much about that, though. After all, the concept of life and death in the Shinigami world is very peculiar. Shinigami's duty is to protect humans, but to maintain the balance of the three worlds and protect the Spirit King, nothing more. The huge black bodies of the Jillians huddled together, and the shadows they cast were overwhelming, almost covering the entire Karakura town. The day seems to be swallowed up in an instant, turning into continuous night. Looking up, there is only a dark body and a terrifying white clown mask in sight. How is this possible? Opening his eyes, Ichimaru-jin's blue pupils were filled with shock. Kuchiki Kyosuke is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he only has 2 hands. He had to face dozens of Jillians. Even if he could get rid of 10 or 20 Jillians in one go, what about the rest? At least half as much as it. Not to mention, Ajicha's isn't going to sit around and wait for him to get Jillian out of the way. I will definitely take the opportunity to make a move and completely devour this long-coveted captain-level Shinigami. Feeling the turbulent aura piled together by countless ghosts, his fingers trembled slightly. If it was him, he would immediately choose to retreat at this moment and wait for support. This is the wisest and most reasonable way. But, looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ichimaru-jin didn't have any doubts in his heart. This young master Kyosuke will definitely not take an unusual path. As it turns out, Ichimaru-jin knows Kuchiki Kyosuke very well. The most direct and effective way to avoid future troubles, and also the most convenient way, is to get rid of all these hypocrites. And for Kuchiki Kyosuke, the Menos Grande in front of him is all proficiency. He won't let go of one of these Menos Grande. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke waved his hand again. 81 of Bakud, splitting void. The translucent barrier appeared in front of him again. Seeing the moment when the screen rose, Ichimaru-jin couldn't help admiring again. Every time I see Master Kyosuke's kid, I am amazed. Ichimaru-jin is not one of those ignorant and fearless Shinigami trainees next to him. He knew exactly what it meant to release the kid of number 80 instantly without chanting. In fact, as far as he knows, there are very few in the entire Seireitei who can successfully perform this advanced Bakud. As for those who can perform without chanting, I am afraid that there will not be more than 10 fingers. What's more, the splitting void barrier condensed by Kuchiki Kyosuke is surprisingly tough and has a large range. A splitting void, it can be seen that Kuchiki Kyosuke's talent on Kid is already standing at the apex of Seireitei. Boom! 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 A few red zeros that Jillian had fully charged slammed into the barrier. The red light exploded one after another, and the splitting void couldn't resist it, and the frequency of the tremor was a little higher. What a hassle! Kuchiki Kyosuke frowned. Menos Grande would use negation among themselves to protect their companions. Once successfully used, the person surrounded by the negation is equivalent to being in another space, and people outside the negation will not be able to touch him. For other Shinigami, this is the absolute defense of no solution. But for Kuchiki Kyosuke who owns Dijiang, no matter what kind of space barrier or absolute defense you have, it's just a matter of cutting left and right. However, considering that there should be a lot of people staring at him now, Kuchiki Kyosuke still wants to keep a little hole card. Since negation is troublesome, it would be better not to give these Killians the opportunity to activate negation. It seems that it would be better to have a one-pot end. Kuchiki Kyosuke muttered to himself. Chapter 25. I don't know if I heard Kuchiki Kyosuke muttering to himself, or simply wanted to provoke. Ajichas in the distance also spoke. Hehe, aren't you going to attack? Its tone is full of pride. Although summoning so many Jillians is a big drain on it. But enough to block Kuchiki Kyosuke for a while, and he'll be able to recover a little bit for a sneak attack. If you want to attack me, you need to get rid of these Jillians as soon as possible. Facing powerful food like you, they can't wait to devour you and will continue to attack. There are so many zeros, can you block them all? Even if you can block it, can the companion behind you also block it? If you are only passively beaten, you have no chance of winning. Whispering each sentence, Ajichas hid between Jillian and watched Kuchiki Kyosuke's reaction. Trying to find the uneasy look on that face. This young Shinigami is really weird, not only Reiatsu and combat power are unreasonably strong. The kid side also opened Ajicha's eyes. All kinds of high-level kid can be used at will, and you can get what you want with a clap of your hands, and it is extremely powerful. Therefore, in the battle just now, Ajichas has been thinking of adopting a sneak attack tactic. The reason is that there is absolutely no chance of winning in a frontal battle. But after hearing Ajicha's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and agreed. Well, indeed. If they protect you with negation, it will also become difficult. If you don't attack all the time, it really doesn't solve the problem. If this is the case, then you have to kill all of you. Hey, what the hell are you talking about, UBD? Are you crazy? Hearing this, the Ajichas looked bewildered. For a moment, it had doubts, whether this guy was frightened and his mind was out of order. Even though Kuchiki Kyosuke is acting abnormally, this Ajichas has not forgotten that he can turn on the hidden talent, and keeps changing positions. It was indeed terrified by this mighty Shinigami. The battle just now almost became its psychological shadow. It wasn't even a fight, it could only be called a one-sided beating. But in fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke is very calm. Just when the short air barrier he cast was faltering, Kuchiki Kyosuke was ready for everything. Before, he had been paying attention to saving Reiatsu, and now it finally worked. Let the bombing sound, Dijong. Kuchiki Kyosuke shook Aizen Pakud again without hesitation. At this moment, the talismans of his Reiatsu, Kid, and Tiantian Lu are all strengthened tenfold. Kuchiki Kyosuke hasn't made a full shot since awakening this ability. One is because of the large consumption and the large movement. The second is because there is no suitable target. At this moment, under the pressure of fighting, let Kuchiki Kyosuke's potential be further developed. He used a trick that existed in the imagination before. Ichimaru-jin and a group of Shinigami stared at Kuchiki Kyosuke intently, wanting to see what kind of powerful means this lord will use to reverse the situation and create miracles. If they faced such a situation before today, they would only feel hopeless. Just today, the moment Kuchiki Kyosuke beat Ajichas was etched into their souls. They have boundless faith and reverence for Kuchiki Kyosuke. In the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke swiped in the air without the slightest hesitation. Had S63, Fiery Lightning Howl. Had S73, Double Lotus Kanghuo Pendant. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke began to chant the chant of two mighty had one after the other. Hearing that Kuchiki Kyosuke began to recite the mantra in an orderly manner, at the same time, a terrifying Reiatsu accumulated on his body, even surpassing the ordinary captain. Ajichas, hiding in the shadows, panicked. It urged, break the barrier quickly and kill him immediately. With a bad premonition in his heart, Ajichas jumped with all his strength. Regardless of recovering his strength, he began to release his mind bombs with all his strength, bombarding the splitting void barrier standing in front of everyone. Watching this scene nearby, Shinigami guarded a legendary skill, Double Chant. The so-called double chant is to release the two kid combinations after superimposing and combining the chant texts of two kid according to specific rules. Simply put, it's Kid-S combo. However, the superposition rules of chant texts are very troublesome, and it is a very advanced method of use. After understanding Kuchiki Kyosuke's intention, Ichimaru-jin's throat moved, a little nervous and expectant at the same time. Master Kyosuke's mid-level kid without chanting can have the power of a high-level kid. This kind of high-level had that is fully chant, what kind of terrifying power will erupt when the two phases are superimposed? I can't imagine it at all. As for the others, they gave up guessing the limits of Kuchiki Kyosuke's abilities a long time ago. Because this genius has no limits and is simply omnipotent. But those so-called stacking rules don't exist and make no difference to Kuchiki Kyosuke. As he possesses the Tiantian talisman, all kid and talismans are instantaneous. Even if it is a double chant, it only needs the name of the combination. The reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke is chanting here is to catch this group of Menos Grande by surprise. Seemingly feeling life-threatening, the group of Killians desperately urged Reiatsu to cast Zero. On the surface, the two sides are competing for time and speed, completely on the line of life and death. Had Kuchiki Kyosuke completed the devastating double chant of Kid first, the Menos Grande would undoubtedly have been hit hard. It would be Kuchiki Kyosuke if the Menos Grande broke the already incomplete splitting void barrier first. Now all the Shinigami can only pray in their hearts that the barrier can last for a while longer. At the same time, they dare not pay attention to that at all. At this time, Killian and Ajichas were already desperate, and the soaring Reiatsu was as obscuring as their size. Just the slightest exposure to that Reiatsu overwhelms their consciousness and leaves them mentally exhausted. Chapter 26. Ichimaru-jin felt the tension in the air that the mountain is about to come and the wind is full of wind. He even felt the ultimate pressure brought by that group of Menos Grande. He couldn't imagine what kind of pressure Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was in the center of the storm, had to bear, and how he persisted until now. However, something happened that made all the Shinigami students despair. Just when Kuchiki Kyosuke was about to finish reciting the chant, the scarred splitting void barrier finally couldn't hold on and collapsed completely. In fact, under the full-strength bombardment of several Kylians and Ajichas, it is very rare for the splitting void barrier to last for such a long time. It's a failure. It's over. At this moment, even Ichimaru-jin felt despair. Is it all over? Abominable Shinigami, it's over, I've won. Don't worry, I will eat you well, nothing will be wasted. Spouting outrageous words, Ajichas led a group of Menos Grande towards Kuchiki Kyosuke. With such a large number of Menos Grande pouring in, the oppressive force brought by it is unimaginable. The vertical and horizontal Reiatsu can make the ordinary summoning body directly collapse and dissipate into pure spiritual particles. Just when Ajichas thought he had the chance to win, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the Menos Grande gathered together. Not only did he not have any anxiety or fear, but he was very relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, "You guys can't be faster than me, because my kid is instant." What he was waiting for was an opportunity for this group of Menos Grande to gather together. Now is your chance. Before the group of Menos Grandes could react, the majestic Reiatsu gathered at Kuchiki Kyosuke's fingertips in an instant. The dazzling red light suddenly exploded, turning into countless fiery streams of flames and flying across the air, dazzling like meteors. Indistinctly, countless huge nets even formed, covering all the Menos Grande in front. Boom! Among the flames, lightning bolts as thick as buckets fell from the sky, precisely locking each Menos Grande. For every thunderclap, a Menos Grande is concentrated by lightning. Thunder Reiatsu paralyzes Menos Grande's body, making him unable to move. Then, countless streams of flame rolled up the fiery temperature, and quickly entangled all Jillians, even Ajichas, who deliberately lagged behind by a step, did not escape. Under the control of Kuchiki Kyosuke, they seem to have their own minds, and they continue to devour Reiatsu and the body of Su. In just a few seconds, Jillian, who is tens of meters high, was completely burned and turned into nothingness. The temperature in the air rose to an unbearably high heat, and the heat wave hitting his face was extremely hot, making Ajichas with steel skin and high-speed regeneration howl in pain. For a moment, thunder roars, burning sounds, and the screams of Killian and Ajichas formed a beautiful symphony. Roar! Damn Shinigami! You actually treated us like this. The Reiatsu it used for defense disappeared in an instant like a thin paper being ignited when it met the hot air. So hot! The moment it came into contact with the heat wave, its pitch-black skin suddenly became even more scorched black. Indistinctly, there was even a burnt smell of the body's flesh and blood being evaporated. Looking at the scorched marks all over his body with an expression of disbelief, Ajichas cried out in disbelief. It kept trying to extinguish the flames on its body, but the red flowing flames were like an inextinguishable fire snake, constantly burning the spirit particles that made up its body. The severe pain continued, almost destroying its willpower. And right in front of its eyes, dozens of Jillians turned into raging fire, as if forming a burning wall of fire, which looked extremely spectacular. Flames that Ajichas couldn't hold, let alone them. The mammoth body was like firewood, and was quickly burned to nothing by the flames. Countless dust fell with sporadic fire, as if a snow had fallen. Black snow made up of shattered flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, Ajichas couldn't help but widen his eyes. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? Didn't Emperor Baragan say that it's just a group of students who didn't graduate? How? So many Jillians, can't resist this kid. What kind of monster did I provoke? Seeing the young man slowly retract his hand and look towards this side, his whole body trembled, and he couldn't even care about the pain in his body. Do not. Wait a minute, don't come over. I will go back obediently, and I won't do anything to you again. While begging for mercy, it tried its best to back away, trying to approach the gap and return to Hueco Mundo. Just when resisting kid just now, it consumes too much Reiatsu. And with the Shunpo level of this monster Shinigami, I am afraid that he will be beheaded the moment he unfolds his black cavity. Go back. At this time, a dozen Menos Grande were eliminated in one fell swoop, and Kuchiki Kyosuke looked very calm. He even showed a gentle smile. Would you like to call Kirayan again? Maybe my Reiatsu has been exhausted, and you can come back. A fire made his proficiency jump to 94%. This wave of fat good things, if he does it a few more times, he might be instantly invincible. At this moment, a smiling Kuchiki Kyosuke looks like a demon in Ajichas. It also thought that what Kuchiki Kyosuke said was ironic, and shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't have any subordinates to summon, let me go. I will never hurt anyone again. What? You can't summon anymore, then you are useless. After saying this, Kuchiki Kyosuke slashed straight away. While swinging the knife, he turned around abruptly, followed by the knife, and the whole person had already come behind him. Ajichas, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, used up his last bit of strength and turned behind Kuchiki Kyosuke. I knew you would not be so honest. After Kuchiki Kyosuke Shunpo, who predicted the opponent's flash, landed, he received the sheath gracefully. Behind him, the Ajichas who was hit by his Shunpo state was already frozen, unable to move. Soon, Ajicha's mask shattered. Then it fell to the ground slowly, and its scarred and burnt body began to dissipate in the form of spirit particles. Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife ended the painful and sinful life of this Akachis. Looking at the 95% Bakijitongtianlu on the system panel, he nodded with satisfaction. It was a perfect and fulfilling day, although it was tiring, but I gained a lot. Soon, he will be able to unlock the new 8 wonders. I don't know which miraculous skill it will be, the Daluo's Cave View that can see everything, or the Shuangchuan hand that can control people's hearts and heal all injuries. Chapter 27. Didn't I agree, it's just a group of students who haven't graduated. Seeing Ajichas on the ground dissipating into spirit particles, Kuchiki Kyosuke whispered as if remembering something. After repeating this sentence, his eyes flickered slightly. Basically, he acts on instinct, like a wild beast, whose mind has been distorted. To satisfy their inner emptiness, they devour other voids and souls. After devouring a certain amount, ordinary void will evolve into Killian without self-awareness. But when Killian reaches the level of Ajichas, the strongest soul in the body will take over and regain self-awareness. But as long as Ajichas have not evolved to the next higher Vasto Lord level, they have the potential to degenerate. Only by devouring spirit bodies of the same level can they avoid degeneration. It is precisely because they have self-awareness that they are afraid of degeneration, of losing consciousness. Naturally, they also know how to cooperate. The sudden appearance of Jillian, Ajichas, the two coincidental location of the soul burial practice. Use your toes to figure out who is doing the trick. So troublesome. Why does this guy make trouble every day, can't he be more peaceful? Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help sighing. And should this virtual corpse be brought back to the soul society? If it is just digested naturally, without purification by Zanpakut, this empty body will exist for a long time. That's why the spirit body of the third-class Lingwei has to enter the funeral ceremony. Because their Reiatsu is too strong, it is impossible to let their spirits return to the circulation of the 3 realms by natural digestion. At this time, Shinigami, who maintains the balance and order of the world, needs to come out. 1. Survived. Long live Master Kuchiki! The few remaining Shinigami present burst into tears, cheering and hugging each other. Stay away from me! Looking at his garrison Shinigami eagerly, Ichimarujin clenched the shins in his hand. He is not good at this. Hearing these cheers, Kuchiki Kyosuke also smiled slightly, temporarily stopped thinking, and walked towards the crowd. When everyone saw Kuchiki Kyosuke approaching, everyone stopped, looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with respect and admiration, and expressed their gratitude. Master Kuchiki, thank you for saving my life. From then on, Master Kuchiki ordered, go through fire and water, and do whatever it takes. From now on, Team 6 is my goal in life. In response, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled and nodded in response. As a member of the Kuchiki family, this kind of thing is not new to him, he is used to it. The Kuchiki family, one of the 5 nobles, is still very famous, and from time to time, someone wants to join them. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke could sense that these people were not coming for the Kuchiki family, but for him, Kuchiki Kyosuke. And everyone said these words from the heart. This time, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt that he had saved the wrong person. Although he didn't save people because he wanted something in return, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't want to save some ungrateful white-eyed wolf either. The garrison Shinigami also expressed his gratitude respectfully and politely. The other party patted his chest and said, "In the future, Master Kyosuke will never frown whenever he is useful to me." Seeing the deep tired look on the brows of these people, Kuchiki Kyosuke let them rest temporarily. In fact, his physical strength is almost as exhausted as Reiatsu's. After a series of fierce battles, he was also very tired. It's just that Kuchiki Kyosuke has a perfect state of Liuku Immortal Thief, and his body has more resistance and endurance, and his recovery ability is also amazing. While speaking, his Reiatsu and stamina have begun to recover rapidly. Otherwise, when fighting against those Menos Grande, it is impossible for Kuchiki Kyosuke to continuously release high-level kid without money. Among the few people present, only Ichimaru Jin, who is stronger and stronger, can hold on. At this time, Ichimaru Jin was looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a complicated expression. Dozens of Jillians, plus a Captain Ajichas. Under the opponent's hands, they were like a group of insects, easily crushed into dust under their feet. The gap in strength is really too big. He was suddenly very grateful that he agreed to Kuchiki Kyosuke's request for cooperation. No. It's not so much cooperation as giving him a chance for revenge. With such strength and growth rate, he really didn't believe that anyone else could be stronger than this young man in front of him in the future. Glancing at Menos Grande, who was still emitting spirit particles in the distance, Ichimaru Jin asked with some doubts, "Kuchiki, don't you intend to purify this void?" He is thinking of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Keeping this corpse will naturally prove Kuchiki Kyosuke's achievements, but it will also be seen by interested people. Even after going through so much, Ichimaru Jin was keenly aware that this attack was not simple. Even the nearby Shinigami guards have heard of only a few Menos Grande raids in the past 100 years. It is very rare that Ajichas actively invades the world. Just when the two of them came to participate in the soul burial test, this extremely unlikely event happened. If this is a coincidence, it would be too contemptuous of Ichimaru Jin's judgment. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't hide anything, and said casually, "This corpse is my letter of challenge, and the person behind the scenes will understand it at a glance." Before he could finish speaking, the familiar Reiatsu wave came from the sky. Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ichimaru Jin looked up, only to see a door appear in front of them out of thin air. It is the door through the boundary. It seems that the support team has arrived. Like some kind of movie that Kuchiki Kyosuke watched in his previous life, the police and rescue were always the last to arrive and basically cleaned up the scene. It looks like Soul Society is no exception this time around. Chapter 28. I saw a flash of light, and the closed door slowly opened, and more than 20 Shinigami walked out from it. The leader is the captain of the 4th Division, who is in charge of medical treatment, Anoha Naretsu, and beside her is the vice-captain of the 4th Division, Sanosuke Yamato, with narrow eyes. Behind the two, the vice-captain of Division 5, who is in charge of supporting work. Aizen Suke. Debut. Seeing him, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his eyebrows slightly, and nodded inwardly. Originally, he was just skeptical, not completely sure. Now that this guy appears, he doesn't even need to try it out. If this matter had nothing to do with Aizen, the other party probably would not have appeared. Aizen is a man who likes to calculate others, and even more likes to greet his victims. Some naive Shinigami are just so flickering, and they have to wash for the captain after being betrayed by this man. This display of returning to the scene of the crime to watch his own masterpiece is both the ego of the wise and a weakness of Aizen. Kuchiki Kyosuke keeps this in mind, maybe he will have the opportunity to use it in the future. Thinking in his heart, with a wave of Kuchiki Kyosuke's right hand, Dejong instantly slashed on Ajicha's body, "Let me purify your sins." Shinigami's Zanpakuto has the power to purify, but only from the sins of ignorance after death. There is no way to purify the sins committed by self-awareness during life. Therefore, people who were extremely sinful during their lifetime will not return to the soul society after being purified, but will be dragged into hell to suffer eternal pain. Under the infusion of powerful Reiatsu, the corpse of that Ajichas quickly turned into spirit particles, and its body collapsed, unable to maintain its original form anymore. Now that Aizen has seen the corpse, Kuchiki Kyosuke's purpose has been reached. If this Ajicha's body was brought back by the Soul Society, it would definitely be used as a research sample by Aizen. It is better to destroy it on the spot. Nice purification. Anohanaretsu's eyes lit up. This boy is such a pure Reiatsu, I feel that his strength is stronger than last time. What a terrifying talent. While thinking about it, Anohanaretsu with braids bent over to several people and said, "Sorry, we are late. This is the dereliction of duty of our 5th team, and has nothing to do with your 4th team." Aizen bowed deeply and apologized. "Suk was negligent, sorry everyone." Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes flickered slightly, and he sighed inwardly, "You can bend and stretch, and your acting skills are outstanding. You deserve to be the big villain of the future." So, this Ajichas was solved by Kuchiki Kyosuke alone. After listening to the reports of several people, Unohanari reacted greatly. He stopped suddenly and looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke in a daze. Seemingly sensing Anohanaretsu's fighting spirit, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, not to be outdone, and released a little killing intent to fight against it. Seeing this, Sana shook Yamada, who was following her, couldn't help asking, "Captain Anohana? What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" "No, nothing." Shaking his head slowly, Anohanaretsu looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with complicated eyes. The moment she looked at the boy just now, she actually felt a hint of danger. The dormant fighting instinct was also awakened in an instant. If it was him thousands of years ago, he was like that evil ghost. At this moment, she must have pulled out the Zanpakut and launched an attack. What that means, Anohanaretsu knows all too well. The strength of the young man in front of him has far surpassed that of an ordinary captain. Just the Reiatsu aura emitted when launching Shikai already made her feel life-threatening. That's why her fighting instinct was activated immediately, subconsciously wanting to resist. Understanding this, Anohanaretsu couldn't help swallowing. If she is not in the 4th division, I really want to compete with her. It's a pity that she can't do it easily now. Waiting for better times to come. Perhaps, she can be a good whetstone. Or, the wrong person for this young man. Notice the growing intensity of Anohanaretsu's gaze. Kuchiki Kyosuke was a little overwhelmed. At this time, the other party's eyes were hot, like burning blood. The captain of the 4th squad, who was usually as calm as Yamato Nadeko, even licked his lips intentionally or unintentionally, looking excited. His heart skipped a beat. No way. But as the original party, Kuchiki Kyosuke certainly knows that the other party has taken a fancy to him. But it's definitely not the kind of fancy, but his own fighting ability. I want to have a death battle with myself to decide whether to compete or to decide whether to live or die. To be honest, Kuchiki Kyosuke was pretty impressed with Anohanaretsu. After all, it is a flower of killing blooming on the battlefield, and it is still very attractive. It's just that the wacky self-sacrificing character is a big deal. If you can't really convince this beauty, then don't contact rashly in the end, otherwise you will only harm the other party. Fortunately, the next second, Anohanaretsu also returned to her usual appearance, smiling gently. Seeing this scene, Aizen's eyes flickered, and he seemed to think of something, but he just praised Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength. Master Kuchiki's talent is so strong, it makes a person like me who has no fighting ability feel ashamed. Kuchiki-san, Ichimura-san. At this time, Anohanaretsu asked softly while releasing the spiritual sense to check what was standing. Aren't you too injured? Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Kuchiki Kyosuke's tone was very polite. Ichimaru-jin on the side nodded with a smile. Thanks to Master Kuchiki, I'm fine. Ah, but a few people were hit by Ajicha's Reiatsu and are in a coma. Can I ask Ichimaru-san to take me there? Hearing this, Anohanaretsu said very immediately. Well, please come with me. Ichimaru-jin turned to leave, and Anohanaretsu followed, saying to Aizen. Vice Captain Aizen, then we will go ahead and leave the scene to you. Chapter 29. Soon, Anohanaretsu and his team began searching for the remaining Shinigami trainees. The group of people who stayed with Shinigami was okay, but they were impacted by the powerful Reiatsu. This experience was both a trial and an opportunity for them. What they witnessed in just 1 hour was something that Shinigami hadn't heard for hundreds of years. After this catastrophe, they have strengthened their will and broadened their horizons, and it is easier for them to be promoted to the seat than normal Shinigami. With a little processing, the Shinigami trainees who are resting in the private houses will have no major problems. Those Shinigami trainees who ran too far before the beginning of the battle will need to search carefully. A group of people marched towards the center of the battlefield to prevent the wounded from being left behind. Looking at the traces left by the battle along the way, Anohanaretsu is fine. After all, she had already felt the danger level of Kuchiki Kyosuke up close just now. Everything in front of her was just to confirm her conjecture. But the members of the fourth team who followed were not so calm. One foot stepped on the ground, and someone suddenly showed disgust at the black dust that looked like snow but not snow. What the hell is this powder? Why do you feel disgusted? Hearing this, Anohanaretsu said calmly without turning her head. False dust. Anohanaretsu Shinigami has lived for thousands of years and has seen a lot. Not only did she know that these dusts were the crystallization of Su's death. Anohanaretsu also knows that all the sand in the Hueco Mundo desert is this spiritual sand. And the original Void Desert was created by the Spirit King alone. There are more than 1 million Menos Grande killed by the Spirit King. Captain Anohana's senses are very keen. Ichimaru-jin smiled and looked back at the other party. Where? I just saw a lot. As Anohanaretsu's voice fell, the players behind couldn't help being stunned. What? Captain, are you sure? Even the vice-captain Sanosuke Yamada was slightly taken aback. In the field of vision, the profuse black snow almost covered the entire land. The thickness is at least 3 or 4 centimeters. Captain, if this is Su's dust, how many Su must have been killed? Sanosuke Yamada, who has always only cared about patience, couldn't help being curious. I can't tell. After a slight pause, Anohanaretsu shook his head. At least 2 digits or more. At least a dozen jillions, unable to form dust of this thickness. Ichimaru-san, am I right? Yes, but there are discrepancies. Ichimaru-jin raised an eyebrow. Not at least a dozen, but at least dozens. As soon as the words fell, the team members were stunned. Ichimaru-san, are you kidding me? No matter how strong that kid is, he wouldn't be able to kill dozens of jillions in the few minutes we came to support him. With this kind of strength, Captain Yuan Liuzai is no more than that, right? Even Yamada Sanosuke, who has always respected and trusted Anohanaretsu, showed a puzzled expression. Captain Anohana, what do you think? The boy's aura doesn't feel strong. Dozens of jillions, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Haha. Anohanaretsu didn't say much, just chuckled lightly. Dozens. This number is also somewhat beyond my imagination. However, I believe what Ichimaru-san said. She raised her head, her eyes were a little hot. After all, you saw that kid fight with your own eyes, didn't you? In this regard, Ichimaru-jin smiled and did not answer. On the contrary, the team members couldn't hold back. A dozen or so is fine, dozens of them. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Student Ichimaru, you must be too nervous and misread. That's right, even the captain of Ghost Rock City has never killed so many Jillians in one go. I didn't kill so many Jillians, it's just that I didn't meet so many. Hearing the noisy voices of the crowd, Anohanaretsu spoke suddenly. When something like this happens, Captain Urahara will definitely send someone to investigate. At that time, how many voids will be purified, and there will definitely be a result. There was extreme determination in her tone. Not so. Is Captain Anohana so confident in that boy's strength? For a moment, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and they were a little afraid to answer. Yamada Sanashug frowned, thinking with some doubts. The captain doesn't seem to be joking, but he is really optimistic about that boy. Did I miss something? After a long while, someone said with emotion. If that boy really purified everything, then how strong is his strength? If I had half of his talent, I would be able to join the fighting team. Do you think there will be Captain Yuan Liuzai strong? Hearing this person's question, everyone's eyes also turned to Anohanaretsu. The woman smiled gently like Yamato Nadeko, and responded lightly. They don't make sense to compare. Everyone, it's better to find the injured as soon as possible. Ming, understand. In response, the members of the fourth team quickly dispersed and went looking for the wounded. On the other side, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled and walked towards Aizen-suke. He looked worried. Vice Captain Aizen, you are the Shinigami I recognize, I only say this to you. I don't think this attack was accidental. Aizen's eyes are full of sincere concern, and he looks like a good old man who has nothing to do with himself. Kuchiki-san, why do you think so? Kuchiki Kyosuke blamed himself a little. Ajichas are never possible under normal circumstances. It must be that our Kuchiki family is too conspicuous. This is the glory that our family needs to bear, and it is also our sin. It's not your fault, you don't need to blame yourself. No one was injured in such a dangerous situation. It's all thanks to the hard work of Kuchiki. It turned out that my vice captain didn't do anything. Hehe, it really makes people blush. His tone was very guilty, and there was obvious self-blame in his expression. Chapter 30. Aizen's impeccable acting skills made Kuchiki Kyosuke feel speechless for a while. To be honest, he really didn't want to find Aizen if possible. There is no other reason, but acting is really troublesome. If more 8 wonders were awakened, there would be no such trouble. The other party has come to the door, and the microphone and stage are all ready, so he should cooperate no matter what. But ordinary methods cannot hide this, because Aizen is too smart. For example, if Kuchiki Kyosuke pretends to be confused here and shows no knowledge of the conspiracy, he will be suspected by Aizen every minute. However, combining the previous analysis and understanding of the plot, Kuchiki Kyosuke knows that Aizen is actually very conceited. Aizen has always been very proud of his acting skills and abilities. It's just that no matter how good an actor is, he needs someone to support him, and Aizen is no exception. Kuchiki Kyosuke even suspects that the future Ichimaru-jin is because Aizen has been reluctant to kill because of his small mouth. Therefore, Kuchiki Kyosuke took the initiative to find Aizen, and a wave of "I suspect I am an undercover agent" came out in conjunction with the other party's performance. People who have been tricked by you would rather suspect their own problems than suspect you. This is the greatest recognition for the mastermind behind the scenes. In the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke reached out his hand at the right time and patted Aizen on the shoulder. Vice Captain Aizen, you don't have to do this. It's already very fast to get here in such a short time. Besides, no one was killed in battle, right? The Ajichas was completely cleansed, too, and Jillian wasn't left. You say so? Strictly speaking, this gesture by Kuchiki Kyosuke is a bit of a faux pas. After all, the identities of the two are different, he is the vice captain, and Kuchiki Kyosuke is just a Shinigami trainee. However, this is also a recognition of Aizen's acting skills, which has virtually narrowed the distance between the two. It's my duty to deal with these things. Sure enough, Aizen, who pushed his glasses, was in a good mood and said with a smile. Student Kuchiki, you did a good job this time, you could even say it was perfect. I will truthfully report this matter to Captain Yamamoto. With such outstanding achievements, there must be many people who are willing to invite you to join the team. If possible, be sure to consider the 5th division again. Thanks, I will. Hearing that Kuchiki Kyosuke could not find a single wrong answer, Aizen's smile became more and more perfect. I'll go and see if Captain Anohana needs help. See you later, classmate Kuchiki. After saying this, he turned and left, avoiding Kuchiki Kyosuke's sight for a moment. His expression suddenly became a little intriguing. The ajichas that took so long to prepare are certainly not ordinary varieties. This one is his specially prepared work, which greatly strengthens the ability to call and control Jillian. Controlling dozens of Jillians is no problem. But what he didn't expect was Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength. He completely miscalculated. With so many ghosts piled up together, it didn't even hold him back for a few minutes. Moreover, this kid's talent was even higher than his own, and he burned those kid to the ground. The only ajichas was purified by the kid in front of his face. Let alone the soul of Shinigami, even the data of ajichas itself has not been collected. It's still careless. Aizen took a deep breath, and his usually gentle face appeared a little sullen. However, there is no need to continue to struggle. Next time, when this guy Kuchiki Kyosuke is around, he'll be more cautious. Thinking about it, Aizen's shunpo was a little faster, and went on to play the dutiful good guy vice captain. With the manpower of 2 teams, the follow-up processing has also become very fast. The wounded were collected and the soul burial practice was suspended. Kuchiki Kyosuke also saw the wounded. He sensed a distinct change in the Reiatsu of these people. When he came, the vigorous breath disappeared, and there was only fear, fear of emptiness, fear of fighting. These people can only bid farewell to the battle sequence from now on. In contrast, Shinigami who have been holding their ground and not fleeing immediately don't have this problem. Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at Anohana with a calm and gentle face. I'm afraid these frightened Shinigami can only rely on this one. Noticing Kuchiki Kyosuke's questioning eyes, Anohana shot a smile at Kuchiki Kyosuke. Unlike before, this is a very feminine smile, full of style and charm. Which means something like, hey, man, you've got my attention. Don't be fooled, women will only affect my proficiency in 8 wonders. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who asked for trouble, couldn't stand it. After the big battle, he actually relaxed a bit, so that he forgot what kind of charming and dangerous witch Anohana is. If you have in-depth contact with this person, you will have good luck if you have the strength, but you will be lucky if you don't have the strength. In the end, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't know whether his inadvertent connection with Anohana big sister was a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 31. Under the guidance of the Hell Butterfly, a group of people crossed the crossing gate and returned to Soul Society. Looking at the familiar Siriti in front of him, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt a little emotional. For a moment, he had a feeling that things were different. Who would have thought that so many accidents would happen in his seemingly ordinary soul burial practice? However, Kuchiki Kyosuke's mood improved a lot when he saw Tiantian Luo with a proficiency of 95%. It's okay, there can be more accidents like this. Perhaps in order to get the report as quickly as possible, Yura Harakisuke, the captain of the 12th Division and the director of the Technology Development Bureau, was waiting by the crossing gate. Seeing everyone appearing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back. The data on the Reiatsu probe is a mess, and I'm worried that other ajichas will show up. How could be? Anohana smiled softly. It's very rare to have just one. If there is another one, I will wonder if Su will also migrate. Makes sense. Scratching his head, Yura Harakisuke nodded cheerfully. Captain Anohana, Vice Captain Aizen, thank you for your hard work. Are there any casualties among the students? Most of them are minor injuries that will heal quickly. Intentionally or not, Aizen continued. Thanks to Kuchiki for disposing of Ajichas in time, otherwise, the result would never have been so easy. Ajichas alone, dealt with. Startled, Urahara Kisuke subconsciously looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke. In the past few days, I faintly recalled the kid genius that everyone was discussing, and finally matched the name with the person. That's really amazing. Where, other students also helped me a lot. Only by myself, there is definitely no way to solve it so smoothly. Kuchiki Kyosuke has a perfect aristocratic smile, and his words are very official. But Anohanaretsu on the side burst out laughing. Kuchiki-san is really humble. After saying this, she didn't say much. Captain Urahara, Vice Captain Aizen, I will take the team members and the injured students back first. Let's talk slowly. Looking at her back, Urahara Kisuke was slightly taken aback. Is it his illusion? Why does it feel like Anohanaretsu has an unusually high opinion of Kuchiki Kyosuke? It's just that the combat power and talent are extremely high, but the Captain Anohana who expresses his emotions and anger will not care so much. Aware of this, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but take a serious look at the boy in front of him. In the next second, he was taken aback. What's the matter, Captain Urahara? Aizen's voice came over immediately. No, just thinking, Kuchiki-san is really clean. No, not just clean. There is chaos on the Reiatsu detector, and there are a lot of ghosts in this world, and they are also very powerful. But the boy's Siba outfit didn't even have a speck of dust on it, let alone blood. It seemed that there was a vacuum around him when he was fighting. That is to say, in that kind of fight, whether it's Jillian, or captain-level Ajichas, they couldn't touch him directly. Realizing this, a look of astonishment flashed across Urahara Kisuke's face. If I'm not mistaken, the boy in front of me doesn't have the breath of Reiatsu at all. How can it be so strong that even the captain level can't get close? It's totally unscientific. In an instant, the way he looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke became a little strange. Seemingly noticing this, the young man in front of him silently looked over. Captain Urahara, what's wrong with cleaning? I really don't like getting dirty. No, nothing, I feel fine. Quickly shaking his head, Urahara Kisuke put on a smirk like a profiteer. How to do? He suddenly wanted to study this boy. There is no breath of Reiatsu at all, but still possesses extremely strong strength. How did he do it? Is there a special ability? Or is the physique different from others? Kuchiki-san, what's next? About this incident, I have many questions that I would like to ask classmate Kuchiki. No. Feeling something bad in his heart, Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly shook his head and firmly refused. I'm very tired today, I want to go home and rest. Thank you very much for your invitation, but let's talk about it next time. Hey, okay. With regret in his tone, Urahara Kisuke threw up his hands. Have a good rest, Kuchiki-san. If you want to ask me anything, please feel free to come to the Technology Development Bureau to find me. I will definitely treat you well. Okay. In response, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't stand Urahara Kisuke's strangely enthusiastic eyes, and quickly ran away with several shunpo. Before leaving, he did not forget to stimulate Aizen again. Vice Captain Aizen, please explain to Captain Urahara what I told you about Ajichas and Jillian. I'm going back. Watching the boy disappear quickly, Urahara Kisuke looked at Aizen. What's the matter? Hee, this one. Pushing his glasses, Aizen smiled. Go to the Technology Development Bureau, I will explain to you slowly. In fact, I have always agreed with Captain Urahara's philosophy and ability. Chapter 32. 10 minutes later, the Technology Development Bureau. What does Kuchiki mean to say, that Ajichis has a surprisingly high IQ? Urahara Kisuke frowned, looking thoughtful. Yes. Aizen nodded. Know the ambush in advance and release the bait. Even calling so many Jillians, unlike normal Ajichis. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke tapped the table with his finger. It should be a specialized species. Recently, there have been reports from several Shinigami. It is said that there is a very strange void, as if it has been transformed, with intelligence and behavior that do not match the level. Perhaps. Perhaps. Aizen answered lightly. Glancing at him, Urahara Kisuke swallowed his words. Perhaps, someone in the Seirai is doing some strange experiment with Su. He shook his head, showing his trademark profiteering smile. Oh, I haven't thought about the possible behind this either. Vice Captain Aizen, you must be tired after working so hard to rush to the rescue. I won't keep you for tea today, go back and rest quickly. Is it? The man wearing glasses stood up slowly, the expression on his face was like a perfect mask, there was no fault in it. Then I'll go back first. Bye-bye. With a wave of Urahara Kisuke, he didn't return to his normal expression until the opponent's Reiatsu breath completely disappeared. Knocking on the table, his face was a little gloomy. He couldn't tell whether it was a delusion or an intuition, but he vaguely felt that Aizen seemed to be hiding some information about this Ajichis from him. Do you want to ask classmate Kuchiki? After a moment of hesitation, Urahara Kisuke dropped the idea. After all, there is no real evidence, just an illusory feeling. Without a clue, he couldn't ask anything. And this matter may have something to do with those nobles. A long time ago, Urahara Kisuke sorted out the relevant materials of the Technology Development Bureau, which contained various taboo studies, all of which were secretly carried out by the Seirai nobles. Among them are virtual transformation experiments, and even Shinigami's hollow experiment. It's always going to be troublesome when nobles are involved. After all, even the 40 or 60 rooms that rule the Shinigami are just playthings of nobles. Therefore, Urahara Kisuke also gave up the idea of in-depth investigation. Urahara Kisuke turned around and opened the historical data of the Reiatsu probe. I saw Karakura town, near where Ajichis appeared, there are countless terrifying data. Hiss. Even Urahara Kisuke couldn't help taking a breath. How many Jillians are there? How strong is that Kuchiki guy? Interested in his heart, he quickly put the matter of Aizen behind him for the time being, compared the data seriously, and recorded something. He didn't know that after Aizen walked out the door, he didn't actually leave. The man wore glasses, and his usual gentle expression faded away, appearing extremely indifferent. After hearing no movement in the room, he took off his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses. After a few seconds, he suddenly sighed. Pity. Captain Urahara's ability to research technology is still very good. His voice was obviously loud, but Urahara Kisuke behind the door didn't hear it at all. Didn't even notice his presence. Kaika Suigetsu's complete hypnosis ability is so terrifying. After cleaning the lenses, Aizen put the glasses back on and brushed the hair from his forehead. Call. Hurry up. There are a lot of accidents. It's time to clean up the instability. Looking back at the big characters in the captain's office of the 12th Division, he left here silently. A few days later, the Technology Development Bureau. Captain, this is all the reports on the scene. A thin woman with a golden soaring ponytail knocked on the door and walked into the room. It is the current vice captain of the 12th Division, Saragaki Hiri. Seeing Urahara Kisuke sleeping soundly on the table, the veins on her forehead twitched. Hey! Wake up! Didn't it be you who asked me to bring you the information? What if I fell asleep instead? Saragaki Hiri slapped Urahara Kisuke unceremoniously with the document in his hand. Hey! Oh, it's Hiri, did you bring the materials? Thank you. The other party woke up suddenly, squinted his eyes and yawned, took the information and carefully flipped through it. Seeing this, Saragaki Hiri showed a look of incomprehension. Didn't that bald man named Aizen finish what he had to say? It's the same as what other people saw at the scene. What else is there to see? It's nothing, I'm just curious about the limit of his strength, and some other things. He? Who? Which is the second young master of the Kuchiki family who has been very popular these days? Saragaki Hiri's tone was full of curiosity, but Urahara Kisuke in front of him suddenly stopped flipping through the files and showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. What? Saragaki Hiri leaned over curiously. However, the report is very complicated, and the results cannot be seen at a glance. She only noticed one key statement. The distribution of Jillian Reiatsu on the scene is uneven, and there are many different breaths. It is suspected that there are dozens of different samples. After reading slowly, Saragaki Hiri couldn't help being taken aback. Dozens of different samples. I thought what they said was just an exaggerated quantifier. If this conclusion is correct, that Kuchiki Kyosuke guy dispose of dozens of Jillians yourself? Plus an Ajichas? If I remember correctly, it only took a few minutes from when Ichimaru-jin sent out a call for help, until the 4th and 5th teams got up to support and arrived at the scene. Even at the captain level, this kind of processing speed is too terrifying. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. You understand too. Seeing the change in Saragaki Hiri's face, Urahara Kisuke smiled excitedly. Captain level Reiatsu? No, that kid is a genuine captain level strength. Moreover, there may be a level beyond ordinary captains. Captain Yuan Liuzai really picked up a treasure. This guy might become the Kuchiki family. No, it's the top existence of the entire Soul Society. There was unusual excitement in Urahara Kisuke's tone, and a fiery light shone in his eyes. That kind of appearance frightened Saragaki Hiri slightly. In the next second, the man in front of him hurriedly gathered the documents, turned and walked out of the room. Hiri, I'm going out for a meeting. As he spoke, he quickly disappeared at the door, and several shunpo came to the sky above the Technology Development Bureau. Chapter 33. Siritii, the general meeting room of the first team. Urahara Kisuke, who came from shunpo, opened the door of the meeting room. He raised his eyebrows cheerfully. Oh, it's all there. Everyone is on time. In the conference room, the captains of Godi I-13 were all present. Even Jaishur Yukatake, who is always on sick leave, arrives. The 11 captains stood in 2 rows facing each other. At the front of the 2 platoon leaders is the general captain, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. He tapped the crutch in his hand, and said in a deep voice with full momentum. Captain Urahara, you suddenly said to hold a meeting, what do you want to say? Captain, don't worry, an interesting story needs to be foreshadowed to be interesting enough. Walking to his seat, Urahara Kisuke raised the documents in his hand and said with a smile. I believe that a few days ago, the students in the 6th grade of the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art were attacked by Ajichas during the practice of soul burial. You already know. Didn't any of those brats die? What is there to say? The captain of the 11th squad, Kenpeki Anuwajo's tone was extremely impatient. Urahara Kisuke, you're not going to call us all over for something like this. No, of course not. Distribute the prepared materials, Urahara Kisuke continued. After these few days of investigation, it can be clearly seen that there are dozens of different samples of Reiatsu distribution on site besides Kuchiki and Ichimaru, as well as other Shinigami. All Jillians except one Ajichas. What? Everyone couldn't help being taken aback. Ahem. You mean, did Kuchiki really kill so many Jillians? In those few minutes? Jaishur Yukatake's voice rose a little. Isn't that all a joke? How could it be true? It's all written in the report, and the data is crystal clear. Urahara Kisuke shrugged. If you want to ask me how he did it, you might as well ask the captain of the 6th team. Hearing this, other people looked at Kuchiki Yinling one after another. The other party smiled kindly, with unconcealable surprise and pride in his tone. Kyosuke didn't say much about this matter, he's not ostentatious. Probably using some of the more powerful kid. You also know that he is very talented in this. Is this a question of whether Kid's talent is strong or not? Hearing this, all the captains showed speechless expressions. There are dozens of Jillians, even if you are Wushuan, you still have to spend some time crushing them to death. Minutes, just minutes. Kill so many Jillians in an instant. Is this something Shinigami can do? Is this still more powerful? It's already a bit exaggerated. Kurako Shunsui murmured, looking a little dazed. A few minutes, just a few minutes, solved so many voids. Everyone here, has anyone done this kind of thing at this age? Hearing this, all the captains fell silent. For them, neither Jillian nor Ajichas is difficult to deal with. But like Kuchiki Kyosuke not only took a few minutes to deal with it, it didn't even hurt a bit. Sequan was burned into nothingness, not even slag was left. This horrible method. Except for Anohanaretsu and the captain, the other captains showed shock in their eyes. After a while, Kurako Shunsui laughed and expressed his opinion. If Kuchiki-san is really that good. I remember, passing the soul burial internship counts as graduation, right? Jaishur Yukatake answered with a smile. Well, it's time to invite to join the team. Shihaoran Yoryuaki shook his legs, looking interested. I haven't seen you for a while, and this brat has become so powerful. It's time for my big sister to teach him some adult knowledge. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu smiled lightly and joined the discussion with a gentle voice. Compared to the second team, I hope that he can come to our fourth team. I am very curious about what kind of kid can be created by Kid Days. Hearing everyone's words, the smile on Kuchiki Yinling's face could hardly be held back, and she thought to herself. You say, the old man just listen. Anyway, Kyosuke will definitely come to the sixth team, you can only think about it. Facing such strength, whether it is ridicule or sincerity. The captain's curiosity about Kuchiki Kyosuke was at its peak. Even, there is a faint idea of a higher level. Looking at the entire history of the Soul Society, it was possible to attract the attention of so many captains before graduation. I am afraid that Kuchiki Kyosuke is the only one. Boom. At this moment, Kenpeki from Ghost Rock City slapped the table heavily. Enough. A kid from a noble family killed a mere few dozen rubbish, what's there to discuss? That kind of thing, I'm afraid I can't even hold my sword. His face was extremely ugly, and his tone was full of disdain and contempt. Having a meeting for such a trivial matter, Urahara Kisuke, you are so boring. Wasting my time for nothing. I'm leaving, you go on. At this time, the new Hyuxia style of Ghost Rock City is a little annoyed. I really think that I can be deceived if I don't read much. Can a kid with no hair grow enough to kill dozens of Killians, or is it instant? It sounds like a conspiracy by the nobles. It's just to raise the reputation of the Kuchiki family. Humph, you despicable villain who only knows how to show off, don't let me, Ghost Rock City, see you. Chapter 34. Seeing Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City rudely knocked open the door of the meeting room and left, the captains didn't say much about it. Most of those who can become captains are a bit maverick. And unlike other fan teams, the 11th team has always pursued the winner goes first. As long as you are strong enough, you can directly replace the opponent and join the 11th team, whether you kill the team member or the chief officer. Even the team leader is no exception. The person who kills and replaces him, regardless of origin or age, will be named Kenpeki and become the new captain of the 11th team. Under this system, the combat literacy of the 11th squad is indeed guaranteed. But there are also downsides to this. Like this 10th generation Kenpeki, Ghost Rock City, is purely a reckless man. It doesn't matter if IQ is online or not, but EQ is even less. It's okay to be rough and loose at ordinary times, it's just a small problem to get up and leave when there is a disagreement in a meeting like this, and even when getting along with the team members, they will draw their swords at each other if they feel unhappy. Several Shinigami from the 11th squad have been sent to the 4th squad before and after. Moreover, this man has repeatedly expressed his disdain for the other teams in public, claiming that the 11th team is the strongest, and there is no need for the other teams to exist, especially the 4th team is a waste of waste. So many things combined to make this Kenpeki extremely unpopular. As soon as he left, Kuchiki Yinling frowned and snorted coldly, but didn't say much. Hirako Shinji next to him was speechless. Why do you want that idiot to be the captain? Ahem. No way, after all, he killed the previous Kenpeki. According to the rules, he should be the captain. Jaishur Yukatake smiled wryly, his tone full of helplessness. Even so, the strength of this guy is obvious to all of you. Actually, that's it, maybe it's not as good as. Having said that, Kurako Shunsui smirked and touched his chin. Didn't we just discuss that Kuchiki classmate? This man is so powerful, it's a pity not to go to the 11th team. The key is that it is very simple to become the captain in one go, as long as. Kurako Shunsui made a gesture of wiping his neck jokingly. Isn't it enough to deal with the captain of Ghost Rock City? The entire conference room was silent for a moment. I was just joking. Scratching his head, Kurako Shunsui muttered in embarrassment. Why don't you talk anymore? A joke? No, I'm really curious. Urahara Kisuke raised his eyebrows, with a hint of excitement in his tone. If there is a chance, I really want to see how the two of them fight. Who should bet on who will lose and who will win? Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Yuan Liuzai Kongwo frowned. He has always attached great importance to rules and discipline, so naturally he doesn't like this kind of fun that uses fighting as a gambling. Seeing that other people seemed to be aroused as well, they looked like they wanted to strike up a conversation. The crutch in Yuan Liuzai's Kongwo slammed on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Kiraku, Urahara, enough. We're here for a meeting, not a joke. Don't say this kind of thing again. After hearing what Kurako Shunsui and Urahara Kisuke said earlier, Kuchiki Jinring frowned, then relaxed, and said bluntly. Personally, I really hope that Kyosuke can join the 6th team, but I thought that Kyo might have his own ideas. Unlike the simple-minded Byakuya Kuchiki, Kuchiki Kyosuke has some ideas that no one can understand, and no one can see through. Kuchiki Yinling is still hesitating whether to stick to tradition or respect Kuchiki Kyosuke's choice. Okay, don't be so serious. In the next second, the captain of the 7th division, Love Akawa waved his hand like a peacemaker. We were just too curious about Kyosuke's strength, so we discussed a few more sentences. Captain, don't be angry. By the way, there is one more thing. Seeming to think of something, Urahara Kisuke continued. The number of various alienation voids that have appeared recently has increased significantly. If you encounter it, try to report to me the details. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yuan Liuzai Kongwo and nodded slightly. Captain, I'm done. Yuan Liuzai Kongwo nodded. The meeting is over. As the captain stood up, the other captains followed one after another. At this moment, Anohana Retsu suddenly stopped in front of Urahara Kisuke. Captain Urahara. She looked over quietly, with a vague smile on the corner of her mouth. There was an indescribably complex emotion in his expression, including anticipation, envy, and longing. If I had to choose between Anuwajo and Kuchiki Kyosuke, I would definitely choose Kuchiki Kyosuke. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted immediately. This is the gamble that the other party said before responding to him. What? Captain Anohana, are you that confident? It seems that you are really optimistic about this genius of the Kuchiki family. What about you? Kurako Shunsui didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, so he turned his attention to the other captains. I also chose Kuchiki Kyosuke to win because he is my lovely younger brother. Shihao and Yoriyuki did not shy away. Me too, because I hate Ghost Rock City. Maguruma Kensei put his hands on his hips, looking like a bad brother. Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa made the same choice. Ghost Rock City wins. Although that guy is very rude, he is the captain after all, so there is no reason to lose to a 6th generation student. Ghost Rock City win. That guy still has a lot of strength. When it was Urahara Kisuke's turn, the 12th division captain shrugged and pushed his hat back. It's really hard to choose. Although I really want to say that in terms of probability, Ghost Rock City has a great chance of winning, but I always feel that there is something very special about that boy. Then the leader of the Beijing band, how would you choose? Kurako Shunsui rubbed his chin and said casually. If you ask me, Ghost Rock City will definitely win. It's just that I like taking risks. The smaller the odds of winning, the more you will earn. If I had to choose, I would choose Kuchiki Kyosuke to win. Regarding this gamble, the captains only mentioned it casually. After all, no one would have thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke really had the strength to defeat the Ghost Rock City. The captain of Parallel Imports is also the captain and knows Bankai. Besides, the identities of the two are so different that it is impossible to fight. None of the captains took this matter to heart. Chapter 35. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke still doesn't know how many flags the captains have planted for him in Union Castle. After finishing the soul burial practice and reporting the situation and results of the battle, he returned to the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art. Now, he is sitting with other students, waiting for his soul burial internship evaluation report. Pulling out the evaluation report from the top, class teacher Diwunahara Yangaro said softly, "Student Kuchiki, this is yours." "Thanks." Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke stand up and take the assessment report, the expression on his face also became very relieved. "Whether it's the usual courses or this soul burial practice, your performance is impeccable, and it has gone beyond the concept of perfection. Undoubtedly a first-class superior." Saying that, Diwunahara Yanwulang felt regretful. Shouldn't the college's evaluation level be updated? It's a pity that you can only get a first-class superior with such excellent grades. No, just made a little effort. Kuchiki Kyosuke had a well-behaved smile. "Teacher, the students behind are still waiting, so I will go down first." "Oh, okay. Ichimura-san, next is yours." "Understood." The silver-haired boy got up with a smile, received the report, chatted with the head teacher, and then sat back beside Kuchiki Kyosuke. "Master Kuchiki, tomorrow is the graduation ceremony." At that time, the captains who wanted to invite students to the team for internships would also come. "Have you figured out where you're going? Are you really going to Team 6? I have my own consideration." Looking at the calm profile of Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ichimarujin felt more at ease. After doing the big thing that shocked Siraitai, he was still so calm, just like usual. Only such a person can defeat that equally terrifying man. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking. "Tomorrow is the day I join the 5th division. Master Kuchiki, do you have any advice for me? Suggest." Glancing at Ichimarujin, Kuchiki Kyosuke thought about it. Extraordinary behavior can sometimes attract people's attention more. We have a common secret with each other, maybe we can get closer quickly. Seeing that the other party still seemed to be a little puzzled, Kuchiki Kyosuke made a final point. "I heard that the third seat in the 5th team is a parallel importer forced into it by nobles. The strength is very weak. According to the development of the original work, the third seat of the fifth team will also be solved by Ichimaru Jin. Therefore, Aizen will face up to the ace's undercover ability, and then keep him by his side as a confidant. Ichimaru Jin obviously reacted too. Looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke's unwavering side face, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Before that, he never revealed his intention to go undercover to Aizen. But this man has seen through everything. Obviously they are all the same age, but the boy in front of him is like those 1,000-year-old monsters. It turns out that not only strength and talent, but also strategic mind is monster level. Can fight against that kind of monster. Sure enough, there is only a stronger monster. Taking a deep breath, Ichimaru Jin nodded slightly. Clear. I will pay attention to the third seat. In response, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help but glance at him. Naturally, he didn't know the thoughts that Ichimaru Jin had imagined. At this moment, he only felt that the other party's tone and expression were a little strange. He didn't think much about it. After the academy's class was completely over, Kuchiki Kyosuke returned to Kuchiki's house, planning to wait for the next day's graduation ceremony with peace of mind, and at the same time, it was also the day for the team to recruit members. In the room, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at his 95% proficiency Tiantian Lu, thinking about a plan to improve his proficiency faster. In the Shinigami world, strength is everything. As long as the strength is strong enough, one can even become a veritable god, and immortality is not a problem. So next, the most important thing for Kuchiki Kyosuke is to unlock all the 8 wonders. It's just that Tiantian Lu is different from Liuku Immortal Thief. The closer the Tiantian Lu is to the control state, the more intense life and death battles are needed to improve. And Liuku Immortal Thief can improve rapidly through indirect means. The way is to eat more good ones. Before, he just ate and ate, and he cultivated Liuku Immortal Thief to the perfect state. Anyway, their Kuchiki family has a lot of surplus food. As for how much money was spent in the middle, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even bother to count. The scarf around Grandpa's neck is worth 10 mansions. In this lifetime, he can finally say out loud, I, Kuchiki Kyosuke, am not interested in money. Kuchiki Kyosuke muses. Liuku Immortal Thieves need gourmet food to improve, and Tiantian Lu needs advanced kid knowledge and fierce battles to improve quickly. Perhaps the conditions for the rapid improvement of other 8 miraculous skills are not the same. So I have to form a force that is completely my own, so that I can unlock all the 8 wonders as quickly as possible. The next moment, his expression became firm. Also, Siriti, a pool of stagnant water, is not suitable for practicing the 8 wonders. Also, I'm also very interested in the throne that hangs high in the sky. Just as he was thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Byakuya Kuchiki in a death suit standing straight in front of the room. Grandpa said, "Congratulations on your excellent results in the soul burial test." Byakuya Kuchiki, who was as cold as ice, continued, "Grandpa also said that it is best for you to join the 6th division, but if you really don't want to, then the Kuchiki family will have another 6th division, which is not bad. It seems that Grandpa is willing to let me go out to make a fuss." "Thank you, old man. How about you?" Kuchiki Kyosuke walked to the small table, made 2 cups of tea and set them up. Of course there are maids at home, and all of them are very seductive. It's just that the Kuchiki family doesn't advocate a luxurious and depraved life, plus the good habits that Kuchiki Kyosuke developed in his previous life. Therefore, he usually does it himself. Sitting at the table, he picked up the tea and drank it slowly, then Byakuya Kuchiki got up and left. When he was about to walk to the door, he left a sentence, "I am very happy. No matter what you choose, I will support you." Kuchiki Kyosuke at the table smiled slightly and took a sip of tea, feeling warm all over his body. Chapter 36. Without the obstruction of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Kyosuke would have less worries. He can calmly choose the team according to his own plan. However, he was not in a hurry, it was the captains who should be in a hurry. After all, there is actually an invisible contest between the various teams. Being able to recruit Kuchiki Kyosuke, Siraii's most legendary genius, is itself a manifestation of the captain's ability. Well, Kuchiki Kyosuke is waiting to reap the rewards. Early the next morning, he arrived at the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art. A year ago, he came here as a freshman to take the test. Only 1 year later, he turned out to be a graduate here, and the speed is fast enough. Realizing that the familiar scenery in front of him will soon become a memory, Kuchiki Kyosuke is only slightly moved. Although, he will inevitably have a long life, but this kind of simple campus life may never be experienced again. But maybe. Kuchiki Kyosuke is the true god of the world if all the 8 wonders are unlocked. At that time, there will be no bad people by his side. Even the treacherous and evil people have to obediently be a good person when they see him. His world will become simple and pure again, and everywhere he goes, there will be plain folk customs. Kuchiki classmate, don't you go in. Suddenly, a familiar deep male voice came from his ears. Vice Captain Aizen. Seeing the person coming, Kuchiki Kyosuke habitually put on a polite smile and nodded towards the person. Congratulations on your graduation, Kuchiki. Before Aizen said anything, Hirako Shinji came up behind him. Hey, Aizen, this is not the time to chat. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke, the man with yellow hair and bangs was taken aback. Afterwards, he immediately showed a look of interest. Are you that Kuchiki Kyosuke? Captain Reiatsu? Kid genius. Soul Society's most legendary talent ever. Hearing that series of titles, Kuchiki Kyosuke was so embarrassed that he almost deducted another Soul Society. What is this all about? Captain Hirako, you can just call me Kyosuke. No, let Byakuya hear it, and he will definitely say something. Calling him by his first name is an insult to nobles, and then he will be furious at me. Shrugging his shoulders, Hirako Shinji had a troublesome expression on his face, obviously he had experienced this kind of thing before. Sorry, we still have to go to the fan team recruitment booth to prepare, so I won't chat with you. Looking forward to working with you, Kuchiki. Patting Kuchiki Kyosuke on the shoulder, he simply put down the words and left with Aizen. Looking at the backs of the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded secretly. Don't look at Hirako Shinji's unreliable appearance, but he is actually very reliable. A long time ago, the captain of the 5th squad saw through Aizen's disguise. That's why he specially recruited the other party as his subordinate, just to see what the hell Aizen was doing. This is a good guy, it's a pity. Without getting too hung up on the matter, Kuchiki Kyosuke turned and walked into the auditorium. Like all graduation ceremonies, all the graduates sit together, but there are a little less students at Mao Lingshu Academy. All graduates add up to no more than 100 people. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who walked into the auditorium, immediately attracted a lot of attention. Handsome appearance, noble background plus heroic behavior during the soul burial test. Where the current Kuchiki Kyosuke goes, he is a man of the hour. In addition, he also gained 7 loyal subordinates. It does not include Ichimaru Jin. This one is quite special, and it is not something ordinary people can do to get the support of Ichimaru Jin. Not long after Kuchiki Kyosuke came to the chief position and sat down, the graduation ceremony officially began. Completed all the courses in just 1 year, and beheaded Ajichas in the soul burial practice. Kuchiki Kyosuke was awarded a Medal of Honor, a ribbon, and a substantial monetary award. Genre Ise Shigakuni personally handed the medal to Kuchiki Kyosuke. The old man's face was full of relief, and he rarely opened his eyes to see people. An outstanding student like you is the pride of the Siraiii and Kuchiki families. Don't forget what you did that day, and don't forget the responsibilities you owe to yourself. Thank you for your approval, I will continue to work hard. Amid applause, Kuchiki Kyosuke received the badge and cuff. After the end, Yuan Liuzai Kongwo gave a brief speech and announced the end of the graduation ceremony. After all, he also knows that the main event is not here, but team recruitment. Every year, graduates will walk into the courtyard behind the college with great expectations. As a secret maneuver, the second division has a special nature, and the source of its members is mostly invitations and transfers. In addition, all the 12th division teams were present, and each division had its own recruitment booth, responsible for handling students' questions and submitting assessment applications. But this year is very different. When entering the venue, even Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help showing a surprised expression. On the recruiting table in front of him, the people sitting were not the officers of the team, but the captains and vice-captains. The 3 seats in the team that used to be the examiner all became the deputy's deputy, doing some insignificant chores. Seeing this scene, the other graduates were taken aback for a moment, and they all burst into excitement. Is it so luxurious this year? It's the first time that so many captains have gathered together, except for the captains' meeting. Phew, this Reiatsu intensity seems to be too high, and it feels a bit difficult to breathe. Chapter 37. In the backyard of Mu Academy of Spiritual Arts, the recruiting office of each team. Here, except for the captain of the 11th team, Waikiki Rock City, and the captain of the 1st team, all the 11 captains are here. It is no exaggeration to say that the strongest combat power of the entire Soul Society is here today. And the purpose of their coming here, of course, needless to say. While the graduates were discussing, countless eyes turned to Kuchiki Kyosuke. If it weren't for this excellent man, how could there be so many captains participating in the recruitment of the team? Until now, they still couldn't quite believe that the rumor was true. A trainee Shinigami who was a freshman a few months ago killed hundreds of Menos Grande by himself. This is so outrageous, almost like a myth. The original rumors are still very close to the truth of the matter, but the more time travels, the more outrageous it is. Up to now, it was really a bit like a fake. For a moment, those people looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with deep envy and awe. For this group of hot-blooded young Shinigami, Kuchiki Kyosuke is what they dreamed of. Everyone present has a heroic dream. Kuchiki Kyosuke was the hero of their dreams, if not a little more perfect. People's real experience is a fairy tale that I dare not even dream about. Faced with such a person, it is difficult for most people to have other ideas. Since it is impossible to surpass others no matter how hard they try, ordinary people will naturally not feel jealous. After looking up at Kuchiki Kyosuke, the model of life, they looked at the captains and started talking. Captain Anohana is watching me. This adult is watching Kuchiki Kyosuke. Captain Fengqiao, you are as handsome as ever. Blind guys, Captain Jushiro is the best. He's famously protective of his subordinates. Nonsense, the one who loves his subordinates the most is obviously the captain of the 6th car. A pure man, a real man. Looking at these graduates who were about to speak incoherently, Kuchiki Kyosuke was speechless and thought. Would you like to let the captains you support fight? Whoever wins will be the best, this is the most fair. The captains ignored the 6-time graduates who were as energetic as in previous years. Their eyes were more or less on Kuchiki Kyosuke who was on the sidelines. They know that since Kuchiki Kyosuke is here, it means that the opponent is not going to join the 6th team according to the tradition. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a posture of eyes, nose, and heart. Rushing forward is not a business. In this invisible contest, whoever takes the initiative will be at a disadvantage. No matter which fan team you join, it will have little impact on Kuchiki Kyosuke. What he wants is independence. Such rights are generally not given to newcomers, even if Kuchiki Kyosuke is a well-known genius. When Kuchiki Kyosuke was thinking, his back suddenly sank. My lovely brother, I haven't seen you for a while, you have become so powerful, I almost don't know my sister. That's not okay, Come and join my sister's fan team, get along with each other day and night, and learn more about it." When the clear and sweet female voice came, Kuchiki Kyosuke's heart skipped a beat. He didn't realize when the other party came. This kind of speed and the skill of hiding the breath. Looking back, the woman lying behind him has healthy brown skin, and a pair of amber eyes are bright and round like a cat. The purple hair was cut into short stubble by her, sticking to the sides of the cheeks. The tail of the hair was slightly curled up, looking lively and brisk. This woman with the body of a leopard is vigorous and wild. There are many beauties in the entire Seireitei, but only one has such wild charm. Feeling the strange weight on his back, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled. "Captain Yoryuki, pay attention to the influence, everyone is watching. And please talk to me in a normal way." "Hey? Why are you called so unfamiliar?" "Kyosuke, I grew up watching you, and you are more intimate with me." Not only did he not back down, Yoryuki stretched out his slender and well-proportioned hands, placed them on Kuchiki Kyosuke's shoulders, and hugged him. She wasn't short, but with Kuchiki Kyosuke's height and such intimate movements, she looked like a couple acting like a spoiled child from a distance. The behavior of the two sprinkling dog food wildly made all the students waiting in line to recruit look straight. "Hey, is that Chong Yai, the 2nd Division team?" "Shhh. She is a nobleman, calling her by her first name is very disrespectful." "What does it matter? Captain Chihaoran doesn't care about this at all." "Damn. If I could, I would also like to be held in Captain Yoryuki's arms. The big sister type is the best." Listening to the discussion in his ear, Kuchiki Kyosuke was a little speechless. Yoryuki behind seemed to feel Kyosuke's helplessness, so he became happier and moved more boldly. It's such a joy to play tricks on this younger brother who has become much stronger. Squeezing Kuchiki Kyosuke's cheek, she continued with a smile. "Come on, call me sister obediently. I can bring you to the 2nd team right now, and let my sister check your body to see if your progress is as good as the legend says." In her words, she had an irreversible momentum, as if she was sure that Kuchiki Kyosuke would not be able to resist. Chapter 38. "Captain Yoryuki, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in the 2nd team. The warm fragrance of nephrite jade is on the back, and Kuchiki Kyosuke is also a bit enjoyable. But he didn't get on top, didn't fall into this sweet trap." Kuchiki Kyosuke took a step forward with great perseverance and broke away from Yoryuki's grasp. "This guy is a bit crazy, he's really having fun, maybe he's talking about his childhood embarrassment. So in public, it's better to stay away from this overly enthusiastic Yoryuki sister. How about it? Considering the 5th squad?" In the next second, Hirako Shinji's voice suddenly came over. He didn't know when he had left the 5th team's recruitment booth, and walked leisurely to the two of them. On the other side, Aizen was patiently answering students' questions with a sunny smile. I'm afraid I'm impatient, I've been waiting for rescue." Where Aizen is, Kuchiki Kyosuke definitely doesn't want to go. Once there, the proficiency of Byakuya will definitely not increase quickly, but the acting skills will improve rapidly. After hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Hirako Shinji was not angry, but shrugged and said, "Then you have to think about it carefully, other people are not as easy to deal with as I am." Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced at the audience. "I am flattered by the enthusiasm of the captains, and I will definitely choose carefully." At this time, several captains were indeed paying attention to Kuchiki Kyosuke. However, although they were also very interested in Kuchiki Kyosuke, they did not immediately participate in this competition because of other considerations. "So both of you are recruiting Kuchiki? Then please allow me to invite you too." At this moment, a voice that was beyond everyone's expectations came over. Hearing the sound, Kuchiki Kyosuke and the two captains were taken aback for a moment, and they all looked back. I saw Tessai Tsukabishi, the tall and incumbent kid leader, Tessai Tsukabishi, looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a smile. Even the kid want to intervene. Hirako Shinji said in disbelief. Generally speaking, kid congregation will not recruit 6-time graduates because the level is not enough. Without time accumulation and corresponding contributions, no matter how talented you are, it is impossible to learn advanced kid all at once. The more advanced the kid, the more complex theoretical knowledge is required. Without the corresponding accumulation of knowledge, even if you go to kid, you will not be able to play a good role. After all, the kid require the kid to be able to apply the kid to every aspect of Siraitai, and combat is less important. And this is definitely not something that 6-time graduates can do. Ah, it's Kyosuke after all. It's only natural for the kid people to come and invite a genius who can create kid at this age. Genius, always attractive, and especially thoughtful. Shihoran Yoryuaki clasped his fists, looking like he was watching a good show. She really couldn't understand what this younger brother was thinking. But you probably won't go to kid, right? Tessai Tsukabishi continued. I've already discussed with Deputy Chief Kid Ariaki. If His Excellency Kyosuke comes here, he can directly assume the position of Deputy Chief Kid. Having said that, the 2-meter-tall giant paused for a moment, then said in a firm tone. I am very optimistic about the talent of Lord Kyosuke. 10 years later, I will abdicate and recommend you to be the head of the Grand Kid. Hearing Tessai Tsukabishi's words, both Hirako Shinji and Shihoran Yoryuaki, as well as the captain who listened to this conversation, were terrified. They were indeed envious of Kuchiki Kyosuke's talent. Not to mention the Mu Academy of Spiritual Art, the entire Siraitai can dare to say that it can suppress Kuchiki Kyosuke in terms of talent, that is none. But no matter how strong Tiantian's talent is, generally speaking, the highest starting point for a freshman Shinigami is the seat officer. And Kid is not actually a subsidiary of Godai 13. Like Godai 13, it is an institution under the rule of the central 40 or 60 rooms. It is only in recent years that Godai 13 has continued to grow and suppress the Kid crowd, making it look a bit like a subsidiary of Godai 13. In fact, regardless of level or function, Vice Captain Kid is equivalent to the Vice Captain of each team. As for the Chief Kid, he has a heavy responsibility and a high position, which is even more important than ordinary captains. Isn't it a little too childish to easily promise such an important position to a 6-time graduate? Soon, Hirako Shinji frowned, suddenly realizing Tessai Tsukabishi's intention. But he still looked puzzled and thought. Tessai Tsukabishi is investing in Kuchiki Kyosuke as the next captain. As expected of the leader of the big kid, he is very courageous. Shihoran Yoryuaki looked up and down the big kid who was very low-key before. For Shinigami, 10 years is just a blink of an eye, and it has passed in the blink of an eye. If Kuchiki Kyosuke runs out of potential or underperforms at that time, he will be the one to be ashamed. It takes a lot of courage to make such a promise in front of so many captains. Tessai Tsukabishi looked determined, and then said amazing words. If it weren't for the fact that the entry time was too short to handle, I would have given up the captaincy to Kyosuke Dano even after a year. Your Excellency Kyosuke, what do you think? At this moment, all the big eyes are on Kuchiki Kyosuke. They were very curious about what choice Kuchiki Kyosuke would make. And Tessai Tsukabishi was able to make such a gamble. Maybe this genius can really rewrite the situation of Siraitai in the future and elevate the status of Kid. At this moment, a feeling of witnessing history suddenly rose in everyone's hearts. When Yamamoto Genrisaya founded Godai 13 and the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, no one would have thought that it would develop into what it is today. Some people are born to change the world and history. Kuchiki Kyosuke mused. The Kid are not all combat missions, there are also some trivial matters. This doesn't go with Kuchiki Kyosuke's plan. However, Tessai Tsukabishi does have sincerity. Starting with the vice captain is also perfect for him. In fact, he didn't value the captain's promise after 1 year. With his strength, it will be a matter of time before he becomes the captain. But considering the particularity of the kid people, Kuchiki Kyosuke can completely build it into its own independent kingdom, just like the video hall secretly controlled by the Tsuneyashiro family. This allure is no small matter. After becoming a deputy kid chief, theoretically only the 40 or 60 rooms and the grand kid chief can order themselves. This autonomy was too great, and for a while, Kuchiki Kyosuke fell into the trouble of happiness. Chapter 39. When Kuchiki Kyosuke made a careful choice, the deputy captain of the 11th team looked at Kenpeki, who was teaching his subordinates, and carefully reminded. Captain Oni Rock City, it is said that the genius of the Kuchiki family is also participating in the selection today. Is it really okay if you don't go over there to recruit yourself? Immediately, Ghost Rock City shifted its gaze to the vice-captain, with an impatient look on his ferocious face. Kuchiki Kyosuke, Kuchiki Kyosuke. The last few days have been full of this person's name, but it's just a deceitful brat. I am the captain of the strongest team in Jinglingting, the man who bears the title of Kenpeki. You asked me to curry favor with a mere 6 reborn kid, how much do you look down on me? Sorry, captain. Although the vice-captain kept apologizing, he was still beaten up by the grumpy Ghost Rock City. The other team members dared not speak out against this tyrant-like captain. The seemingly peaceful Seireitai has a strict hierarchy inside. Yamamoto Genrisai, the strongest Shinigami, is a super strong standing among all Shinigami, undefeated for thousands of years. But even such a character has to obey the orders of the central 40 or 60 offices. And the highest authority of the Soul Society is actually just a plaything of the nobles. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, a branch house disciple of the previous Tsuneyashiro family, brutally murdered 2 civilian Shinigami. One of them is even Tokinata's wife. However, the punishment the other party received turned out to be a mild reprimand from 40 or 60 rooms. For Shinigami, the nobility is the sky, the superior, even if the opponent is not strong enough. Similarly, in each team, the captain's order is absolute, and he has the power to kill or kill the members. As the battle team, the 11th team has implemented this concept to ultimate. The team members could only hate themselves for being too weak, otherwise not only would they not have to suffer this kind of abuse, but they would also be able to take away the captaincy of Ghost Rock City. Yoryuki, who had the best relationship with Kuchiki Kyosuke, was the first to come to his senses. Stretching out his hand to pinch Kyosuke's face, he smiled narrowly. Although you are good, brother, but sister, I already have a vice-captain I like. So unfortunately, I can only temporarily withdraw from this competition. After finishing speaking, Shihaoran Yoryuki's figure became blurred for a while, and he disappeared without the consciousness of several captains. The name Flash Goddess lives up to its name. Captain Yoryuki is a bit biased. Several captains who saw this scene shook their heads. Everyone is smart, so they figured it out right away, and Shihaoran Yoryuki took the opportunity to raise Kuchiki Kyosuke's worth. The subtext of the people is, if you want to recruit Kuchiki Kyosuke, then take out the position of vice-captain. Unfortunately, most captains cannot do this. Seireitai is not fighting and killing, it is the way of the world. My vice-captains have been with me for a long time, and some of them are related households. How can I replace them? Hirako Shinji gave Aizen a regretful look. He really wanted to change this vice-captain. Too bad the timing wasn't right. Then Hirako Shinji nodded to the two and returned to the recruiting seat. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke also made a decision. Facing Tessai Tsukabishi's extremely expectant and enthusiastic eyes, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and said, "The big kid is such a kind invitation, it would be a bit unreasonable for me to refuse. You agree? Great. Never before has Tessai Tsukabishi been certain that the kid congregation has a bright future." Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled and didn't say much. In his heart, he knew very well that this Tessai Tsukabishi was under a lot of pressure. Over the years, the momentum of kid has not been as good as before, and there is no decent development. It is strange if there is no pressure. In fact, Kuchiki Kyosuke knew early on that Tessai Tsukubishi was similar to Urahara Kisuke in some ways. Both are that kind of scientist. Tessai Tsukubishi is even a little purer. So the two get mixed up. Therefore, Tessai Tsukubishi actually wants to concentrate on studying kid rather than being stuck between Godai 13 and the central 40 or 60 rooms. Tessai Tsukubishi is really not suitable for the position of Grand Kid. Then, led by Tessai Tsukubishi, the two headed towards the headquarters of the kid congregation. After arriving near the headquarters of the kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked forward and was slightly taken aback. Immediately, he smiled and nodded, interesting. Then, under the surprised eyes of Tessai Tsukubishi, Kuchiki Kyosuke stepped out as if nothing had happened, and came to the range of the kid headquarters. Kuchiki Deputy Chief Kid, you, this. Tessai Tsukubishi had an unbelievable look on his face, as if he had seen something extremely incredible, and he couldn't speak well when he was frightened. What's wrong? What did I do wrong? Kuchiki Kyosuke, who just took over as Deputy Kid Chief, was a little puzzled. Could it be that the kid have some rules that they don't know about? After calming down, Tessai Tsukubishi quickly shook his hands and explained. No, it's my problem. I'm just intimidated by the kid talent of Deputy Kid Kuchiki. After finishing speaking, he pointed to the surrounding air with a somewhat complicated expression. Here, there is the kid enchantment set up by Vice Captain Yuuki and I. In order to create this hidden enchantment called the 8 Yaoshuanja, we gathered the power of the entire kid. But this enchantment has no effect on Deputy Chief Kid of Kuchiki. Excuse me, how did you do it? The masterpiece of Yayao Shuanja and his deputy kid, Akita Boshien, who researched together, is a high-level enchantment of camouflage type. It can cover the surrounding breath, make people ignore everything within the range, and avoid this place unconsciously. Even at the captain level, without special means, it cannot be resolved. But Kuchiki Kyosuke in front of him, seems to have completely ignored the effect of kid. Not only did it pass through the barrier easily, it didn't even touch any warning mechanism. If it wasn't for Tessai Tsukubishi, he could still feel the enchantment working normally. He might wonder if his enchantment suddenly dissipated. This is no longer scary, but unbelievable. The eyes changed a few times, and Tessai Tsukubishi looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with more admiration. So this is 8 Yaoshuanja. Kuchiki Kyosuke is no stranger to the kid enchantment used by the Masked Legion in this plot. Looking at Tessai Tsukubishi's eagerness to learn, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled and said, "Actually, your enchantment is very interesting and powerful, but it doesn't work for me. If I'm not mistaken, this enchantment can be disguised as Reiatsu of the Voyeur, so as to isolate Reiatsu from detection. And I can perfectly control my own Reiatsu breath, so I won't be used by these 8 Yaoshuanja. The body of the Shinigami created by the perfect Liuku Immortal Thief is perfect. Not only is his strength bursting, his potential is full, but he also has the talent to hide Reiatsu. With this talent, if Kuchiki Kyosuke is determined to kill someone, he will basically not miss. Most of the barriers and seals will only take effect on Reiatsu, even Yayao Shuanja. This talent of Kuchiki Kyosuke shocks the big kid for 100 years. Chapter 40. After hearing what Kuchiki Kyosuke said, Tessai Tsukubishi looked shocked. You can hide yourself Reiatsu perfectly, no wonder the captain of the second team noticed you. Is this a new kid? Self-created kid again? In fact, strictly speaking, Byakuya Shuanja is also self-created kid. It's just that Byakuya Shuanja, like most other self-created kid, has inherited the experience and skills of its predecessors. This self-created kid is not completely self-created, it can only be said to be a fusion of various kid. Kuchiki Kyosuke's self-created kid is different. It is 100% original and has no shadow of its predecessor at all. It even looks like another brand new power system. After seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid, Tessai Tsukubishi, who is obsessed with kid, is like opening the door to the new world. He will make a promise that ordinary people can't understand, just to let Kuchiki Kyosuke join the kid congregation. In fact, Tessai Tsukubishi thought it through. Isn't kid the future of kid? Who else can surpass Kuchiki Kyosuke on kid in the future? Faced with the overly enthusiastic attitude of his elder brother Kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt a little uncomfortable. It's not kid, it's just my little specialty, it's nothing. There is also Tsukubishi the big kid, don't be so polite to me, we will spend a lot of time together in the future. It was no matter what he said, he persuaded Tessai Tsukubishi, an honest man, to give up the habit of saying honorifics. It feels harder than learning an advanced kid. When Tessai Tsukubishi took Kuchiki Kyosuke to visit the headquarters of the kid, a secret laboratory of the 12th Squad, Shihoran Yoryuki quietly approached a scientist who was concentrating on an experiment. Yoryuki-san, how did it turn out? Without looking up, Urahara Kisuke suddenly spoke. How did you find me? Shihoran Yoryuki was a little curious, but also a little upset. If you can't scare this guy, the fun will be a lot less all of a sudden. Urahara Kisuke pointed to an unremarkable device on the ground. This is a substance detection device I just developed, and it can be sensed whether it is a spirit particle or a device. By the way, which fan team did that Kuchiki classmate choose in the end? Shihoran Yoryuki leaned against the wall with his hands folded in front of his chest, and smiled lightly. We all guessed wrong, he joined the kid. This kid is too popular, and this time the kid have paid a lot of money. They asked him to be the vice captain, and promised him the position of captain. Seemingly not expecting this result, Urahara Kisuke was stunned for a second and then sighed. It's a pity. If you are willing to go to the kid congregation, why don't you want to come to the Technology Development Bureau? Vice captain or something, I can also agree. At worst, I'll just ask Hiri's vice captain. You are all crazy, is that kid so good? Shihoran Yoryuki looked suspicious. Urahara Kisuke said seriously. Absolutely. This substance detection device and the invisibility cloak I am developing are all inspired by Kuchiki. Urahara Kisuke found it interesting that Kuchiki Kyosuke had the talent to hide Reiatsu. He first developed a detection device for this. Then, with this in mind, Urahara Kisuke began to research a device that could completely hide his body shape and Reiatsu breath. Immediately, he will be able to bear fruit. If this can trick Kuchiki Kyosuke to the Technology Development Bureau to study it, there will be countless inspirations and achievements. You have always had a lot of ideas, and you always carry out these dangerous researches. Be careful of being backlashed. Shihoran Yoryuki reminded him a little, and said nothing more. This friend looks harmless to humans and animals, but in fact, just like himself, he has a terrible stubborn temper and doesn't listen to people at all. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke joked, don't you have a little girlfriend now, and you still care about that kid so much? I have a big appetite, can't I eat 2 bowls of rice for a meal? Shihoran Yoryuki said angrily. At this moment, Urahara Kisuke seemed to have thought of something, stopped the research work at hand, and his expression became extremely serious. I always feel like something big is going to happen to Siriti. The appearance of those alienated voids is definitely not simple. And I found that my research data seems to have been moved, but there is no clue. It is precisely because of this stimulus that Urahara Kisuke began to study more advanced surveillance devices. At the same time, he also prepared some convenient equipment. Because these days, the more Urahara Kisuke analyzes the data of alienation void, the more he feels that there is a problem here. And it's a big problem. Someone must be playing tricks behind this. It's a pity that I don't know why. I clearly know that someone is causing trouble, but this person is like an invisible person, unable to touch. As smart as Urahara Kisuke, he couldn't find any flaws in this person. Shihao and Yoryuki's golden pupils shone with crystal luster. I also noticed something was wrong. Every time I felt a mouse passing by, but I searched carefully, but found nothing. Well, it seems that we have to prepare early. Urahara Kisuke thought it was time to get rid of something first. Yoryuki's words further confirmed his conjecture. Being cautious by nature, he doesn't intend to leave any future troubles. Some researches that are too dangerous should be temporarily sealed. Then I'll check the situation again. It's rare for so many captains to gather together. After the voice fell, Shihao and Yoryuki disappeared in the laboratory. Chapter 41. In the Zhenyang Academy of Spiritual Art, after the recruitment was over, a group of captains got together to discuss the quality of this year's new tea. Shihao and Yoryuki, who rushed over with Shunpo, was talking nonchalantly while quietly observing the team captains. It's just that no matter how hard she tried to analyze, she couldn't see which captain was playing tricks in the dark. It's a pity. What a pity. Such a hero went to the kid. If I had known earlier, I would have seriously invited you. The muscular and straightforward Meguro Makensei is still brooding over Kuchiki Kyosuke's choice. It's not that he looks down on the kid audience, he just thinks it's a bit of a waste of Kuchiki Kyosuke's talent. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu smiled. A character like Kuchiki Kyosuke, no matter where he goes, is not ordinary, but will emit a dazzling light. Then I'll wait and see. Oh, it's burning. Seeming to have thought of something, Meguro Makensei roared to the sky with great excitement. The team captains have long been used to the performance art of the captain of the 9th team. While they were talking, a huge shadow suddenly cast over, covering everyone. Immediately afterwards, a very rude male voice suddenly sounded. What? Kid congregation? Oni Yanchinj Kenpei draped Zanpakut around his waist, his face full of disbelief. Glancing at the captains, as well as Kuchiki Kyosuke and Tessai Tsukubishi in front of him, he froze for a few seconds, and then burst into loud laughter. No. That's it. You noble brats who boast about flowers, ended up going to a place full of trash like the kid. I heard from my team members that you all still want to invite this kid into the team. As a result, others didn't like it at all, and just wanted to be an idle nobleman. What a shame. His attitude was extremely contemptuous, he didn't even bother to give a few people straight eyes, and with a face full of arrogance, he patted Zanpakut on the waist again and again, as if to show off his identity as the captain of the 11th squad. Fortunately, I was still thinking about showing this genius a little respect, so I ran over specially and waited for him to submit his application for joining the team. It turns out. Ha ha ha, the Kuchiki's house you kept talking about, no, it's a once-in-a-100-year super genius in the Soul Society, and he went to a place like the kid. That's right, how can a waste from a noble family enter the 11th team? Just in time, Tessai Tsukubishi and Kuchiki Kyosuke came over to make the final handover and farewell, and then heard that Oniwajo spoke rudely to the kid congregation and Kuchiki Kyosuke. Talking bad things about people behind their backs, and being caught on the spot, Ghost Rock City is not ashamed. A Shunpo came to the two of them and said to Kuchiki Kyosuke. You are really wise enough to choose the kid, I will be impressed by you. The kid people are also very good. At least there are many tasks, and they can be promoted quickly. As he said that, Oni Yanchinj Kenpei reached out his hand, wanting to pat Kuchiki Kyosuke on the shoulder. But in the next second, he was taken aback. At some point, Tessai Tsukubishi had drawn out his staff-shaped Zanpakut, and silently blocked Kuchiki Kyosuke. Snapped. The tip of the staff is not biased, just blocking Kenpei's hand. The kid are not a place to keep waste. Tessai Tsukubishi clenched his staff tightly and looked at Kenpei with cold eyes. The mighty Reiatsu was about to move, making the air a little bit depressing. The others were provocative to the face, and in front of him, the head of the kid, they insulted their newcomers who had just joined the team. How can this be tolerated? Without the slightest hesitation, the next second, he said directly. Inigonjo, now apologize to me and Lord Kyosuke. Otherwise, don't leave today. Seeing this scene, Guiyanshin Kenpeki was taken aback for a moment. Usually, he is also sneering at several members of the kid crowd, and has put on the superior posture of the superior more than once. But Tessai Tsukubishi never had an outburst, at most he used some other means to get him punished by the captain. But now, he actually made a rash move for a kid who just graduated. He even said something like a threat. This is really the first time. Strange enough. However, Kenpeki's attention was not on Tessai Tsukubishi. Instead, he turned his head slightly and glanced behind him. The moment his words landed, Shihaoran Yoryuaki pulled out the short sword from his waist without knowing when. The cold scabbard was also handed out, and it stuck tightly on Inigonken's arm, preventing him from touching Kuchiki Kyosuke smoothly. The look of the lively big sister in the past has all faded away, and Shihaoran Yoryuaki's expression is terribly cold. As if aware of the sight, she slowly raised her head, her ember pupils were filled with cold air, staring at Kenpeki, the ghost city like a beast. Hey, ghost city! She tilted her head slightly, with a hint of murderous intent in her voice. What are you saying to my brother Kyosuke? You can tell me your current position at any time if you're tired of your mind, and I'll change it for you. This guy's killing intent was real, and he didn't even need to turn his head to look. Kenpeki already felt the cold killing intent. If his current location is not Siritai, but some deep and uninhabited path. The woman behind her must have already pulled out her knife and took off her own head neatly. Realizing this, Guiyanshin Kenpeki not only did not restrain himself, but his unhappiness deepened. Just a noble brat, are these people crazy? He actually challenged him as the captain of the 11th team? He raised his eyebrows, and the next second, he sneered. Hey, can't you? I was just kidding. Why are you so excited? It was certainly impossible for Shihaoran Yoryuaki not to be excited. She almost watched Kyosuke's birth and growth, and she already regarded him as her own younger brother. When her relatives are insulted, she will never let it go. Before the captain learned the news and arrived, she had enough time to clean up this guy, Guiyanshin. Tessai Tsukubishi thinks the same way as she does. He has already regarded Kuchiki Kyosuke as one of his own since the matter of Yayao Shuanja and joining the kid congregation. Just waiting to make friends with him and study kid together in the future. How could Oni Yanshin Kenpeki be allowed to insult him and the kid? Now several captains retreated one after another, their attitude of letting them do things was so obvious. If you don't rush, when will you wait? Unfortunately, before he could speak, Shihaoran Yoryuaki chuckled and said. Guiyanshin, you just got lucky and became the captain of the 11th team. Everyone knows that the previous generation of Kenpeki was lucky enough to inherit the captain's position, and his strength was not up to standard. Only you will think that killing him and replacing him is such a powerful thing. You just got lucky to get the captain's position, that's all. Now you still dare to insult the best students of Mo Academy of Spiritual Art here, and speak nonsense to the kid. Ghost Yanshin, where do you get your confidence? Chapter 42. Although Shihaoran Yoryuaki's words were simple, they perfectly hit the point that Kenpeki cared about most. That is wrong. From Rukonga all the way to become the captain, this is something that everyone will be proud of. But to him, it was like uncovering the fig leaf. Killing Kenpeki to gain the name Kenpeki has always been an unchangeable tradition. There is only one exception, and that is Kenpeki Kyode, the former captain of the 11th team. The guy named Wuzyuk was originally the vice-captain of the 8th generation Kenpeki, and his strength was not particularly outstanding. But no one expected that the 8th generation Kenpeki Mojo would suddenly surrender to Central 46, revealing his series of crimes, and eventually be imprisoned to the bottom of the underground prison, the Endless Hell. Seirai would not be able to find a suitable Kenpeki candidate for a while, so he had to promote the then vice-captain Wazuo to the 9th generation of Kenpeki. Ngui Yanchinj killed the most watery and weakest Kenpeki in history. What the strongest swordsman in the Soul Society, he is just a reckless man who picked up a mistake. Strictly speaking, he just beheaded a vice-captain. This is the most taboo thing for Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City, and anyone who mentions it will die. Now that Chihauer and Yoryuki had exposed him face to face, he gritted his teeth and his face became extremely hideous. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who saw this scene behind him, also smiled slightly. Sure enough, punishing the heart is the kingly way. Just when Ghost Rock City was about to scold back, coincidentally, someone among the students watching from a distance expressed emotion. Hey! The captaincy of Gion City, is that how it came about? This is really surprising. Ridicule? Just because you guys dare to mock me. His mind became hot in an instant, and Ngui Yanchinj swept across the crowd viciously, his ferocious gaze scared the students back a few steps. But the captains are not afraid of Ghost Rock City. They neither retreated nor looked away, but looked at the furious Ghost Rock City with half-smile eyes. But this scene completely irritated Kenpeki, Oni Yanchinj. What are you looking at? Believe it or not, if I kill you, I'm the captain of the 11th team. The strongest in the Soul Society. Kenpeki. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Tessai Tsukabishi and Kuchiki Kyosuke again. And you, what the hell are you talking about? Became the captain by luck. The lack of rationality has already collapsed, Ngui Yanchinj blushed, and roared with extreme rage. Is it luck? You will know if you try it. You are courting death yourself, don't blame me. In the next second, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki suddenly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. The huge blade flashed across the air, galloping towards Yoryuki with merciless ferocity. But Yoryuki squinted his eyes, and didn't show any surprise, on the contrary, he smiled even more happily. But you did it first. I was just forced to fight back, and it's not my fault. She drew out the short sword like lightning, trying to block the incoming saber light, while the other hand had already drawn out the spare short sword at the back of her waist, and put on an attacking stance. Tessai Tsukabishi beside him also turned his staff subconsciously, trying to stop Oni Yanchinj's movement. Behind the scenes, the expressions of the captains also became extraordinarily exciting. I really have to do it. They are also extremely curious about which side will be stronger, the second team dedicated to covert assassination, or the 11th team dedicated to fighting. Suddenly, the whole scene became quiet. Listening carefully, one could even hear the sharp whistling sound of the blade passing through the air. In the next second, everyone present was suddenly stunned. Even Chihauer and Yoryuki and Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't help but stare blankly. I saw the black-haired boy standing silently beside Tessai Tsukabishi, with one hand resting on the heavy Zanpakuto of a Niganjo. Compared with the door-like butcher's knife, Kuchiki Kyosuke's palms and body look so slender and fragile, as if they might be broken at any time. But Ngui Yanchinj did not speak. He just blushed, clenched his teeth, secretly increased his strength, and pressed down firmly. But the Zanpakuto in front of him is like an impassable wall, no matter how he changes the angle and how much strength he puts in, the Zanpakuto in front of him remains motionless. Even Kuchiki Kyosuke's white palms and not-so-thick wrists shook a bit, and there was no trace of force. How so? Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki's back felt a little cold, and there was a silent change in the eyes of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Whether in Rukonga or Seirai, his strength has not lost to anyone. Therefore, it even got the title of natural strange power. But now, looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke's thin wrists, the doubts in his heart almost burst out of his chest. He has already used all his strength. This guy, why doesn't he even shake it? Could it be Zanpakuto's ability? Compared to Onuwacho, who was about to use up all his energy, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked relaxed, and even had the energy to speak. Aren't you born with supernatural power? That's it. Didn't you eat? Use your strength. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not afraid to compare strength and physique with anyone. In this regard, the only one who can be equal to me is Zaraki Kenpeki, who is still wandering in the 80th district. This scene shocked all the captains behind them. That Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to easily suppress the brute force of Oniwa Castle with just one hand. What a force, what a monster! The few students who retreated to the distance completely lost their previous fear and began to discuss. This Ghost Rock City Kenpeki really doesn't seem to have eaten. Isn't it serious? He's the 10th generation Kenpeki. It can't be that weak, right? It's that weak, didn't you say it before? This guy got the title of Kenpeki. If only I had such good luck. Chapter 43. On the other side, Shihoran Yoryuki couldn't help showing a look of astonishment as he looked at the much thicker back in front of him. This guy, when did he come here? She obviously didn't feel any breath, but when she regained consciousness, Kuchiki Kyosuke was already standing in front of her. Literally, she wouldn't even have noticed Kuchiki Kyosuke's move had he not blocked Kenpeki's Zanpakuto. Can perfectly hide from her, who is the commander-in-chief of stealth maneuvering. How strong is this guy's control over breath? I remember that in the past, this guy didn't have such ability. I have only been the captain for a few years, why did this younger brother grow up to the point where he can't understand? She couldn't help but feel a little curious, and couldn't help looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke. With this observation, Shihoran Yoryuki seemed to have discovered something, and secretly said in his heart, interesting. Then, with a flash of her figure, she just stepped back, allowing Kuchiki Kyosuke to confront a captain who was about to go berserk. It's all because of you, if it weren't for you BD. Kill you, I must kill you. At this moment, listening to the surrounding discussions, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki's eyes were bloodshot and he was incoherent. His originally ferocious face became even more terrifying under the extreme distortion, like an evil ghost. The way Oniwajo looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke was also full of murderous intent. Under the blessing of anger, his huge body trembled, emitting a ferocious Reiatsu that contained a cold chill. The moment the opponent broke Reiatsu, Kuchiki Kyosuke caught Tessai Tsukubishi Shunpo backwards. Then, he stood in front of Tessai Tsukubishi and blocked all the surging Reiatsu on his face. In just a split second, Oniwa Castle disregarded the rules of the Seirai and Shikai Zanpakuto. For a moment, the turbulent Reiatsu was like a galloping sea wave, drowning the weakest students. The voice of discussion stopped abruptly, and several students couldn't bear the impact of Reiatsu, they fell to the ground without saying a word. The whole scene suddenly became messy, and several Reiatsu dragged the fainted students back. Ghost Yanchinj, are you crazy? Stop! After hearing the news, Kurako Shunsui and several other captains released Kid together. Immediately, a powerful barrier was formed, blocking Reiatsu of Oni Rock City. In order not to interfere with the life of those adults in Seirai, Shikai is strictly prohibited here. Now, Ghost Rock City broke this rule. The captains could only take temporary remedial measures. Feeling the aftermath of the terrifying Reiatsu in Oniwa Castle, Tessai Tsukubishi turned pale with fright, and quickly reminded. Lieutenant Kuchiki Kid, be careful, this guy is crazy. Otherwise we will retreat first, wait. But at this point, Tessai Tsukubishi froze. He also understood why those captains and Captain Yoryuki just watched with cold eyes, and no one took action to stop Ghost Rock City. The reason is that Kuchiki Kyosuke is laughing right now. Facing a 10th-generation Kenpeki who boosted Reiatsu 10 times after Bankai, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't have a trace of fear and worry. With a smile on his face, he looked at the Ghost Rock Castle holding Zanpakuto in both hands. Look, why are you still in a hurry? Oniwajo didn't say a word, his eyes were red, full of killing intent, he urged Reiatsu to charge forward with all his strength. Compared with strength, he suffered a bit, but that was just carelessness. Shinigami still wanted to see Reiatsu, so he crushed the imp's body with the unmatched Reiatsu. Then this is just wishful thinking of Ghost Rock City. The majestic Reiatsu rolled and rolled beside him, but it was like hitting a rocky wave, it couldn't stir up any splash at all, and even the boy's figure couldn't be shaken. This kid obviously doesn't have the slightest Reiatsu aura, why is it so strong? Am I going to lose? Impossible. I am the strongest 10th-generation Kenpeki, I will not lose. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's calm eyes and unmoving body, Onuajo's heart was shaken for a moment. But soon, this vacillation was replaced by unparalleled killing intent. While Anohinaretsu gently led the students away, Kurako Shunsui exchanged glances with the captains. Everyone knew well that Ghost Rock City had lost their eyes and was completely insane. Unexpectedly, the gamble that was just a joke before has actually come true. Team 8th Captain Kurako Shunsui sighed, and drew Kaiten Kaikotsu to stand by. He clarified his attitude with actions, and if Ghost Rock City fell into a disadvantage, they would not make a move. If something happens to Kuchiki Kyosuke, then all the captains will rush to stop the crazy Onuwa castle. It's that fair? Several captains have no objection to this. It was rare to see something lively, and they were very happy to see Ghost Rock City make a fool of itself. Torabashi RJR is very confident. With several of our captains around, there is no possibility of problems. Let us see how long this kid can last. Emotionally, they would love to see Kuchiki Kyosuke beat Oni Rock. But intellectually, they know that this is almost impossible. After all, no matter how weak Ghost Rock City is, it will be Bankai. Anohinaretsu, who was walking slowly, happened to hear the words of Torabashi RJR. Her eyes flashed, as if she had thought of something, but she didn't say much, she just quietly looked at the two people who were confronting each other on the field. At this time, Zanpakuto had already been pulled out from Kuchiki Kyosuke's hand, and fell to his side. On the body of the snow-white knife, an inconspicuous dim light covered the blade's edge, silently devouring the surrounding air while releasing the ultimate chill. Unlike normal Shinigami, Kuchiki Kyosuke is used to holding a sword with one hand. The vast majority of Shinigami hold swords in both hands, regardless of weapon. At least that's how it works when you go all out. The reason is simple, the hands are stronger, the speed is faster, the explosive power is stronger, and the stability is more stable. One-handed sword masters like Kuchiki Kyosuke are confident in their swordsmanship and control. The source of Kuchiki Kyosuke's confidence is the perfect state of Liuku Immortal Thieves. After feeling Kuchiki Kyosuke's fighting spirit and confidence, the other captains gave up the idea of helping. Because this is a battle that belongs exclusively to Kuchiki Kyosuke, a battle with a man's dignity. Chapter 44. In the enchantment, Oni Rock City's eyes were blood red, and the burst of blood Reiatsu even distorted the surrounding space. This is the power behind Captain Shikai. After Shinigami has mastered Bankai, they can Shikai without liberation language. Ghost Rock City quietly opened Shikai, which is actually no different from a sneak attack. If it weren't for Kuchiki Kyosuke's quick response just now, Ghost Rock Castle might have succeeded. At this time, the Zanpakuto in the hands of Oni Rock City has transformed into Shikai form. The blade became thicker and heavier, with a blood groove on the left and right sides. The blade became longer and sharper, glowing with a strange black light. The whole knife is like a shield and a door panel, exuding a strange and ominous atmosphere, just like a demon knife. The damage enhancement type fits the character of this reckless man very well. With just one glance, Kuchiki Kyosuke almost guessed Zanpakuto's Shikai ability. Fear, noble brat, I will let your flesh and blood fill this place. After roaring a few times, Onuajo's figure flashed, and he slashed at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a knife. With a bad temper, he is a killer move, without any scruples. After Shikai, Reiatsu of Ghost Rock City was strengthened, and the tall black and fat body became more flexible. It was just one step to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and then cut off with a knife. Murderous aura filled the air, the evil wind was stirring, the blade tore through everything, eager to drink blood. The brute force of Ghost Rock City and Shikai are powerful Reiatsu, and even Ajichas can be cut with one knife. As the blade approached, Kuchiki Kyosuke calmed down and held Tijong with one hand. At this time, apart from the sword in his hand, there was no distracting thought in his mind. In the next instant, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes lit up. He swung his right arm, flipped his wrist, and swung the knife again. In half a breathless time, blocking, shaking the knife, and slashing, the three movements are done in one go, like lightning. Don't try to block my Zanpakuto with your feeble swordsmanship, die. At the beginning, when he felt the power transmitted from the knife, Ghost Rock City didn't take it seriously. He thought that as long as he continued to use his strength, he could cut the hateful boy in two. Unexpectedly, when the two swords intersect, the opponent's Zanpakuto is like a swimming snake, rubbing his Zanpakuto and swinging downward. With this sway, he somehow unloaded most of his slashing power. Then the next second, he howled miserably, and the knee of his left leg had been inexplicably stabbed. After one cut, Kuchiki Kyosuke moved his feet, and Shunpo went behind Uni Yanchinch and continued to move. Despicable boy, only sneak attack. Oni Rock City reluctantly turned around and slashed back, blocking Kuchiki Kyosuke's attacking blade. Ding ding ding. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who wields a sword with one hand, makes frequent moves. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a tornado, spinning around Ghost Rock City non-stop. Ghost Rock City made one move, and he has already made several moves. Every time the sword is swung, either the angle is tricky, making Ghost Rock City inevitable. Either it is cleverly placed on Shikai Zanpakuto's sword so that it cannot exert force normally. Every move and style has clear thinking and clear goals, and they complement each other and form a chain with each other. Obviously, the moves used by Kuchiki Kyosuke are very common and basic, and even the 6th generation students present can use them freely. But it was just such an ordinary move that made Ghost Rock City helpless, and could only be incompetent and furious, dying one after another. A hole. A hole. A hole. Obviously, as long as you hit it once, you can. Are you only going to run away? I order you to fight me head-on. In extreme anger, Ghost Rock City roared again and again, and its moves became more and more violent and swift. But the enemy is clearly in front of him, but it is like a phantom, and he can't hit it at all. He can't even hit the enemy's weapons, and his powerful Zanpakuto ability can't be used at all. Aggrieved. Extremely aggrieved. This scene shocked a group of students from the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Academy in the distance and exclaimed. Strong, too strong. Handsome, so handsome. From today onwards, I am loyal to Lord Kyosuke. It's a pity that the one joining is the kid, otherwise I. Not to mention this group of Shinigami students who have never seen anything in the world, even the captains were also amazed by Kuchiki Kyosuke's cutting technique. What a beautiful cutting technique! Seeing this scene, Anoha Naretsu, Shihao and Yoryuaki and others were dazzled, their eyes sparkling. Kurako Shunsui vomited again while releasing Reiatsu to maintain the barrier. Is even the chopping technique so strong? This kid is a bit too monster. Doesn't this make us captains very useless? Jaishur Yukatake, who also rushed over with the captain, was a little confused. A genre I've never seen before. It doesn't belong to any genre, it's just a combination of basic moves. Anoha Naretsu has been watching Kuchiki Kyosuke since the start of the battle. Even when she was talking, she didn't look away. This kind of swordsmanship requires extremely strong personal strength, and this young man's physique is not simple. Captain Yamamoto also looked a little shocked, and then glared at Kurako Shunsui. The latter can't tell the bitterness. It was just a joke to let Kuchiki Kyosuke and Ghost Rock Castle fight. Who would have thought that the two could really fight? The blame can only be blamed on the Ghost Rock City for being too irritable, like crazy. At this moment, Meguruma Kensei suddenly discovered a blind spot. Hey, doesn't this one have a Shikai yet? It seems to be true. Only then did the captains react, and then everyone fell silent. After a while of silence, all the captains of Godai 13 had an idea in their minds. Ghost Rock City, you quit the team. This Ghost Rock Castle is a shame to Godai 13. Captains, I knew this guy was a parallel importer, but I didn't expect it to be such a scam. After Shikai, they can't even win a 6th generation student, and they don't even have Shikai. This wave directly pulled the captain's strength of Godai 13 below the horizon. Chapter 45. After a fierce fight, Kuchiki Kyosuke was full of energy and energy. Because he holds the sword in one hand, his figure is more elegant and graceful when he moves. In comparison, Ghost Rock City is like a clumsy bear. For some Yandang, just based on this point, there is no need to fight Ghost Rock City and they have already lost completely. Powerful control gave birth to extremely precise swordsmanship. The timing, distance, and angle of every move of Kuchiki Kyosuke are wonderful. Every one of them, he has achieved precise grasp. In this way, there is no suspense for him in the whole battle. When everything in battle is mastered, victory is within easy reach. While making quick moves, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not forget to deliberately provoke the opponent. Ghost Rock City, didn't you just yell fiercely? It won't work if you start your hands. With your strength, let alone the strongest Kenpeki, you are not even worthy of the name of Kenpeki. Boy, you are looking for death. Becoming Kenpeki is the most proud thing in Onion City's life. Kuchiki Kyosuke's remarks are tantamount to directly negating everything about Oni Rock Castle. Originally, he already felt humiliated and angry at the delay in winning a 6th return student. Now Kuchiki Kyosuke's words of killing people and killing people's heart broke the last string in Onuajo's mind. The endless anger burned away his remaining reason and brain. I will not let you die easily, I will break every bone in you, and make people scream for 3 days and 3 nights, begging me to kill you. Bankai King Kong End. With a roar like thunder, Gui Yanshinj grasped the handle of the knife tightly and poured energy into it. In an instant, his whole body's momentum, Reiatsu, and murderous aura burst out suddenly. The surging Reiatsu exploded in an instant, and the manic murderous aura hovered in the air, and finally the murderous aura turned into pieces of red light and quickly approached the black blade. The mighty Reiatsu scattered in all directions, smashing all obstacles in its path to pieces. These Reiatsu were blocked only when they reached the barrier set up by Kurako Shunsui, Anoha Naretsu and several other captains. Feeling the terrifying aura, all the captains looked solemn. Tessai Tsukubishi looked even more worried, hesitating whether to stop the fight. Shihao and Yoryuki was also silent. As for those college students, they were too scared to speak. Facing Zanpakute's final liberation and the captain's ultimate move, they only felt that the world was collapsing, like the end of the world. Such a battle, even if they just feel a little aftermath, is enough to make them completely lose their fighting spirit. In an instant, the already wide Zanpakut in Ghost Rock City's hand also increased several times, turning into a huge sword with a width of tens of centimeters. At the same time, a large amount of monstrous blood evil spirit is entangled on the black blade. The gigantic red and black Zanpakut exudes an ominous, bloodthirsty chill. Then Gui Yanshinj became extremely confident. He is a Zanpakut of pure physics. After Bankai, not only can he greatly increase his own strength and defense. Every sword you swing will also carry an extended Reiatsu sword aura. The current King Kong Jin, the attack distance and range are several times larger than those of Shikai. Boy, you are trying to hide from me. Come! With an angry shout, Gui Yanshinj swung the huge sword in his hand without hesitation. Boom! The heavy blade hit the ground fiercely, a powerful Reiatsu exploded suddenly, and countless bricks, tiles and stones were lifted up one after another. Behind, Reiatsu, which was as heavy as a boulder, rushed towards Kuchiki Kyosuke like a wave. Gui Yanshin's ability to become the captain is a bit real. After Bankai, with just one move, the range of Reiatsu's sword energy was more than half a meter wide, destroying everything along the way. When Shikai, his blade has the ability to cut everything, but after Bankai, not only the blade, but also the sword energy released by Zanpakuto has the effect of killing at touch. How about it, can you block this trick, kid? The smile on his face became ferocious, and Gui Yanshin's eyes turned red. With the previous lessons learned, he did not underestimate the enemy this time, and focused all his attention in front of him. The giant sword in his hand was ready to go, just waiting for the figure to flash out. Let the bombing ring, Taejiang. Facing the fully fired Onuwa castle, Kuchiki Kyosuke finally shook-eyed. The Reiatsu in him burst out suddenly. In the blink of an eye, all the murderous aura and Reiatsu that spread over from Onuwa castle were dispersed. Just after the explosion, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu immediately disappeared without a trace. Disappearing with it is the figure of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Swish! Just as Gui Yanshin thought, the dust and mist in front of him suddenly swayed, and a figure sprang out, so fast that it even brought a gust of wind, and it rushed in front of him in an instant. Boundless coldness struck in an instant, and Gui Yanshin's back was soaked in dripping cold sweat before he could meet the enemy. But this also made his consciousness clearer, and all the spiritual power poured into Zanpakuto in his hand in an instant. Gui Yanshin took a step, and swung the giant sword in his hand vigorously. Boom! The Reiatsu entwined on the blade exploded suddenly, turning into a thick sword aura, and swept forward rapidly. With such a close distance, in the blink of an eye, the figure in front of him was completely swallowed up. It's done! His eyes widened suddenly, and Gui Yanshin fell into a state of ecstasy. The divine realm that was still tense just now suddenly became a bit slack. But at this moment, the figure that should have been swallowed by the sword energy reappeared. But not in front of Gui Yanshin, but behind him. Seeing this scene, Shihaoran Yoryuki was taken aback for a moment. As a spectator of the battle, she saw it much more clearly than Gui Yanshin. Just now, the figure of Kuchiki Kyosuke, like a ghost without entity, made an exaggerated turn and rotation halfway, lightly avoided the sword energy, and came to the back of Gion City without a sound. This is Shunpo? No, it seems to be different again. At least the speed of twisting and spinning is a bit faster than Shunpo. And Shunpo seems to be able to attack during the process. It has to be said that Shihaoran Yoryuki is worthy of the woman who has the title of Flash Goddess. It was immediately apparent that Kuchiki Kyosuke was using a different Shunpo than the others. And so it is. Sparkle. It is this Shunpo with a special spin that Kuchiki Kyosuke uses. It can instantly turn behind the enemy at an extremely fast speed and from a strange angle, and quickly make moves. Because Shunpo and Slash are completed at the same time, it can be said that the ultimate is almost here. Therefore, even the captain may not be able to react. This move will not be learned by Byakuya Kuchiki for at least a few years, but as of now, no one has used it, or seen this kind of Shunpo. What's more, when Kuchiki Kyosuke made a move, he first exploded Reiatsu and then hid Reiatsu. Reiatsu's drastic changes will blind the enemy's Shinigami perception. So neither the naked eye nor the mind's eye can capture Kuchiki Kyosuke's movements. Therefore, his blink is scarier and harder to dodge than Byakuya Kuchiki's. Gui Yanshin, who was in ecstasy just now, immediately felt something was wrong. Shihaoran Yoryuki. That woman, why is she looking at his back? Could it be that bad? At this moment, the back of Ghost Rock City felt the familiar pain again. Hired again? When you are Shikai, you will be beaten. If you are Bankai, you will still be beaten. So am I not White Bankai? Chapter 46. After one strike, Kuchiki Kyosuke flew back immediately. In fact, in the Shikai state, as long as he uses Digiong's active ability, he can directly kill Ghost Rock City in an instant. The reason why he didn't do this was to hide this trump card. A mere Ghost Rock City is not worthy of him exposing the strongest ultimate move. With a coldness and pain in his back, Gui Yanshinj roared, exerted strength in his waist, and his body spun around, and the huge sword body was already twirling crazily. The scattered sword energy Reiatsu formed a terrifying sword net that cut everything. It's useless. A little trick. Do you think you can beat me like this? After Bankai, my Reiatsu has increased several times. Even if you stand up and let you chop, you can't help Laozi. Seeing that the trick he used with all his strength was once again in vain, Gui Yanshinj gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. His Zanpakut, whether it's a Shikai or a Bankai, all have one-hit lethal properties. Only a little bit touched by the blade and sword energy, the captain-level Shinigami will also suffer heavy damage. But with such a powerful ability, when facing this BD, it became a decoration. I don't know why, but the opponent is able to evade his inevitable ultimate move time and time again. The 5 assistants back then weren't that hard to kill, Bankai killed him in seconds with the last blow. Why is this kid so difficult? Ghost Rock City, it's over, I've already taken care of you. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked confident. Pretentious BD, don't try to fool me. Once again, Oni Rock unleashes Berserk Reiatsu, ready to blast Kuchiki Kyosuke to pieces. But something strange happened. He only felt that the Reiatsu he released not only failed to suppress Kuchiki Kyosuke's aura, but was constantly fading and weakening, as if being offset by some invisible thing. What happened? A little panicked in his heart, Oni Yanshinj Kenpeki couldn't help swallowing, and quickly retracted Reiatsu, looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke with strange eyes. Since fighting this kid, strange things have happened one after another. At first, I couldn't cut the opponent with a single blow, and now, even Reiatsu has become wrong. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked indifferent, looking at Onuwajo with a panicked expression. I said, I have already solved you. As he spoke, spiritual power burst out from his fingertips. It turned into strands of golden light and flashed in the air, forming mysterious golden characters. This is the brand new talisman of Tongtian Lu, the technique of sealing the pulse and cutting off the spirit. It was improved by Kuchiki Kyosuke from the predecessor's talisman, which specially sealed Reiatsu. Kuchiki Kyosuke's seemingly mediocre attacks before were actually preparations for this move. Once hit by this talisman, the Reiatsu in the body will be sealed with the power of an enchantment. This is lore for Oni Rock, who has no knowledge of Kid. As long as the preparation is sufficient, the Tongtian talisman with 95% proficiency is enough to seal the Ghost Rock City in Bankai state. Another self-created kid. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. How long is this? Why is there a new trick? Is this guy Kuchiki Kyosuke doing wholesale kid? Tessai Tsukabishi, who was not far away, suddenly showed a shocked look, and his expression was almost a little dull. How is it possible? It's not scientific. He couldn't help murmuring. How many new tricks does this deputy kid have that he doesn't know? For a split second, there was even a hint of doubt in Tessai Tsukabishi's heart. Could it be that Kuchiki Kyosuke has so many self-created kid that he has his own system? Otherwise, that kind of usage is simply unheard of. It's a pity that he didn't have time to think about it. The golden text in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke instantly moved. It was as fast as a snake in the forest, and it flew through the air with a swish, and rushed to the front of Kenpeki, the ghost city. What? Startled, Kenpeki Gui Yanshinj didn't hide either. It's just a few words, and there is not much danger. As the captain of the 11th team, he will not back down because of this kind of thing. And just as he thought, the golden text that struck had no threatening aura at all, it just stuck to his skin, and then disappeared. Not to mention attacking, it feels like it hasn't been bitten by a mosquito yet. What self-created kid, said so powerfully, it is not a waste trick. With an arrogant smile on his face, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki immediately wanted to taunt. But at this moment, he suddenly froze. No, something is wrong. Eyebrows furrowed suddenly, Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki held the Zanpakut in his hand and waved it fiercely. Nothing happened except a slight breeze. There was a sudden jump in his heart, and a trace of coolness burst out of his heart instantly. Cold sweat suddenly poured out from the back, slowly soaking the deadly costume on his body. Gui Yanchinj's palms were also full of sweat, and he almost couldn't hold his Zanpakut. But at this moment, he had no time to care about those little things. He just hurriedly urged Reiatsu, as if he wanted to prove something. But only a few seconds later, he suddenly showed an extremely exaggerated expression of astonishment. His eyes widened to the point that their eye sockets were about to tear apart. How is this possible? How could his Reiatsu seem to be frozen, completely unavailable? At most, let the Reiatsu flow slowly like a snail, but there is no way to use it anyway. That is to say, Onigan Castle Kenpeki's current Reiatsu usage rights are completely banned. But how is this possible? What kind of kid can have such a terrifying effect? The impact was too shocking. Kenpeki opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. These things have gone far beyond the scope of his comprehension. The world view is almost destroyed. Holding the Zanpakut that was like scrap iron in his hand, Oni Yanchinj could only look at Kuchiki Kyosuke in a daze, panting heavily like an idiot, and repeated it over and over again. You! How did you do it? This is impossible. How can that be? Chapter 47. You have gone to another world for this question, think about it slowly. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke's figure flashed instantly, and he passed by Oniwa Castle. The moment the two passed by, he made another move. Another sparkle. Kuchiki Kyosuke. The moment he saw Kuchiki Kyosuke throwing a knife, the Captain Yamamoto Genrisaya closed his eyes again, and said to the deputy captain Chijiro Sasakai beside him, "Get ready for the team funeral." At this time, Ghost Rock City is still struggling to break through the weird seal and regain its own Reiatsu. It wasn't until a smear of blood splashed out from the wound and splashed all over Gui Yanchinj's body that he suddenly stopped. How could it be? Looking blankly at the wound on his body, Gui Yanchinj's face was full of disbelief. The key point is that the soul sleep and the lock knot are broken, and it is dead. Until the end, Ghost Rock City still refused to fall, and roared like a murmur. I am the captain of the 11th team, the strongest Kenpeki. Goodbye, Ghost Rock City. Kuchiki Kyosuke slowly retracted the Zanpakut, the blade was still clean without a drop of blood. With a crisp click, Dejong went into the sheath. Gui Yanchinj fell to the ground with a bang, dying with regret. The huge body stirred up blood all over the place, dyeing the snow-white Captain Yuri's body extremely brightly, reflecting the conspicuous 11 on the back. As the captain, or as the combat team, the captain of the 11th squad, Kenpeki. Oni Yan Castle has released Bankai, and even launched several aggressive attacks. But from the beginning to the end, without even getting hurt or even touching Kuchiki Kyosuke, the battle has ended hastily, which is no different from a joke. Kyosuke, you've really grown up. Shihoran Yoriyuki was shocked with a little relief. From today, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not just the strongest talent, but a real strong, captain-level strong. Anohanaretsu's eyes were filled with excitement and admiration that could hardly be concealed. As for the group of Shinigami students, they were all stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this real? It's true, our classmate Kuchiki Kyosuke beat Bankai's captain. And he's also the battle captain of the 11th team. I am afraid that no one can surpass this talent, whether it is in the past or in the future. Master Kyosuke is really too strong. Captain Shinigami is like a god to these young Shinigami. Now the old gods have fallen, and the new gods are born. Compared to the extremely shocked students, the captains were of course also shocked. But being well informed, they quickly turned their attention to Kuchiki Kyosuke's methods. This is the instinct of being strong. Facts have proved that the defeat of Ghost Rock City was not wronged. Don't say that this guy is not strong enough, and his means are single. Even if he is replaced by a stronger captain, he will be restrained in the face of Kuchiki Kyosuke, and he will overturn if he is not careful. Let's talk about the shunpo and chop techniques used by Kuchiki Kyosuke just now. All of you present are captain-level characters, and their weird way of acting is different from the shunpo they use. That said, this is also a trick created by Kuchiki Kyosuke himself. Although the other captains are confident that they can imitate it. But it is absolutely impossible to have that kind of power. Because, they don't have the terrifyingly stable control of Kuchiki Kyosuke. This kind of chopping technique is truly a small mistake can make 1,000 miles away, but if there is a little mistake, the power will be greatly reduced. But throughout the fight, Kuchiki Kyosuke never made a mistake. Compared with chopping, the truly terrifying person is Kuchiki Kyosuke. But if that's the case, the captains wouldn't be so afraid of Kuchiki Kyosuke. How to say? Hirako Shinji, who came late, glanced at Urahara Kisuke, who had just arrived beside him. Both were drawn by Reiatsu on both sides of the war. The final liberation of the captain-class Shinigami at Seirai is no small feat. The two hurried over, but they didn't expect to see this incredible scene. Well, it's a little difficult. Hearing Hirako Shinji's inquiry, Urahara Kisuke squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was observing. If it were me, I wouldn't underestimate the enemy. Maybe I can avoid that strange kid that makes Reiatsu disappear completely. But that shunpo, who also looks weird. I'm afraid it's hard to avoid it the first time I see him. While talking, the two moved closer to Kurako Shunsui. The leader of the Beijing band, what about you? What do you think of the strength of this genius? I can't understand it at all. It feels like this kid's kid and our kid are completely different concepts. There are some words that Kurako Shunsui didn't say outright. In Seirai, kid related to time and space are forbidden techniques, and anyone is strictly forbidden to use them. But even those time-space forbidden techniques are nothing more than that. Before meeting Kuchiki Kyosuke, Kurako Shunsui thought he was good at kid. But after seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's various super-spec kid, he suspects that he doesn't understand kid at all. He turned to look at his friend and classmate Jaishiro Yukitake aside. Hey, Jushiro, do you have a way to crack a kid like this? I can't help it. I haven't heard of it. Hearing Jushiro's words, Kurako Shunsui waved his hands to Urahara and Hirako helplessly and said. The current rookies are not easy to mess with. Ghost Rock City really picked the wrong opponent. Everyone is silent. To Shinigami, and to most spirit beings, Reiatsu is everything. Without Reiatsu, even if you have the means to reach the sky, you can't use it. Kuchiki Kyosuke's method of sealing Reiatsu is so deadly that it is the nemesis of all Shinigami. Also, they don't have good means yet. At the moment they can only be thankful that Kuchiki Kyosuke has their Shinigami side. Otherwise, in the face of such a difficult ability, the captains would not have a good way to deal with it. As for the move of shunpo, the speed is too fast, the chance of blocking it is half and half. After thinking for a while, Kurako Shunsui added uncertainly. If you have seen it once, there is still a way to crack it. It's just that this kid has too many tricks, it's hard to handle. Yes. Such a young man has captain-level strength, and his future is limitless. Urahara Kisuke chuckled, and continued. Perhaps it would be the best result if this guy Oni Yanchinj didn't liberate Zanpakuto. The captain was killed by one move in Bankai, that's not very nice. Chapter 48. Urahara Kisuke's words sounded ridiculous, but no one refuted them. After all, when faced with brand new moves, no one can be sure that they can avoid them. Although he didn't say it clearly, I'm afraid everyone present has already remembered the strange shunpo just now, silently doing mental deduction, calculating the probability of blocking that knife. Even Chihaurin Yoryuki is no exception. With the title of Flash Goddess, when she saw that scene, she couldn't help being silent. The speed of shunpo is extremely fast, which makes many people have no time to play some new tricks while using it. She is very clear about this. And Kuchiki Kyosuke not only used that special shunpo, but also used it very skillfully. That said, it's a special shunpo he created a long time ago. But at that time, how old was this guy? That is to say, when his peers were still playing with mud, he had already started to study his own shunpo. Is this so reasonable? Realizing this, Chihaurin Yoryuki couldn't help but smile, with a hint of helplessness in his expression. Of course she also has her own special shunpo, Empty Cicada. But it was the eve before she became the commander-in-chief of the secret maneuver and the captain of the 2nd Division, and she was fully trained and mature enough to put into actual combat. Compare Kuchiki Kyosuke's speed and age again. Suddenly, a trace of depression rose in her heart. Who is the Flash Goddess? I haven't seen you for a few years, why did this kid suddenly become so powerful? What the hell is this guy doing, genius? Progress is too fast. Hearing Yoryuki's muttering, Tessai Tsukubishi on the side didn't speak, just pushed his glasses silently. To be honest, he couldn't understand the other party's mood. After being the chief kid for so long, he was unable to reform the kid, and as a result, people took out several self-created kid backhandedly. He is also very curious about what this guy's brain is made of. At this time, Anohanaretsu has directed the team to treat Oni Rock City. The two Shinigami from Division 4, who had been standing by for a while, just took a look and shook their heads at Anohanaretsu. It's all cold. One of the team members couldn't help but secretly glanced at Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was reviewing the entire battle. The 4th team Shinigami Xi Engine couldn't help complaining. Compared to Ghost Rock City, who keeps shouting and killing, this one is the real ruthless person. Shouting for a whole scene, Kakuzu couldn't even touch other people's clothes. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who doesn't say anything cruel, kills invisible and kills with one blow. Let's judge. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke is dealing with his own group of fans. He was not too complacent or worried about beheading a captain so forcefully. After all, everyone saw it, and it was Ghost Rock City who provoked it first. The other party, Ishin, begged to die, and he could only satisfy the other party's wish. In fact, all the captains, even the chief captain, didn't have much thought about the death of Ghost Rock City. On the contrary, they are happy to have a companion with unlimited potential. All the captains are very clear that no matter how lofty the ideal and glory, without strength as the foundation, it is all vain. Therefore, they welcome Kuchiki Kyosuke very much. As for Ghost Rock City, who is that? How unfamiliar! But at this moment, the captain's majestic voice suddenly sounded. Kuchiki Kyosuke, did you kill your colleagues on purpose? Looking up, he saw Genryuze Shigakuni had appeared in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke at some point. Looking at this majestic old man with white beard and hair, the young Shinigami who surrounded Kuchiki Kyosuke swallowed, not daring to breathe. Absolutely not. The captain of Ghost Rock City is too strong. I couldn't hold back for a while, so I missed it. It's that simple. Kuchiki Kyosuke tried to distance himself. Facing the extremely oppressive captain, he even had the mood to look elsewhere. I happened to see several meaningful glances. Combined with Onuwacho, who is being carried away under a white cloth, and Kuchiki Kyosuke, who is unscathed, the meaning of these captains is clear. Pack. In this regard, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked calm. It is really simple, no matter the process or the result. He was killed by a student who just graduated, and the other party didn't even use extra means. As the captain of the 11th team, Gui Yanshin's strength is indeed not up to standard. Moreover, she has a bad temper and is difficult to manage. Thinking of this, Captain Yamamoto paused and said in a deep voice. I see. According to the rules of the 11th team, the person who kills the captain can replace him and become the new captain. Get the name of Kenpeiki. Kuchiki Kyosuke, no, it's time to call you Kenpeiki. Captain's Hayori, someone will send it to the Kuchiki mansion. It was as if Yuan Liuzai Kongwo had rehearsed these words countless times. Without a single stumbling block, he finished his speech extremely smoothly. Hearing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was a little dumbfounded. Captain of the 11th team? Kenpeiki? Wait a minute, who wants to do such a boring job? One of his purposes for joining the kid congregation is to become the chief kid directly after Tessai Tsukubishi and Hachigen defect. At that time, he will sit on an equal footing with Yuan Liuzai and become the leader of one of the three major organizations of Seireitei, with all the status and manpower. At that time, with the identity of my own Kuchiki family, even if it is 40 or 60, it will not be able to command. If he is in charge, it will be easier and faster for him to acquire proficiency. In this way, brush up the proficiency of the 8 strange skills, and wait for Aizen to make a move. Small days can be lived more freely than salted fish. This captain seems to be free, but he is not yet a part-time job. It is impossible to work part-time, absolutely impossible, and impossible in this life. This Kenpeiki loves to be whoever he likes, anyway, he will never be able to. Captain, I think it's better to forget it. Instantly lost his calm look, Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly waved his hand. My character is not suitable to be the captain at all. What's more, I have already chosen to join the kid. The name of Kenpeiki, just like the 9th generation of Kenpeiki, it won't be long before the vice-captain takes over. It was you who killed Oni Yanshin. According to the rules, you should be the next Kenpeiki. 9 generations of Kenpeiki, just an accident. Yuan Liuzai Kongwo's face remained motionless, but there was something strange in his heart. How could Shinigami not want to be the captain, but insisted on running to become a member of the kid? Kuchiki, don't mess around. Chapter 49. Captain, are you kidding me? Who the hell is messing around? Hearing Genre Iase Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke was almost speechless. Huge one Seireitei, can't find a second Kenpeiki successor? It really doesn't work. Have you pulled out the captain of the 4th team behind you and finished it soon? But before he could speak, Tessai Tsukubishi spoke. Your Excellency Genryuze, I also disagree with Kuchiki becoming the captain of the 11th division. Lord Kuchiki has joined our kid congregation. I went to the 11th team halfway, which made me very embarrassed. Hearing this, Yuan Liuzai Kongwo looked over indifferently. Didn't you officially join the team yet? It's still too late. What's more, the person who kills Kenpeiki gets the name of Kenpeiki, this is the rule. Rules are made by people, isn't there an exception of the 9 generations of Kenpeiki who inherited the name of Kenpeiki? Tessai Tsukubishi, who has always been low-key and modest, was extremely firm and refused to give up a single point. Just kidding, he finally found a kid genius. How could he give it to Godei 13? No matter who comes to snatch someone today, he will never let go. With such thoughts in mind, Tessai Tsukubishi continued immediately without any hesitation. And Kyosuke Dano is not willing to go to the 11th team. The reason why he fought with Captain Gui Yanshin was that the other party took the lead. He just had no choice but to protect himself. Self-preservation? Hearing this word, the corners of the captain's mouths twitched. After looking at Gion City, which was already completely cold on the ground, they immediately fell silent. Forget it, you are right at the scene, if you say it is self-protection, it is self-protection. However, for this reason, there is obviously no way to convince Yuan Liuzai to pay attention to the country. The crutch in his hand hit the ground hard, and he interrupted Tessai Tsukabishi. Anyway, the 10th Kenpeki Inigonjo has been killed by Kuchiki, and the name of Kenpeki is what he deserves. Hehe, what is the captain talking about? Tessai Tsukabishi smiled kindly. The rule of the 11th team is that you can inherit the name of Kenpeki, but it doesn't say that you must inherit it. As a Shinigami, he was awarded the captain position right after graduation, which is a very high honor. What is he dissatisfied with? Yamamoto Genrisai's eyes were bright, and he became rarely serious. The momentum is really unbearable to ordinary people. Facing the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, Tessai Tsukabishi was also a little nervous. But for the sake of the future of the kid, he still resisted. Captain, please allow me to be presumptuous, but with His Excellency Kuchiki's kid talent, joining the 11th team is the biggest waste. Tessai Tsukabishi and Genryusei Shigakuni started to fight each other with each other. For a while, everyone looked at the two of them, a little dumbfounded, and couldn't get in the conversation at all. If you only look at strength, no matter how strong Kuchiki Kyosuke is, he is only at the captain level now. The strength is at most above the level of ordinary captains and intermediate captains. Zanpakute's abilities are very ordinary, it is a pure amplification system, and it can only be enhanced by 5 times. Such talent and potential are certainly worth recruiting, but it is not worth fighting for the captain of Godii 13 and the chief kid of the kid crowd. A huge Seiridii is not without talent. But at this moment, the captains didn't feel anything wrong. In the fight just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke used a special shunpo that they had never seen before. Not to mention, Kuchiki Kyosuke's incalculable talent. It may not be obvious yet, but in the future, no one is more suitable for Kenpeki than Kuchiki Kyosuke. Genre Ise Shigakuni and Dai Kid are clearly looking at the future of Kuchiki Kyosuke. It seems, the teacher won't get someone this time, so he won't give up. Lowering his voice, Kirako Shunsui moved closer to Jushiro. Hearing this, Jushiro smiled helplessly. It's useless if Mr. Genryusei doesn't give up. Didn't the big kid let go? There will be no result if we continue to fight. Tisk tisk, not necessarily. Kirako Shunsui shook his head. The teacher wants someone to come, but he doesn't want to. This is actually... Jushiro couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. But such a good seedling, who wants to give up? If I were a teacher, I would also like to grab a genius for Godii 13. The two were feeling emotionally. Suddenly, Tessai Tsukabishi's volume suddenly increased a bit. Captain, the position of captain, His Majesty Kuchiki seems to be really not interested. Besides, I discussed it with Arisada. He happened to need to concentrate on studying Kid recently, so he let His Excellency Kuchiki take the position of Deputy Kid directly. You don't want our former Deputy Kid to be disappointed either. I'll retire in a few years, just in time for His Excellency Kuchiki to lead the Kid congregation. Tessai Tsukabishi has said everything to this point. Genryusei Shigakuni paused. Suddenly he didn't know what to say. Let's talk about status. People have also said, as long as you come, you will be the next big Kid chief in minutes, the only candidate. The Kid is a large organization, but the leaders are only the chief Kid and the deputy Kid chief, and the rest are active in squads and perform different tasks. That is to say, the leader of the Dai Kid, the target is the captain of the 13th Division of Gaudii. As for the deputy captain Kid, the target is the captain of the team. Moreover, he is the only captain of the entire Kid. It is an exaggeration to say that it can be regarded as being under one person and above 10,000 people. This is much more attractive than the captain of the team. Not to mention the big Kid chief who wields all the power. It is impossible for Yamamoto Genrisai to give up his position as column leader. Therefore, Godii 13 is not as good as Kid in terms of treatment. Let's talk about other things. Kuchiki Kyosuke is a nobleman, who is not short of money or reputation, what else can he say? Had to be silent for a while. Being the captain for so long. This is the first time I've seen this scene. After being stunned for several seconds, Jaishur Yukatake sighed slowly. Kurako Shunsui was much more straightforward, with a look of watching the show on his face, and the whole person was a little bit more energetic. Hehe, I'm curious now, which side can win? Chapter 50. Kurako Shunsui's words also represent the thoughts of most people. The conditions on both sides are all over, this guy should choose. The onlookers stopped pretending and looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke in unison. There was deep envy and jealousy in his eyes. Just after graduating, Godi 13 and Kid were vying for it, and they offered it. It's still a choice between the captain and the deputy Kid leader. What kind of treatment, what level? They'd love to swap places with Kuchiki Kyosuke right now if they could. Not to mention letting both sides rob people, even if only one side wants it, whether it is the captain or the deputy Kid, that is a height that Siraidi's tens of thousands of Shinigami can't reach in their entire lives. If you hesitate again, is it still Shinigami? Among these sites, naturally, Aizen's is also included. At this moment, the look of concern on his face was not faked at all, but he genuinely cared about the result of Kuchiki Kyosuke's choice. Because he suddenly realized that if Kuchiki Kyosuke really chooses to join the Gaudi 13th Division and become the captain of the 11th Division, with his character, he might be able to make friends with Hirako Shinji and others soon. Gaudi 13, where he was at that time, would have Kuchiki Kyosuke, a huge variable that he couldn't even count. Will everything really go on as usual then? At this moment, Aizen thought about it, and even a rare hesitation rose in his heart. But it's useless for him to worry about this at the moment, after all, the right to choose is still in the hands of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Faced with the blazing gaze of everyone with a strong sense of presence, Kuchiki Kyosuke's head is getting bigger now. What Tessai Tsukabishi said was cool, but he was in a dazed mood. What is retired and not retired? This doesn't match the plot in his memory at all. This guy Tessai Tsukabishi is not going to sell his teammates out of excitement in order to snatch Genryu's Shigakuni. If this is agreed casually, won't it lead to some serious consequences? Thinking of this, he couldn't help being silent for a few seconds. Seeing this, not only the team members, but also the captains of the team were a little angry. Hurry up! Fortunately, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not the kind of person who is entangled endlessly. After thinking for a while, he also spoke quickly. Captain Yuan Liuzai. I'm so sorry. I'm really interested in Kid, and Kid may be more suitable for me than Team 13. The most important thing is that I have joined the Kid congregation and my position has been confirmed. It's really not good to change your mind and join Gaudi 13 now. Kuchiki Kyosuke's words are already very euphemistic, and everyone can hear the meaning behind the words. In an instant, Tessai Tsukabishi's expression became a little excited. Smoothing the strange mustache on his face, he nodded calmly. This is how things are with the chief captain, you should be more flexible. Hearing this, Yuan Liuzai Kongwo glanced at him slightly, with helplessness in his gaze. He has been the captain for so many years, and he has encountered many geniuses. But Kuchiki Kyosuke is the most talented one, and also graduated from Mao Lingju Academy. He originally wanted to cultivate such a good seedling. In the end, it was snatched away like this. Whoever it was, would feel a little depressed. Still, there is truth to what Kuchiki Kyosuke said, and nothing will come of continuing to hold on. Then, the crutch in Yuan Liuzai's Zongguo's hand hit the ground again, and said in a deep voice. The rules of the 11th team are here, Kuchiki, since you don't want to. Then replace you with someone who can carry the name of Kenpeki. Being able to say these words, Yuan Liuzai Kongwo has already made a big concession. At the same time, very cunning. After all, he said, it's not that he disagrees with Kuchiki Kyosuke entering the Kid congregation. It's just that the name of Kenpeki must be inherited by someone. If there is no suitable candidate, I'm sorry, but I still have to trouble you. Hearing that, Tessai Tsukabishi's face turned black. Are you kidding me? Is Kenpeki so easy to find? Don't even look at what the name stands for. After a while, he was about to say something, but Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled calmly. Sure. I'll find the right person. Tessai Tsukabishi choked back when his stomach was full. Yuan Liuzai's Kongwo's face was obviously relieved, and his tone was much softer. Well, if that's the case, let's settle this matter. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Tessai Tsukabishi would speak, and then turned around and left as if to make things change. Close the team. Anohana, please count the wounded and send them to each team. Jushiro, Kiraku, please check the damage to the venue. Watching Genryuze Shigakuni and his group gradually disappear, Tessai Tsukabishi couldn't help sighing. Your Excellency Kyosuke, someone who can inherit the name of Kenpeki is hard to find. Shihao and Yoryuaki also came over and agreed. He's right. If Siraitai had the right candidate, he would have gone to challenge Gui Yanchinj long ago. It will be difficult for you to find someone in a while. Having said that, she immediately showed a wicked smirk, and continued. So, Kyosuke, you are now registering the kid congregation. I happen to have a few assignments here, and I need to hand them over to you. Go out for half a month and then come back, then the old man will have nothing to do with you. If you ask, just say that you are looking for it. Anyway, it's impossible for the old man to force you to wear Captain Hayori. Regarding Yoryuaki's words, Tessai Tsukabishi nodded leisurely, deeply agreeing. That's a good idea. Your Excellency Kyosuke, come with me to the kid congregation now. It just so happens that Akita will take you to learn about the work of Deputy Chief Kid. Hearing his words, the corner of Kuchiki Kyosuke's mouth twitched slightly. Speaking of Master Kid, you look very young, and your body is very strong. Why are you going to retire all of a sudden? This. Pushing his glasses, Tessai Tsukabishi's expression softened a lot. Kid has a lot of affairs and many people. After managing for so long, Akita and I are also tired. It's normal to want to take a long vacation. Having said that, he couldn't help but reach out and patted Kuchiki Kyosuke on the shoulder. Your Excellency Kyosuke, it's up to you whether I can retire or not. As soon as I get familiar with the work one day, the day when I retire will be almost one day. When my pension store opens, I'll invite you to dinner. Good guy, this flag stands. Kuchiki Kyosuke gave him a speechless look. No wonder you later went to Urahara to work as a clerk. The CO author originally had this thought. Chapter 51. So that's how it is. Hearing Tessai Tsukabishi's answer, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled and continued. However, Yoryuaki, Chief Kid, there is no rush to register. With regards to Kenpeki, I already have the right targets. Early tomorrow morning, I will go to him. Who is this guy? Slightly taken aback, Shihao and Yoryuaki was full of curiosity. Siraitai, don't tell me, are you trying to convince Captain Anohana to come out? I heard that she has killed countless people before, and she is a famous swordsman. Maybe it's a good name for Kenpeki. More than suitable, she is first generation Kenpeki, okay? Kuchiki Kyosuke's heart burst into sweat. Captain Anohana is very suitable. It's a pity that people, like me, don't have this ambition. The person I'm looking for is outside Siraitai, Rukanga. Hearing the word Rukanga, Yoryuaki paused for a moment, showing a strange look. The next second, she put her hand over Kuchiki Kyosuke's forehead. Brother, you got infected after fighting with Gui Yanchinj? Have you become stupid too? She put on a worried expression. There are quite a few Shinigami from Rukanga, but who can reach Kenpeki's strength? Without talking to them, Kuchiki Kyosuke moved Yoryuki's hand away and smiled at her. That's what I'm looking for. Seeing his confident appearance, Yoryuki and Tessai Tsukubishi couldn't persuade him anymore. Then I'll go with you. After thinking for a while, Shihao and Yoryuki made a decisive decision. Rukonga has been very uneasy recently, it's too dangerous to go alone. Don't you still have a mission? Hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, she sighed with feigned sadness. No way, who told you to go? As a sister, of course I will accompany you. Anyway, there are very few recent tasks, just let Suifeng help with it. Then leave tomorrow morning. Kuchiki Kyosuke concludes. If you oversleep, I won't take you. Seeing that the two of you come and go, they have already discussed it, Tessai Tsukubishi's face suddenly became bitter. What happened? These guys are discussing the mission given by the captain, right? Why, he suddenly smelled a smell of dog food. It's obviously a discussion of three people, why does he feel that he doesn't deserve to have a voice? Now that everything has been decided, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't delay any longer. Tessai Tsukubishi did not insist on following the atmosphere, saying that he would find a suitable candidate in Siraitai, and he left decisively. After saying goodbye to Yoryuki, Kuchiki Kyosuke returned home and told Kuchiki Yinling and Byakuya about the matter, and their expressions suddenly became a little subtle. I did hear today that Gion City was simply dealt with. But I didn't expect that person to be you. Kuchiki Milky Way Complex. No wonder when he came back today, the captains along the way looked at him cheerfully. Even though he has just graduated, he is already familiar with all the captains, and he is almost on an equal footing with them. This promotion speed. Even if it is a genius, it is a bit too fast. No. Kyosuke has now become Deputy Kid Chief. Theoretically speaking, it's still half a rank higher than their captains. Kuchiki Galaxy's complexion suddenly became more complicated. He hasn't retired yet, and his grandson's employment agency is already half a head taller than him. Young people are terrifying. Hearing Kuchiki's silver bell, Byakuya Kuchiki looked calmer. But in fact, his mood is no better than that of Kuchiki Yinling. He hasn't inherited the captaincy of the 6th Division yet. Kyosuke has become the vice-captain of Kid. Obviously he was the older one, but in the blink of an eye, he was already left far behind by the other party. By the time he takes over as the captain of the 6th Division, this guy won't have become the chief of the Kid, right? Thinking of this, Byakuya Kuchiki inevitably felt a little melancholy. Why do I suddenly feel that he looks so useless in front of my younger brother? But the nobility's reserve is here, and his face still maintains an indifferent look. Going to Rukonga tomorrow, do you need to send some players from Division 6 to you? Yoryuki will also follow, so there is no need for more people, thank you big brother. Kuchiki Kyosuke said immediately. It's not that he doesn't want someone, but the main reason is that the man's combat effectiveness is too strong. Yoryuki is okay, if he can't fight, at least he can run, and he can help him from time to time. When other team members came, it was no different from giving away a head. I also don't know what Byakuya Kuchiki said about his joining the Kid congregation and going out to find Kenpeki. Kuchiki Yinling didn't even express any objection, but just took a deep look at him before leaving, with relief and pride in his eyes, and a bit of helplessness. In the room, Kuchiki Kyosuke once again confirmed the proficiency of Tongtian Lu. It was 95% before, but after killing Ghost Rock City, it really only increased the proficiency by 1%. Ghost Rock City, cooperating with you to expand to the point of every second, is it worth an ajichas? Of course it doesn't work that way. Kuchiki Kyosuke just complained. According to his previous experience of cultivating Liuku Immortal Thieves, it is extremely difficult to improve the 8 wonders skills that are close to the perfect state. It is impossible to achieve overnight success. Moreover, it doesn't mean that the potential of the 8 wonders will be exhausted after reaching the perfection state. In fact, perfection is just the beginning. The strongest part of Bakiji is that it gives him unlimited possibilities to become stronger. For example, on the basis of the Immortal Thief of Liuku in the Perfect Realm, Kuchiki Kyosuke easily developed a powerful cutting technique that can suppress the captain. Not to mention, with Tiantian Lu, on Kid, he is like a ghost king and a ghost god. And no matter how strong other Shinigami talents are, they are all limited. As strong as Aizen, this limit was broken only after the fusion of Hagyaku. But Kuchiki Kyosuke has no limit, just give him enough time to unlock and develop the 8 wonders. Even Kuchiki Kyosuke, who can be called the creator god of the Shinigami world, can easily surpass him. After thinking for a while, he decided to play it safe and try not to change the development of the plot. Anyway, in the end, not many of the captains died, so it was treated as a long vacation in the present world. Chapter 52. Early the next morning, Kuchiki Kyosuke just woke up, and before he had breakfast, the sliding door of the bedroom was slowly opened. Outside the door, a purple-haired woman stood on the edge, wearing a pure black tights, a classic orange jacket, and 2 short swords, one long and one short, slung across her waist. The whole person is neatly dressed, and the slender figure can be seen at a glance, very beautiful. "Good morning, Kyosuke." Yoryuki waved his hand with a smile. Looking at the yard behind her, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help rubbing the space between his brows. "Yoryuki, I might be able to remind you that Kuchiki's house has a gate. You don't have to climb over the wall every time you come to find me. It's faster this way." Shrugging, Yoryuki's face was full of indifference. "Get up quickly." Kuchiki Kyosuke always sleeps in his pajamas, just to prevent this guy from sneaking in to play with him from time to time. So he was not restrained at the moment, he lifted the quilt and got up. "I'm going to change clothes." Watching him walk out of the room, Yoryuki stared blankly. A few seconds later, she compared in the air, with a hint of shock in her tone. "I didn't notice it before. This guy, is he so tall now? You can already look down on me." Recalling the scene of being carried away by Kuchiki Kyosuke yesterday, her cheeks warmed slightly, as if recalling the warmth that came through the clothes. Putting it this way, it's very comfortable when leaning on Kyosuke. It seems that he is not so thin. Should it belong to the type that women like to look thin when dressed and fleshy when undressed? Thinking of this, her heart moved, and she suddenly had a hint of other interests. When Kuchiki Kyosuke packed up and came back, he saw Yoryuki standing motionless in the room staring at the floor with a strange smile on his face. "What are you laughing at? I'm a little horrified." Hearing his voice, Yoryuki suddenly recovered. "Hey? What's the horror? I'm just in a daze, okay? Come, come, my sister will give you a massage before you leave to stretch your muscles and bones." Seeing Yoryuki's smirk, Kuchiki Kyosuke decisively shunpo flashed out of the room. "Let's go, we're in a hurry." In the room, only the lingering sound is left. Yoryuki became interested. "Hey, do you want to challenge the speed of my flash goddess Yoryuki?" After finishing speaking, her figure disappeared rapidly. In the courtyard, Byakuya Kuchiki was relieved until the figures of the two disappeared completely. "Fortunately, my younger brother was in the way, otherwise I would be the one who was entangled." "Kyosuke, you've worked hard." While thinking, he swung his knife seriously again. After a few ups and downs, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Chihauer and Yoryuki had crossed half the Siraidai, approaching the east gate. Siraidai and Rukanga are both in the Soul Society, although there seems to be nothing between them, it seems to be unimpeded. But when someone prepares to enter Siraidai from Rukanga without authorization, the spiritual wall made of murderous stones will appear immediately. Not only that, it will also produce a spherical protective cover called Soul Shrouding Membrane to protect Siraidai from all aspects from the air to the ground, so the soul with general spiritual power cannot break through it all. On the east, south, west and north sides of the wall, there are also 4 jingling gates, all of which are guarded by guards. Of course, the guards will not stop the Shinigami going to Rukanga. Walking out of Kuchiki's house, Yoryuki didn't leave in a hurry, but asked directly. Which district are you going to? East 80, Zaraki. The east, south, west and north districts of Rukanga are divided into 80 districts each, for a total of 320 districts. A higher number means the farther you are from Siraitai, the worse the standard of living and security. East 80 District. A well-known crime-prone area. As the captain of the stealth maneuver, Yoryuki is still very clear about these things. It's become more chaotic there recently, and there will be strange riots every once in a while, and the Shinigami who are in charge of patrolling have sacrificed several people. But only in this kind of place can we find suitable candidates. Without further ado, Kuchiki Kyosuke used Shunpo directly and galloped towards the east gate, and Yoryuki followed him lightly. By the way, Kyosuke, what was the Shunpo you used before? Want to learn? Hey, I'm a woman called Flash Goddess. How could you learn Shunpo from a hairy brat? Do you want to? I want to learn. What's your name? I'm back to teach you. While chatting, the two soon came to the east gate, greeted the guard, and they left Siraitai and officially came to Rukanga. It is different from Siraitai, which has beautiful scenery and complete building facilities. Most of the Rukanga are low and dilapidated bungalows. Most people's clothes are so simple that they wear a lot of pudding. There are also shops, but the products inside are so monotonous and pitiful that it can't make people have the urge to shop. And this is the East District closest to the Siraitai East Gate. Use Shunpo to pass through the streets. While the area code is gradually increasing, the scenery along the way is gradually becoming desolate. Crumbling thatched huts can be seen everywhere, and from time to time, you can also see the charred remains of a house or two. The people I saw were also holding weapons, and they looked fierce. However, the deadly domineering costumes on the two of them still have a deterrent effect, and those people just looked like they were about to make a move, and they didn't really make a move. It's just that the situation is different in Zaraki District, East 80 District. This is the most fringe and one of the most dangerous areas of Rukanga. Seeing the numbers, Kuchiki Kyosuke slowed down slightly. Here we are. The person I'm looking for is here. The scenery in front of me was extremely decayed. Countless thatched huts are hung with cobwebs, and the air smells turbid, as if you will be sick if you breathe it. Few people can be seen on the street, but Kuchiki Kyosuke and Yoryuki can feel many sights. Those are the civilians hiding in thatched huts. They are the lowest level of existence in Rukanga. You can neither fight those rogue hooligans nor enter the Siraitai and become one of the Shinigami. Can only drag out an ignoble existence. But at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't focus on them, but quietly looked into the distance. He keenly smelled the lingering smell of blood in the air. When you die in Soul Society, you leave nothing behind, even your clothes. Being able to leave such a strong smell in the air shows that many people really died here. And every day. In the distance, large areas of dry bloodline dyed the streets red, and tattered weapons were thrown all over the place. The corpse. No, the degree of mutilation should be called a wreck. At least dozens of wreckages were scattered on the side of the road, some even died in front of the house, and their severed limbs flew to the roof, which looked funny and terrifying. And the farther forward, the denser the accumulation of wreckage, turning the street into a mass grave. The unusually unpleasant smell in the air also came from there. How is this going? Seeing this scene, Shihao and Yoryuki was stunned. No matter how chaotic Rukanga's borders are, they are managed by Shinigami. She can understand small-scale fighting, and she can also understand casualties. But in front of... Obviously, it is beyond the description of weapon fighting. Massacre. Only this terrifying vocabulary can accurately describe the scene in front of me. Chapter 53. Where's the Shinigami in charge around here? Frowning his brows, Yoryuki immediately sensed something was wrong. The traces of Reiatsu left on these corpses are too thick and exaggerated. Not at all the Reiatsu intensity that Rukonga should have. If someone told him that several captains slaughtered here just now, she would not feel the slightest surprise. Ka. Before she could say the next word, the door suddenly slammed shut. The Rukonga civilians who were still numb just now, seemed to be severely stimulated, rushed to the door quickly, and closed the dilapidated door tightly. Click, click, click. A series of closed doors sounded like a strange death knell. What's more, those who don't even have a door, simply block the door with all kinds of dilapidated objects, as if they want to hide even if they are buried alive. This strange scene made Yoryuki's uneasiness even stronger. Kyosuke, let's go back first. There's something wrong here. Hush. Suddenly making a gesture of silence, Kuchiki Kyosuke motioned her to look forward. Someone is coming. Nervously tense, Yoryuki silently grasped the short sword at the back of his waist. Ember's eyes were full of sharp eyes. But the next second, it was a Shinigami that caught her eyes. He had already lost an arm, his clothes were soaked in blood, every time Shunpo sprinkled a rain of blood, his appearance was extremely miserable. Noticing Kuchiki Kyosuke and Yoryuki, he instantly became refreshed and ran over in a hurry. Yes, are they reinforcements? After glancing nervously, the Shinigami who lost his hand spoke in an extremely irritable tone. Why are there only two? Didn't I say it all, that guy? He clutched the wound of his severed arm, his eyes filled with deep fear, and his whole body was trembling constantly. That guy is a monster. This number is simply not enough. Frowning, Yoryuki couldn't help but reached out and pressed his shoulder. Calm down, what happened? Hearing her words, the Shinigami in front of him showed an extremely strong look of despair. Nothing happened. I, and them. Just to die. Let's go, because we can't fight against that kind of monster. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly trembled more violently, and his face became extremely pale. Yoryuki's expression also froze suddenly. Breath of Reiatsu. Moreover, it still has an extremely powerful Reiatsu breath. Extremely manic, heavy, and with pure killing intent. That guy is here. Broken arm Shinigami clutched the wound vigorously, eyes full of horror. Emotionally collapsed to the brink, he broke free from Yoryuki's palm and escaped with Shunpo without even a word of explanation. The panicked back was like a bereaved dog, not even having the courage to turn back, but just fled forward blindly. However, their attention was no longer on him. On the streets where countless wreckages were piled up, another figure had already appeared. His Reiatsu didn't hold back at all, it was released unscrupulously, and the majestic breath overwhelmed the air, making the already turbid air even more depressing. The civilian clothes on his body were blurred layer by layer with dried bloodline, and all he could see was a dull red, and the original color could not be seen at all. The long knife in his hand was full of large and small gaps, it was just a piece of broken copper and iron, it couldn't be called a weapon at all. But when Yoryuki looked carefully, a chill ran down his spine. The gap was covered with sporadic pieces of meat. This knife was cut to the bone again and again, I don't know how many times and how many people were killed, before it was forced to grind out countless gaps. What weapons are not weapons? The man in front of him is holding this knife, showing off his achievements. In an instant, Yoryuki understood who caused the wreckage all over the floor. No wonder that Shinigami is so flustered. Is this guy really human? Slowly pulling out the short sword at the back of his waist, Yoryuki's expression became rare. In the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke's calm voice rang out. It's him I'm looking for. What? Yoryuki made an exaggerated look of surprise. Kyosuke, are you serious? His strength may have reached the standard. But, what's the difference between this appearance and the evil spirit? It was impossible to communicate at all, impossible to manage. The chief captain will never agree to him becoming the captain of the 11th team. Evil ghost? Glancing at the man not far away, Kuchiki Kyosuke just smiled. This word is really appropriate for him. Zaraki Kenpeiki. In the original work, this guy is the famous ruthless character in Godai 13. In order to pursue a more exciting life and death battle, he even voluntarily put on a blindfold that can suppress his strength. No Bankai, no Shikai, just relying on the powerful Reiatsu and beast-like fighting qualities, he killed Oni Yanchinj and became the captain of the 11th team. When he was a minor, he even fought a life and death struggle with the first-generation Kenpeiki, Anohana Retsu or Anohana Yachiryu. Even in order not to kill the opponent, he subconsciously restrained his own strength. And now, this man is standing in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Zaraki Kenpeiki. No, it should be just Zaraki now. Seeing Zaraki walking among the wreckage, looking like a wandering ghost, Kuchiki Kyosuke was inevitably shocked. It is worthy of being one of the 5 special forces in the future, and the only Kenpeiki in the entire Soul Society. Just the rushing Reiatsu has a strong sense of oppression. If he hadn't been at the captain level, he might have been like the broken-arm Shinigami just now. He was so frightened that he couldn't help but collapse in despair. It's him. Kuchiki Kyosuke repeated affirmatively. Yoryuaki, you can go back now. Bringing this guy back to Siridi is not going to be easy. It is very likely that you will be seriously injured. Hearing this, Yoryuaki couldn't help but glance at him. For Kuchiki Kyosuke to say such words, the man in front of him is obviously strong to a certain level. But she has come here, so there is no reason to leave now. Waving the short sword in his hand, Yoryuaki put on a bright smile. Kyosuke, no matter what, I'm the captain of the 2nd team. Don't underestimate me. Chapter 54. As if noticing the movement here, Zaraki Kenpeiki finally raised his head. His vision was numb, as if he had lost his mind in the long battle. But at the moment when he saw Yoryuaki, the man seemed to see some rare treasure, his vision instantly woke up, and his eyes became extremely bright. How to distinguish the strength of Reiatsu? He doesn't understand this kind of thing at all, and he doesn't want to understand it. His fighting instinct was telling him that this woman was stronger than all the people he killed just now. Worth fighting for. Without a word of nonsense, his figure suddenly flashed in place. Passing across the street at an extremely fast speed, he rushed in front of the two of them like lightning. Shunpo? Yoryuaki was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously hit aside. Swish! Almost in the next instant, Zaraki Kenpeiki also dodged to where she was just now. The long knife in his hand swung suddenly, and a dark red sword light whizzed past. Follow right behind Yoryuaki. No, not right. This guy is not using Shunpo. Despite Zaraki Kenpeiki's speed, she saw clearly. This guy just bursts out of Reiatsu and uses it to speed up. How powerful is Reiatsu, who can explode at a speed comparable to Shunpo in an instant? Startled, Yoryuaki's back was already covered in cold sweat. Hearing the sound of the blade rushing through the air and bursting into the wind, she immediately showed the short sword in her hand, trying to block it in front of her. But the speed at which the man swings the sword is really too fast. The sound of breaking the wind can only follow behind Dao Guang. Oncoming is the majestic and heavy Reiatsu like a tsunami, full of fiery fighting intent, and murderous aura. Can't stop it. Yoryuaki already understood this fact in her heart, but she didn't hide. At such a close distance, her Shunpo cannot escape the spatula light. Fear, depression, suffocation. Perhaps she herself didn't realize that under Zaraki Kenpeiki's terrifying Reiatsu breath, she had given up her best fighting style and was forced to choose a frontal fight. But at this moment, a light white light suddenly appeared in Yoryuaki's field of vision. Quiet, indifferent. The spatula was as light as his master, and Yoryuki's sanity was instantly recalled. She quickly reminded, Kyosuke. Be careful, this person has a problem with Reiatsu. Kuchiki Kyosuke said succinctly, Yoryuki, back off. Without further communication, Yoryuki didn't even hesitate, and immediately backed away. The whistling red knife light naturally caught up with her, but the moment it was about to touch her back. Let the bombing sound, Dejong. Passive activation, tenfold increase. The speed of the white knife light instantly increased. Zaraki's knife is so fast that Flash Goddess Yoryuki almost didn't realize it. But Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife is faster at the moment. The long tail swayed like a meteor, and the naked eye could hardly capture the speed of the knife light, and could only vaguely feel that something seemed to pass by rapidly just now. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the broken knife in Zaraki's hand was slammed into place without shaking. The jagged blade is only a hair away from Yoryuki's back. But even this is doomed. In less than a breath, Yoryuki had stepped aside. She has released Reiatsu now, and Shunpo's speed has also been raised to the maximum. Zaraki Kenpeki would have a hard time catching her with the acceleration of a three-legged cat. But the man didn't look at her again, but turned his head slowly, looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke. There seemed to be a trace of doubt in his eyes. He remembered just now. This guy doesn't seem to have the fluctuations of Reiatsu, does he? Why is it faster than him? The strength also suddenly reached the level where he could stably catch his knife without even shaking it. How did you do it? Zaraki Kenpeki asked suddenly. Although it may sound a bit confusing at first, Kuchiki Kyosuke has figured it out. The zanpakut in his hand twirled gracefully, and he retracted the posture of holding the knife, smiling slightly. If you win, I'll tell you. As soon as the words fell, the Reiatsu on his body burst out. If Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu is as majestic as a tsunami, then with a tenfold increase, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu is like a volcano that erupts and sweeps the entire world. The continuous flow of Reiatsu invaded the space of dozens of meters around him in an instant. For a while, the air around Kuchiki Kyosuke was much cleaner. And the Reiatsu emitted by Zaraki Kenpeki unconsciously was driven away by him directly, and pressed tightly near Zaraki Kenpeki. Seeing this scene, the escaped Yoryuki unconsciously opened his eyes wide, with a dull expression on his face. Is this really just Captain Reiatsu? Why did she feel a trace of depression just by looking at it from a distance? With that terrifying range and the density of Reiatsu, Yoryuki couldn't help but stop, and suddenly didn't dare to move forward. She is not afraid of being hurt by Zaraki Kenpeki, nor is she afraid of fighting this guy. This moment, she is afraid of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Faintly, Yoryuki even sensed the warning from instinct. If she participates in this battle without authorization, with her current strength, if she bears the Reiatsu impact of these two monsters head-on, she probably won't be able to last long. With her strength as the captain of the second team, no matter how she thought about it, she felt that it was impossible for her to have such a strange thought. But in fact, this is an instinctive reaction. It's like ordinary people feel fear for no reason when facing some unknown creatures. Because it is an instinct engraved in the soul and body, a memory from ancient times. When Shihoran Yoryuki came back to his senses and regained his senses, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. But really, Yoryuki couldn't be blamed for this reaction either. When the proficiency of Liuku Immortal Thief reaches 100%, Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength has surpassed that of ordinary captains. After defeating a group of Menos Grande and Ghost Rock City one after another, his Reiatsu has skyrocketed all the way. Plus Shikai Dijiang's tenfold increase. How terrifying the strength of this Reiatsu is can be seen from the reaction of Zaraki Kenpeki. The moment he noticed Kuchiki Kyosuke Reiatsu skyrocketing, a ferocious grin appeared on his face. What? For a long time, Zaraki Kenpeki Kanchikai, Bankai, Zanjutsu, and even Reiatsu perception ability is not strong. The only thing he is good at is slashing people with a knife. It's also his favorite thing to do. But obviously it was just a normal slash with a knife, but no one could catch his move. This would be too dissatisfying. This time, he finally met a decent enemy. Ah ha ha ha, before, I didn't understand why some people would give up fighting. Obviously, fighting is such a pleasant thing. Now I know why they were desperate. They must be desperate at this time, when they realize that their enemies are not normal people, but monsters. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed wildly, feeling that today is really his lucky day. Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, I dare not call myself a monster in front of you. Today's Zaraki Kenpeki has not put on a blindfold to seal his Reiatsu. Zaraki Kenpeki, who is fully fired, can frighten the average captain with only the Reiatsu emitted unconsciously. Zanpakuto in the Uchikai state can easily kill the captain. Without the strength of a mid-level captain, there is no qualification to fight this man at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that such a strength is a monster. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke clenched Dejong tightly in his hand, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was obvious. Chapter 55. It's great, that's the look in the eyes, that's the feeling. Sensing the powerful aura transmitted from Kuchiki Kyosuke, Zaraki Kenpeki was even more excited. For the first time in his life, Zaraki Kenpeki felt suffocated before he started fighting. The man in front of him is very strong. It is worth fighting to the death. In the next second, Zaraki Kenpeki raised his sword without hesitation and stabbed forward. The Reiatsu on his body suddenly exploded, pouring out continuously like a flood, forcibly tearing apart Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu circle. Under his feet, the spiritual power was wasted and gathered into a ball, exploding desperately, constantly accelerating his speed. Yoryuki on the side was a little dumbfounded by that unbelievable and costly way of moving. This one scatter Reiatsu directly, using this thing as an enchantment, almost emptying everything around. One stomps Reiatsu under his feet, exploding spiritual power again and again, using this thing as an accelerator. Is this the waywardness of the powerful Reiatsu? Looking at the scene in front of him, Shihao and Yoryuki no longer knew how to react. Kuchiki Kyosuke and Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu are constantly devouring each other, like a typhoon and a tsunami competing on the same stage. No one can overwhelm the other, and no one can beat the other. It is almost purely performing Reiatsu hedging, simply and rudely consuming the spiritual power of the body. Every time Reiatsu fluctuates, everything around it shatters and disintegrates once. After 2 or 3 times of confrontation, the surroundings of the two were clean, whether it was the collapsed house or the remains of the corpse, they had all been blown away. This way of fighting almost refreshed her understanding of fighting. If it weren't for the captain-level Reiatsu, Shihao and Yoryuki would have been torn apart by that terrifying force, and he couldn't stand here from a distance and watch the two fight. No. This is no longer a battle. This is simply two huge beasts biting each other, without any skill at all. What can be taken out is absolute strength. This moment, Shihao and Yoryuki understood. From the moment she just dodged away, or rather, from the moment she couldn't completely resist Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu. In this battle, she has completely lost her position. Support of any nature could lead to her being affected by the Reiatsu of the two. In this way, Kuchiki Kyosuke will definitely restrain himself in order to take care of her. So the only thing she can do now is to watch quietly. Boom! In the time of Yoryuki's Akira, Zaraki Kenpeki has completely torn Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu's circle. While advancing all the way, the broken knife in his hand also stabbed out quickly, breaking through to the boy before he could breathe. As expected of Zaraki Kenpeki, it's already a 10-fold increase, but it still can't completely tear this guy's Reiatsu defense. In this case, it is necessary to move something real. Clang! Daejeon crossed the air, firmly blocking the point of the stabbing knife. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke swung his right hand and slashed at the beastly tall body of Zaraki Kenpeki with his sword. In the next second, an invisible force burst out from the sharp knife tip. "Kill him, Dijiang!" The Zanpakuto in Kuchiki Kyosuke's hand erupted with a faint breath. Swish! Facing Kuchiki Kyosuke's powerful Reiatsu and sharp slash before, Zaraki Kenpeki adopted the most violent and direct tactics. He didn't dodge or dodge, relying on his amazing Reiatsu and physique to resist Kuchiki Kyosuke's slash. Only this time, Zaraki Kenpeki keenly sensed the mortal danger with the seemingly limp knife of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Uncharacteristically, he dodged sideways. Under his dodge, Kuchiki Kyosuke's knife just flew past his waist. Originally, this knife should not have caused any damage, but it was a skin trauma. It's just that Zaraki Kenpeki looked down, and there was a bowl-sized wound where the enemy's weapon was rubbed. The blood flowed wantonly, once again staining the colorless clothes red. Inexplicably injured, Zaraki Kenpeki let out a cheerful and insolent laugh. "This is so much fun. This trembling feeling is really pleasant." While talking, he exploded a lot of Reiatsu. At this time, the aura on his body became more violent, like a wounded beast. The soaring Reiatsu scatter again. Even a group of Shinigami far away felt the heavy Reiatsu. For a moment, the captain-level Shinigami in the lead also felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, with the light on his back. Everyone seemed to be held around their necks with sharp knives, and they dared not move. Shihoran Yoryuki was even more astonished. "It's so far away, it's still a little difficult to breathe. Kyosuke, are you fighting such a monster?" She smiled wryly, and began to doubt whether she was qualified enough to be the captain. In an instant, Kuchiki Kyosuke's clothes rattled under the impact of the mighty Reiatsu. The soaring Reiatsu and the disintegrating sand and stones affected his vision and sense of sight, preventing him from launching an offensive immediately. Coming! This is the strongest quality of Zaraki Kenpeki. Become stronger. And there is no limit, the stronger the stronger the stronger. Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu has become heavier and more solid than before. The cold killing intent and hot fighting intent contained in it are enough to threaten the captain-level Shinigami. The current Zaraki Kenpeki, like the future Aizen, can level the A-second captain. After the Reiatsu broke out, Zaraki Kenpeki raised Zanpakuto in the sealed state form in his hand, and with a flash of his body, he swung his knife and slashed down. It was still an unremarkable slash, but its strength, speed, and momentum were even more frightening than before. In the face of such unpretentious and violent sword moves, no matter whether it is a Bankai or a high-level kid, they are all stunned. Feeling the power of the sword, Kuchiki Kyosuke's hair stood on end. He nodded in his heart, thinking to himself. This sword is enough to kill Meguro Makensei in seconds, and it's still without liberating Zanpakuto. Facing the knife that beheaded the captain like cutting melons and vegetables, Kuchiki Kyosuke remained motionless, as if he had been frightened stupid. Shihoran Yoryuki in the distance had no time to make any movements, so he could only exclaim. "Kyosuke, be careful, hide." Chapter 56. Is it only to this extent? Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke hadn't taken any action yet, Zaraki Kenpeki became disappointed. "Well, don't die. Be stronger next time." His muscular right arm slammed down with terrifying force, and the blade slashed at Kuchiki Kyosuke. This knife god blocks and kills the gods, and the Buddha blocks and kills the Buddha. This extremely pure will to kill condenses into a single knife that kills everything. The moment the bright knife light fell, Kuchiki Kyosuke moved. He gently raised his hand and raised his knife to meet the powerful and heavy knife. One side is a simple but powerful ultimate knife, and the other side is just a simple block. No matter how you look at it, Kuchiki Kyosuke will suffer a lot. "You can't stop me like this." A coldness flashed in Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes. Boom! Ding! However, the moment the two knives came into contact, Dijiang's ability was activated again without a sound. Zanpakuto, which was already very broken in the hands of Zaraki Kenpeki, suddenly became shorter. And the shortened part seems to disappear out of thin air, and I don't even know where it went. Because the weapon suddenly shortened miraculously, Zaraki Kenpeki's shockingly lethal blow was cut into the air as he continued to cut down. He shot with all his strength, but he hit the empty space, his body could no longer maintain his balance, and he leaned forward. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his left hand and aimed at Zaraki Kenpeki, who was full of flaws, and the powerful kid instantly formed, White Thunder. White light jumped out from his fingertips, and finally turned into an electric current like a brontosaurus, roaring and flying. Boom! Amidst the sound of thunder and lightning, Zaraki Kenpeki's body was blown away. Boom! With a loud noise, Zaraki Kenpeki's huge body was blown directly into the ruins. Is this Shirai? Is this kid? Shihoran Yoryuki, who was still worried about Kuchiki Kyosuke, was full of question marks. As a master of Shunpo, White Hits, and Kid, she is naturally no stranger to Byakuya, the fourth of Had. But what about the bucket-thick lightning? It has never been said that Byakuya can be strong enough to knock people out. She doubted even the Grand Kid could do it. At this moment, Shihoran Yoryuki was more sure of his previous judgment. These two are monsters. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Shihoran Yoryuki, who wanted to lean in from a distance, and reminded. Yoryuki, you should step back a little bit, my shot is a bit heavy, I'm afraid that guy is going to be serious. As a strong man, his competitive spirit is also very strong. Facing a strong player like Zaraki Kenpeki, it is rare for Kuchiki Kyosuke to be completely serious. Stimulated by the fighting spirit, his momentum and Reiatsu have been further improved. What are you talking about? To be hit directly by such a kid, to be alive is already. Before he finished speaking, Shihoran Yoryuki felt a powerful Reiatsu from the ruins. This Reiatsu was so strong that it was unspeakable, and even the surrounding air began to twist and deform. Her mind froze, and she couldn't say the rest. Things in the ruins began to float and disintegrate under Shihoran Yoryuki's surprised gaze. In the distorted space, a man like a ghost stared at his blood-red eyes and slowly got up. There was unconcealable excitement and enthusiasm in his eyes, and his whole body was wrapped in bloody Reiatsu. Because this Reiatsu was too strong and solid, so that his whole body seems to have an extra layer of bloody armor. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki's left shoulder has been completely penetrated. However, he didn't seem to feel any pain, just looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with bloodthirsty frenzy, and hissed. I'm so happy. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of numbness all over my body. Unlike Shihoran Yoryuki, whose face was full of disbelief as if he saw a miracle, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked calm. He already knew that Zaraki Kenpeki would not only survive that hit, but continue to get stronger. This is Zaraki Kenpeki, unlimited potential, absolute will, killing intent, and slashing like Shura. Kuchiki Kyosuke's expression was also very serious. I know you are eager to fight, but with your current state, it's best not to hold on for too long. Ignoring Kuchiki Kyosuke's kind advice, Zaraki Kenpeki took a look at the sealed state he had been using. He picked up this weapon by accident, and it is said to be standard equipment from Shinigami. All the while, only this battered weapon could take all of his Reiatsu. This broken knife has become his exclusive weapon, and it is very convenient to use. But now, this weapon is not only more broken, but also inexplicably shortened a lot. It seems that the previous intuition was correct, that Snow White Zanpakuto cannot be touched. Among the ruins, Zaraki Kenpeki asked with great interest. Is it a one-hit kill? If you get hit by your knife, everything will be over, right? Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and said. Yes, Dijiang's ability is to erase everything touched by the blade, and it will be erased. You are the first to let me use this ability. Because the two people in front of him could never reveal his secret. Therefore, he is not afraid of exposing his whole cards. Facing a rare opponent like Zaraki Kenpeki, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help but get serious. Only by fighting against such an enemy can Dijiang's ability break through the limit and become stronger. At the same time, Kuchiki Kyosuke can also gain a lot of proficiency. Shihao and Yoryuki also knew the ability of Kuchiki Kyosuke Zanpakuto through the vague conversation between the two. Her first thought was, how could there be such a terrifying ability? Right away, she understood why Kyosuke would hide such abilities. An ability like this is the most terrifying when the enemy is unaware, and it is completely capable of killing with one blow. If the enemy wants to be on guard, although this move is still terrifying, it is not unsolvable. Thinking of this, Shihao and Yoryuki felt a warm feeling in his heart, being able to reveal such a secret without reservation. This shows that in Kuchiki Kyosuke's heart, he is a trustworthy person, no different from his relatives. Hearing what Kuchiki Kyosuke said over there, Zaraki Kenpeki looked even more excited. You are strong. Strong strength. Zanpakuto's ability is also strong. It even made me think of losing for the first time, but that's what makes this battle interesting. After speaking, Zaraki Kenpeki rushed towards the wreckage at the side like lightning. After 2 heavy injuries, Zaraki Kenpeki's whole body can be said to be scarred. But his body didn't seem to be affected by the injury at all, he was simply a monster among monsters. There are countless dropped weapons. Still able to fight. Although these weapons can't withstand his full-strength shots, they can help block the opponent's strange abilities. Otherwise, if you are touched by the opponent's Zanpakuto a few times, your own Zanpakuto will be directly abolished. Chapter 57. Sensing Zaraki Kenpeki's thoughts, Kuchiki Kyosuke came to Zaraki Kenpeki in a flash. If this person is not convinced, the other party will not obediently join Siraitai. Although it looks like he has Zaraki Kenpeki cornered. But Zaraki Kenpeki is the real monster, and with the Shinigami sealed state he picked up as a kid, this one can take on first-generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu. What's even more frightening is that Zaraki Kenpeki, who was still a child, had an advantage in this battle. At that time, Zaraki Kenpeki experienced the joy of fighting against a master for the first time. He was afraid that if he accidentally hacked Anohanaretsu to death, no one would let him experience this joy. So in order to cherish this hard-won opponent, Zaraki Kenpeki at that time chose to seal himself. He kept sealing his power until it reached the same level as first-generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu. From then on, as long as it encounters a strong enemy and faces a desperate situation, this monster will continue to release stronger power. Its performance is that Reiatsu's momentum becomes more and more ruthless, and it is getting closer and closer to the level of one-sword Shura. Facing such an enemy, even Kyosuke, who is as strong as Kuchiki, has to be careful. 61 of Byakuya, the 6-stick light prison. With a flick of his finger, the 6 paths are huge, and a golden sheet of light as thick as a city wall instantly appeared in the midair. Boom! In the next second, the 6 paths light sheet instantly closed, and Zaraki Kenpeki was directly photographed in the middle. The ground was suddenly scraped out of the 6 paths deep ravine, stirring up a cloud of dust all over the sky. With the blessing of 96% Tongdian Lu, every kid of Kuchiki Kyosuke has earth-shattering power. He is a veritable mobile turret, and one person is comparable to hundreds or even thousands of kids all-out shots. 1. Shihao and Yoryuki's eyes lit up, and he smiled in surprise. After all, Zaraki Kenpeki has not been trained, just relying on instinct, fighting wildly like a beast. In terms of overall strength, Kyosuke is the strongest. With a slight movement of her feet, she immediately wanted to use Shunpo to step forward. But at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke shot again. 81 of Byakuya, aldehyde. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and raised his hand, and 8 translucent walls instantly appeared around him, completely protecting him inside. Yoryuki, who was not far away, was taken aback for a moment. In the distance, she caught a glimpse of a figure breaking through the dust and mist. At the top, there is a ray of cold light unique to Swords 06. This is not dead. She was a little dumbfounded for a moment, and involuntarily looked in the direction of the six-stick light prison. I saw the very center of the six paths light sheet. A huge hole has been blasted open. It was from there that Zaraki Kenpeki escaping the bondage. Is this all right? Opening his mouth unconsciously, Yoryuki didn't even know what to say. The huge shape and wall-like thickness are enough to show the strength of the six-stick light prison used by Kuchiki Kyosuke. But in front of Zaraki Kenpeki, he was blown away so easily. There was even time to pick up a weapon again. Yoryuki suddenly felt that he shouldn't be here with Kuchiki Kyosuke today. One is a monster who has rejected the name Kenpeki, the other is a monster who fully deserves the name Kenpeki. Isn't it great that she is happy to be the captain of the 2nd Division who specializes in white hits and shunpo? Why do you want to follow me to find someone unhappy? For a moment, Yoryuki fell silent. While Yoryuki was stunned, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Knight! Why are you here? Hearing this, Yoryuki came back to his senses and quickly turned his head to look. The battle in front of her was so shocking that she almost focused all her attention on it. As a result, she didn't even notice when the person came behind her. Glancing at the person behind her, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Fist. That's right, it's the captain of Division 9, Meguruma Kensei. He also led dozens of players behind him. Yoryuki glanced at them, and found that the faces of these people were somewhat familiar. It seemed that they should be the most outstanding group of the 9th squad. Ah, that's right, you are the captain of Division 9, and it has always been your job to arrest the villains in Rukanga. Didn't Kuna Mashiro come this time? As if thinking of something, Yoryuki asked. She went to investigate other things, but what's going on here? Nodding, Meguruma Kensei looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Just now, they noticed that a strange high-intensity Reiatsu appeared here. So Meguruma Kensei led the team to check. As a result, I did not expect to see such a scene called a natural disaster. It's not like he hasn't seen the fight between Captain Shinigami and Captain Shinigami. But this is the first time he has seen this kind of battle where Reiatsu controls all the surrounding space and grinds all the surrounding things into powder. Meguruma Kensei's heart skipped a beat and his blood boiled with every blow the two struck. Such an offensive, even if Meguruma Kensei liberates Iron Fist Duanfeng, it cannot be done. Behind Meguruma Kensei, the Shinigami from Division 9 also showed surprise expressions. In mid-air, two majestic Reiatsu collided constantly. Kuchiki Kyosuke and Zaraki Kenpeki moved around at an extremely fast speed, making it almost impossible to see their figures clearly, only a residual shadow could be caught. But even with such high-speed movement, none of them fell behind. From the beginning to the end, they maintained an astonishing consistency, and the two figures almost fought together to form one. Every time the powerful Reiatsu collides, the surrounding streets and houses will be smashed and crushed. Countless rubble and gravel flew into the air, and were immediately smashed into pieces by the colliding Reiatsu, and the only thing that could fall was dust. In the huge venue, there are only the crisp sound of knife points colliding, and the sound of kid. The scene in front of me was so exaggerated that everyone couldn't help being stunned. Looking at the houses that have been reduced to ruins and dust just because of the influence of Reiatsu, the group couldn't help but fell silent. Is this something their normal Shinigami can do? That kind of Reiatsu, that kind of power, even the captain can't do it. I know this is a genius, but it's also. As the captain of Godi 13, Meguruma Kensei is a genius in his own right. This is an indisputable fact. The Soul Society has existed for thousands of years, and there are less than 100 Shinigami who can Bankai. As long as Bankai is liberated, the name can be included in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book and become a part of history. Such a character can certainly be called a genius. But Meguro Makensei, a genius, fell into self-doubt after seeing the battle scene between the two. Compared with the two people in front of me, can I really be considered a genius? Seeing Meguro Makensei's appearance of doubting life, the corners of Yoryuki's lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but want to smile. It seems that it is not that she is short-sighted. But these two monsters in front of them are really too strong and evil. Hey, Luce, why aren't you talking? Yoryuki's smile became a little bit brighter with a bit of a wicked look. Kyosuke is fighting hard. Aren't you going to help? Meguro Makensei raised his eyes, showing a speechless expression. Yoryuki, stop messing around. Just kidding, it is true that he is passionate about righteousness, but he is not a fool. What's the point of intervening in this kind of human-shaped natural disaster battle at will, other than delaying the legs and giving away the head? If you really want to rush up, you will lie down with a random knife, and you may even be affected by the terrifying kid and evaporate in a second. But speaking of it, squinting his eyes, Meguro Makensei took a close look at the young prodigy's Reiatsu. Reiatsu, who exploded at will, made him, the captain, break out in a cold sweat, feeling unprecedented pressure. His expression instantly became extremely unnatural. What's the matter, Kenshi? You look uncomfortable. At this moment, Yoryuki's voice also came. Fine. Shaking his head, Meguro Makensei's face softened slightly. Now, he suddenly understands why the captain of Genryuze would not hesitate to rob someone from the chief kid, and wanted to include this boy in Godi 13. This age, this strength, can indeed be called a genius that the Soul Society meets once in 1,000 years. This junior is really terrifying. He couldn't help muttering something in a low voice. Yoryuki, thank you for acting with him. Hey, is it difficult for me too? With a helpless smile, Yoryuki shrugged. Since the two of them started fighting, I have been watching. Really, it's been a long time since I became the captain of this feeling of being completely out of control. Hee, who isn't? Looking at the massive battle in front of them, the two captains fell silent at the same time. All that was left was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. While Yoryuki and Meguro Makensei were talking, the battle between Kuchiki Kyosuke and Zaraki Kenpeiga didn't stop in the sky either. Fighting till now, Zaraki Kenpeiga's body is about to become as dilapidated as the Zanpakuto in his hand. The ordinary weapon he had picked up earlier had been shattered into pieces. The sealed state in hand becomes shorter and less threatening. Before, Zaraki Kenpeiga though soul-bound this picked up sealed state, making it his own Zanpakuto. However, he didn't expect much from this Zanpakuto. In his view, the knife is just a tool for fighting, and only the weak will pray for more powerful weapons. At this moment, Zaraki Jiun finally realized the horror of Zanpakuto's liberation. In desperation, he can only use Reiatsu to forcibly restore his Zanpakuto. And only his monstrous Reiatsu can do that. After being wounded by Kuchiki Kyosuke, it was as if some great switch had been flipped on the beast. Although the injury was getting worse, Zaraki Kenpeiga's expression became more and more excited, and his eyes became brighter. The whole person exudes an evil spirit that shocks everything. Reiatsu is more like not wanting money, pouring out from all over the body. Zaraki Kenpeiga's inhuman performance and combat power made the two captains watching the battle almost shut themselves off. And Kuchiki Kyosuke, who is fighting this monster, looks relaxed. 73 of had, Twin Lotus Kang Huo. 10 times increase. Kuchiki Kyosuke's fingertips flitted across the air, and 2 pale firework burst out instantly like a fire dragon, entangled Zaraki Kenpeiga quickly. The aftermath of the blazing flames swept across the earth, scorching black wherever it went, and scorching the earth with terrifying heat. Those wreckages that couldn't tell what they looked like at all, didn't hold on for even a second, and burned to ashes in an instant. Under high-temperature calcination, some glass-like condensates soon appeared on the ground. Just the aftermath has such power, let alone the kid itself. Boom! The Shuanglian Kanghuo pendant hit Zaraki Kenpeki hard. But this guy's speed didn't slow down at all, on the contrary, it became even faster. Looking intently, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help being slightly taken aback. I saw a slight golden light on Zaraki Kenpeki's body. Reiatsu was tightly packed into a ball, forming a barrier that completely protected him. Faintly, Kuchiki Kyosuke also sensed a blazing temperature from this barrier. It is materialized Reiatsu defense. There was a sudden movement in his heart, and Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately realized it. Although Zaraki Kenpeki's use of spiritual power is very rough, and he will not actively gather Reiatsu defense, but this guy's Reiatsu is really too strong. So much so that the strength of the Reiatsu emitted by this monster unconsciously exceeds that of ordinary captains. And this is the result of Zaraki Kenpeki's full force to suppress Reiatsu. Now stimulated by Kuchiki Kyosuke, Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu is much stronger than at the beginning of the original plot. Therefore, the Reiatsu released from Zaraki Kenpeki's body surface has become so strong that it seems to have an entity, and it has become a golden skull covering Zaraki Kenpeki's whole body. This is Zaraki Kenpeki's Reiatsu entity defense, which can isolate all attacks from the outside world. This kind of defense is extremely hot. Once an external attack comes into contact, its spiritual seeds will be burned up. 440 can even compete with Hat's 90-60 knife cremation. It is a very powerful defensive move. The point is, this trick was learned slowly after Zaraki Kenpeki entered Godai 13. It is impossible for him now to learn this trick. That is to say, in just a few minutes of fighting, Zaraki Kenpeki's strength has been liberated again. That's why I learned this skill in advance. The point is, Kuchiki Kyosuke put too much pressure on him. Dijiang's ability is a sharp blade hanging over Zaraki Kenpeki's head at all times. Only by using such a move can he be qualified to fight Kuchiki Kyosuke. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who knew Zaraki Kenpeki a little bit, couldn't help but be amazed. It is worthy of being one of the 5 special combat powers in the future. The speed of this guy's combat progress is too fast. Kill. After a roar, Zaraki Kenpeki, whose whole body was wrapped in golden Reiatsu, rushed over. He slashed at the white dragon-like kid. This blow is like a white rainbow penetrating the sun. Under the infusion of powerful Reiatsu, ordinary kid may disintegrate in an instant. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid held on tenaciously and in turn wrapped Zaraki Kenpeki. If it weren't for the protection of the materialized Reiatsu defense, Zaraki Kenpeki would have been reduced to charcoal in just one blow. Is this kid too totally different from anything I've seen before? How many other moves like this do you have to show me? Feeling the terrifying heat of the opponent's kid at this moment, Zaraki Kenpeki roared excitedly. He had seen and heard about the power of kid before when he was fighting other Shinigami. Just those Shinigami kid, so weak and pathetic, even to the point where he could wipe them out with a single breath. Such kid, such moves, such opponents. It's great. Such a battle is really exciting. In the white flames, Zaraki Kenpeki, who looked like a ghost, laughed wildly. His concentration, fighting spirit, and Reiatsu became more concentrated than ever before. Zanpakut, which was cut off by Taejiang before, also recovered, and even began to produce slight changes. Almost subconsciously, Zaraki Kenpeki pushed his potential to the limit. The speed, power, Reiatsu, have all been achieved and are heading towards that ceiling. The killing god who kills everything in seconds is coming back soon. While concentrating on it, Zaraki Kenpeki even noticed that with the improvement of strength, the Shinigami in front of him seemed to become stronger. It seemed that no matter how strong he became, the sense of tension and danger in his heart would never dissipate. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki not only did not feel frustrated or afraid, but his fighting spirit became more and more vigorous. **** With a cry like a beast, the broken sword in his hand stabbed out instantly. Kuchiki Kyosuke was on the defensive immediately. Byakuya 81, Splitting Void. Under the tenfold increase, a translucent wall as wide and thick as a city wall immediately appeared, completely protecting him. Chapter 58. Now, Kuchiki Kyosuke kind of believes that Shinigami's battle is Reiatsu's battle. The Zaraki Kenpeki in front of him is the best example. As long as Reiatsu is strong enough, he can ignore all the abilities of the enemy's moves. When he swings his sword, the enemy will be instantly killed before he can dodge. Fortunately, Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu and Zanpakuto abilities are both over the spec. Otherwise, there is really no good way to face such monsters who rely on Reiatsu to eat you hard. Clang! Zaraki Kenpeki's attack hit the splitting void instantly. His speed was astonishingly fast. If Kuchiki Kyosuke was a few seconds slower, he would have been pierced by the blade at this moment. Kill him, Dejong! Without any hesitation, in the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke swung his knife and slashed down. Dejong's ability ignored the defense of the golden skull, and pierced forward fiercely. The materialized Reiatsu defense that originally covered Zaraki Kenpeki's whole body has been reduced to a degree that is visible to the naked eye. But this guy is obviously used to it. He raised the sealed state in his hand and flicked it backhand. Then Zanpakuto, who had no scruples about becoming shorter again, rushed forward and launched an offensive again. That posture made Kuchiki Kyosuke a little dazed for a moment. Good guy, it seems that even if the opponent's sealed state is completely cut off, the opponent will not care, and will just continue to fight with both fists. However, it really can't go on like this. Zaraki Kenpeki is simply a standard template for getting stronger as he fights. If this continues, the fight will be against him. It's impossible to keep your hands, you can only go all out to completely defeat this guy. At the same time as he thought of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes had already changed, showing a hint of sharpness. Are you finally going to be serious? Sensing a subtle difference in the opponent's aura, Zaraki Kenpeki stopped, and his frenzied attack also stopped, as if he didn't want to disturb Kuchiki Kyosuke's cohesive TS. Hearing this, Shihoran Yoriyuki and Meguru Makensei on the side couldn't help being taken aback. Are you finally going to? Seriously? The two captains could clearly see how outrageous their previous battle performance was. The shock in their hearts was no less than that of the ordinary Shinigami who watched blankly. Even, because of the identity of the captain, they can better understand the horror of the strength of the two, and they feel more unwilling and yearning in their hearts. If it weren't for the lack of words between the two, I'm afraid they would have even said something like the two mighty battles have reached the edge of the universe, and even the Dao has been wiped out. It can be said that the ordinary captain who can be recorded in the annals of history is almost like an ant in front of the two of them. However, this is not serious yet. Is this really possible? A deep shock flashed in their hearts, and the two couldn't help but look at each other. In addition to the deep shock, there was also a bit of horror in their eyes. Then, the two felt their hearts flutter, and looked up at the sky. They were keenly aware of something wrong. The breath between heaven and earth has become different. Soon, they realize that this eerie change can only come from Kuchiki Kyosuke. The opponent's Reiatsu is too strong, and it has changed the energy of the world. If just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke's goal was to defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. Now, there is already a trace of killing intent on him. In this battle, he probably no longer has any scruples, and everything he does will be for the victory of the battle. Even Zaraki Kenpeki will die here. Walk. After Yoriyuki reminded her, she moved back at least 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Just then, she still looked hesitant, as if she thought she wasn't far enough away. Faintly, she already had expectations. It's best for them to stay away from the battlefield and stay away from those two monsters. Otherwise, if it is affected, the consequences will be very serious. Get out of here immediately, and retreat until you can't see us. Realizing that his team members were not even qualified to watch the upcoming battle, Meguruma Kensei immediately stood in front of the team members and issued an order. Seeing this scene, all the team members panicked, and at the same time they were even more shocked. They can't keep up with the battle in front of them with their eyes alone, they only know that it is very dangerous. With their eyesight and insight, they couldn't realize how terrifying the two people in the sky were. They only knew that they couldn't rush forward, but they didn't expect that they couldn't even look at it now. Is it really that exaggerated? Shihao and Yoryuki retreated farther away, seeing those players hesitated, he knew it was bad. However, she didn't take it too seriously, but instead focused on the two standing in the sky. She believes that Meguruma Kensei will take good care of the Shinigami of the 9th squad. Sure enough, Meguruma Kensei soon discovered that his men did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Without hesitation for a second, he directly activated Iron Fist Duanfeng. A fierce storm blew up, and Meguruma Kensei immediately cast Shunpo, dragging his men into the distance one by one. After seeing the captain's cautious actions, the other team members finally realized that something was wrong. They all backed away. It's just that it's too late now. Sensing Kuchiki Kyosuke's mutation, Zaraki Kenpeki once again erupted with a powerful golden Reiatsu. This man's Reiatsu is like endless. The Shinigami from Division 9, who hadn't had time to stay away, didn't even hold on for a moment, they just rolled their eyes and fainted to the ground. Fortunately, Meguruma Kensei arrived in time to rescue them from the chilling Reiatsu. The terrifying Reiatsu filled the surroundings, shaking the world. Meguruma Kensei, who settled down his men, savored Zaraki Kenpeki's violent Reiatsu carefully. He walked up to Shihao and Yoryuki. After glancing at the unmoved Kuchiki Kyosuke in the sky, the 9th Division captain exclaimed, "Kuchiki Kyosuke will definitely become a great big shot in the future." Shihao and Yet replied with a firm and proud face. "He's a big guy right now. Among the Shinigami, it feels like a long time has passed." But in fact, from Kuchiki Kyosuke gathering strength to Zaraki Kenpeki erupting Reiatsu, only a few moments passed. It is entirely because everyone has endured too much mental pressure that they feel like they are living like years. However, they were hit more than that. In the distant sky, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly erupted all Reiatsu, and the overwhelming coercion descended on the entire land in an instant. Tenfold increase. Suddenly, the power of Reiatsu around Kuchiki Kyosuke skyrocketed. The range of envelopment also expanded instantly, touching the position of Liu Chequan and his team members. Boom! The ground covered by Reiatsu sank a few centimeters in an instant, and countless soil was squeezed into ultimate, becoming a concrete existence. A few Shinigami who are taking care of their companions in the distance can only see two black spots in the sky when they look up. They thought this distance was enough, but soon a black spot in the sky seemed to become a sun. This black sun is radiating endless Reiatsu. The Shinigami members of the 9th squad immediately fell silent, and their faces suddenly became paler. Can the Reiatsu of these two monsters skyrocket? Fortunately, they are all on the edge and don't need to bear such a heavy Reiatsu. If they were still in place now, it would not be as simple as passing out on the spot. And in the center of the battlefield, I saw Zaraki Kenpeki standing in the sky with fanatical eyes. Facing Kuchiki Kyosuke's Reiatsu tide like a huge wave, his body remained motionless. In the process of fighting against Kuchiki Kyosuke, he himself has learned the method of using spirit particles to create footholds without a teacher. A strong golden light has also appeared on his body, and the skull has become more concrete, more solid, and more physically and spiritually. Apparently his materialized Reiatsu defense further metamorphosed and became even stronger. In the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke spit out Kid's quota in a series of words. 75 of Bakud, 5 iron pillars. 5 huge iron pillars appeared out of thin air, and smashed towards Zaraki Kenpeki neatly. The whistling wind sounded extremely heavy, as if carrying 1,000 caddies of coercion. Is that all? Without the slightest fear, Zaraki Kenpeki smiled ferociously. At the second when Kuchiki Kyosuke made a shot, he released all his spiritual energy and blasted all 5 iron pillars. But Kuchiki Kyosuke's kid isn't over yet. 79 of Bakud, 9 obsidian binding. At the moment when the 5-pillar iron gun was shattered, 9 black fireballs exuding a deep sense of oppression suddenly appeared, directly sealing the place where Zaraki Kenpeki could act. The 81 aldehyde of Bakud. Immediately afterwards, 2 thick translucent walls suddenly appeared, completely sealing off the space above Zaraki Kenpeki. The kid, which was used for defense, is now used by Kuchiki Kyosuke to completely trap Zaraki Kenpeki. At the moment of his short stay, the Tijong in the hands of Kuchiki Kyosuke was already raised. On the sharp blade, a trace of orchid light was silently ignited. Space cut. He activated this ability without hesitation, and in the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Coming! A flash of excitement flashed in his heart, and Zaraki Kenpeki put all the Reiatsu in his body to the maximum. He already knew that the snow-white blade could erase everything. Even if it is just rubbed once, the place that was charged will disappear out of thin air. Moreover, this ability cannot be defended, cannot be countered, it can only be avoided or blocked. So he didn't choose to break the kid that bound his space, but quietly waited for Kuchiki Kyosuke's attack. Concentration has been raised to the highest level, just waiting for Kuchiki Kyosuke's attack. But then, the opponent's figure disappeared from his vision. Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't help but be taken aback. The air was filled with the smell of all kinds of tricks unleashed in the melee between the two, but there was no smell of Kuchiki Kyosuke himself. For the first time in this battle, he lost sight of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Sparkle. Kuchiki Kyosuke chose, of course, this special shunpo that can approach the enemy's back at the fastest speed. Under the additional effect of the Immortal Thief Liuku, his aura was naturally completely hidden. Knife out, light sweep. The tip of the knife that shone with blue light pierced through the Juyeo bin effortlessly, and stabbed towards Zaraki Kenpeki at an extremely fast speed. But at this moment, the man in front of him suddenly turned his head. His smile is terrifying, and his eyes are burning with extremely hot light. Come and fight! Before the person turned around, a cold light had already charged towards Kuchiki Kyosuke with a terrifying sword. The sword lightsaber pressure seals the space and destroys everything. With such a lightning-fast attack, even the captain-level Shinigami might not have time to cast Shunpo, and he would be killed with a single blow. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke did not panic at all. To this, he seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and even had time to notice the strangeness of the enemy's weapon. The sealed state that Zaraki Kenpeki picked up casually has produced a strange breath at this moment. Although the blade still looks like a broken knife with gaps all over it, it has grown significantly larger, and there is a killing intent that makes Kuchiki Kyosuke feel palpitations. Noticing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes moved slightly. Perhaps it was during this battle that he felt the call of Zanpakuto. No Zarashi? However, the call was probably too weak, so he still maintained the appearance of a broken sword. Even Shikai, no, he couldn't even maintain the most basic shape of a sword. Zaraki Kenpeki, this man is really strong in battle, which is a bit exaggerated. I am also strong. Instead of hiding from Zaraki Kenpeki's blade, Kuchiki Kyosuke moved his wrist slightly, allowing Dijiang in his hand to hit him without hesitation. Thorn. Blade collides with blade. With an invisible light passing through the air. Zanpakuto, which was not fully Shikai in the hands of Zaraki Kenpeki, suddenly became shorter again. This time, Kuchiki Kyōka deliberately broke out almost all of Reiatsu. Therefore, Dijiang's ability was exerted to the limit, and he cut off half of the broken knife in Zaraki Kenpeki's hand in one fell swoop. The part that was erased didn't leave even a trace of wreckage, and it didn't know where it went. Without stopping, without hesitation, Kuchiki Kyosuke swung forward. The sharp point of the knife is pointed straight at Zaraki Kenpaki's face. Laugh. In the next second, a bloody light exploded suddenly. Zaraki Kenpaki. He still maintains the posture of throwing the knife. But because the original longsword was erased too much, it was impossible to threaten Kuchiki Kyosuke at all. Eventually the tip of his knife stayed centimeters from Kuchiki Kyosuke's throat. The eye socket on the left side of Li Lizao's face pierced by scars. De Jong has already stabbed in quietly. You're slow. I won this battle. Kuchiki Kyosuke said flatly. He slowly pulled out the Dijiang, and with a click, the blade suddenly went into the sheath. You. Zaraki Kenpaki's throat moved, and he spit out a single word slowly. Reiatsu, who was extremely manic just now, finally calmed down slowly. The words in my mouth are not finished yet. The monster-like man fell to the ground, motionless. The eyeball that Yaqian Liu of Mao's Hua failed to remove has been wiped clean by Dejong now. At this time, the wound was still bleeding, and half of the man's face was dyed red, making him look very terrifying. In the future, the blindfold that devours spiritual power specially developed by the Technology Development Bureau for this man seems to have to be worn in a different position. Ended. With a long sigh of relief, Kuchiki Kyosuke's tense spirit relaxed. Immediately afterwards, Yoryuki's voice sounded from behind him. Several shunpo came to Shihour Yoryuki in front of the two with surprise on his face. But when she saw Kuchiki Kyosuke's expression clearly, there was a hint of hesitation in her voice. The boy in front of him had just finished the battle, and his aura still carried a shocking sharpness. That appearance became a little strange, not at all like the laid-back boy she knew. Fortunately, in the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke turned around. I'm playing here. He showed a smile, and there was a rare real tiredness in his voice. The so-called strong must be able to control their emotions. In battle, it is impossible to have no fighting spirit. Kuchiki Kyosuke's ability to switch states freely is a necessary condition for becoming a top player. However, maybe Yoryuki didn't realize it, but when she felt the familiar leisurely aura from Kuchiki Kyosuke, she felt a lot more at ease. Chapter 59. Looking at Kenpaki lying on the ground, Yoryuki still had a trace of horror in his heart. When viewed from a distance, the Reiatsu breath on this guy is already very exaggerated. Now that I feel it up close, just the remaining traces of Reiatsu have already made her a little uncomfortable. The fierce killing intent contained in it even gave her, the captain of the second team, the illusion of being pierced by a sharp knife in her chest. Recalling the appearance of Kuchiki Kyosuke fighting with the opponent, she couldn't help but look at the boy with a hint of surprise and joy again. Under that kind of pressure, can this guy still fight at any speed and in a way? Obviously just graduated. What a monster! Over there, Kuchiki Kyosuke casually used Kide to heal most of Zaraki Kenpaki's wounds. He can't do anything about the wounds affected by Dijiang's ability. The ability to erase space is completely erased and cannot be retrieved. These wounds can only be recovered by Zaraki Kenpaki's strong body and meticulous care. Of course, it is impossible for the missing left eye to grow back, unless special means are used. Just then, a silver-haired muscular man appeared in front of him. The other party has sharp eyes and a righteous face. There is a bang in the middle of the forehead. He is wearing a sleeveless Shiba suit with the white Captain Hayori on the outside. Looking at this familiar Shinigami captain, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help but ask Shinin a soul-striking question. How many cars can you fight? There is no way he is too familiar with the combat unit in front of him. Captain Kensai, why are you here? Kuchiki Kyosuke greeted with a smile. Maguruma Kensei is a straightforward person who speaks what is on his mind. Hearing what Kuchiki Kyosuke said, he waved his hands again and again. Master Kuchiki, don't call me captain. Except for a few people in the Siritii, there is no one who is qualified to put on the captain's airs in front of you. After speaking, he answered Kuchiki Kyosuke's question just now. I was originally reported to arrest the so-called Rukonga killer. Meguruma Kensei glanced at the fallen Zaraki Kenpeiki, feeling Chnin's fear for a while. What kind of murderer is this? It should be a murderer. If it weren't for this peerless genius to block the knife for him, their 9th team would be in trouble this time. He doesn't worry about himself, but he can't help worrying about his subordinates. He couldn't help but look at his team members, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These guys seemed to have been frightened by the battle just now, and they were all standing far away at the moment, not daring to approach them at all. Although 507, Meguruma Kensei knew that they could not be blamed for this. Even if he was facing a strong person of this level, he was actually a little nervous in his heart. This has nothing to do with anything else, it's just because the other party is too strong, like the existence of another world. This makes him instinctively nervous. But in fact, in terms of age, Kuchiki Kyosuke is younger than all of them present. However, their strength has reached an incredible level. Amidst the emotion, Meguruma Kensei suddenly noticed something. He looked at Zaraki, who was very weak, but still had an ups and downs chest, and was a little dazed for a moment. This guy isn't dead. I thought you had. Speaking of which, just now he saw this genius treating this monster. Of course, Meguruma Kensei is not blaming Kuchiki Kyosuke. He was just curious about what Kuchiki Kyosuke thought and how this monster survived. Hearing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled helplessly and said, "How is that possible? I want him back to carry on the Kenpeika name. Not to mention that Ishin wants to control the kid people and develop them, so Zaraki Kenpeika needs to replace him as the captain of the 11th team. Just say that Zaraki Kenpeika is very valuable, at least it can enhance Siraidi's combat power. In the future, Kuchiki Kyosuke will have more thugs, and more companions. But, he just now. Yoryuki suddenly thought of something at this moment, and suddenly became dazed. She felt that her head suddenly couldn't turn around. Although far away, she can feel the concentration of Kuchiki Kyosuke fighting Zaraki. In the end, this guy still has the strength to keep his hand. Didn't kill Zaraki on purpose. Recalling the moment when I fought against Zaraki, I was involuntarily suppressed by the opponent's momentum. Her mood suddenly became more complicated. I have already been chased by that kind of monster, and I am already serious, planning to make a killing move. He actually still has the mind to consider the strength of the shot. What kind of strength is this? What kind of mood? Is Kyosuke so sure he can win? But in the next second, as if aware of her thoughts, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly reached out and patted Yoryuki on the head, bringing her back to her senses immediately. Seemingly aware of Yoryuki's thoughts, Kuchiki Kyosuke explained to the two of them lightly. I didn't hold back, and neither did Zaraki. If the battle drags on for another moment, I'm afraid my spiritual power will be exhausted earlier than his. In these words, Kuchiki must have lied. After Shikai Emperor Zhang, all his abilities can be multiplied tenfold, but the spiritual power consumed will also be tenfold. Moreover, although Dijiang's active ability can erase everything, which can be called invincible, it also consumes a lot. He used Dijiang's cutting ability several times before, and consumed 70% to 80% of Reiatsu. At the last moment, facing Zaraki Kenpeiki, who was more and more courageous in the Vietnam War, he really used all his energy and devoted himself to the battle. Kuchiki Kyosuke chose to take a risky strike and used most of the remaining Lingqing on Dijiang's active ability. If it weren't for Zaraki Kenpeiki, he didn't expect Dijiang's ability to continue to become stronger, so he was a little careless. So at this moment, they are probably already wounded by both sides, and they are all lying on the ground unable to move. And after cutting out Zaraki Kenpeiki's eyes and giving him the final blow, the Reiatsu on Kuchiki Kyosuke is also officially sold out. I have to say that even if Zaraki has not yet entered Godi I-13 and has not learned to use his own Reiatsu, he is still very strong. In the case of using Liuku Immortal Thief to continuously absorb the surrounding matter and transform it into Reiatsu, Zaraki Kenpeki is still entangled with him all the way until now, which is enough to show how powerful his Reiatsu is. After this battle, don't look at Zaraki Jianmu missing an eye, but this beast will be much stronger than in the original book. This round, Kuchiki Kyosuke really won. The win lies in his better understanding of himself and his finer control over spiritual power. Zaraki Kenpeki only relied on flat cuts and sealed state to win. After Zaraki Kenpeki is familiar with the use of Reiatsu, has learned the art of swordsmanship and liberated Zanpakut, it may be much more difficult for Kuchiki Kyosuke to win. However, with the 8 wonders, Kuchiki Kyosuke does not think that he will stay at this level forever. While Zaraki Kenpeki will get stronger, he will only get stronger. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke spoke directly. Then Captain Kensai, let alone I will leave first. You know the agreement I made with the captain, this guy, I still want to keep the name of Kenpeki. Slowly regaining consciousness, Meguruma Kensei nodded and agreed, if he can become a companion, it will really make people feel a lot more at ease. Seeing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Yoryuki. Give me a hand. He raised Zaraki Kenpeki's arm and waved a wish to Yoryuki. My spiritual power has been exhausted, and now it is difficult to return to Shirai with Shunpo. It's up to you to transport this guy back. Please, Miss Yoryuki. Hearing this, Yoryuki's expression became even more helpless. UBD, now I know you are called sister. You came here with her just to be a porter for this kid, right? Does she, the captain of the 2nd Squad and the commander-in-chief of the Sing Army, not want to lose face? Forget it, it's because she didn't give any support. The porter is the porter, it's better than just watching a show. Thinking in her heart, she did not hesitate, and pinched Zaraki Kenpeki under her armpit, and was about to pick up Kuchiki Kyosuke with the other hand. But at this moment, her movements suddenly stopped. Child. Hearing Yoryuki's doubtful voice, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked up. I saw beside them, a very petite child appeared at some point. Pink hair, pink eyebrow, agfk, hair, fair little round face, even though she is wearing tattered clothes, she still can't hide her cuteness. Isn't this Kuzujishi Yachiru? Kuchiki Kyosuke was slightly taken aback. The battle with Zaraki Kenpeki was so intense that he almost forgot about the future president of the Female Shinigami Association. Where are you going to take the little sword? Silently stretched out his hand and grabbed Zaraki Kenpeki's sleeve, Kuzujishi Yachiru was full of curiosity. Hearing this, Yoryuki didn't answer immediately, but asked instead, who are you? What is your relationship with this person? She has already felt that this child also has the breath of Reiatsu. And it's not too weak, it has already reached the level of a senior officer. It is completely possible to make an exception and enter the Maoang Academy of Spiritual Art. The pink-haired little man stared at his big round eyes, and introduced himself very seriously. My name is Kuzujishi Yachiru. I am Zaijian's best companion. Then, Kuzujishi Yachiru bowed slightly to Kuchiki Kyosuke and said, Thank you for making Xiaojian so happy. Small sword. Kuchiki Kyosuke pretended not to know. In Kuzujishi Yachiru's narration, several people know that the man on the ground is named Zaraki Kenpeki. The surname is from the birthplace of the other party, Zaraki 80 district. The name is because Kenpeki represents the strongest swordsman, and Zaraki who wants to become the strongest is named after this. After listening to the other party's introduction, Yoryuki glanced at Kuzujishi Yachiru and asked Kuchiki Kyosuke. Kyosuke, this kid. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded and said, Don't worry, I know what's going on. Kuzujishi Yachiru, equivalent to another incarnation of Zaraki Kenpeki, is naturally not weak. It would be better to say that without her, Zaraki Kenpeki's strength will always stagnate at a certain upper limit, unable to move forward. So Kuzujishi Yachiru, Kuchiki Kyosuke must also be brought back. Stretching out his hand, he touched the little doubting's head, and he explained in a good voice. My name is Kuchiki Kyosuke, and this time I'm here to find a strong player. In the battle between Zaraki and me, he lost, but I recognize his strength. Kuzujishi Yachiru blinked his eyes were watery, he tilted his head and said cheerfully in a crisp voice. Yes, Xiaojian and Xiaojing are very powerful, then what? For Kuzujishi Yachiru's behavior of giving people nicknames, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not surprised. Weird, smiled and said. Then I will take Zaraki Kenpeki to Siraidai, after his injury heals, there will make him stronger. Hearing this, Kuzujishi Yachiru's eyes suddenly lit up. Real? Then I'm going to. Naturally, Kuchiki Kyosuke would not refuse and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Meguruma Kensei frowned slightly, but didn't say much. First of all, throwing a little girl here does not match his character. Secondly, there is Kuchiki Kyosuke, let alone a little girl with Reiatsu who is the chief officer, even if the other party has Reiatsu who is the captain, it will not be able to make any waves. Then, see you Siraidai, Captain Kensei. After saying hello, Kuchiki Kyosuke picked up Yachiru and put it on Yoryuki's shoulder. Hey, that's enough, this guy only weighs so much, does he have to order me? Yoryuki yelled in displeasure. Growing up so big, my parents have never used me like this. If you don't use it, you don't use it. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked calm. Besides, don't you have the title of Flash Goddess? This weight can't trouble you. UBD. Gritting his teeth, the veins on Yoryuki's forehead twitched suddenly. Never mind. For the sake of the other party's hard work, let's memorize one more. Not sinking anyway. On the way back to Siraidai with Shunpo, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt for the first time what it means to be as slow as a snail. Every time he walks a distance, Yoryuki will stop and wait for him from time to time. But fortunately, with the operation of Liuku Immortal Thief, his spiritual power slowly recovered, and Shunpo's speed was also much faster. Soon, the group returned to Siraidai. After all, Zaraki Kenpeki was wiped out by Dejong successively, and he remained in a coma. It is difficult to heal such an injury quickly with only Kaide, and it needs to be recuperated quietly. This is exactly what the fourth team is best at. The foothold of the group was naturally chosen in the fourth team. Kuchiki Deputy Chief Kid, this is a rare visitor. Seeing them, Anohanaretsu couldn't help being slightly taken aback. When she noticed the very tall figure on Yoryuki's shoulders, she didn't think much about it. When Anohanaretsu habitually released her spiritual sense to perceive the breath and situation of the other party, she was in a trance for a while, as if thinking of something. Then, the captain of the fourth team opened his eyes wide in an instant, and the whole person froze in place. Anohanaretsu's eyes are much more complicated. Especially after noticing the wound on Zaraki's face, the way she looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke became wrong, with an indescribably hot light shining in it. Is this your pick for the next Kenpeki? You injured him. Raising an eyebrow, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help but smile. It fits, doesn't it? I don't want to hurt him either, but this man named Zaraki Kenpeki is not one to give in easily. After hearing the name, Anohanaretsu seemed to be sure of something. The breath on her body became unstable, like a flickering candle shadow. The originally gentle expression also stiffened a lot, as if trying to cover up something. Almost subconsciously, Anohanaretsu touched the wound covered by his own hair. When she looked up again, her eyes had returned to her usual calmness. After that, Anohanaretsu took a deep look at Kuchiki Kyosuke, nodded and said, "It is indeed very suitable. But I didn't expect that Master Kuchiki would even defeat such a beast. I don't know the future, what can you become?" After realizing that the atmosphere was a bit subtle, Yoryuki frowned, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable. Ahem. Then, she subconsciously stood in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke, and she interrupted their conversation with a smile. Chapter 60. Captain Anohana, let's talk about gossip later. Let's give priority to treating the patients in front of us. There is also this kid, who is considered a family member of the patient, and needs your fourth team to take care of him temporarily. Putting Zaraki on the couch, Yoryuki carried Kuzujishi Yachiru beside him. The latter flashed a pair of beautiful big eyes, with a cute smile on his face. Nice to meet, my name is Kuzujishi Yachiru, thank you for helping Xiaojian. Hearing this, Anohanaretsu's sanity slowly returned, and the enthusiasm for fighting in her heart was also suppressed. Yes. Let me do my job well first. With a slight nod, she greeted the other team members and sent the one big and one small to the treatment room. After watching the two leave, Kuchiki Kyosuke stretched his waist and said to Shihao and Yoryuki. Miss Yoryuki, please tell the captain, I have found a suitable candidate for Kenpeki. I'm going to rest here first. Hearing what Kuchiki Kyosuke said, Yoryuki asked with some reluctance. Hey? So fast? We've already defeated this monster, shouldn't we go drink and celebrate? Hey! Kyosuke. Unfortunately, before she finished speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke turned around and left. He quickly found a vacant bed in the fourth team, lay down and fell asleep. The battle with Zaraki Kenpeki is a fight of life and death. What he consumes the most is naturally not spiritual power, but spirit. What he needs most at this moment is a sufficient rest. After this sleep, Kuchiki Kyosuke fell asleep for a whole day. When I woke up again, it was already noon. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his waist, and the exhaustion all over his body was swept away. How long have I been asleep? With a grunt just now, the curtain beside the bed was pulled open. The figure of Anohanaretsu suddenly appeared. You have been sleeping for a day and a night, and you can't wake up no matter how you scream. One day one night. After being stunned for a moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help but smile. That's an exaggeration. Did anyone come to see me in the meantime? Putting a bowl of porridge on the bedside, Anohanaretsu narrated lightly. That's a lot. Captain Shihaoran, Captain Kuchiki, and your eldest brother. But seeing that you are sleeping soundly, there is nothing wrong with you, so they left after a few instructions. Chief Kid, who holds Zhongde, and head Genryuze also came to visit. But not just to see you, but... Before she could finish speaking, another voice sounded from behind. Kuchiki Kyosuke, are you finally awake? Then let's fight. Come on, I can't wait. After a heavy rush of footsteps, Zaraki Kenpeki rushed to his bedside. The guy wore an eye patch on his face, covering the left eye that was erased by Taejiang, but the whole person looked more energetic than before, and the remaining eye was shining brightly at Kuchiki Kyosuke. On his shoulders, as always, was Kuzujishi Yachiru. Good morning, Xiaojing. She waved her little hand and said with a cute face. Ajian woke up last night and didn't leave all this time just to wait for you to wake up. Yeah, Kuchiki. Showing a slightly ferocious smile, Zaraki Kenpeki's face was ready to move. Have you fully recovered? I found a good place to fight, shall I go now? 111. Hearing Zaraki Kenpeki's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly showed a speechless expression. Dude, this man is too crazy about fighting. ER's physique is a bit unscientific. With such a serious injury, in such a short time, he became alive and kicking? Is it because the girls of the fourth team are too powerful, or you are too weird? Kuchiki Kyosuke's own physique strengthened by the Liuku Immortal Thieves is no match for such a monster. Sure enough, the gap between people is sometimes not as big as the gap between people and dogs. Fortunately, there is a plugin called 8 Wonders. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Kyosuke hurriedly looked at his attribute panel. 97.5%. Awesome! Seeing the pure smile on Kuchiki Kyosuke's face, Zaraki Kenpeki also laughed. It seems that you also want to fight with me. Kuchiki Kyosuke, we really are the same kind of people. Kuchiki Kyosuke withdrew his thoughts and shook his head hastily. I don't want to fight with you, I just want you to take over as the captain of the 11th squad and become a veritable Kenpeki. It's cool to gain so much proficiency at once. But the price is too high, after all Zaraki Kenpeki only has 2 eyes. Kuchiki Kyosuke is not a villain, it is impossible to make others blind. Zaraki Kenpeki really showed a puzzled look. What sense? That kind of thing is not as interesting as fighting. Hearing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Anohanaretsu with some headaches. Anohanaretsu shrugged, impotent. After thinking about it, she told Kuchiki Kyosuke the truth. As you can see, the captain of Yuan Liuzai has also tried his best, but the communication has not been successful. Master Kuchiki can convince him himself, I will leave first. By the way, Zaraki, this is the 4th team, please try to be as quiet as possible and don't disturb my patients. Watching the back of Anohanaretsu leaving, Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't help frowning. Is he getting stronger? Why do I always feel that this woman? Isn't it stronger than before? Forget it, the most important thing is to fight Kuchiki again. Thinking in his heart, he decisively turned his attention back to Kuchiki Kyosuke. The next second, the other party's voice also rang. Zaraki, you go to the captain first, inherit Kenpeki's name, and then take over the position of the captain of the next 11th squad. Hey? Why? Zaraki Kenpeki asked with a puzzled look on his face. Without explaining more to the fighting maniac, Kuchiki Kyosuke just left a word. The captain of the 11th team is recognized as the strongest existence in Godai 13. There will be many strong people looking for you to challenge. I will also be sent to very dangerous places to challenge powerful enemies. If you like fighting and want to become stronger, there is the most suitable for you. And after becoming the captain of the 11th team, you can challenge the captain of Yamamoto openly. That one is the strongest Shinigami, much stronger than me, you're guaranteed to be satisfied. Do you understand? Kuchiki Kyosuke did not hesitate to sell the captain of Yamamoto. After all, this old man made this matter, and it is normal for the other party to contribute a little bit, so it should be considered as a contribution to Siritai. Understood. Nodding his head, Zaraki Kenpeki showed a look of anticipation, but it looked a little scary no matter how he put it on that face. In the next second, he turned around and left without any hesitation. 8,000 streams, because I bought it. Kuzujishi Yachiru emerged from behind Zaraki Kenpeki, after saying hello to Kuchiki Kyosuke. She pointed with her little finger and said cheerfully. Okay. Ajian, go this way. No. Looking at the backs of the two, one big and one small, Kuchiki Reiatsu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Well, this way, he can join the kid with peace of mind. Get out of bed, change clothes, he was just about to go, but saw Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru back again. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Kuchiki Kyosuke pointed in the direction. Over there is the team building of the first team, the captain should rest there. These two, like Zoro in the world of One Piece next door, are notorious road idiots. Kuzujishi Yachiru is not only a road idiot, but also likes to give directions. He is really good at food and fun. He thought the two were asking for directions. Zaraki Kenpeki looked disdainful. That kind of thing doesn't matter, Yakian Liu will guide you. But Kuchiki, after I become the captain, when will you fight me again? When he said the last sentence, the fighting and killing intent on this man's body was rising endlessly, almost becoming visible to the naked eye. Asking this question made Kuchiki Kyosuke feel a rare pressure. If I agree to this, according to Zaraki Kenpeki's character, why not fight with him every day? No, he doesn't want to live a life of struggling to make progress. Compared to fighting desperately with the Zaraki sword, he would rather hack something like Ghost Rock City. The progress will be slower, but the victory lies in safety. After all, for a big late stage, only output can be achieved by being alive. Talk later. The corner of his mouth twitched, he said hurriedly. I still have something to do, let's go first. Remember to report to the captain. Fearing that Zaraki Kenpeki would come after him again, Kuchiki Kyosuke rushed to several shunpo and left quickly. Compared with the 13 divisions whose team houses are located in different places, the Shaozhong is more like a large organization. To facilitate the execution of tasks, kid offices are located throughout Siriti. At this moment, what he came to was the headquarters of the kid. Looking at the majestic and huge building in front of him, before he entered, he saw a figure rushing out. Tsukubishi Big Kid Long. Kyosuke Deputy Chief Kid. Tessai Tsukubishi's figure stopped abruptly, and several shunpo appeared. After looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke, he stretched out his hand excitedly and patted Kuchiki Kyosuke's shoulder. Just like Captain Anohana said, you really woke up. I was going to find you. Thinking of something, he couldn't help pushing his glasses. Speaking of which, Kyosuke Deputy Chief Kid searched fast enough. Just went out for a day, and immediately found that kind of monster-level person to inherit the name of Kenpeki. Where, it's just a coincidence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kuchiki Kyosuke and Tessai Tsukubishi entered the kid headquarters office and got all the procedures done. By the way, he also met with the previous deputy kid chief, Aizen. Just like in the original, he is a fat, gentle uncle. 0, seeking flowers. And what's funny is that this huge uncle also has red hair and red eyebrows, and the color is exactly the same as the Kuzujishi Yachiru I just met. If it weren't for Kuchiki Kyosuke knowing the origin of Kuzujishi Yachiru, he really thought that the two had something to do with each other. Akita didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction with the fact that Kuchiki Kyosuke wanted to replace him, and even smiled relaxedly. I will feel relieved if Master Kuchiki replaces me. After working for so long, I can finally take a break. Tessai Tsukubishi immediately gave a look of disapproval. Then how? Xiaobo, you are still very young, even if you want to retire, you have to retire with me. Here Tsukubishi. At Tessai's words, Aizen smiled and nodded in agreement. Compared with Aizen, he is like the kind of pure good person, with a gentle atmosphere all over his body. Kuchiki Kyosuke remembers that in the original book, Vizard called Aizen Little Bowl. It seems that the image of this good old man is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and is very popular with everyone. After a handover, Kuchiki Kyosuke officially took office. Tessai Tsukubishi was kind enough to separate out some of the paperwork for Deputy Kid. Basically, Kuchiki Kyosuke only needs to research Kid every day, provide some research results regularly, and make a shot at critical moments. The days are very leisurely, and I can drink tea and fish with a certain admiral next door. Kuchiki Kyosuke can only say that Tessai Tsukubishi understands the office and is accurate in judging people. After dealing with the matters of the kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke, refreshed, also returned to the Kuchiki family's mansion. After sleeping for a full day and night, Kuchiki Yinling and Byakuya were also very worried about him. 0. After explaining the situation a little and reassuring the two of them, he returned to his room. Both Kuchiki Yinling and Byakuya Kuchiki are Shinigami fighting on the front line, and they have never encountered any dangerous situation. In contrast, Kuchiki Kyosuke just sleeps a little longer, which is not a problem at all. After seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke waking up looking alive and well, the two felt relieved. In the room, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt the current state and nodded with satisfaction. After a tough fight with Zaraki Kenpeki, his already maxed out physique got a little stronger. The reason why he slept for so long was that on the one hand, he was really too tired, and on the other hand, it was to meet the needs of his body's evolution. After all, it was because of his age. Zaraki Kenpeki looks like a young man, but he has lived almost 1,000 years. It is normal for Kuchiki Kyosuke to be inferior to each other in terms of physique and Reiatsu. It's just that Liuku Immortal Thief, who has a perfect state, even if the opponent has 1,000 years of accumulation, Kuchiki Kyosuke can catch up with him at an extremely fast speed. This is the power of the 8 wonders. In addition, after this battle, Kuchiki Kyosuke also accumulated a wealth of actual combat experience, and realized the various ingenious applications of Taejeong's abilities in actual combat. That's why he fought with all his might. Some things, if they are not real, they are just talk on paper after all. After defeating Zaraki Kenpeki, I have gained a foothold in Seireiti. With the experience of playing against such a real strong player, Kuchiki Kyosuke feels at ease. He also has a clear understanding of his own strength. Compared to normal Shinigami or even Captain class Shinigami, he is already very strong. But Kuchiki Kyosuke knows that's not enough. In the ensuing battle, the captain rank was nothing more than trash. Not to mention Ghost Rock City, even monsters like Zaraki Kenpeki were instantly killed in the Millennium Bloody Battle. Although there are reasons for restraint, it is enough to show how terrible the enemies Shinigami will face in the future. Thinking of this, Kyosuke's already a little active heart slowly calmed down again. Life after that was uneventful. Thanks to Tessai Tsukabishi's thoughtful arrangement, Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly got used to the life of kid people. He goes to work to catch fish every day when he is free, and studies kid by himself when he is not free. At the same time, most of his free time is used to clear the proficiency of Tongdian Lu. For this reason, Kuchiki Jinga also specially accepted several purification tasks. In terms of missions, compared to Shinigami who cannot choose freely, kid are privileged and can choose missions independently. This is also an important reason why Kuchiki Kyosuke chose to join the kid congregation. And he reluctantly fought Zaraki Kenpeki a few times. However, these few encounters were of a sparring nature. The purpose of Kuchiki Kyosuke is very clear, which is to increase proficiency. Finally, after some time, in the room, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the panel of 8 wonders with ecstasy on his face. In this regard, Zaraki Kenpeki was very unhappy and threatened to come to a real challenge. Tongdian Lu, 100% proficiency, complete. Feng Kaokuman, 1% proficiency, entry. The heavenly talisman of the perfect state is invincible only in the universe. Now Kuchiki Kyosuke's low-level kid is comparable to Captain Shinigami's high-level kid. And more importantly, he unlocked another 8 Miraculous Skill 7. Chapter 61. Kimen After the Wind. Kimen's ultimate. Other warlocks need to step on the direction and look for bad luck before they can use their spells. A person who has Feng Kaokuman only needs to fix the middle palace at a certain point, and lay a Kimen magic circle around his body. You can change the position of the pattern at will, thereby causing changes in the things in the formation. In the game, everything will become a controllable existence. Even time is just a scale to record the changes of things, and the changes can be reversed at will. Naturally, there is no need to stick to the arrangement of time and pattern when using spells, you can cast spells at will. In this strange pattern, the caster himself is the orientation, and he himself is good or bad. The time, space, and Forpanchenk are all determined by the caster. Although it looks complicated, it is actually very simple to explain. That is, Kuchiki Kyosuke can control everything in the game after the underdog. The earth, water flow, air, time, everything will become pawns in his hands, and he is the complete master of this space. In an instant, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes flashed with excitement. Feng Kaokuman, isn't this the strongest enchantment? And how big a game it can set up depends entirely on the user's own strength. It is very convenient to practice, and the proficiency is naturally just as fast. With the battle with Zaraki Kenpeki ahead of him, it is inevitable that he now has a little bit of self-motivation. The progress speed of that kind of monster is terrifying. He still needs to work harder, brush up his proficiency, and unlock the new 8 strange skills as soon as possible. Without further ado, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately sat down cross-legged and started Feng Kaokumen's training. For a while, Kuchiki Kyo, who has many nationalities, was amazed by the power of Kyoshi. He kept experimenting with Feng Kaokumen's ability, only feeling that it was infinitely mysterious. The feeling of doing whatever you want and controlling everything makes people extremely intoxicated, and it is very 840 fans. While Kuchiki Kyosuke was indulging in the powerful 8 wonders he had just unlocked, 2 major events happened to Seirai. And both of these are inseparable from Kuchiki Kyosuke. The first thing is that Zaraki Kenpeki officially succeeds Ghost Rock Castle as the 11th generation Kenpeki. The second thing is that Zaraki Kenpeki, who just became the captain of the 11th team, immediately challenged the captain of Yamamoto. The two fought a battle, and then Zaraki Kenpeki was sent to the 4th team. However, the Hyoshin training ground where the two fought has been completely burned down. The fire that ignited over there lasted for a long time, and most of the sky was red, and the kid people worked hard for a few days for it to be completely resolved. Only then did the captains know that the newly appointed captain of the first team actually forced Shikai out of the chief captain. You know, as the oldest and strongest flame Zanpakut, Rijinjaka normally surpasses other Shikai of Zanpakut. As for Shikai's Rijinjaka, it is more equivalent to Benkai of other captains. It can only be said that those who have faced this state are dead. For thousands of years, there have been very few enemies who have allowed Commander Yamamoto to use Shikai. Seirai and many Shinigami were shocked by this. They didn't expect that the weirdo that Kuchiki Kyosuke found was so strong. For a while, the members of the 11th team who were still thinking about blowing up their hair were all honest. However, another news came out at this time. That is, even such a powerful Captain Zaraki was defeated by the super genius Kuchiki Kyosuke. At the beginning, many people did not believe in technical points. A group of reckless men from the 11th team who had been completely hacked by Zaraki Kenpeki even uttered wild words, clamoring to teach Kuchiki Kyosuke a lesson. But Zaraki Kenpeki took action to teach those arrogant guys a lesson, and admitted that he was defeated by Kuchiki Kyosuke. As soon as this remark came out, it was like a stone breaking the sky. The captains thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke would be a superpower, but that was later. They never expected that Kuchiki Kyosuke would cash in so quickly. For this young genius whose growth rate is like a monster, there is only one thought in the hearts of the strong men. So scary. Because of this incident, the 11th squad Shinigami, who had been yelling at the kid people, all restrained a lot. With Kuchiki Kyosuke, the mighty and strong man, sitting in the town, the kid people who were originally unpopular were also respected. Since then, Kuchiki Kyosuke's position in the kid congregation is unshakable, and his prestige has reached that of the Grand Kid Chief. Kid became popular at the Mao Spiritual Academy. Many students who aim to make Kuchiki Kyosuke their idol are working hard in Kid, and want to join the Kid crowd, and see for themselves what kind of demeanor Kuchiki Kyosuke has, which makes all the talents eclipsed. Just when everyone thought that Kuchiki Kyosuke would make a big move next. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was at the center of the incident, was not kidnapped by fame. For the next time, he lived very leisurely. Eat, drink, have fun, touch fish every day, deal with the tasks of Kid, and compete with Zaraki Kenpeki from time to brush up the proficiency of Bakiji. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Seirai, the Great Lingsha Cloister. It is located in the underground meeting hall of Central 46, and it is a very large and systematic database. It records a series of major events and secrets of the Soul Society from ancient times to the present, and ordinary people cannot enter at all. But at this moment, a young man was sitting on the ground with his eyes quietly closed. With him as the center, a translucent blue 8 trigrams disc is entrenched in the huge corridor of the Great Spirit Book. As his spiritual power fluctuates, it seems to be constantly changing. In the next second, he seemed to feel something, and opened his eyes suddenly. The originally pitch-black eyes turned out to be somewhat translucent at the moment, clearly reflecting everything in front of them. In an instant, the 8 trigrams disc in the room disappeared immediately, and his eyes returned to normal color. Yo-Yo stood up. Kuchiki Kyosuke had already looked somewhere, and said with a smile, "Coming." Just as the voice fell, a familiar figure appeared at the same time. "It's Ichimaru-jin. Is it my illusion?" Ichimaru-jin raised his eyebrows slightly, with a playful smile on his face. "I always feel that since a few years ago, it seems that every time I have not started to approach you, you already know where I am. Hehe, I'm familiar with it, and I will naturally know where you appeared from." Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled faintly. 10 years have passed since Zaraki Kenpeiga joined Godai 13. During this period, Kuchiki Kyosuke has greatly improved both as Reiatsu and in strength. During these years, he has already improved the proficiency of Feng Kaokuman to 100%, and successfully unlocked the 4th of the 8 Miraculous Skills. Daluo Cave View. Just as Feng Kaokuman is the ultimate of Kimen, Daludongguan is the ultimate of Guanyin. Can see through all changes in the pattern, and even modify the connection between the individual and the fate. It can be described as a very terrifying ability. But there are too few times when this ability can be used, and the speed of gaining proficiency is also slow. If Aizen hadn't used Kyōka Suigetsu on almost everyone in Seirai, it would have been impossible for Kuchiki Kyosuke to have raised the proficiency of Daluo Dongguan to 47% in these years, which is an impossible state. Where the proficiency is, he naturally cannot use the Daluo Cave View to modify the individual's fate pattern. But even so, Daluo Cave Temple is completely enough. Now he is no longer afraid of Aizen's Kyōka Suigetsu. Even the Shikai ceremony of face-to-face release, even the legendary Kyōka Suigetsu Bankai. He has the confidence to see through. Of course, Ichimaru-jin definitely doesn't know about these things. He only felt that with the growth of time, the person in front of him was more unfathomable than before. Even when facing Aizen, he has a calm attitude, as if he is the superior who sees through everything. Without going too far into Kuchiki Kyosuke's abilities, Ichimaru-jin said it directly. "Aizen is ready to strike. If he didn't lie to me, the target is probably Hirako Shinji and his group." Hearing Ichimaru-jin's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke slightly raised his eyebrows. In 10 years, not only has he grown a lot, but so has the Ichimaru-jin in front of him. After graduating, he immediately joined the 5th team, and according to Kuchiki Kyosuke's suggestion, directly killed the 3rd seat of the 5th team. This extraordinary performance quickly attracted Aizen's attention. This guy hid the fact that the 3rd seat of the 5th division was killed by Ichimaru-jin, and threw an olive branch to Ichimaru-jin. Like the original work, Ichimaru-jin agreed, and in the past 10 years, he has done many shady things for Aizen. Now, he has already gained the trust of Aizen, and the information he uttered has become more and more specific and accurate. Is Hirako Shinji and his party? Touching his chin, Kuchiki Kyosuke's eyes moved slightly. As expected, Aizen should use the captains to carry out the hollow experiment. It was because of this incident that Hirako Shinji, Yura Harakisuke, and Shihaoran Yoryuaki defected from the Soul Society and started the following story. After mastering the virtual power, Hirako Shinji and his team also established Visored, secretly assisting Yura Harakisuke's work. Just as he was thinking, Ichimaru-jin in front of him spoke again, "Do you want to stop him?" Kuchiki Kyosuke came back to his senses, but his expression didn't change at all, still smiling calmly. Why? Although he is also a member of the nobles, he has to admit that some nobles deserve to die. Kuchiki Kyosuke felt that the entire Seirai, their Kuchiki family and a few other nobles were enough. Of course, it is inconvenient for him to do it himself, so borrowing a knife to kill someone is the best way. And perfect Gyaku, Kuchiki Kyosuke also want it. It would be too wasteful for such a good thing to be sealed forever. Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin was slightly taken aback, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Is that so? I see. Everything Aizen planned will happen. After hearing Ichimaru-jin's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke waved to him and reminded, you should go back. After realizing that Ichimaru-jin's aura had completely disappeared, he looked relaxed. 10 years of Great Kid's long career has made his aura even more unpredictable. Hollow incident, Kuchiki Kyosuke will definitely not stop it. Only Hirako Shinji and his group successfully broke through the boundary and were infected by the virtual power. Ura Harakisuke took out the Hagyaku in an attempt to heal several people. Although in this way, Shihao and Yoryuki will also defect, but that guy prefers to live a free life, and Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't think much about her. His focus is all on Hagyaku. Having read the original work, he knows very well that there is more than one Hagyaku. First, there is Hagyaku made by Ura Harakisuke, and second, there are hundreds of Shinigami collected by Aizen, and Rukanga who has Shinigami talents. Experimented with the soul of another Hagyaku created. But these two Hagyaku are not perfect, only after they are fused together can a real Hagyaku be produced. At that time, Hagyaku will have self-awareness, and can absorb and materialize the hearts of things that exist around him. In short, Hagyaku is capable of achieving what one wishes within limits. It will stimulate the corresponding potential and evolve in a certain direction according to the strong will of the host's heart. And no matter how small the possibility is, it can evolve successfully, but there is no way to create something out of nothing. For example, Hagyaku can allow Shinigami to perfectly integrate the power of Hollow and evolve to a higher level, and it can also allow humans to awaken the power of Quincy. These are all the powers that they might have mastered. But Hagyaku can't make pure Shinigami have Quincy powers or humans have steel skins, because they don't have that potential. Perfection Hagyaku can even protect the host's body from death and indestructibility. When the host's ability reaches its limit or life is threatened, Hagyaku can also make the host evolve to the next level. Not only can it help evolve, but it can also protect the host. Jade can be said to be the most powerful prop in the original work. If this kind of thing can be obtained, Kuchiki Kyosuke can really lie down and be a salted fish in the future. What Mask Espada Aizen, there is no threat at all. Although they are not a big threat now, even if there is a 1 in a million chance of overturning, Kuchiki Kyosuke will nip this possibility in the bud. He is so steady. With this in mind, Kuchiki Kyosuke left the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Aizen is not the kind of person who procrastinates, and his plan is estimated to start soon. A few days later, Rukanga. Why do we have to come? Kuna Mashiro pouted, looking bored. Glancing at her, Meguruma Kensei held back his anger and said. In the past month, people in Rukanga have disappeared one after another, but no trace can be found. As a member of the 9th Division, it is reasonable for us to investigate. Kicking the stones on the ground, Kuna Mashiro looked like he didn't want to move at all. But haven't you sent 10 people from the advance team to investigate? 2.2. Wouldn't it be better to wait for the report? Kwangzai is too impatient, and loves to show off. The green-haired girl complained loudly, regardless of Meguruma Kensei's identity as captain. The blue veins twitched, and Meguruma Kensei's expression suddenly became gritted. UBD. Did I ask you to come here? Didn't you come here by yourself? Seeing this, other team members hurried forward and stopped him one after another. Captain, calm down. Isn't the deputy captain always like this? Don't do anything here. Everyone in Rukanga is watching, pay attention to the image. A group of people were making noise. At this moment, a man with dark skin and purple curly hair suddenly looked into the distance. It's the 5th seat of the 9th Division, Tosen can name. Captain, something is coming. As soon as the words fell, there was a loud noise from Rukanga not far away. Boom! In an instant, the house collapsed into ruins, and several children rushed out in panic. It's false. Why does this kind of existence appear in Rukanga? Woo, help! Hearing their cries, Meguruma Kensei instantly pulled out the zanpakut from his waist. At the same time, the team members on the side also stepped forward with shunpo and quickly rescued several children. But Su's speed suddenly slowed down. In front of it, a black-haired kid deliberately slowed down, attracting his attention. After the other children were rescued, he held back his tears and ran forward desperately. Help! Help! Noticing this scene, Meguruma Kensei couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Hey? You are a very backbone brat. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Su. Chapter 62. You really have the courage to make a fuss in front of me. Let's be wiped out. The ground wind. In an instant, the edge of his blade lit up with a touch of bright green, and a strong airflow suddenly rose up, wrapping around the edge of the blade. Out of the knife. The airflow burst out suddenly, turning into thin wire-like gusts, directly wrapping around Menos Grande's body. Immediately afterwards, the place touched by the silk thread suddenly exploded. Menos Grande, who was still aggressive just now, turned into a pile of fragments without a trace of suspense. He was already the captain, and Meguruma Kensei's expression didn't even change when he killed Su of this strength. No one was hurt. No. Hearing the replies from the team members, he looked at the black-haired kid behind him. This guy was obviously terrified, the danger had been lifted, and he was still crying. Hey, there's nothing to cry about, you've already survived. You should laugh. He patted the child's back heavily, and he showed a bright smile that was a bit ferocious. What's your name? It seemed that he was taken aback by him. The child was stunned, tears and snot into a ball. Very funny. After several seconds, he said slowly. I am Hisagi Shuei. Oh, what a nice name. Don't cry now, just go home. Rubbing the child's head casually, Meguruma Kensei was about to say something more, but Kuna Mashiro suddenly came over. Fist. Where did you guy go? Meguruma Kensei subconsciously looked over. The next second, he was taken aback for a moment, and asked subconsciously, where did you find this dress? I saw that Kuna Mashiro was holding a clean Death Fighter outfit in his hand. I found it in the grass over there. Then Kuna Mashiro's voice fell in his ears, there are still many. What? Meguruma Kensei froze for a moment. Ignoring the kid next to him, he led a team member and hurried to the grass mentioned by Kuna Mashiro. 9 pieces of Death Fighter outfits were found there, plus the one held by Kuna Mashiro. It is exactly the same as the number of 10 people in the advance team. In an instant, Meguruma Kensei's complexion became a little ugly. What's wrong with Kengzi 06, he looks so dignified. Tilting his head, Kuna Mashiro looked innocent. Maybe these deadly domineering outfits just happened to be placed here. There's no need to show such an exaggerated expression. How can that be possible? Slowly uttering these words, Meguruma Kensei had a bad premonition in his heart. Look for yourself, these deadly costumes didn't even take off their belts, how did they get taken off? The straw sandals are even more strange, they were taken off together with the foot bag. How is this possible? It's like, these Shinigami disappeared out of thin air, leaving behind the deadly costumes. You must know that the human beings of the Soul Society will turn into spirit particles and disappear after death, and the clothes on their bodies will disappear with them. But the former Rukanga residents in this area disappeared inexplicably, leaving only clothes at the scene. If it is killed, the clothes will disappear. This strange situation can only be defined as disappearance. Their 9th team came to investigate these disappearances. I was an ordinary resident before, but now I'm a Shinigami? Is this a conspiracy or some kind of power has grown stronger? The moment this thought flashed through, Meguruma Kensei had already made a decision. Okishima, contact the central government immediately. For the first time since the disappearance of Rukonga's spirit, this is the first Shinigami victim. Todo, you go to contact the 12th Division and ask them to send someone over to investigate immediately. Kazaki, we are camping here tonight, you have everyone get ready. Hearing this, Kuna Mashiro suddenly showed a reluctant look. Do you want to camp here? Certainly. Meguruma Kensei's expression was unprecedentedly dignified. If this is the work of Shinigami's enemies, their goals will one day extend to Seirai. Before that, we have to find out this group of people and kill them directly. Do you understand? Clear. It has to be said that, as a veteran captain, Meguruma Kensei is very straightforward in dealing with emergencies. Within a few minutes, everything was arranged properly, and the group camped smoothly. Fujido, who was in charge of contacting the 12th squad, also came back in the evening. How about it? Vice Captain Hiri will come to investigate. Hearing this, the uneasiness in Meguruma Kensei's heart became heavier for some reason. Isn't it Urahara? Forget it, I heard that he is doing new research recently and seems to be very busy. Todo, go and rest. No captain, it's just a back and forth, I'm not tired at all. Fujido waved his hand. You and the deputy captain can rest, the night watch depends on you. The night was indeed more dangerous, so Meguruma Kensei didn't refuse, and went into the tent. Kuna Mashiro had been lying in it for a long time, and now he was sleeping soundly, and his saliva was about to come out. How thick is this guy's nerves? I can sleep so soundly in a crisis-ridden situation. Speechlessly glanced at her, Meguruma Kensei pushed Kuna Mashiro aside, found an open place to sit down, and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed by every minute and every second, and soon, it was night. Counting the time correctly, Meguruma Kensei also opened his eyes and opened the tent. In the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing an extremely angry expression. Hey! Todo, UBD! I saw Fujido standing there quietly in front of Meguruma Kensei, holding Zanpakuto in his hand. And behind him, there are two members of Division 9 who are bleeding all over the ground. A burst of anger surged from Meguruma Kensei's heart in an instant, and without any hesitation, he directly pulled out Zanpakuto. Let's be wiped out! The ground wind. Immediately launching the Shikai, Meguruma Kensei's footsteps did not move, wanting to attack. But at this moment, it seemed that an invisible blade wiped Fujido's neck, and blood gushed out instantly. Fujido fell heavily to the ground, the Zanpakuto in his hand was clean, it didn't look like he had launched an attack at all. The scene in front of her made Meguruma Kensei stunned in place. Looking at the three corpses of his team members on the ground, he felt more and more ominous. Hey! Wake up! While calling, he quickly stepped back. In the next second, Meguruma Kensei's heart trembled, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why? His body can't move anymore? It was as if he was being held back by someone, but he didn't feel the slightest feeling on his back. Subconsciously lowering her head, Meguruma Kensei was taken aback for a moment. A long and narrow Zanpakuto pierced his back and penetrated his chest at some point. But he didn't feel it at all. Why? Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Meguruma Kensei tried hard to raise the Zanpakuto in his hand, and looked back subconsciously. It was this simple glance that made him instantly reveal an expression of disbelief. But why? 10 minutes later, Seirai, the head office of Kid. At this moment, in the lounge of Kid, there are more than a dozen people standing or sitting around. And in the center, a young man wearing the clothes of Deputy Kid, is sitting casually on the sofa. In his hand, he even held a deck of cards. After he played a card, the crowd suddenly showed bright smiles. Vice Chief Kid, you lost. Now you can't shirk it, next week's reception, you must lose it to us. Hey, it's just drinking, what's the fun? I'm very busy, I don't have time to go. Raising an eyebrow, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked helpless. Although he is the deputy chief of Kid and a nobleman, he has no airs at all and has a salty personality. After coming and going, this group of people became familiar with him. In their spare time, a group of people will gather together to have fun. Hearing his words, everyone was immediately unhappy. Vice Chief Kid, you were playing cards just now. Where is it busy? No, you have promised us, just go once. It's okay not to drink. Looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke, the smiles of many kid women became extraordinarily bright, apparently with other intentions. Noticing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even want to go. Just as he was about to think of an excuse, Radao's urgent radio sound suddenly fell on everyone's ears. Urgent call, urgent call. Captains of each team, please gather at the team building of the first team immediately. Anomalies have occurred in Division 9. Meguruma Kensei, captain of the 9th Division, and Kuna Mashiro, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, their Reiatsu reactions disappeared. Urgent call for this. That arrives so fast? Aizen's movements are too fast. Slightly raising his eyebrows, Kuchiki Kyosuke stood up with a smile on his face. Okay, now I really have to get busy. At the same time, Tien and Team C. Boom! The door of the research room was slammed open, and Urahara Kisuke broke in with a panicked expression. Where's Hiri? DB. The others looked at each other and replied weakly. Vice Captain Hiri has already set off. According to the captain of Division 9, investigate Rukanga. Hearing their words, Urahara Kisuke's face changed suddenly. He didn't even have the intention to say a word, the next second, he decisively turned around and left. If he had known this earlier, he should have done research by himself. Hiri. Nothing will happen. Feeling extremely anxious, Urahara Kisuke used his fastest speed to come to the first team's team building. Pushing open the door suddenly, at this moment, the captains and vice-captains of each team are already standing inside. The chief kid head of the kid congregation, Tessite Tsukabishi, and the deputy kid head, Kuchiki Kyosuke, and the former deputy kid head, Jinya Akita, were all there. Seeing his panic-stricken expression, the captain of Yuan Liuzai frowned slightly. Urahara, you are too late. Sorry Captain, I. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Liuzai hit his crutch hard. Be quiet first. 1-1. Urahara Kisuke immediately shut his mouth. Afterwards, Yuan Liuzai's steady voice sounded again. Jingle, report the situation. Yes. Nodding slightly, Kurako Shunsui changed. The usual frivolous appearance, full of seriousness. According to the report of the standby camp of the 9th Division of the front line, and the investigation of the 8th Division, it can be confirmed that the Reiatsu reactions of Meguruma Kensei, the captain of the 9th Division, and Kuna Mashiro, the vice-captain of the team, have all disappeared. And for unknown reasons. His voice fell, and the air suddenly became a little oppressive. And Yuan Liuzai's complexion was unprecedentedly besieged. Until yesterday, this case could only be regarded as an ordinary case in Rukanga. Now, the Reiatsu reactions of the captain and vice-captain of the 9th Division disappear one after another, and all the elite teams are gone. If it is not dealt with quickly, the dignity of Godi I-13 will be lost. Next, I will select 5 captains, please rush to the scene immediately. Please let me go. Before Genryuze announced the candidate, Urahara Kisuke spoke first. My adjutant is on his way to the scene, and I. Yuan Liuzai interrupted him coldly, no. Urahara Kisuke was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed, and he wanted to speak again. But at this moment, Yuruaki also spoke out. Calm down, Kisuke. Her voice was extremely severe, and she scolded word by word. Don't mess around. Urahara Kisuke opened his mouth, but didn't speak any more, but retreated to the side, obviously still worried. But at this moment, no one cared about his thoughts, but all looked at Yuan Liuzai. In the team building of the first team, Yamamoto Genrisai announced slowly after glancing at the crowd. Captain of Division 3010, Torabashi RJR. Captain of Division 5, Hirako Shinji. Captain of the 7th Division, Love Akawa. The three of you please rush to the scene immediately. 2nd Division Captain, Shihao and Yuruaki, please stand by until other orders are issued. Kuchiki Yinling, Captain of the 6th Division, Kirako Shunsui, the Captain of the 8th Division, and Jaishur Yukatake, the Captain of the 13th Division, please guard Siritai. Anohanaretsu, Captain of the 4th Division, please prepare to receive the wounded in the general emergency room. Hearing the last sentence, Anohanaretsu frowned slightly, and said immediately, Captain, please wait a moment. Considering that everyone in the 9th squad may have been seriously injured, I should also go to the scene and prepare for treatment. Hearing this, Yuan Liuzai glanced at her indifferently, then shook his head. The situation is not clear, it is not necessary. I will replace you with someone more suitable. After speaking, he looked at Tessai Tsukabishi at the side. This guy probably got the news a long time ago, so he also nodded at this moment. Learn. I'll go and have a look. Hearing his words, the other captains couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Is even the chief kid of the kid congregation going to take action? The situation this time is a bit extraordinary. Subconsciously, their eyes turned to Kyosuke Keikaki. Although no one has said it clearly these years, anyone with long eyes can tell that Tessai Tsukabishi is the one Ishin wants to give the position to Kuchiki Kyosuke. It's just that due to personality reasons, this guy kept laughing and didn't accept it. Now that the situation is urgent, surely Kuchiki Kyosuke will follow, right? What they think is reasonable, but they don't know that Kuchiki Kyosuke, let alone go, if he can, he doesn't even want to come to the meeting. Just kidding, I have seen the original work so many times, every arrangement of Yuan Liuzai is exactly the same as in memory. The next thing he has to do is wait for Urahara Kisuke to go to the rescue, and then rush to the scene before Aizen, and take Hagyaku early. How could it be possible to take the initiative to ask for a job, and the one who destroys history will inevitably enter the city? Just as he was thinking in his heart, the next second, Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly felt a gaze. Slowly raising his head, he saw behind Hirako Shinji, Aizensuke, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked over. Meeting his gaze, a bad premonition suddenly flashed in Kuchiki Kyosuke's heart. This guy won't want to make trouble again. Sure enough, the next moment Aizen looked away and put on a standard anxious look. Captain Yuan Liuzai. I think this arrangement is still not safe. The three captains are going out together, and the assistance of Captain Dekid is not enough, is it? I suggest that Vice Captain Kuchiki, Kid, go to the scene with the other captains. In this way, it will be safer. Hearing these words, the corners of Kuchiki Kyosuke's mouth twitched. Damn, he knew it. Are there so many captains? Why does this guy have to pull him up? Chapter 63. He was speechless in his heart, but on the surface, he was still calm and calm. He noticed Yuan Liuzai's questioning gaze and looked over. Kuchiki Kyosuke took a sip of tea, and then said calmly. Sorry, Captain. He looked at Aizen indistinctly, with a slight cold smile in his eyes. Recently I'm researching other kid, and I can't get out of it. Maybe I'm going to disappoint Aizen Vice Captain and Chief Captain. Besides, this is an internal matter of Godai 13. It's not a good thing for people from kid to participate too much. Hearing this, Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know if it's his illusion. This guy doesn't seem to be panicked since he heard the news, right? It's as if all of this is under his control. Could it be? Has his experiment been exposed? No, it's not possible. If that's the case, why doesn't this guy try to expose him? Doubtful in his heart, Aizen took a deep look at Kuchiki Kyosuke. From the moment this person appeared, in his game, there would always be inaccurate calculations every time. Up to now, he even had a premonition in his heart. This guy will definitely meet him again at the scene. Thinking of this, Aizen stopped talking, but suddenly fell silent. He wants to see. What exactly does Kuchiki Kyosuke know and want to do? Aizen's thoughts, Kuchiki Kyosuke can probably guess. Originally, he didn't intend to hide everything from this man. Some people need a lifetime to see a person clearly, Kurako Shunsui only needs a few years, and Aizen only needs a glance. This guy has the most eyes in the entire Seireitei, and his ability to see people's hearts is full. But now he already has the 8 miraculous skills that can see through all changes in the pattern, that is, Daluo Dongguan. I'm not afraid of Aizen's Kaika Suigetsu at all, so I don't have to back down at this time, just be tough. Big deal, this guy brushes up on his proficiency. Boss, isn't it just to provide players with experience points? The confident Kuchiki Kyosuke picked up the tea leisurely and planned to take another sip. But in the next second, Yuzaoshin's voice suddenly sounded. In that case, I will replace Deputy Chief Kid Kuchiki. Although it has been 10 years since Kuchiki Kyosuke took over the position of Deputy Kid Chief, Aizen has never left the kid, and has devoted himself to fulfilling the duties of the kid Deputy Chief, almost helping him take care of all the chores that the Deputy Kid needs to deal with. Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke rejected Aizen's proposal at this moment, he didn't think much about it, and subconsciously repeated. Then let me replace the Deputy Kid Chief, and go to the scene with the Senior Kid Chief to assist. With one more person, it will be more secure to deal with. That's right. Yoryuki rested his chin in agreement. If it was given to Kyosuke, I always feel that he will run back to Seireitei halfway because the matter is too troublesome. Don't smear me indiscriminately. The corner of his mouth twitched, Kuchiki Kyosuke gave her a helpless look. Seeing this, other people also agreed one after another. Aizen pushed his glasses, and showed his agreement gently. But under the lens, the look in his eyes was very cold, looking at Aizen like looking at an object. Aizen? This guy was originally one of the subjects he wanted to experiment with, but after Kuchiki Kyosuke appeared, these people were delayed infinitely. Now that he volunteered, it is even more impossible for Kuchiki Kyosuke to go to the scene of the crime. It seems. Can only make do with it. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Aizen asked politely without any change on his face. Captain, what do you think? Leave it to Akita and Tessai. Yuan Liuzai Zongguo nodded slightly and came to a conclusion. Wait a minute, Shan. Noticing Urahara Kisuke, who was still full of worry, Kurako Shunsui suddenly waved his hand. Let my deputy captain go with me. I'm just waiting for your words. The girl beside him wearing glasses and wearing 2 long braids suddenly raised her head. It is the vice-captain of the 8th Division, Lisa. Then trouble you. Just leave it to me. Hearing Kurako Shunsui's words, Lisa nodded and gave a thumbs up confidently. Seeing this, Yuan Liuzai Kongwa was immediately displeased. How dare you make a claim? Oh, old man Shan, don't be so angry. Shrugging, Kurako Shunsui said with a smile. The vice-captain kid has gone, so why not the vice-captain of the intelligence team? That's all. I don't know if it makes sense, or I'm just too lazy to argue with Kurako Shunsui. Yuan Liuzai Zongguo waved his hand and didn't worry about it anymore. Then, Torabashi RJR, Hirako Shinji, Love Akawa, Lisa, and Tessai Tsukabishi, Aizen. All 6 members are assembled as a special task force for the aftermath of the disappearance of the soul. Let's go now. In the original work, everyone still felt that it was inappropriate for Tessai Tsukubishi and Yuzei Shanboshien to go out together, so they unanimously decided to let Tessai Tsukubishi stay. But now that Kuchiki Kyosuke has taken the place of Deputy Kid and has not been sent to the front, naturally no one is asking either Hachijin or Tessai Tsukubishi to stay. Kuchiki Kyosuke couldn't help but feel a little helpless when he heard the final result announced by Genryusei Shigekuni. He originally wanted to keep Hachijin to help him handle the daily affairs of the kid. This is good, defection is a certainty. Forget it, becoming a mask will also increase his strength. After 100 years of grievance at most, this group of guys will return to the Soul Society, and there is no need for him to intervene. After everything was discussed, the meeting was dissolved. Kuchiki Kyosuke bid farewell to Tessai Tsukubishi and others, then turned and left. A few minutes later, all the aftermath special forces set off. And at the other end of the Seireitei, within the Technical Development Bureau, Urahara Kisuke took out the Reiatsu coat that could completely block Reiatsu's fluctuations. After getting dressed, he left quietly in the dark. After all, he is a captain-level character, and he has many weird props. So many patrols looked around in Seireitei, but none of them could notice him. But Urahara didn't realize that, on the tall building behind him, a figure was watching him quietly. This side has already left, so Aizen must have left long ago. Kuchiki Kyosuke jumped down lightly, and his figure flitted across the shadow of the house like a ghost, and came to the 5th Division team. Seeing a familiar figure, he was slightly taken aback, and greeted him proactively. "Good evening, Beijing band leader." "Oh, it's Kuchiki Deputy Chief Kid, why don't you go to rest at this late hour?" Consciously or unintentionally, he glanced at the team building of the 5th Division. Kurako Shunsui pressed the hat on his head. In his field of vision, Aizen just came out of the room with a stack of documents in his arms, and nodded when he saw the two of them. "Kuchiki Deputy Leader Kid, leader of the Beijing band. Can't Aizen Vice Captain sleep too? With such a big thing happening, I'm afraid there will be many people who won't be able to sleep tonight." Sighing, Aizen said some polite words, then turned and went back to the room. Seeing his calm expression, Kurako Shunsui frowned, and a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Before leaving, Hirako specifically asked him to keep an eye on Aizen, but there was nothing wrong with the other party's behavior. Are they thinking too much? But he didn't notice that Kuchiki Kyosuke on the side hadn't talked to the Aizen vice captain from the beginning to the end, and he had a slightly weird smile on his face. Don't say that he didn't win Kaika Suigetsu, even if he won, under the view of Daluo Cave, all changes in the pattern are nothingness. Aizen vice captain? All he saw was an insignificant passerby Shinigami. But under Kaika Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, every Shinigami will see Aizen-suke, even the captain-level Shinigami. This way, the real Aizen has a perfect alibi for whatever he does. King Band Leader, I still have some things to do, so I'll go back to the kid audience first. After confirming the movements of Urahara and Aizen, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't delay any longer, and several Shunpo escaped from Jingle's field of vision, and also rushed out of Seireitei. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of District 6 of Rukanga. Call! Call! In the dark night, the rapid panting echoed continuously. A petite figure flew across the weedy wilderness quickly, the tattered deadly costume on her body was swaying wildly in the wind. In a blur, she could see the armband that only the vice captain had on her arm, with the words 12th Division written on it. A few large characters. Vice Captain of Division 12, Saragaki Hiri. At this moment, her face was covered with cold sweat, and not only was her body covered with scars, but even her Reiatsu breath became very weak. Obviously her spiritual power was about to be used up after the battle. In the next second, a huge black shadow flew across the air and slammed towards her with a thunderbolt force. The violent Reiatsu was like an overwhelming tsunami, instantly crushing her body. Oops! Her whole body froze, and her little spiritual power exploded again. Byakuya 37, star. The light blue light popped out impressively, intertwined into a big net in the air, and suddenly covered the black shadow. Scoff. Suddenly recalling the crisp voice, Hiri opened his eyes wide, and looked at kid number 37 in shock, like a piece of rotten paper, being torn apart by merciless struggle. Without giving her any chance to resist, the black shadow rushed in front of her like lightning. Ding! But at this moment, the bright knife light suddenly pierced, and firmly blocked Hiri's face, stopping the attack. Afterwards, several captain-level Reiatsu burst out at the same time, forcing the black shadow back several meters away in an instant. It's not like you to use only Byakuya against Hollow, Hiri. Hirako Shinji's mocking voice came, and behind him was the fastest Yadumura Lisa, Torabashi RJR, and others followed closely behind. What else can I use against him other than Byakuya? Following Hiri's very low voice, a huge black shadow approached slowly. His figure became several times bigger, his muscular arms were covered with white armor, and a square mask seemed to grow on his face, completely covering his appearance. Hirako Shinji's expression froze immediately, and the people behind him also stayed in place. Boxing! Torabashi RJR called softly in disbelief. No. Is this really Kensei? Then this kind of mask, and Reiatsu, it's just like Hollow. If you talk too much, you will have to raise your braids. Clenching the zanpaka in his hand, Hirako Shinji rushed in front of Kensei with lightning speed, the sharp blade piercing the air and aiming at the mask on his face. Whether it's him or not, just knock him out and take him back. Wait a minute Shinji, there's something wrong with Kensei. As Hiri's voice sounded, Kensei raised his hand as expected, the white armor on his arm was astonishingly hard, easily blocked Hirako's attack, and his fist was like rain. It hit him like a dot, and the huge force squeezed the air, making the punch sound like thunder. Sensing that something was wrong, Hirako opened up his spiritual power defense instantly, but was still punched by Kenshi, hit the ground and slid all the way backwards, hardly drawing a deep ravine in the ground. Shinji. Love Aikawa was about to rush to the rescue, but Kensei's figure had disappeared and appeared behind him. Varied. Before he could say anything, a punch full of killing intent slammed into his face, punching him directly to the ground, making a big hole. The defense of the captain-level Reiatsu seemed to have disappeared. This punch smashed Love Aikawa's head to pieces, and most of the Death Fighter outfit on his body was blown away by that huge force, leaving it in tatters. The sunglasses on the bridge of the nose were completely shattered. Cough. It really hurts, as expected of Chuan Xi. Not daring to fight head-on anymore, Love Aikawa forced himself to retreat aside with Shunpo, and Zanpaka was a little unsteady. Seeing this scene, Yadumura Lisa and Torabashi RJR didn't hesitate any longer. They drew their knives on the left and right, and slashed at Kensei's tendons in his hands and feet, trying to completely seal his movement. Verb, move. But a white shadow suddenly sprang out from the shadows, with a nimble body like a cat, it easily jumped to the back of Torabashi RJR, and twitched his leg. Roz. Yadumura Lisa wanted to remind him, but the white shadow had already fallen, and a huge force like a landslide instantly pressed on the back of Torabashi RJR, accompanied by a deafening noise. The earth fell apart, and pieces of Zhao Lihao, soil and gravel were blasted out. White. Seeing the slim figure in front of him, Hirako Shinji shouted in disbelief. The girl's slender legs were also covered with white armor, and a mantis-like black and white mask covered her face. Hearing the sound, Kuna Mashiro dropped Torabashi RJR without hesitation, and rushed towards Hirako like an irrational beast. With the injury caused by Kensei on his body, Hirako Shinji put on a defensive posture subconsciously, the Reiatsu all over his body surged, colliding violently with the half-empty and half-Shinigami's violent Reiatsu on Shiro's body. Together. Something is wrong. This kind of Reiatsu is not something that a vice-captain level person can explode. Looking at Kuna Mashiro in astonishment, Hirako Shinji's legs bent suddenly, and she was almost crushed to the ground by her 5-pillar taiguan. Huge iron pillars fell from the sky, forming an airtight cage, interrupting Bai's attack, smashing her to the ground. Looking up, the sweaty Aizen finally followed. "Mr. Shinji, you are walking too fast." Behind him was Tessai Tsukabishi, frowning, watching Kuna Mashiro, who was pinned down by Kid. "This kind of breath isn't what Shinigami should have. Shouldn't be the time to be emotional, big kid." 2. Hearing Hirako Shinji's words, Aizen withdrew his attention and looked at Kensai, who was jumping at Yadomaru Lisa. 63 of Bakud, chains and locks. He suddenly raised his hand, and his wide sleeves fluttered with the explosive pressure. The pitch-black chains popped out of the air in an instant, entangled Chuan Xi like a snake, and pulled him down from the air. Numerous cracks like spider webs. "Mr. Shinji, what the hell is going on?" Sensing the weird Reiatsu on Kensai's body, Aizen's face was serious. In the next second, right in front of everyone's eyes, Chuan Xi stood up again like a normal person. Chapter 64. Jump, jump, jump. In just a few seconds, the pitch-black lock bars cracked inch by inch and fell to the ground one after another. "How come, this is Bakud of number 63, and he managed to break free with only brute force?" Overwhelmed with horror in his heart, Zhao Tian blurted out. At the same time, Tessai Tsukabishi raised his hands again, and made a strange gesture at the fastest speed. 99 of Bakud. Ban. 4 pitch-black straps were thrown out of the shadows, instantly binding Chuan Xi, and countless square rivets fell from the sky, nailing him to the ground with precision. It's amazing that Bakud at level 90 can still chant with renunciation. Hirako Shinji glanced at Tessai Tsukabishi in surprise, who pushed his glasses, and a trace of cold sweat slipped down his forehead. "Where? It's still somewhat reluctant. What should we do next, Lord Hirako?" "Half empty, half Shinigami, even Captain Anohanaretsu can't heal it. In my opinion, let's take them back first." Aizen raised his hand, and was about to isolate Meguru Makensei and Kuna Mashiro with Kid, when a sharp howl suddenly burst out from behind. "Hyrie!" Violent Reiatsu burst out from her body, intertwined into a hideous black and white mask, slowly covering the whole face. The next second, the endless darkness swallowed everyone without warning. Hearing, sight, smell, Reiatsu's sense, all gone. All that's left is the touch of the ultimate. This is... Zanpakuto in clenched hands, Love Aikawa's face was covered with cold sweat. But he couldn't see anything, he couldn't hear anything, even if he called his companion's name, all he got was suffocating silence. By the time he reacted, a cold touch had penetrated his chest, and severe pain came along with it. Cough, what? Feeling weak all over, Love Aikawa fell to the ground in embarrassment, the snow-white blade was pulled out from his chest, blood gushed out instantly, and the surrounding darkness slowly receded. Hirako, Hiri, and Akita, have all fallen to the ground, their bodies covered with scars, and they stared at the front as they were dying, their eyes filled with shock. Tosen Kaname. The only standing Tessai Tsukabishi frowned, several transparent barriers tightly protected him, it was Bakud 81, Splitting Void, who could completely defend against Kid below number 89 level. "Are you planning to betray Siridi? Today's Siridi should have been destroyed and reshaped." Responding in a low voice, Tosen Kaname raised his sword again and aimed at Tessai Tsukabishi, the Reiatsu on his body fluctuated constantly. The ability of 620 to use multiple kids so quickly when the 5 senses are lost, is worthy of being a big kid leader. It's nothing, just borrowed some ingenuity from His Excellency Kyosuke. With a flip of his hands, Tessai Tsukabishi took out several high-level kid talismans. It was the instant ability of the talisman kid that allowed him to construct a full 5-6 path splitting void in those few seconds, blocking Tosen Kaname's attack. Seeing this scene, Tosen Kaname hesitated a little. Kuchiki Kyosuke has done a lot of research on kid, and there are countless strange self-created kid, with many strange effects. If there is one that just counters his Bankai, then he can only go head-to-head with Tessite Tsukubishi, and the winning rate is too low to be worth trying. What's the matter, aren't you going to attack? Hearing Tessite Tsukubishi's words, Tosen Kaname suddenly paused, took off his mask and stepped aside, nodding slightly. Immediately afterwards, Aizen slowly came out from the darkness, and Ichimaru-jin followed him leisurely, with an uncomfortable smile on his face. Blue, died. Instantly understanding something, Hirako Shinji couldn't help roaring, clenched the Zanpakuta in his hand, and tried to stand up. But a Reiatsu filled with the aura of emptiness gushed out from his body, turned into a mask and covered half of his face. The same was true for the people who fell on the ground behind them, their faces were covered by masks of different shapes. Seeing this scene, Tessite Tsukubishi's face couldn't help but completely changed. It seems that Captain Hirako is about to undergo a change. Slowly pulling out the Zanpakuta at the waist, Aizen said with a smile. What is Tsukubishi Dai Kid still hesitating about? Isn't he planning to take action? Clang! At the moment of his attack, a figure flashed over quickly, blocked his attack suddenly, and protected Hirako and others behind him. Urahara! What an interesting guest! What are you doing here? Seeing the changes in Hirako and others, Urahara Kisuke's face was extremely ugly. As you can see, I'm going to. Before Aizen finished speaking, a figure floated over, the snow-white blade light knocked away the blades of Aizen and Urahara like lightning, and a powerful Reiatsu also erupted, pushing them away abruptly. His appearance was so sudden that even the keenest Tosen Kaname didn't notice any signs. Pale star pliers are tied in the hair, and the eyes are extremely round. Lord Kyosuke. Late, good, big kid long. Greeting with a smile, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Aizen with a deliberately surprised look. It's a coincidence that the deputy captain of Aizen is here. I was really worried about Captain Hirako, so I followed them to have a look, but I didn't expect them to become like this. I was about to give medical treatment, but Captain Urahara stopped me. Do you still want to lie, Aizen? Urahara Kisuke interrupted him directly, speaking word by word. Obviously you have modified their souls, making them hollow. Under the lens, the look in Aizen's eyes suddenly became sharper, and the smile on his face also became very scary in an instant. It was exactly what he thought. Urahara Kisuke also researched how to strengthen the soul of Shinigami. Know that as long as you break through the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, you will become stronger by completing Hollow. Hollow. Pushing his glasses to hide the joy in his eyes, Aizen showed a puzzled face. Captain Urahara, what are you talking about? Ah, is it possible that you used those weird props from the Technical Bureau to turn Captain Hirako into this? Urahara Kisuke wanted to say something, but Hirako behind him wailed in pain, and the virtual aura on his body became even stronger. Hirako. Not in the mood to entangle with Aizen anymore, Urahara Kisuke and Tessite Tsukubishi hurried towards each other. Seeing Hirako Shinji's strange behavior, Kuchiki Kyosuke suggested. I always feel that the situation is not good. Vice Captain Aizen, can you please take these two to patrol the surrounding area? In case there are people who are worried about following, please stop them, so as not to cause such a change. As for who made these, let's talk about it later, how about that? Deputy Chief Kid Kuchiki has said so, I have no reason to disagree. Glancing at him deeply, Aizen turned around and took the two away. Ichimaru-jin didn't speak until he completely left the sight of several people. It's not good, it's okay to be discovered by Urahara Kisuke, Kuchiki Kyosuke's tone must be because neither party believed it. Let them continue to live, it will definitely become very troublesome. I'll take care of them. Tosen Kaname was about to draw a knife, but Aizen stopped him. No, it's not necessary. But after a moment of hesitation, Tosen Kaname still wanted to stick to his point of view. I said, no need. As Aizen's voice fell again, a strong chill suddenly rushed over. It was a pressure even more terrifying than that of the captain. A little trembling. Yes. Please forgive my presumptuous behavior just now. You are just worried about me, don't blame yourself so much. Smiling gently, Aizen didn't seem to see Tosen Kaname's pleading gesture, and left him behind without stopping. Silver, it's time to go back to Siriti. There's a lot to do tonight. As Aizen and the others disappeared into the darkness, Kuchiki turned around and walked to Urahara Kisuke's side. The situation of these people is very bad. Captain Urahara, do you have a way to heal them? Maybe there are, but they can't be dealt with here at all. They must be brought back to the Technology Bureau. Better than doing nothing. Sensing the increasingly strong aura of emptiness on Hirako Shinji and the others, Tessai Tsukubishi seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice. I will let the 8 of them maintain this state and return to the Technical Bureau in an instant. What are you planning to do? Urahara Kisuke looked at him in astonishment, but Kuchiki Kyosuke raised his eyebrows slightly. Use time stop. And space shift. These two are forbidden technique, so please close your eyes and pretend you don't know anything. In the next second, Tessai Tsukubishi's face became surprisingly serious. A powerful Reiatsu erupted from his palm, and the fiery white light was as dazzling as the rising sun, engulfing several people in just a few seconds. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew for a long time that he would use these two forbidden techniques. He wanted to observe them carefully, but before he saw anything, the scene in front of him changed into a technical bureau as the white light faded. And the few people who were hollowed, together with the thin layer of ground below them, were directly transferred to the center of the room, and the ever-growing aura of emptiness on their bodies also completely stagnated. Seeing that the effect of stopping time is so powerful, Kuchiki Kyosuke touched his chin, feeling a little moved. It's a pity that these two forbidden techniques are too heaven-defying and can no longer be counted in the ranks of Kid. Even if he has the Tiantian talisman, he can't use it. The most important thing now, of course, is... Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at Urahara Kisuke slowly, and Tessai Tsukubishi's voice sounded at the right time. Without further delay, please start the treatment, Your Excellency Urahara. In the eyes of the two, Urahara Kisuke took out a pure white square handkerchief from his bosom, and after uncovering it, a round object that was completely black, like a black crystal, appeared in front of their eyes. Hagyaku. Sensing that unusual aura, Kuchiki Kyosuke was overjoyed, but he showed a puzzled look on his face. Captain Urahara, is this your way, a bead? This is a test item that I got in the process of researching how to strengthen the soul of a Shinigami. Hagyaku. Urahara Kisuke walked up to Hirako and the others with a dignified expression. It can destroy the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, and next, I will try to use it to heal Captain Hirako and the others. Please step back, lest I operate improperly and cause any accidents. The two acted on their word, watching as Urahara Kisuke healed Hirako and the others with the power of Hagyaku. This wait is the whole night. When it was dawn, the breath of Hirako and others did not change at all, and they were still paralyzed on the ground motionless. After watching Tessai Tsukubishi maintain the forbidden technique all night, with a deeply tired face, Urahara Kisuke was silent for a long time, and said softly. Sorry, I failed, please cancel the forbidden technique. I'm going outside to get some air. Wait a minute, Captain Urahara. Unlike the two of them, Kuchiki Kyosuke knew the outcome of the matter long ago, so he rested comfortably for the night. He was full of energy and did not look tired at all. Stopped Urahara Kisuke, he said straight to the point. I want you to entrust Hagyaku to me for safekeeping. Master Kuchiki, what are you going to do? A strange feeling flashed in his heart, and Urahara Kisuke's vigilance suddenly rose to the highest level. He suddenly remembered. When I uttered the unfamiliar word hollow, there was no surprise except for Aizen and Kuchiki Kyosuke. This guy obviously rejected Aizen's proposal. Why is he still there? The timing was also extremely precise. Just when Hirako etal hollow, Aizen appeared and they had to relocate and use Hagyaku for healing. Countless coincidences came together, and seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke's harmless smile at this moment, Urahara Kisuke felt a chill in his heart, and couldn't help but took 2 steps back, away from him. Is it his illusion? Kuchiki Kyosuke almost seemed to anticipate these things to happen. Don't be so guarded against me, Captain Urahara. Seeing this, Kuchiki Kyosuke shrugged his shoulders with a cruel look on his face. I just think that if Hagyaku stays with you, something will happen sooner or later, so it's better to leave it to me. The Kuchiki family is one of the 5 great nobles. No one dares to provoke me. I will never lose this thing. How do you feel? With Tessai Tsukubishi present, Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that he would not be able to snatch Hagyaku over silently. If he did it rashly, it might alarm the other captains, so he asked and tried. Seeing that Urahara Kisuke frowned and did not answer, he shrugged with a slight regret in his tone. Well, it seems that your answer is no. Your Excellency Kyosuke, what exactly do you want Hagyaku to do? Tessai Tsukubishi asked in a deep voice full of doubts. Just for fun. Anyway, Urahara Kisuke will hide Hagyaku in Rukia's soul in the future, and she is destined to be adopted by Kuchiki's family. There are countless opportunities for Kuchiki Kyosuke to get Hagyaku, so he just made up a random reason at this moment. Don't ask any more, Mr. Tessai, he won't answer truthfully, just like Aizen. Interrupting the conversation between the two, Urahara Kisuke took a deep breath. I will report all this matter to the Central 64 office. Whether it is Aizen or Kuchiki Deputy Chief Kid, they will all be closely investigated, and we will know the result at that time. You mean, the puppet council manipulated by Aizen? Kuchiki Kyosuke threw out this sentence lightly, but Urahara Kisuke froze in place as if struck by lightning, showing a look of astonishment, and his face changed instantly. Manipulation. Kuchiki Deputy Chief Kid, what do you mean? Repeating this word by word, Urahara Kisuke asked in disbelief. Central 46 is a collective council composed of nobles and elders, and it is the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society. Even Captain Yamamoto and Chief Kid are not allowed to raise objections to the judgments that have been made. If even they are manipulated by Aizen, then the whole Seirai. Who else can sanction Aizen? Chapter 65. Seeing the increasingly ugly expressions of the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke chuckled lightly. Don't you think it's strange? We learned that it was Tosen Kaname who betrayed the 6 cars, and also completely smashed Aizen's hollow experiment. Why did he let us go safely? Aizen's Zanpakut is not the so-called water system at all, but the illusion system. The ability complete hypnosis can control the opponent's 5 senses, making him completely believe in the appearance, shape, quality, touch, and even smell of a specific object as Master Xi. As long as you see the moment of liberation once, the effect will last forever. Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukubishi are not fools. Reminiscent of the way Aizen has taken so much trouble to perform Shikai again and again at the Mao Lingju Academy over the years, they suddenly understood everything. Before setting off, Hirako specifically told Jingle and the others to keep an eye on Aizen's actions. I was still wondering why Jingle knew that Aizen had left Seirai, but didn't report to us. So that's the case. I'm afraid they have already hit Kyōka Suigetsu, and recognized someone who has been staying in Seirai as Aizen. Seeing Urahara Kisuke's reaction, Kuchiki Kyosuke also reached out to him. Those who were Kyōka Suigetsu hypnosis also included the Central 64 room. They will definitely use all means to capture you, take Hagyaku, and finally be captured by Aizen. Urahara, Hagyaku is not safe in your hands, leave it to me. With countless facts here, there was a trace of hesitation in Urahara Kisuke's expression, but at this moment, Tessite Tsukubishi stood in the middle of the two. Your Excellency Kyosuke, these are your own opinions after all. Hagyaku is far too dangerous for personal preservation. I think it's better to be more cautious. Before the words were finished, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly fell on the ears of several people. Kuchiki Kyosuke frowned, feeling a little regretful. He was about to talk to Urahara Kisuke, and this group came just in time. Withdrew to the side, Kuchiki Kyosuke waved leisurely towards the two of them. It seems that Aizen has already made a move. Captain Urahara, Chief Kid, let's chat later when we have a chance. Boom. In the next second, the door was slammed open, and a group of people in black rushed in, blocking the exit. Urahara Kisuke, captain of the 12th Division, Tessite Tsukubishi, the head of the Big Kid, and the Central 64th Room have issued a mandatory arrest warrant. Please come with us. That's really true. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke fixedly, and couldn't help but have deep doubts in his heart. If Kyōka Suigetsu could hypnosis everyone who has seen, then why did he stay sane and even know about Kyōka Suigetsu? It is a pity that he has not asked. Silver Tessite Tsukubishi was pushed out of the technical bureau together. From behind, Kuchiki Kyosuke's leisurely voice also came. You two don't need to worry, you will be fine. Turning to look at him with complicated eyes, Urahara Kisuke nodded. I'll borrow your good words. Seeing them being taken away, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't hesitate, and used Shunpo to pass over various buildings along the way, and finally landed in a courtyard. Shihaoran's house. He has been friends with Yoryuaki since he was a child, so he is naturally very familiar with this place. He stepped on the side and opened the bedroom door, looking at the sleeping woman curled up in the bed. Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately hooked the corners of his lips, and thought about it. Yoryuaki, wake up, you have work to do. He struck hard, and Yoryuaki's beautiful brown skin suddenly became dark red. What? Subconsciously covered his head. She opened her eyes bewilderedly, and stared blankly at the boy in front of her. Kyosuke? You actually took the initiative to come to me. Is it because you have been so idle recently that your mind is out of order? Siritai, who stayed up all night last night, now Yoryuaki is very sleepy. The head is little by little, and it looks very cute. Both Urahara and Tsukubishi were taken away by room 64, and Hirako and others are still in the technical bureau. They have already shown symptoms of hollow, and they will soon be executed by standards for dealing with hypocrisy. Aha! After this heavy news hit, Shihaoran Yoryuaki woke up instantly, and he jumped out of the bed. His slender legs flashed in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke, and then he was quickly armed with clothes. I'm going to save them now. Wait a minute, Yoryuaki. Stopping the other party, Kuchiki Kyosuke's swift command said. There is still some time before the judgment of the 46th chamber. You go to the technical bureau to take out the brand new prosthetic skeleton and the spirit seed coat that Urahara Kisuke is researching. Then send Hirako and others to a secret passage under the Suigetsu stage, and then go to the chamber to save them. Here is the map, destroy it after you memorize the route, and take these talisman kid, and use them when needed. Looking at the fully prepared Kuchiki Kyosuke, Shihaoran Yoryuaki was taken aback for a moment, but didn't ask any more questions, just nodded to him, his eyes full of trust. Knowing that his trip was over and he would not be able to return to Siritai in a short time, Yoryuaki stretched out his arms and hugged Kuchiki Kyosuke tightly, and said with a smile. When you go out on a mission, remember to come and see me in this world, brat. Also, that guy Sui Feng will be very sad knowing that I became a fugitive, you remember to comfort her. Okay, I know. Rubbing her short purple hair affectionately, Kuchiki Kyosuke urged. Go, time is running out. Okay, see you later. Taking a deep look at Kuchiki Kyosuke, Yoryuaki finished what he had told him as quickly as possible, then put on a spiritual jacket to cover his face, and rushed all the way to the conference hall of the central 64th room. 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times eliminated the guards, and she suddenly opened the door. Grand Kid Chief Tessai Tsukabishi, for using the forbidden technique without authorization, will be imprisoned in the 3rd underground prison, altogether. Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th squad, was deprived of all spiritual power and permanently banished to the present world for committing crimes of researching, exercising taboos, and deceiving his colleagues to cause serious injuries. The captain of the 5th team and 8 people, will be executed with the standard of dealing with ghosts. Hearing the verdict, Shihour and Yoryuki suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, we caught up. Looking at the person who didn't have any Reiatsu fluctuations in front of him and whose face was completely covered, Room 64 shouted in astonishment. Who allowed you to break into the chamber without authorization? Are you defying the authority of the Central 64 room? BD, back down quickly. Twittering, it's so noisy. Glancing at them coldly, Yoryuki threw out a talisman kid without hesitation. 79 of Bakud, 9 obsidian binding. In an instant, 9 jet black Reiatsu exploded from the talisman, and the boundless darkness immediately engulfed the entire meeting hall, sealing everyone's actions in room 64. Wow, it's scary, is this really a reduced power? Yoryuki was also very surprised that a small talisman had controlled the elite guards in room 46. Surprised, Yoryuki picked up Urahara Kisuke and hair irons and left without hesitation. Seeing her speed and the talisman kid, the two also had a judgment on the identity of the comer. Wait a minute, Yoryuki, go to the technology bureau first. Don't worry, Kisuke, whether it's Reiko Yoshiko or Hirako and the others, they've all been transferred by me, just follow me obediently. He really expected everything. Slightly dazed, Urahara Kisuke smiled helplessly. What a nasty fellow. Don't say that, if it weren't for Kyosuke, you would have all been executed. Under the arrangement of Kuchiki Kyosuke, the group successfully escaped the pursuit and came to the secret passage under the stage of Suigetsu. Looking at Hirako and others placed here, Urahara Kisuke's eyes became very complicated. Mr. Tessai, please continue to use time pause on them. Then set up a few barriers to cover up the breath. No, Tessai is honestly responsible for maintaining the forbidden technique of time suspension. Thinking of something, Yoryuki took out a stack of talisman kid from his bosom, and while the spiritual power surged, several talismans were activated immediately, and an invisible barrier immediately covered the secret passage. 8 Yao Double Cliffs. It is a camouflaged high-level enchantment, and most people will subconsciously avoid it. It can also prevent Reiatsu from outside from spying, and disguise the enchantment to be consistent with the outside world. Tessai Tsukabishi took a piece of talisman in surprise, and after careful observation, his expression suddenly showed a bit of familiar helplessness. I didn't expect His Excellency Kyosuke to research the full version so quickly, I'm really ashamed. Of course, Kyosuke is a genius at kid. Yoryuki's smile suddenly became brighter, with a smug look on his face. Kisuke, what are we going to do with Hirako and the others? In 20 hours from now, I will create the 2 of us, and Hirako's 8, a total of 10 Reiatsu blocking type prosthetic skeletons. Then what should Yoryuki Dano do? Mr. Tessai, Mr. Kuchiki has prepared all the things we need, so Yoryuki's whereabouts may have been explained long ago, right? Hearing Tessai Tsukabishi's worried question, Urahara Kisuke looked at Yoryuki, who had not taken off his spiritual jacket from the beginning to the end, and at this moment also took out a few very special-looking talisman grates and waved them at the 2. Very smart Kisuke. Kyosuke gave me a solution, you don't have to worry about my whereabouts. That is the hiding spell specially prepared by Kuchiki Kyosuke, which can temporarily hide the figure of a person, and then match it with a spirit coat that blocks Reiatsu fluctuations. At the speed of Shihour and Yoryuki, let alone escape from Siritai, and then return to the discussion. It is not a problem for the hall to solve several members of the central 64 room. 0. Ask for flowers. I will lure the search team away. After the skeleton is finished, you should leave the Soul Society as soon as possible. As Yoryuki left, Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kisuke looked at Hirako and others, and started the production of the spiritual skeleton as soon as possible. At the same time, the Seirai also fell out. Deputy Kid Chief. The door of the office was slammed open, and several kid members rushed in with panicked faces. Did you hear that the Grand Kid has defected? Oh? Really? There are such unreasonable things. Slowly put down the 8 trigrams tabloid in his hand. Kuchiki Kyosuke put on a face full of shock, and then asked with a broken heart. Is there still Urahara Kisuke among the defectors? Hey? Yes, there is him, and Captain Chihaoran and Captain Hirako. It's horrible. Slapping the table hard, Kuchiki Kyosuke stood up suddenly. I've seen Urahara Kisuke sneaking around for a long time. He doesn't look like a good person. He must have tricked Yoryuki and the others into defecting. Go, follow me to search. Ah, good. Okay. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke quickly entering the state, everyone was also a little confused. Why do they think that Deputy Chief Kid Kuchiki seems to be quite happy? Illusion, must be an illusion, right? In addition to the kid, the Togeban team is also searching for Urahara Kisuke and his party throughout the Soul Society. But with the kid talisman given by Kuchiki Kyosuke in hand, and the Reiatsu Yoshiko that blocks Reiatsu's fluctuations, they completely disappeared from Soul Society. After a full 3 days of searching, no one could find even a hair, and in the end they could only strengthen the strength of Seirai's Lingbai, and announced the defection of Urahara Kisuke and others. 0. 6 captains, 3 deputy captains, the chief kid and the deputy chief kid, a total of 11 defected. Godi 13's important positions were vacant in half in an instant. Even the kid congregation lost 2 kid chiefs. The situation was so urgent that Yamamoto Motoyanagi immediately held a meeting and called all the remaining captains and vice-captains into the conference room, including Kuchiki Kyosuke naturally. Looking at the somewhat empty room, a trace of helplessness flashed in Yamamoto Yuanryuse's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice. Now the position of captain is vacant. Vice-Captain Suifeng and Vice-Captain Aizen, please take up the positions of captains of the 2nd and 5th teams temporarily. As for the position of vice-captain, it is up to you to arrange it yourself. As for the 12th division, Kuratsuka Mayuri. Accompanied by Yuan Liuzai's voice, a thin man came out. His face is completely black and white, and the golden screws are nailed to the left and right of the ears, which looks very strange. Hi everyone! Smiling strangely, Kuratsuka Mayuri narrowed his eyes, looking at everyone present as if he were looking at a laboratory animal. I will be the captain of the 12th division and the head of the technical bureau from today onwards. Seeing this, Suifeng frowned, and said slightly harshly. Captain, I remember he was a prisoner of the maggot nest before. It was Urahara who insisted on guaranteeing him, so he was able to become the chief officer of the 12th division and the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau. His danger is too high, let's choose someone else. Glancing at him lightly, Yuan Shen said. Now he is the only one who can lead the 12th division and maintain the technical bureau at the same time. If there is a more suitable candidate, Captain Suifeng can propose it, and I will carefully consider it. The nature of the technical bureau was indeed special, and Suifeng hesitated for a few seconds as he couldn't find someone to replace him in a short while, and had no choice but to agree with this decision. Then there is the 3rd division and the 9th division. Having said that, Yuan Liuzai's voice stopped, and he hesitated. The 3rd team was originally a support team, and the strength of the members was generally weak, and their prestige was about the same. The vice-captain was about to retire, so it was difficult to decide which officer should be promoted to the captain for a while. In the 9th Division, the captain and vice-captain defected at the same time, and it was also impossible to decide. While thinking, Aizen's voice suddenly sounded. "Captain, you should act in a hurry. Why don't you let Tosen Kaname, the official of Jubo team, replace the captain of the fan team? In addition, Ichimaru-jin has a very good talent and can replace me as the vice-captain." Aizen's tone is sincere, every word is not rushed, as if he is really thinking about Siraidi's future. Yamamoto Jinyanaga nodded and said, "The captain of the 9th squad, let Tosen Kaname take the place of the 5th. His strength and reputation are enough. As for the captain of the 7th division, I have a candidate in my mind, but I still need time to investigate, so let's wait and see for now. The captain of the 3rd team can only be temporarily vacant. As you said, Ichimaru-jin will be the deputy captain of the 5th division." After explaining a series of things about Godai 13, Yamamoto Genryuse's eyes slowly fell on Kuchiki Kyosuke. Chapter 66. Kuchiki Deputy Kid Chief. Tessai Tsukubishi and Hachijin have all defected, and the kid are now leaderless. I hope you will take the position of Grand Kid Leader and continue to lead the kid people. The position of Kid Chief among the Great Kid. The moment he takes this position, he will be on the same level as Yamamoto Genryuse from now on, and the members of the kid will also become his ubiquitous eyeliner. How could Kuchiki Kyosuke refuse? Shiran nodded. Then I will be disrespectful, Captain. Seeing this, Yamamoto Motoyanagi was about to announce the end of the meeting, but Kuchiki Yinling, the captain of the 6th division, suddenly said, "With so much going on, I would also like to, just retire and give up my position to Deputy Captain Byakuya Kuchiki." Kuchiki Yinling has served as the captain of the 6th team for too long, and everyone was not surprised to make this decision, but couldn't help but look at Kuchiki Kyosuke. He has just become the head of the Grand Kid, and Kuchiki Yinling immediately announced his retirement and gave up his position to Byakuya. It seems that Kuchiki Yinling thinks that Kyosuke will not inherit the 6th team, and intends to confirm the position of Byakuya's successor. Everyone's thoughts were surging, but Kuchiki Kyosuke was extremely calm. Who would want to be the captain of the 6th division if he could be the leader of the big kid? Kid people are not strong, just because I haven't become a big kid leader yet. And for me, it is best for Byakuya to be the captain of the 6th division and the head of the Kuchiki family, just like the original book. Rukia can be adopted smoothly, and he doesn't have to worry about the Kuchiki family's family affairs. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Since Captain Kuchiki has made up his mind, the Vice-Captain Byakuya Kuchiki will take your place. The 6th division is an inheritance system, and Yamamoto Motoyanagi could not interfere with anything, so he nodded in agreement. The meeting is dismissed, please go back to deal with your own affairs, the new captains. With an order, everyone left, including Kuchiki Kyosuke. When Tessai Tsukubishi and Xianyi left, the various affairs of the September 23rd kid would immediately hit him like a tsunami. It is necessary to find a suitable candidate immediately and solve his problems for him. Kuchiki Dai Kid Long, congratulations! At this moment, Aizen stopped in front of him, the expressions in his eyes were all covered by the glasses, making it difficult to see clearly. With your kid talent, you will definitely be able to do more if you become a big kid leader. Thank you for the compliment. Glancing at him, Kuchiki Kyosuke said leisurely. However, I'm a little curious. You have been with Hirako for so many years, and you finally became the captain. How does it feel? His face froze slightly, and Aizen's eyes became a little playful. He didn't expect that after that night, Kuchiki Kyosuke would take the initiative to mention Hirako and others. Maybe he noticed something? The defection of Captain Hirako and others was too sudden. I have mixed feelings, but I don't feel much joy. Yes. Hearing his still gentle and friendly voice like a spring breeze, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled noncommittally. After saying this, he walked around the other party and left. Looking at his back, Aizen adjusted his glasses, and the smile on his lips slowly disappeared. A few minutes later, he returned to the team building of the 5th Division, called Ichimaru Jin, told him about his promotion to the captain of the 5th Division, and appointed Ichimaru Jin as the vice-captain of the 5th Division on the spot. All of a sudden, Ichimaru Jin raised his eyebrows from being the chief officer to the vice-captain, with a calm expression on his face. He observed Aizen calmly, and said softly. However, why do you feel that you are not very happy, Captain Aizen? Isn't everything going according to plan? I got the captain position. Silver, don't you think it's a coincidence? Aizen's expression didn't fluctuate at all, and even his tone was like a calm lake, making it hard to see the clues. Soul burial practice, hollow experiment, captain's defection. It seems that every time he can be properly related to these things, but he is outside the core. What do you think, our big kid wants to do? That guy has been like this since he was a student. Fingers stroking his zanpakut, Ichimaru Jin suggested with a smile. If Captain Aizen finds it annoying, how about I get rid of him for you? Hearing this, Aizen's expression hidden under the lens moved slightly, and he spoke slowly. Yin, haven't you guys known each other since you were students? It is said that he saved your life, and now you can say such cruel words. Meeting Aizen's gaze, Ichimaru Jin smiled even brighter, which made people feel uncomfortable. Who let him block our plan? For Captain Aizen's plan, it should be fine to sacrifice a little second young master of the Kuchiki family. He is a big kid now, and many people are watching. Gently sipping tea, Aizen closed his eyes and enjoyed the lingering fragrance between his lower lips and teeth, already having the result of his thoughts in his heart. Speaking of which, the Menos Grande that raged in Rukanga hasn't been completely wiped out yet. Slowly opening his eyes, the look in his eyes was extremely bright. Silver, can I ask you to go to Rukanga and check the cracks created by Hueco Mundo? I always feel that during this period of time, the cracks should have expanded for some reason, and the number of voids has also gradually increased. Perhaps, the Central 64th Room should propose an expedition to Hueco Mundo to clean up the virtual existence on a large scale. For such a dangerous task of penetrating into the enemy's hinterland, Chief Kid must accompany him. Hearing Aizen's words, Ichimaru Jin already understood his thoughts. Hueco Mundo is vast and boundless, and there are ghosts of different strengths wandering in the wasteland, Jillian, Ajichas. It is rumored that in Hueco Mundo, there is also a Hueco Mundo ruler at the Vasto Lord level, whose ability has already far surpassed the captain level. Even if it can't deal with Kuchiki Kyosuke, it can deal him a serious blow so that he can never regain his peak level. In this case, I will go to Rukanga to verify Captain Aizen's concerns. With a slight nod towards Aizen, Ichimaru Jin turned and walked out of his room. Expedition to Hueco Mundo? I wonder what kind of reaction Kuchiki Kyosuke will have when he hears this news? In the room, Aizen looked thoughtfully at Ichimaru Jin's leaving back. He muttered to himself. Are you really ruthless or are you trying to hide something? But either way you're interesting enough. Aizen knows that Ichimaru Jin used to have a good relationship with Kuchiki Kyosuke. Aiming at this point, he has made many tests, but Ichimaru Jin did not reveal the slightest flaw from the beginning to the end. For Aizen, whether the other party is acting or not, they are good enough to be cultivated by themselves. As for Kuchiki Kyosuke, he is the only opponent that makes Aizen feel incomprehensible and immeasurable. Even though he has become the captain of the 5th Division now, he still doesn't want to face Kuchiki Kyosuke head-on. In the entire Seirai, apart from Kuchiki Kyosuke, only Shinigami Yamamoto Genrisai, the strongest in the millennium, can enjoy this treatment. In his opinion, the other captains are mediocre, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Aizen believes that this trip to Hueco Mundo will definitely allow him to see the true strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke. At the same time, in the heavily guarded kid headquarters, Kuchiki Kyosuke is doing his daily routine. In fact, there are not many things, he just needs to maintain the ceiling barrier of the kid. In order to target a certain battle madman and some potential threats, Kuchiki Kyosuke strengthened the ceiling barrier of the kid headquarters several times. With the blessing of Kimen after Feng Kao in the perfect realm, Ba Shuanja became more concealed and stronger. In fact, this has become a new high-level enchantment, whose power is many times stronger than the original one. Even Tessai Tsukubishi and Hachai-gen will be helpless in the face of the current 8 Yao Shuanja. Of course, in addition to strengthening the barrier, Kuchiki Kyosuke also spent a little time on the management of the kid. Over the years, under his planning, the entire kid has been impeccable and thriving. Up to now, it has almost become his independent kingdom. After mastering such a force, Kuchiki Kyosuke will have the real right to speak, and it will be twice the result with half the effort to gain proficiency. His Feng Kao Kimen was able to quickly reach perfection in a few years, and the kid people also had a lot of credit. Just as Kuchiki Kyosuke was thinking about the future development direction of the kid congregation, a bell with strange syllables came from outside the door. This security system was created by him based on his previous life experience. At that time, all the subordinates were astonished, and they all felt that the new chief kid was not only amazing in strength, but also possessed extraordinary wisdom. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke lightly tapped the button on the table, sending the agree to enter signal. Hearing the bell, the assistant officer with a passerby face bowed his head and walked in slowly. Then the kid assistant officers respectfully handed a special letter to Kuchiki Kyosuke, and said in a very respectful tone, "Big Kid Long, this is an urgent letter for today. For this young grand kid, he and his colleagues feel respect and support from the bottom of their hearts. It only took 10 years for this person to make the kid people become stronger again. Under the leadership of this person, the kid people who were about to be incorporated into Godai 13 regained their absolute autonomy. The treatment of these kid members has also increased. There are advantages, dignity, and reputation, and what kind of leader is more worthy of following than this? Thank you, let's go." After receiving the letter, Kuchiki Kyosuke said warmly. The assistant immediately backed away from the Great Kid Long room. During this period, the kid, who is equivalent to the 3 seats in other fan teams, did not dare to look up and looked directly at Kuchiki Kyosuke. Kuchiki Kyosuke is used to this. With the changes in strength and status, these people became more and more polite to him. Immediately Kuchiki Kyosuke checked the letter written in the special code word. This is the communication channel agreed between him and Ichimaru-jin, and it is specially used to deliver some temporary news. Boring temptation. Kuchiki Kyosuke looked disdainful after reading the information. This Aizen is sometimes too steady, Wang Jia even wants to send himself to Hueco Mundo. From a few words on the note, Kuchiki Kyosuke guessed Aizen's true intention. This is obviously thinking of killing people with a knife, and at the same time can test out his true strength and whole cards. However, this also suits him. Ichimaru-jin guessed that Kuchiki Kyosuke would have a very exciting expression when he heard the news, and maybe he would also feel nervous. After all, this is a trap specially set by Aizen, and it is also an extremely dangerous place like Hueco Mundo. In that place, the names of the 5 nobles of Kuchiki Kyosuke and the head of the Great Kid are not easy to use. However, at this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke was not only not nervous at all, but even eager to try. What Kuchiki Kyosuke lacks now is the comprehensive use of the 8 wonders. Coincidentally, he went to Hueco Mundo for a stroll and enjoyed his hand addiction. Even the 10 Lippo sword god. You can't stay in novice village forever. Most importantly, nowadays Siraitai has few secrets for him, and it is difficult for Daluo Dongguan to work. Hueco Mundo, which is full of dangers, is more suitable for the play of Daluo Dongguan, and the proficiency can be improved faster. Soon, Kuchiki Kyosuke had a general plan for the expedition to Hueco Mundo. Aizen's self-righteous plot will eventually become the nourishment for him to become stronger. Sure enough, in the morning of the next day, Kuchiki, who was about to fish, clicked and received a notification: Captain Yamamoto welcomes him. Speaking of it, Kuchiki Kyosuke is young, but he already has a status and strength that other Shinigami have not achieved for thousands of years. After all, generally speaking, the pinnacle of Shinigami power is the captain of the Godai 13. The current Kuchiki Kyosuke and Yamamoto Genrisai are equal in status. When they arrived at the team building of the first team, several captains had already gathered to discuss something. When seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke, these captains all smiled and nodded to him, even Byakuya Kuchiki the 6th. Here he is firstly the captain of the 6th division and the head of the Kuchiki family, and secondly the eldest brother of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Such is the attitude of Byakuya Kuchiki. Regardless of the relationship between the two, Kuchiki Kyosuke is definitely a big kid leader worthy of respect. Even Byakuya Kuchiki, who is proud and thinks he is a role model of aristocrats, admits a little. Among them, Kurako Shunsui, who was wearing a flamboyant shirt, walked up to Kuchiki Kyosuke, greeted with a smile. "Kuchiki big kid long. Well, any inside news?" Mr. Yamamoto convened this captain meeting in a hurry, and even invited Kuchiki Kyosuke, the big kid leader. The captains present naturally understood that this temporary captain meeting was unusual. Surely something big will be announced. Over the years, Kuchiki Kyosuke has also become acquainted with several captains. Over the past 10 years, there are only a few faces back and forth, and it is not good to be unfamiliar. In fact, except for those who have ulterior motives. The relationship between the captains is very good, after all, the time spent together is too long. Moreover, although Kuchiki Kyosuke is the same as the captain in job introduction, he never puts on airs. In addition, as his dominance over the Kid People strengthened, the Kid People's support for Team 13 also increased. Therefore, in 4.4, except for a few captains with ulterior motives, there is no captain in Godai 13 who doesn't like Kuchiki Kyosuke, the new chief kid. The cynical Kurako Shunsui likes to touch fish and have fun in normal times, and Kuchiki Kyosuke can be regarded as like smelling. The relationship between the two is pretty good. After hearing Kurako Shunsui's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately said, "Don't worry, there will be no problem. Hollow Yoryuki lost so many captains at once. The morale of Shinigami has dropped a lot. In the eyes of many captains, Godai 13 is now the weakest period. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, even the captain of the millennium like Kurako Shunsui is a little worried about gains and losses." With Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, both Kurako Shunsui and the other captains looked relieved and felt a lot more at ease. Now Kuchiki Kyosuke speaks with such weight, no matter in terms of strength or status, he has this qualification. Thinking of something in his heart, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly, glanced at Kurako Shunsui wearing a bamboo hat and whispered, "Chun Shui, how about yesterday's new tea? Siriti has too little entertainment." Kuchiki Kyosuke, who is still in puberty, has always appreciated some popular programs. On the surface, Kurako Shunsui looked like an honest person, explaining again and again. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. I'm the captain of Division 9. I don't know what's new and old." Secretly, he gave Kuchiki Kyosuke a thumbs up. The two looked at each other and smiled, everything in silence. At this time, when a young and beautiful woman walked in, she happened to see this dirty scene. Sui Feng, the new captain of the second squad, let out a hum with an indifferent expression on his face. While joking, Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed two fiery gazes from behind. Chapter 67. One undisguised, like a wild beast. A cold and pure path, fleeting in a flash. He didn't need to look back to know that those two had arrived. "Kuchiki Kyosuke, when will you fight me?" Sure enough, the familiar rough voice came. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded to the owner of the other line of sight, and responded, hurry up, restrain your killing intent, and be careful that everyone can't help but chop you." Fighting Zaraki Kenpeki is not only tiring, and it basically does not increase the proficiency of Daluo Cave Temple. It's okay if you lose, but if you accidentally win, you will be entangled by Zaraki Kenpeki. Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't want to spend all day sweating with a muscular guy. Days like that are scary to think about. In response to Zaraki Kenpeki, Kuchiki Kyosuke strengthened the results of the kid headquarters. That couldn't be better. Zaraki Kenpeki opened his arms. I'm right here, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, don't bear it, you can challenge me now. Sorry, I'm late. Aizen apologized as he entered the door wearing wide glasses. Let Kuchiki Kyosuke lament that he is an old actor, highlighting his dedication. Then, Kuchiki Kyosuke saw Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division, who had just been in office for a year, and Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was afraid to look directly at him. At the beginning, this guy also threatened to use Kuchiki Kyosuke's body for experiments. Kuchiki Kyosuke doesn't know whether this guy is inflated when he becomes the captain, or his brain is stupid because of experiments. Urahara Kisuke didn't dare to say this. I really don't know who gave him the courage. Kuchiki Kyosuke will not be used to each other, and he sent Kid down casually, almost dusting off Kuratsuka Mayuri's ashes. Just like that, Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was full of viability, was soaked in a jar in the laboratory for half a year, and almost finished. The Tiantian talisman of the perfect realm is so domineering. From then on, Kuratsuka Mayuri learned to be good and behaved in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. The last one to be the captain is Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th Division who was ordered in danger. Of course, Kuchiki Kyosuke knew very well that this was the 2nd and 5th son of the Shinigami, and also a poor person. Kuchiki Kyosuke guessed that this guy was always late on purpose, just because he didn't want to face the Shinigami and the nobles. Because Tosen Kaname's closest relative, Ge Kuang, died tragically at the hands of the Tsunoya family. Tsuna 06 Yao Tokinata, a Shinigami who was born in the Five Nobles, went crazy because of the family's black history in ancient times, so he planned to kill his wife, Yuteo, and another Shinigami. Because Yuta was a commoner, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata did not receive any decent punishment at all afterwards. If it wasn't for Kurako Shunsui who couldn't see the past and made a report, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata might have become the captain now. It has to be said that the Tsunoya Shiro family and Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata are the root and danzo of Seireitei. It's really low and capable. In Tsunoya Shiro's time, it can be said that Nada alone lowered the overall moral level of nobles and Shinigami, as well as the force of Shinigami BOSS. With such an experience, it's no wonder that Tosen Kaname disliked nobles and Shinigami, and chose to join the Aizen camp that saved him. Kuchiki Kyosuke is a bit contemptuous of this restless Tsunoya Shiro family who controls the Great Spirit Book corridor. Last time, it was no coincidence that he met Ichimarujin in the Great Spirit Book corridor. After all the captains arrived, the calm Captain Yamamoto walked in. Suddenly, the audience was silent. Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, stepped forward to report, among all the captains, except for the absence of the Captain Jushiro of the 13th team, and the vacancy of the 3rd team, all the captains are here. Captain Yamamoto, who closed his eyes and meditated in his usual posture, nodded, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Recently, Menos Grande has appeared frequently in the 80th districts of Rukanga, which has put a lot of pressure on the various teams. The sages in the 46 room suspect that there is a higher level virtual command behind this. In order to prevent the recurrence of the invasion incident 200 years ago, Room 46 issued an order to assemble elites from various teams to form an expeditionary force to crusade against Hueco Mundo and completely kill all threats. Now you can say what you think. For a moment, all the captains were shocked. Then, they all seemed to understand something and fell silent. In short, it is possible that the highest level Menos Grande of Hueco Mundo sensed that the power of Godii 13 was weakened, so they wanted to make trouble. This order from room 46 is tantamount to saying that their abilities are insufficient. At the same time, Kurako Shunsui, Sui Feng, and others also thought of those companions who fought and laughed together, and felt even more uncomfortable. The hollow incident is a constant pain in the hearts of some captains. However, at this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who had been prepared for a long time, said, "Since the order was issued by the 46 room, we kid will naturally have to contribute. Speaking of which..." Kuchiki Kyosuke took a step forward, and the clothes on his body were automatic without wind. "Then, I, the chief kid, will never stay out of the matter, and I will personally join the expeditionary force to wipe out Hueco Mundo." Hearing this, Aizen was shocked. He couldn't help but look up at Kuchiki Kyosuke seriously. Is it really just a coincidence? Originally, according to his plan, it was impossible for Kuchiki Kyosuke to volunteer to join the expeditionary force according to Kuchiki Kyosuke's temperament. Therefore, in Aizen's script, Tosen Kaname will make a timely suggestion to push Kuchiki Kyosuke to join Hueco Mundo. However, this skillful hand has no effect at all, and the opponent jumped out of his plan again. This makes Aizen, who is used to seeing people's hearts and controlling everything, feel a little delicate. Even if he still got his wish, it just didn't feel right. In fact, every time Kuchiki Kyosuke is involved, nothing seems right. This young genius has grown beyond Aizen's expectations in all aspects. Aizen is a perfectionist. Although not many people know him, he is perfect in every aspect, while Kuchiki Kyosuke seems to be better than him in every aspect. He, a perfectionist, has been perfected. In this regard, the corner of Aizen's mouth curled uncontrollably. Kuchiki Kyosuke, you, who are full of mysteries, are more challenging than the entire world of Seireitei. This is so much fun. In the team building of the first team, after hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's passionate words, Captain Yamamoto showed a satisfied expression. He nodded slowly. "Then let's go, and then the great kid chief will lead the kid in the expeditionary army." Kuchiki Kyosuke alone is worth several ordinary captains. Not to mention Kuchiki Kyosuke Grandmaster Kid, whose kid level is even higher than that of the defected Grip Tessai. With him he was absolutely infallible in terms of logistical kid assistance and self-protection of the expeditionary force. After Kuchiki Kyosuke spoke, Byakuya Kuchiki with a cold expression immediately spoke. Squad 6 Captain Byakuya Kuchiki applied to join the Hueco Mundo expeditionary force. Zaraki Kenpeiga tilted his neck, and said with a slightly ferocious face, "I will chop up all those dregs. Since everyone is so active, I'll be counted as one of them." Kurako Shunsui said with a smile. After a little thought, Yamamoto Genrisaya decided on the team members of the expeditionary force. Squads 6, 7, 8, 11 and the kid enter Hueco Mundo for a crusade to eliminate all threats. Squad 4 and Team 5 are on standby at any time, ready to support and rescue. 2nd Division is conducting intelligence collection and order delivery work. The 12th Division is responsible for maintaining the operation of the striker. Then, he glanced at Kuchiki Kyosuke and asked, "For the position of the general manager." Without the slightest hesitation, Kuchiki Kyosuke immediately said, "The captain can make arrangements on his own. This time it's an operation organized by Godei 13. I'm just cooperating." In terms of rights, Kuchiki Kyosuke is really weak. Because he knew that if this thing was really useful, the 40 or 60 rooms would not be taken over by Aizen in the future, and none of them escaped. In the world of Shinigami there is no strength, all power is imaginary, even the soul life is imaginary. Captain Yamamoto nodded. Then, Kurako Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division, will be the leader of the expeditionary force. I also ask Kuchiki Chief Kid to serve as the deputy leader to lead the kid personnel to be responsible for the work of enchantment sealing and logistics. Kuchiki Kyosuke naturally nodded in agreement. Just hand over the chores to Kurako Shunsui, he only needs to cut the ghosts and manage the kid crowd. In Hueco Mundo, there are a large number of ghosts with different abilities, and Daluo Dongguan can play a good role when it is opened, and the proficiency does not increase too quickly. Then, the meeting will be disbanded. Tomorrow, we will open the boundary crossing gate in front of the team building of the first team and start the expedition. Yamamoto Genrisaya took a crutch and made the final resolution. A group of captains began to leave the team building in 2s and 3s. Almost everyone's face is very dignified. Compared to Kuchiki Kyosuke, who Ishin wanted to improve his proficiency in, the captains thought more about it. Even the Millennium Captain Kurako Shunsui is no exception. The captains are powerful and not very worried about their own safety. What they worry about is the safety of their subordinates. Just like the vice captain of the 8th squad, Ise Nanao is the niece of Kurako Shunsui. In any case, he couldn't let his only family member have an accident. Thinking of this, Kurako Shunsui glanced at Kuchiki Kyosuke with a calm expression. This kid is single and unmarried, and Xiao Kigzu is quite beautiful. It is really impossible. In order to protect their subordinates, several captains did their best and made sufficient preparations. Of course there is only one exception, and that is Zaraki Kenpeki. After the one-eyed hunk returned to the team building, he just yelled, "You guys, follow me to Hueco Mundo tomorrow to fight to your heart's content." A group of reckless men with knives had their eyes glowing, applauding loudly. Among them, the bald man with narrow eyes and red eyeshadow at the corners screamed the most vigorously. Back at the kid headquarters, Kuchiki Kyosuke announced tomorrow's Hueco Mundo crusade, and asked the assistant officer to gather suitable personnel and prepare for it. Not long after he left, a group of kid members first looked at each other in blank dismay, and then started discussing worriedly. "Are we really going to fight Su? That's Hueco Mundo. I don't want to be eaten by Su. I heard that Hueco Mundo has Menos Grande that can't be killed. It's really scary. There is a big kid growing up. What is Mo? Our great kid is invincible. Long live Kuchiki-sama. Long live the kid." In the office of Chief Kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke smiled slightly upon hearing his subordinates' discussion. The most important purpose of his trip to Hueco Mundo is to improve the proficiency of Daluo Cave View. Another main reason is to protect the subordinates. It is the luck of these people to be his subordinate. Because of the expedition, he will take action seriously and try his best to minimize the death rate of his subordinates. The next morning, Kuchiki Kyosuke participated in a huge farewell ceremony. Chief Captain Yamamoto Genrisaya spoke on stage in person. "Thank you for your contribution to Siriti. I am here to welcome you guys to return home." After a short speech, Captain Yamamoto ended the mobilization speech. Anyone who is familiar with the old man knows that this man is not in a good mood today, and it seems that he is worried about the expeditionary force. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that the captain was a ruthless person when he was young, and the earliest Godai 13 was established by this old man. Back then Godai 13 was still a killer group. Mr. Yamamoto, who led this group of killers, killed countless people, ruthless and decisive. Who would have thought that when people get old, their hearts soften? If Yamamoto Genrisai is just an ordinary captain, let him soften his heart. But as a leader who maintains the balance of the three realms and deals with various forces, soft-heartedness is a big taboo. Kuchiki Kyosuke understands why the strength of Godai 13 has not improved since then. During the Millennium Bloody Battle, Yamamoto Genrisai was teased one after another. In the end, there were no bones left, and the ashes were thrown away. While thinking about it, a group of female Shinigami have surrounded Kuchiki Kyosuke. "Your Excellency the Great Kid, have you received my letter? We must come back victorious. Let's have a meal together when we get back. Master Kuchiki, I love you." Facing this group of gentle and charming people, Kuchiki Kyosuke was overwhelmed and could only smile. Because of this charming smile, female Shinigami are even crazier. That enthusiastic and lovely appearance made Kuchiki Kyosuke feel overwhelmed. Some even got started directly. Female Shinigami are really unrestrained. It feels good 733 too. The main reason is that the girls are of high quality. Those who can become Shinigami are all outstanding, each of them has a good temperament, just like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each has its own victory. For a while, Kuchiki Kyosuke truly realized what pain and happiness are, and what troubles are called happiness. Watching this enviable scene, Kurako Shunsui said sourly. When I was young, I was so popular. The gap between people is too great. Some people have accumulated thousands of years, and all aspects are mediocre. Some people become invincible kid masters in just a few years, but they are also very handsome. Kurako Shunsui will not covet Kuchiki Kyosuke's talent and strength, but this cute charm is too enviable. Good old man Jushiro did not tear down the stage, and said with a smile, "You are still very popular now. There is a price." Kurako Shunsui smiled wryly, "Where do you think my monthly salary goes?" Glancing at Kuchiki Kyosuke, who smiled like a flower and didn't know it, Jaishur Yukatake smiled slightly and said softly, "Your Excellency, the great kid doesn't seem worried at all, and I feel relieved a lot." After hearing what his friend Jushiro said, Kurako Shunsui was taken aback for a moment, and then looked thoughtful. That's a very high rating, and it's clear that friends are very optimistic about Kuchiki Kyosuke. They have been inseparable for thousands of years, and Jingle naturally knows everything about this close friend. He knew his friend had extraordinary opportunities. Perhaps it was not the friend himself who spoke at this time, but probably the divine power residing in the friend. At this thought, Kurako Shunsui's body shook. In the past 10 years, has this former strongest genius grown to the point where the gods are moved? Unlikely. Kurako Shunsui is skeptical about this. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke felt like Elder Tang who fell into the Pansy Cave. Just when they were having fun, Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th squad wearing a white haori, came slowly. Before coming to the crowd, Anohanaretsu just glanced at the group of young female Shinigami. "Captain Anohana, hello, good. Oh, I'm going to go skiing, let's go first. My partner asked me to catch butterflies, I'm almost late." After being glanced at by Anohana of Yamato Nadeko, a group of female Shinigami seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only a lingering fragrance. Seeing such a scene, Anohanaretsu let out a very dark smile. "Ah! I'm sorry, I seem to have ruined the big kid's good deed." Amidst the fragrant wind, Kuchiki Kyosuke's mind is already awake. He immediately said, "It's just a group of young and ignorant girls, what a good thing. I prefer a mature and stable big sister." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke took a hard look at the classical beauty in front of him. Today's Anohana is still the same as before, with 10 heads of black and shiny hair combed into 2 twists. Sleep on both sides of the chest. The front face and side face are perfect, without any dead ends, as if she has her own beauty camera. No matter how you look at it, she is a well-educated, gentle, and dignified beauty. Chapter 68. In response to Kuchiki Kyosuke's undisguised bold gaze, Anohanaretsu covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled, "No big sister, do you want a machete?" "Sister Hawa, don't scare me, I am honest and timid." "Honest and timid? Oh he he he." Seeing that the always quiet and gentle senior Anoka had a great conversation with that kid, and even laughed so hard that the flowers trembled. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, who were still planning to watch the show, looked at each other. The two suddenly felt that the Kuchiki garden was really unfathomable. Seeing that the Technology Development Bureau has set up the boundary striker, Kurako Shunsui wrote, "Prepare a grand banquet and celebrate after I come back." Jaishur Yukatake nodded with a smile. As the general leader, Kurako Shunsui was the first to walk into the field. The intellectual beauty Nanao Ise followed closely behind with a group of Shinigami from Division 9. Then came the 11th team who were waiting impatiently, then the 7th team, and the 6th team. In the end it was the turn of Kuchiki Kyosuke and the kid congregation. Personally, I wish Your Excellency the Great Kid prosperous martial arts and a safe return. Captain Anohana gave a farewell gift to Kuchiki Kyosuke. In the entire Soul Society, the only man who can please her is Zaraki Kenpeki. And the only one who could convince her was this peerless genius in front of her. Ever since the hollow incident, Anohana has keenly sensed an undercurrent lurking in the Siritii. Although she doesn't know what the truth is, if anyone wants to harm Siritii, then Kuchiki Kyosuke must be a problem that cannot be avoided. That's why Anohana Retsu came to see Kuchiki Kyosuke off in person, expressing her concern implicitly. I have to say that Kuchiki Kyosuke and this sister Hwa seem to have a lot of fate. All of a sudden, he saw Anohana's worry, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, although I am not invincible, there is no one who can kill me." After finishing speaking, he nodded towards the Kuchiki silver bell in the stands, and then led his men into the black cavity opened by the striker with light steps. "Kang-chun, your children have grown up. It's great." Kuchiki Yinling watched Kuchiki Kyosuke's leaving back, her eyes were a little moist. At the same time, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Hueco Mundo is a virtual territory after all, although it is impossible to go wrong with the strength of Byakuya Kuchiki and Kuchiki Kyosuke. But even Captain Hollow had such a thing happen, Kuchiki Yinling couldn't help worrying. "Kyosuke, it's up to you. If there's anyone who can turn the tide and unravel some horrific plots, it's Kuchiki Kyosuke." After crossing the boundary, Kuchiki Kyosuke stepped out of the black cavity and came to Hueco Mundo. He pulled out the Dijiang from his waist, and at the same time used the Daluo Cave to look around. There is only an endless barren desert at the entrance, and the surrounding area is extremely desolate. There is only night and no day here, and there is a hazy dust between the sky and the earth. The entire Hueco Mundo is filled with a strange atmosphere of dead nothingness. There are various rock pillar stone forests here, and some trees that look like plants are actually just dead trees made of quartz, without any vitality. Kuchiki Kyosuke also saw some small animals fleeing in panic. If you look closely, you will find that these animals also have virtual masks and virtual holes. These small animals are the existence at the bottom of the Hueco Mundo food chain, and they can absorb spirit particles in the atmosphere through breathing to become bigger and stronger. A slightly larger Su can become stronger by devouring souls. In order to satisfy the endless emptiness and appetite in his heart, Su will keep attacking other creatures, including the same kind. Unless promoted to the highest rank of Vasto Lord, Su's appetite is insatiable. This is the false fate. The destiny of the Shinigami is to eliminate Su and maintain the balance of the three realms. After confirming that there was no threat, Kuchiki Sono gathered lightning sparks on his fingertips. Then, he nodded, with a judgment in his mind. Here, the concentration of spirits in the air is higher than in Siritii. My kid can at least increase the power by 30%, and the rest of the chopping skills and white hits are also enhanced accordingly. It seems that we can have a good time this time. In fact, the increase in the concentration of spiritual particles is not necessarily all heavy. The increase of spirit particles will not only enhance the Shinigami's state, but also the virtual combat power will also be improved. After all, this is Su's home field. Su's combat power can be brought to the limit, and some Su who are of average strength in this world will become very powerful here. Just as Kuchiki Kyosuke was on guard with a knife, the members of KID appeared one after another behind him. They are the last batch of Soul Society personnel, responsible for erecting and maintaining various enchantments and seals. Looking at the barren and dead world in front of them, and feeling the dark and cold atmosphere unique to Hueco Mundo, the hearts of these KID members sank and they felt a little scared. This is a virtual world. Fear of emptiness is unavoidable for any rational spirit body. It's just death, and even the soul has to be swallowed and become a part of the monster. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Soon, they saw the familiar and reliable figure in front of them. Immediately, the hearts of the KID members were at ease. As long as this man is there, they dare to break through even if it is a sea of swords and fire. In Hueco Mundo, the kid assistants finished counting the number of people and equipment, and reported to Kuchiki Kyosuke. Master Big Kid, all 50 kid members are here. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded, his body flashed into mid-air, and began to walk in the air. Follow me, no matter what you see or hear, don't fall behind. After a while, Kuchiki Kyosuke led the kid to a camp. It was originally a barren place, but now it has become a temporary camp for the expeditionary army. Don't look at Kurako Shunsui's normal form, but his ability is still very strong. While thinking, Hiten Shunpo came to the middle tent. After hearing the voice, Kurako Shunsui, who was looking down at the map, looked up and smiled, "Our big kid has grown." When you are in a strange and dangerous place, there is nothing more reassuring than holding a trump card. For Kurako Shunsui, the big kid in front of him is the trump card. Seeing the arrival of Kuchiki Kyosuke, Byakuya Kuchiki, the usually unsmiling iceberg man, showed a rare smile. Komamura Seijin, with his head hidden in the barrel, nodded to Kuchiki Kyosuke. "Kuchiki Kyosuke, I'll fight with you after I clean up the trash." Zaraki Kenpeki, carrying a long sealed state, has a wild stance. "The boring waiting for the meeting is almost over, and I can't wait to get ready for a big fight." Seeing that the captains and Kuchiki Kyosuke had arrived, Kurako Shunsui immediately issued an order. Next, the captains of each division will be the advance army, claiming to advance forward. Among them, Captain Zaraki is in the front, Captain Komamura is on the left, Captain Kuchiki is on the right, the 9th team is in the center, and the vice teams are at the back. In addition, I would like to trouble the chief kid, Your Excellency Kyosuke, to lead the kid to be responsible for the barrier seal and rescue response. If you have no objection to my arrangement, then the expedition will begin immediately. This arrangement not only satisfied Zaraki Kenpeki's desire to have a good time, but also took into account the arrangements of the vice-captain and the kid. After all, the history of this battle is actually the captain of a team. It is enough for the vice-captain and the kid to ensure the logistics of the captains and to be responsible for checking for gaps. There are two leaders, the chief and the deputy, sitting in the center, and the captains can also kill the enemy with confidence. Even if something goes wrong, there is Kuchiki Kyosuke, the big kid leader, to come to the rescue. For Kuchiki Kyosuke's strength, these captains are very recognized. In recent years, although Kuchiki Kyosuke has not taken a serious shot, but 10 years ago, this Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to easily kill the captain, and even defeated the monster Zaraki Kenpeki. Generally speaking, 10 years is just a fleeting time for Shinigami. At most, we can get familiar with the moves and develop a unique move. There is usually no qualitative improvement in strength, especially for Shinigami whose strength has reached the captain level. But Kuchiki Kyosuke is different, this guy has the most powerful talent this Soul Society has ever seen. There is no way to judge the speed of this strongest genius with common sense. Even Byakuya Kuchiki doesn't know how strong Kuchiki Kyosuke is now. Kurako Shunsui's arrangement for Kuchiki Kyosuke can be said to be very ingenious, maximizing the ability of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Even if Kuchiki Kyosuke has not made any progress in strength because he has been busy with the development of the kid all these years, but if he just supports it, it is impossible to cause too many problems. Kid, who is unmatched in his hand alone, can solve most of the problems that other captains cannot solve. Because Kurako Shunsui considered all aspects, the captains and Kuchiki Kyosuke also had no objections, and expressed their willingness to obey the arrangement. Thus, the marching route of the expeditionary force was determined in this way. After that, Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't wait any longer, and directly carried Zanpakuto and killed it. It was really bad luck to encounter this violent beast, who couldn't react at all, and was chopped into pieces. Even Menos Grande was no exception. Today's Zaraki Kenpeki has improved by leaps and bounds. It's not far from the King of Cutting where Shikai chopped up meteorites and even exploded cosmic space. Such a killer is no match for the future Espada. The mere Menos Grande came and died as many times as possible. As for the other captains, Kuchiki Kyosuke isn't too worried. Even his eldest brother who has just mastered Bankai for a short time will not be killed in seconds, unless Aizen is playing tricks. But for this, Kuchiki Kyosuke has already kept his whole cards. Anyway, on the captain's side, Kuchiki Kyosuke is not worried. So when the various teams started to act, Kuchiki Kyosuke chose to go forward with a group of vice-captains. At this time, Kuchiki Kyosuke is at the front of the line. Other Shinigami look dignified and act cautiously. Kuchiki Kyosuke looks extremely laid back and casual, like visiting Hueco Mundo. And Kuchiki Kyosuke is also very delicate in the grasp of distance. At this distance, he was just able to receive the message from Kurako Shunsui, and at the same time take care of the deputy captain in the battle and the kid who made the teleportation anchor. Ordinary captains continue to release their spiritual senses in such a fine manner that they will become numb after a while. In the entire Seirai, apart from the strongest Captain Shinigami Yamamoto, only Kuchiki Kyosuke and Captain Tosen, who looks like a demon hunter, can do this. And even Tosen Kaname, whose spiritual sense can replace or even surpass vision, can't compare with Kuchiki Kyosuke in this respect. Because he has a more perfect and powerful Daluo Cave View. Some sneak attacks and ambushes that can evade vision and spiritual sense have no effect on him at all. For example, in the bright moonlight now, Kuchiki Kyosuke frowned and looked up at the sand dunes in the distance. Suddenly, an invisible killing intent flashed from him. As soon as the expeditionary force arrived here, they encountered an ambush. It cannot be explained by coincidence at all. Someone must have tipped off the news. As for who it is, you don't need to think about it. Immediately, he stroked Dijiang on his waist. This Hueco Mundo really came to the right. It's just the beginning, Daluo Dongguan has added a little proficiency. It seems that this time it will take off again. Kuchiki Kyosuke is already anticipating what the new 8 wonders will be. If you have unlocked the Lingling General and can control thousands of Menos Grande, Baragan, the master of Hueco Mundo, is not worthy to carry his shoes. While thinking, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced to the front left. There was a line of sight passing over there just now, and he also saw the appearance of those two people. One is a tall, mighty bald head with red eyeshadow. At this time, the monk-like bald man was looking at himself with nervous eyes, and the fingers holding Zanpakut were a little white. This one obviously noticed something. The other man with the same boyish face is a bit outrageous. Not only is he dressed beautifully, but he is also holding a small mirror in his hand. This looks like the type that wakes up in the middle of the night and has to look in the mirror to make a hairstyle before falling asleep. These two, Kuchiki Kyosuke, are no strangers. The bald man is Madarame Ikeku, the third member of Team 11. This person is also a fighting madman like Zaraki Kenpeki. He was once defeated by Zaraki Kenpeki, and then he became a loyal fan of Zaraki Kenpeki after being talked about. The handsome guy next to him who is dressed like peacock is named Ayasukawa Yumichika. He pays great attention to appearance and is Madarame Ikeku's best friend. The strength of these two people is very good. It can be said that the first team is the most circled team among all the teams. Needless to say, the vice-captain Kuzujishi Yachiru has a great background. Madarame Ikeku has even mastered Bankai, making him eligible to be captain in any other team. 5-seat Ayasukawa Yumichika, in the case of deliberately suppressing Zanpakut, can firmly occupy the 5-seat position. Its strength can be imagined. If it wasn't because he didn't like the number 4, he would have overthrown the number 4 and become 5. With 3 seats and 5 seats, these two superstandard seats, the seats of the 11th team, are destined to never have a bright future. There are captains who are improperly appointed as the chief officer, so it can be said that they are involved in the ultimate. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who recognized the two, nodded slightly to the two, pretending to be ignorant, "It's Zhao," and passed by the sand dune. Seeing Kuchiki Kyosuke strolling in the courtyard as if strolling in his own garden, Ayasukawa Yumichika said to Madarame Ikeku next to him with some doubts. "Is this person really strong? Why doesn't it look strong at all? However, in terms of beauty, I am very appreciative." Because of the particularity of his own Zanpakuto, Ayasukawa Yumichika is still very confident in the perception of Reiatsu. He didn't feel the breath of Reiatsu on this big kid. However, this person's name is very resounding, and he has already heard all kinds of legends, which can be described as thunderous. However, Ayasukawa Yumichika just can't understand, how strong can a person who has no Reiatsu breath and no momentum at all be? With a shiny head, Madarame Ikeku cautiously retracted his gaze, showing a sinister smile. "Dear Gong, you are still dull in this respect. Some people don't look strong, but they are strong. This big kid leader is of this type, otherwise our captain would not be so interested in him." In fact, Madarame Ikeku also had doubts. How did such a Reiatsu-less guy who was good at kid beat the lord? Now, he knows the answer. Just now, Madarame Ikeku felt an extremely terrifying aura from this seemingly harmless man. Although the aura only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, he believed that it was not an illusion lamp. Because of that breath, only he can understand and feel it. Because of this sense of deterrence, Madarame Ikeku has experienced it in his own captain, which is the natural fear of lower-ranking people for higher-ranking people. Only when the strength of both sides is so great that it cannot be described will there be such a sense of awe. After feeling this momentum at that time, Madarame Ikeku's whole body exploded, and he almost became Shikai. This big kid leader turned out to be such a monster, no wonder the captain beat up all those who were not convinced by him. If these people are allowed to provoke the chief kid, they will surely die miserably. Chapter 69. In fact, Zaraki Kenpaki's idea is very simple. If a group of scumbags are qualified to judge the only opponent they recognize, isn't one of Laozi's eyes blind? On the other side, Nanao Ise was also secretly looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke. For some reason, she was unable to have her own Zanpakuto. But even so, with the promotion of her own uncle Kurako Shunsui, she still became the vice-captain of the 8th Division. In order to live up to the expectations of her only family member and the vice-captain badge on her left shoulder, Nanao Ise can only devote all her energy to the only thing she is good at, which is kid. All the while, the only thing she was good at was kid. It's just that her kid is too far behind the big kid in front of her. And it is said that, unlike her, this lord's chopping technique is also extremely powerful, and even hacked to death the previous generation of Kenpaki. Unknowingly, Ise Nanao had a special expectation and longing for this legendary figure. Probably because of her own imperfection, she really wanted to see how far a perfect self could go and how far she could go. At this moment, Kuchiki Kyosuke has no time to pay attention to the sight behind him. Because when he passed the sand dune as if nothing had happened, two black shadows attacked and killed him extremely swiftly. The moment of high-speed movement, there is no sound of breaking through the air, and there are not many Reiatsu fluctuations. Even if it is a captain-level Shinigami, it may not be able to react if it is not noticed for a while. This is Su's unique way of moving, resounding. When the mutation happened, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't seem to notice the situation here at all, just kept walking forward. Two black shadows stopped in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke one after the other, and Menos Grande at the front suddenly spoke. "You are the first, Shinigami is really weak, completely vulnerable." This is a wolf-headed Menos Grande, whose body is like a praying mantis magnified thousands of times. At this time, the sickle-like arm of the wolf-headed Menos Grande raised and swung down, slashing towards Kuchiki Kyosuke rapidly. This kind of waste that can't even keep up with its own speed is also worthy of Hueco Mundo. Isn't this a treat for them? Soul Society's Shinigami is kind. Seeing that Kuchiki Kyosuke was about to be decapitated, his figure suddenly disappeared. When Kuchiki Kyosuke appeared again, he had already appeared behind the wolf-headed Menos Grande. He let go of the Menos Grande that was attacking him, and chose to launch a surprise attack on the second Menos Grande. Hey, where did this BD go? At this moment, the wolf-headed Menos Grande was very confused. Just a moment of confrontation, it lost the trace of the enemy. However, at this moment, it felt a terrifying Reiatsu burst from its back. And that's clearly not the Reiatsu of the Hollow, but the Reiatsu of the Shinigami. Under the threat of this Reiatsu, the straight wolf mantis Menos Grande actually felt that his formerly light and nimble body had become a lot stiffer. 757. Damn Shinigami! With such a strong strength, he still dares to hide it. Play lousy like this, beast! Cursing furiously in its heart, it tried to turn its body around, preparing to launch another surprise attack. However, this is only because there is no sense of crisis. Because there are companions behind it to take care of it, that Shinigami can't survive, even if the opponent's Reiatsu is very powerful. Behind the wolf-headed mantis Menos Grande, there is a Menos Grande that resembles an oversized scarab. Its whole body is covered with a layer of armor that glows with metallic light. From Menos Grande's forehead grew two barbed long tentacles that looked like hard steel whips. Only now, Kuchiki Jing's sharp emperor has already slashed at the opponent's hard armor. You are the first one. From two Menos Grande ringing around to launch a surprise attack, to Kuchiki Kyosuke striking back with lightning speed, it all happened in a split second. Even the Captain Shinigami may not be able to respond to the ringing, but under the observation of Kuchiki Kyosuke de la Dongguan, it is slow as a snail. Just now, he not only locked the position and trajectory of the two Menos Grandes, but also saw an opportunity to take advantage of them. As a result, Kuchiki Kyosuke took advantage of the situation and used Flash Flower while being attacked. Because when there is no explosive power, Kuchiki Kyosuke has almost no Reiatsu fluctuations on his body, and he is blocked by his own companions. So this armor, Menos Grande, was caught off guard on the spot. However, Menos Grande, who was slashed by Kuchiki Kyosuke, laughed wildly and mocked. Idiot, my armor can absorb 90% of the cutting damage, you can't even hurt a single hair of mine. You puny Shinigami should be our rations. After listening to Menos Grande's words, Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't panic at all, just smiled and asked, really? I don't believe it. Kuchiki Kyosuke slashed at the armored Menos Grande. Of course, he didn't forget that there was a captain-level Ajichas behind him. With a sense of inspiration, he swung his left hand backwards, splitting void. Immediately, an extremely tough and transparent barrier appeared behind him. At this time, Menos Grande, the wolf head behind him, was raising his extremely sharp sickle arm with a sinister and cruel smile, and was about to swing it down heavily. Boom! Then, with a muffled sound, the Menos Grande bumped into the splitting void barrier that appeared suddenly. Even Ajichas, who was thick-skinned, still fell to the ground after being hit hard, temporarily losing his ability to fight. With just one hit, an Ajichas was brought down, again with a defensive kid. Kuchiki Kyosuke's use of kid can be said to be at his fingertips and superb. After releasing kid, Kuchiki Kyosuke continued to condense Reiatsu, and continued to swing the knife vigorously with his right hand. Taejiang's blade plunged straight into the body of the armored Menos Grande. Armor Menos Grande didn't panic at all, and laughed wildly, didn't I say it, it's useless at all. Just when Menos Grande was about to take advantage of the situation to fight back, it felt the sky and the earth spinning rapidly. The desert under his feet flew over quickly, but the sky was moving away from him. In the end, the armored Menos Grande found that only one head fell to the ground. It cried out with its last breath. It's impossible, how could my body? What the hell did you do to me? Why doesn't my ability work? Amidst the screams, the body of this Suigetsu began to disintegrate bit by bit, turning into spirit particles and dissipating. Even if you can absorb 99% of the damage from the cutting technique, you can't even withstand 1/10% of my strength. Who will die if you don't die? This is the gap between you and me, not the gap in level, but the difference in dimension. After finishing speaking, Kyosuke calmly put away the knife, turned around, knife. The light of the knife flashed, and the Suigetsu on the ground had been cut in two from the middle. What kind of steel skin, what kind of Reiatsu defense, in front of this knife, it is equivalent to nothing. Then next, Kuchiki Kyosuke glanced around and said loudly, everyone concentrates on fighting, focusing on defense. The deputy captain guards the outermost perimeter and protects the companions around him. But that being said, the vice-captain of the 6th Division is a trick player with mediocre strength. The vice-captain of the 7th Division is now Tetsuzaman, but he is still immature. Nanao Ise, the deputy captain of the 8th Division, is not outstanding in combat power because she cannot Shikaizen Pakut. Kuzujishi Yachiru of the 11th team is very strong, after all, the 3-step sword beast. It's just that this pink-haired loli and Zaraki Kenpeki were tied up and slipped away long ago. The remaining vice-captains can only be said to have made up the numbers. Kuchiki Kyosuke is sitting ready to save someone at any time. Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, like a thunderbolt, woke up the stunned vice-captains. As vice-captain level Shinigami, their spiritual senses are very keen. Therefore, they are able to know what just happened. Unlike the officers and kid people next to him, they still looked blank. In fact, those two Suigetsu appeared not long ago. Many vice-captains' hairs stood on end, and their bodies seemed to explode. Because the Reiatsu of the two Menos Grande are so terrifying that they seem to be able to warp space. When feeling the extremely heavy Reiatsu, all the vice-captains were a little desperate. 2 Captain Menos Grande, still fighting in Hueco Mundo. The big kid who looked weak was also attacked by 2 Menos Grande. This doesn't take minutes to end the battle. Indeed, as they thought, the battle was over soon. However, the script was different from what they thought. It was the two Suigetsu with terrifying aura that were dealt with in an instant. When seeing this scene, Ayasukawa Yumishika's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. 3 moves and 2 moves to solve 2 Suigetsu, what kind of monster is this? Is my captain who is as strong as a monster so strong? Thinking of it, he once questioned this person's strength. Gongkin's cold sweat flowed down. The rest of Madarame Ikeku, Ise Nanao, etc. were all surprised. It's just that their shock lasted only a short time. Soon, they heard Kuchiki Kyosuke's order. And enemies. Several deputy captains immediately cast Shunpo, each occupying a direction, surrounding a group of Shinigami in the middle. Also waking up is Madarame Ikeku. Gongchin, it's finally, Agb, time for us to play. Just let those Siridi idiots see how good our Zaraki team is. After today, they will know who the strongest Shinigami captain in Siridi really is. Madarame Ikeku can't wait to show his strength. He wants to let Yamato prove Zaraki Kenpeki's status with his strong determination. After speaking, Madarame Ikeku strode forward to the outermost place. He shouted and waved the sealed state in his hand, stretch, Hazukameru. The powerful Reiatsu converged, and the sealed state immediately elongated and transformed into a spear. Hold the corner of Hazukameru's eye in your hand and look forward. His eyes were shining brightly, like the flashes on the blade of a gun. Really, it's not pretty at all. Ayasukawa Yumichika, who followed closely, said, Shikaizen Pakut, Bloom, Vine Peacock. After Reiatsu broke out, he already had a 4-clawed short blade in his hand. Each sharp blade is only about 20 centimeters long, shaped like a sickle, extremely sharp. At the same time, encouraged by the two, several 3rd and 4th degrees also chose to fight at the forefront. Looking at the companions around him and the unmoving chief kid Kuchiki Kyosuke in the distance, Ise Nanao and other vice-captains were refreshed, and their eyes became more determined. Just when everyone was waiting in full battle, 5 phantoms shot out in the sand sea. Silently, 5 huge figures landed around Kuchiki Kyosuke, surrounding him tightly. These 5 Menos Grande are all like hills, exuding tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and greedy Reiatsu. In contrast, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was accepted by the center, seemed extremely helpless. The leading Menos Grande, which resembles a giant lion, opened its bloody mouth and said in a muffled voice, "I like the Reiatsu taste of this Shinigami. This is my prey, you can't snatch it." Kuchiki Kyosuke looked up at the 5 Ajichas, and clenched Taejeong in his hand. The IQ of the 5 Ajichas in front of them is obviously higher than that of the 2 Menos Grande, and they appear to be more rational. Su is a mutated soul, starting to look less and less human, and will only evolve by devouring the soul according to instinct. Starting from Ajichas, the stronger the ghost, the more human it will evolve. Menos Grande, the highest Watt level, is almost human in both heart and appearance. I have to say that the process was quite interesting. While thinking about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke first had an inspiration and looked at the battlefield on the other side. Facing the siege of 5 Ajichas, he didn't respond fully. Under the inspiration, Kuchiki Kyosuke noticed that some giant voids had appeared, and began to surround and kill Shinigami behind him. He was relieved that without Ajichas, those vice-captains should be able to hold out for a while. Meanwhile, the vice-captain and the other Shinigami have noticed what's going on at Kuchiki Kyosuke's side. They also found those voids that breathed with greed and thirst. If it weren't for Kuchiki Kyosuke's avatar-like performance before, this group of Shinigami would definitely collapse. Facing the siege of 5 captain-level Menos Grandes at the same time, even the general leader Kurako Shunsui will be defeated. At this time, although most people don't think that Kuchiki Kyosuke can win. But they thought that His Excellency the Great Kid still had hope to persevere until rescue came. After all, Kuchiki Kyosuke's performance just now was too amazing, because it was too shocking. So this time, all the Shinigami were very tenacious. They shouted and encouraged each other, and none of the vice-captains was timid. "Trust Your Excellency the Great Kid. Trust the band leader in Beijing. Reinforcements are coming soon, don't give up." In fact, Kurako Shunsui has already rushed towards this direction. Kurako Shunsui didn't react to the first 2 Menos Grandes because they existed for too short a time. However, when the 5 Ajichas erupted at the same time Reiatsu, he realized that the situation was critical. After issuing the return rescue order to the 3 vanguard captains, he rushed towards this side with successive shunpo. Kurako Shunsui, who was on his way desperately, was distraught. Please don't worry. Kyosuke, please. Please." The continuous sand dunes flashed past him, and quickly moved away from him. "At this moment, you dare to be distracted and seek death." Meanwhile, an ape-like Cass thinks he has discovered Kuchiki Kyosuke's weakness. It eagerly spread its 5 fingers, and its sharp claws instantly grabbed Kuchiki Kyosuke's head. Compared to the fan-like palm of the ape Menos Grande, Kuchiki Kyosuke's head is pitifully small. "Sound the bombing, Dejong." In an instant, the sealed state in Kuchiki Kyosuke's hands burst into strange radiance and icy coldness. The light flashed, and the mat had already turned into its original form. The 10-fold increase effect will take effect automatically. 10 times Reiatsu. Breakout. Kuchiki Kyosuke Reiatsu is like an erupting volcano, rampaging and destroying everything, even the bright moon in the sky. With disdain on their faces, the 5 big tigers who looked down at Kuchiki Kyosuke suddenly felt dry and heavy. The extremely hard white bone masks on their faces began to vibrate faintly and became distorted. The 5 Menos Grande, who thought they were in control of the situation, felt a chill in their hearts. This Reiatsu is too strong. This power is almost the same as that of the master of Hueco Mundo. What the hell is this Shinigami? Shocked by the mighty Reiatsu, the claws of the ape Menos Grande froze. It gnashed its teeth and exploded all Reiatsu, mustering all the strength to press down. It's just that its arm is motionless, as if blocked by some invisible barrier. Daluo Cave View. Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't even bother to pay attention to the huge claws hanging above his head. He just glanced at the 5 Menos Grande again. For a moment, in his eyes, the speed of the 5 Ajichas slowed down by more than 10 times. What's even scarier is that Kuchiki Kyosuke easily saw through their abilities. Although your bodies look big, you are actually very weak. So sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I can only send you on your way right away. After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Kyosuke flipped his right hand, and a cold light rolled upward. Under the wrapping of horrible Reiatsu, the Menos Grande steel skin and Reiatsu are as if they don't exist. The ape Menos Grande who took the first shot was instantly cut off by Dejong. At the same time, the raging Reiatsu on the blade spat forward, directly shattering an entire arm of Ajichas. Residues of high-quality Reiatsu. Let the ability of this Ajicha's high-speed regeneration become a decoration directly. Chapter 70. The Menos Grande went into a powerless rage. Ah! My hands, BD! I'll crush every bone in you! Threatened with death, the 5 Menos Grande finally escaped the shock of Kuchiki Kyosuke Reiatsu. Take back control of your body! Roar! 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 Without any hesitation, the 5 Menos Grandes raised their heads to the sky and roared loudly. They no longer have a before overlook from above. Some are just trembling in fear from the soul, and the resulting anger and killing intent. The 5 Ajichas burst out all Reiatsu in an instant, pouring out the most powerful killing move to Kuchiki Kyosuke. They began to spit flames, shoot lasers, roll up sandstorms, and corrupt everything. Flames, sandstorms, lasers, invisible sharp blades, and powerful acid all instantly strangled and blocked the space where Kuchiki Kyosuke was. A full-throated Menos Grande swore to wipe out Kuchiki Kyosuke. They also believe they can do it. No one can survive their tricks, no one. However, when the smoke cleared, it was the proud figure of Kuchiki Kyosuke that was revealed. He turned out to be intact. Even the clothes are clean without any dust. Is your strongest blow only at this level? Then you can go to death. In front of him are several talisman kid. In fact, with his strength, if he dodges with Shunpo, he can also be unscathed. But for a quick win, Kuchiki Kyosuke took a more shocking approach. Then Kuchiki Kyosuke gathered Reiatsu, his feet moved, and his figure began to flash continuously. Kuchiki Kyosuke is like a never-ending pinball, bouncing and flickering off Menos Grande's massive body. Every time he bounces, he will shoot the knife like lightning. The knife light flickered, the cold air filled the air, and Menos Grande's screams of anger, pain, helplessness, and despair were mixed in the middle. On the other side, the battle was going on fiercely. Because of Kuchiki Kyosuke's decisive and wise orders earlier, the crowd formed a good formation. On the outermost periphery, the vice-captains and the strong men of the 11th team fought hard. Blocked those fierce giant voids firmly. The Kid and other Shinigami took the opportunity to release Kid and help contain them. It's just that Shinigami's Reiatsu is limited, and it's easy to be weak after the battle. And Su has a stronger physique, even without Reiatsu in his heyday, he can crush Shinigami by relying on physical ability. Steel skin and high-speed regeneration are too incomprehensible in the same level of battle. At this time, Madara Mikeko's eyes were red, like a ghost coming out of hell. He flew up the Hazukimaru in his hand, and wiped out the ghosts one by one. The flying spirits permeated the battlefield, making this tragic battle full of fantasy. Stabbing a giant Menos Grande again, Madara Mikeko suddenly felt something wrong. This time, he didn't pierce the enemy's body all at once, as if the body of this virtual body suddenly hardened, but these giant virtual bodies are not Menos Grande after all. Although the body's hardness is stronger than that of the real world, they are not as hard to the extent that he can resist Hisokameru hard. Before, Madarame Ikeko could easily penetrate and kill those who used steel skin. Since it wasn't Su who became stronger, it could only be that he became weaker. The giant Su who was under attack also noticed this problem and grinned, "Shinigami, your knife is blunt." Madarame Ikeko took a quick look at Ayasukawa Yumichika, who was also struggling, and shouted angrily, "Damn it! It's endless." He was full of fighting spirit, but his body's functions inevitably began to decline. This fighting maniac never thought that a short period of fighting would be so tiring and so long. Thinking of this, Madarame Ikeko felt the huge sun-like Reiatsu of Kuchiki Kyosuke in the distance. The old man is still there. Cannot give up. Can't lose. With a flash of cold light, the Hisokameru in Madarame Ikeko's hand quickly pulled away, and flew out again, headshotting the giant ghost who laughed at him. Then, Madarame Ikeko held Hisokameru with both hands, and made such a forceful horizontal stroke. While chopping up the giant Su's head, he swung his arms round, turned around and stabbed the one that was sneaking up behind him in an instant. After doing all this, Madarame Ikeko didn't even have time to wipe off his sweat, and immediately went to the next fight. At this time, Nanao Ise was almost unable to hold on anymore. Her strength is all in Kid, and she is not suitable for this kind of close combat. And because she doesn't know how to chop and only knows Kid, Ise Nanao's strength declined rapidly after Reiatsu's massive consumption caused Kid's power to decrease. In fact, the most sensible thing for Ise Nanao is to leave here. Choose to release Kid with the first crowd to help fight. Even if she did, no one would blame her for it. Because for her who doesn't know how to cut, if she continues to stay at the forefront, she will commit suicide. But even in the face of crisis several times, Ise Nanao still gritted her teeth and did not give up. What sustains her is the love for her loved ones and Reiatsu, who looks like a giant torch in the distance. Originally, in the face of such a large number of giant voids, and in Hueco Mundo, the Shinigami should have been unable to hold on. However, they persisted. The reason is morale. Morale is a very mysterious thing that cannot be explained clearly, but it really exists. Especially for Shinigami, once the mind is disturbed, the Reiatsu will be disordered and the knife will become dull. Good morale can bring a Shinigami back from a desperate situation, and even defeat a powerful enemy that would otherwise be impossible to defeat. And the radiant Reiatsu that permeates the entire battlefield is the source of their morale. As long as that figure doesn't fall down, they will be full of hope and never give up. Because of such perseverance and belief, none of them miraculously lost their staff, at most they were seriously injured. But the inspiration of the soul still has its limit after all. Ise Nanao finally reached the end of the mountain. She couldn't hold on anymore. Originally, her fighting style particularly consumed Reiatsu, let alone in such a high-intensity battle. Soon, Ise Nanao, who was lacking in Reiatsu, was targeted by a powerful Hokage. Had no 63, fiery lightning howl. Facing the incoming powerful enemy, Ise Nanao decisively chose to strike first. It's just that Kid hit that Su with this blow, and didn't even penetrate the opponent's steel skin. Her Reiatsu is depleted too quickly, and it is no longer enough to support high-intensity battles. But because she is at the forefront, Ise Nanao has to deal with continuous attacks and has no chance to reply to Reiatsu. The Menos Grande floating in the sky, looking like a huge eyeball, laughed wildly. Can something that doesn't hurt or itch be Kid? Women give up resistance. To come here, Shinigami must have the awareness to become food, pinch ha ha ha. Awakening? I have it. Ise Nanao's pair of beautiful eyes are shining purple light through the lens. It's just not the awakening to become food, but the awakening to become a qualified vice captain. Because I didn't see Ise Nanao's terrified expression, the giant imaginary expression became impatient. You can do whatever you want with that kind of boring awareness, who will be flattered? Obediently suffer. Do you still expect someone to save you? Impossible, no one can save you, your leader will soon be unable to hold on. Those 5 adults will finish off your leader. Pinch ha ha ha. After speaking, the giant ghost rushed towards Ise Nanao with the terrifying Reiatsu. Faced with such an offensive, Suigetsu Nanao, who had almost run out of Reiatsu, could do nothing but despair. Can it just end here? Not reconciled. So unhappy. In an instant, all the past flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. In the end, only 2 figures flashed in her mind, one was his and her uncle Kurako Shunsui, and the other was His Excellency the Great Kid. She didn't know why she thought of that adult at this time. Probably because I regret not being able to witness the brightest light. At this critical moment, a dazzling thunder that pierced through everything pierced through the air, and directly blasted the giant void in front of Ise Nanao into pieces. Nanao Ise, who narrowly escaped death, fell into a daze. Is this ballet? But this power is too scary. The kid with such power can only be unleashed. Thinking of this, Ise Nanao felt both grateful and shocked. She is grateful to Kuchiki Kyosuke for saving her life, and she also helps out while fighting the 5 Takyukas. This kindness really made her extremely grateful. At the same time, Nanao Ise was also shocked by the strength of Kuchiki Kyosuke, who was able to shoot while fighting 5 Ajichas. This is too strong. Thinking of this, Ise Nanao raised her head and looked into the distance. I saw that the big kid who they thought was impossible to win was slowly retracting his fingers. On the ground, 5 Ajichas with crippled bodies and unrecognizable faces were lying in disorder. 5 huge bodies overlapped to form hills. At this moment, Ise Nanao, who has always been well educated and demure like water, fell into an indescribable shock. This is 5 captain level Menos Grande, and it only took such a short time to kill them all? This unreasonable scene set off waves of turmoil in Ise Nanao's heart. Over there, Kuchiki Kyosuke looked indifferent. During the entire battle, he had actually been paying attention to the entire battlefield with his spiritual sense. When he found that Ise Nanao's life was in danger, he shot decisively, and directly shot a white thunder across the entire battlefield to save Ise Nanao. It can only be said that the Tiantian talisman of the perfect realm is a cow batch. As for the Yakuyakas who were turning into spirit sons under his feet, he didn't even look at them. He already has an overwhelming Reiatsu, plus a skill gap. These Ajichas, whom even the captain has to deal with carefully, are no different from chickens and dogs in his eyes. As he said, there is a dimensional gap between these Menos Grande and him, not a dimension at all. Even if he was distracted and focused on the entire battlefield, it wouldn't take much time to deal with this group of Ajichas. After scanning the field again, Kuchiki Kyosuke decided to clear the field. If it drags on, the Shinigami really can't hold on anymore. 0. Seeking flowers. Then let me end this. Lei Fa, Wan Lei Talisman. Kuchiki Kyosuke, slowly floating in the sky, began to gather all Reiatsu. Kid increases tenfold. A large number of lightning hanabi began to gather around him. Kuchiki Kyosuke stood in the air, surrounded by electric flames, like a god. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel the crisis of the end of the world. Both the Shinigami and Su stopped fighting, looked up at the sky, and watched the one who seemed to be descending from the god of thunder. A man in general. What the hell is that looking bad? Why am I so scared? Some Zus were still exclaiming, and those Zus with higher IQs had already started to retreat slowly, preparing to run away. Shinigami's side looked ecstatic and excited. It's the big kid Long. Win. Our big kid Long won. Victory. Under the desperate gazes of the crowd and the cheers of the Shinigami, Kuchiki Kyosuke lightly waved his hand and sprinkled countless thunder and lightning. Thousands of thunder and lightning illuminated the entire sky, even the full moon in the sky was eclipsed. The power of thunder and lightning, mighty and fast, are not something these ordinary people can compete with. Even if they knew that the catastrophe was imminent, there was nothing they could do. When there was no reaction, they were already struck by lightning, their consciousness disappeared instantly, and their bodies began to dissipate. Every bolt of lightning precisely pierced through a void. After the thunder light passed, the entire battlefield became quiet. All the Shinigami smiled with relief and life after the catastrophe. Each of them looked at Kuchiki Kyosuke with endless gratitude and admiration. After being grateful, both Madara Mikako and Ayasukawa Yumichika looked at each other. So can Shinigami be so strong? Before, they were quite confident in their own strength. I thought that Tsuridai was mediocre except for their captain Zaraki Kenpeki. But today, seeing Daihatsu Kamui's Kuchiki Kyosuke, they began to doubt life a little bit. Madara Mikako held Hisokomaru in his hand, panting heavily. I feel like a stronger ant in an ant's nest, thinking he is strong, and seeing a lion for the first time when he goes out. Ayasukawa Yumichika, who is not so concerned about strength, said while wiping his sweat. Fortunately, there is this big kid is so beautiful and dazzling. Today, if there is not a big kid leader who is too strong to measure, a group of Ajichas plus countless ghosts, they can be wiped out in minutes. Kurako Shunsui, who rushed over as fast as he could when he heard the shouts of the Shinigami, was startled. Am I late? Kurako Shunsui heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Kuchiki Kyosuke surrounded by crowd and piles of shocking Menos Grande corpses. After the hanging heart was completely at ease, his whole body seemed to collapse, and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, Kurako Shunsui thought with a smile, it is indeed late. If it is later, there will be no chance to collect the body of Menos Grande. Afterwards, Kurako Shunsui Shunpo approached Nanao Ise, who was looking at Kuchiki Kyosuke in the crowd with a hearty smile. After confirming that Ise Nanao was safe and sound, Kurako Shunsui asked what happened. He learned that Kuchiki Kyosuke has dealt with 7 Ajichas one after another, and even in the case of 1 against 5, he can solve the battle neatly. In the end, the unknown kid wiped out the entire battlefield and wiped out hundreds of ghosts in one fell swoop. Kurako Shunsui was even more surprised and speechless for a long time. If he didn't know what his niece was like, he would have thought it was telling a story. Because Kurako Shunsui knew all of this was true, he was shocked by the fighting power shown by Kuchiki Kyosuke. This kind of combat power is on par with him. And after thousands of years of accumulation, Kuchiki Kyosuke has only practiced for a few years? This kind of combat power and talent is really amazing. Your Excellency Kyosuke, thank you. Soon, Kurako Shunsui came to Kuchiki Kyosuke and expressed his sincere thanks. Kuchiki Kyosuke waved his hand very calmly, it's nothing, I'm also the deputy leader, it's just my job. Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui shook his head and said, it's all my dereliction of duty that put you in an ambush. Without you this time, I really don't know what to do. If he didn't notice the enemy's ambush, his colleagues suffered heavy losses, and he might even kill his niece. Then, Kurako Shunsui will live in anxiety and pain all his life. Just a little bit, he fell into the abyss, from which he could never escape. Fortunately, Kuchiki Kyosuke saved his niece Ise Nanao, and also saved him, so that he didn't have to bear the heavy burden like that mountain. Moreover, this time Kuchiki Kyosuke not only saved his niece, but also saved all the Shinigami. 7 captain-level Menos Grandes plus a group of not-so-weak giant voids didn't cause a single death. This is all thanks to Kuchiki Kyosuke. Such a record is really amazing. Not even Kurako Shunsui has the confidence to do that for long. Chapter 71. He doesn't have the means to accurately and quickly destroy the enemy, and it may be too late to save everyone. Moreover, after such a fierce battle, the elder kid in front of him was as usual, without the slightest wave, and his whole body was clean. This invisibly made Kurako Shunsui's evaluation of Kuchiki Kyosuke even higher. After thinking about it, Kuchiki Kyosuke still reminded Kurako Shunsui, "Your arrangement was very good, but the enemy is obviously not unprepared." After speaking, he checked the progress of his 8 miraculous skills. In less than half a day, Daluo Cave Temple has climbed to 51.3% proficiency. He showed a satisfied smile. To others, the Hueco Mundo is a Jedi, a forbidden zone of life. But for him, this is the sacred place for leveling. As long as you can see the ability and concealment of Paku, you can get the proficiency of Daluo Dongguan, which is several times faster than before. What a place Hueco Mundo is! On the other side, Kurako Shunsui, who was reminded by Kuchiki Kyosuke, was shocked, and a bright light suddenly flashed in his mind. He couldn't help but exclaimed. "That's right, why can these ghosts see through my arrangement? Even if they can find our weak points, it is impossible to organize an offensive so quickly. It's only been a little over a day since they arrived at Hueco Mundo. Even with a Menos Grande of Vasto Lord level remotely commanding behind them, it is impossible to form a large army so quickly. And without any probing or investigation, they directly locked the weak point of their team. It's as if the opponent already knew they were coming and had guessed their tactics in advance. That said, the conductors behind this are as familiar to Seirai as they are to Shinigami. Only in this way can we explain what happened today." Thinking of this, Kurako Shunsui looked up at Kuchiki Kyosuke, his eyes sparkled. "There is a traitor among us." He resolutely added a 750 sentence, "There are enemies lurking in Seirai all the time, and the hollow incident last time was not that simple." "That's what I thought, but I just have no idea." Kuchiki Kyosuke had a sincere face, and he seemed to be worried about Seirai in his words. In fact, this is also a fact. He also cares about Seirai. It's just a way of caring, some people may not agree with it. Hearing Kuchiki Kyosuke's words, Kurako Shunsui's complexion became even more serious. "I've always been skeptical, but I just had no evidence. Now that His Excellency Kyosuke says so, it's confirmed." At this moment, Kurako Shunsui did not have any doubts about Kuchiki Kyosuke, and completely entrusted his sincerity. For thousands of years, only his teacher Yamamoto Genrisai and his good friend Jaishur Yukatake have allowed him to have a sincere friendship. Before, the idea of Kurako Shunsui matching Nice and Kuchiki Kyosuke was just a joke, just a random thought. But now, everything is okay. Kuchiki Kyosuke certainly noticed the change in Kurako Shunsui's demeanor. He knew that this person really regarded him as one of his own. The reason is naturally because I rescued Ise Nanao by myself. However, Kuchiki Kyosuke understands and appreciates Kurako Shunsui's idea of protecting his family at the expense of his life. As for men, they can touch fish normally, they are not in shape, and it's okay to pervert once in a while. But at the critical moment, you must be reliable and stand upright. After some conversation, Kuchiki Kyosuke went to deal with the affairs of the kid congregation. In the Sand Sea, while meditating, Kurako Shunsui organized people to set up camp on the spot, opened the black cavity manufacturing device, and carried out personnel transfer. In addition, he also passed an order before, so that the 3 captains do not have to come over for the time being, and they are patrolling ahead. Judging from the information gathered just now, the captain's side is fine, and the pressure is not too great. It was mentioned in the report that Byakuya Kuchiki was the first to rush to the rescue and was just a short distance away. Team 7 Captain Komamura Seijin followed closely behind. As for Captain Zaraki, several Shinigami responsible for passing orders said that the other party had already gone deep into Hueco Mundo because of getting lost, and they just got in touch. Thinking of Zaraki Kenpake's prickly head, Kurako Shunsui frowned in distress. This thorn is not easy to manage. But when he looked up and saw the reliable figure who was treating the wounded, Kurako Shunsui's brows relaxed a lot in an instant. When Ise Nanao was almost recovered, when she came out to check the situation, she saw Kuchiki Kyosuke treating the wounded. Several wounded who were too seriously injured before have been transferred to Seirai to receive treatment from the 4th team. For the rest, Kuchiki Kyosuke can heal them easily, so there is no need to trouble the 4th team. After seeing this scene, Ise Nanao's expression changed again. She didn't expect Kuchiki Kyosuke to be such a grandmaster even Kide. You should know that Kide is different from ordinary kid, and requires specific talents to practice. Don't look at those members of the 4th squad who are not liked by some Shinigami, but in fact they are talented people. In fact, as far as Ise Nanao knows, it seems that even the captain doesn't know Kide. The Grand Kid is truly omnipotent. This kind of talent leaves people speechless and can only admire and look up. Ise Nanao also admired the other party's character and dedication. At the same time, in the team building of Seirai's 5th Division, Aizen looked at the surveillance equipment in front of him and fell into deep thought. This is a technology of the Technology Development Bureau that can monitor Reiatsu fluctuations in a certain area in real time. Just now that area was active with 7 Reiatsu of Ajichas and countless Reiatsu of Hollow. That's where the expeditionary force headed by Kuchiki Kyosuke was located. But when the sun-like Reiatsu burst, all the virtual Reiatsu disappeared, like ice and snow melted by the sun. This plan should have been foolproof, but he missed it again. With such a large number of captain-level Menos Grande, they still can't take down Kuchiki Kyosuke. Is Kuchiki Kyosuke that strong? Why is this big kid so strong? Is it just because of talent? Looking at the silent Aizen, Ichimaru-jin squinted and said in a serious tone. Master Aizen, it seems that the plan has failed. On the surface, Ichimaru-jin looks nonchalant. In fact, in his heart, he was also extremely surprised. In his prediction, Kuchiki Kyosuke is able to deal with these few Ajichas. But beheading 7 Ajichas in such a quick succession is a bit scary. This has exceeded Ichimaru-jin's expectations, and he believes that it is impossible for him to do this now. After all, Ajichas started as a captain. 10 years ago, it would have taken a lot of work for this ally to take down an Ajichas. Now facing so many Ajichas at the same time, it is like cutting melons and vegetables, ending the battle almost instantly. This speed of progress is really terrifying. And after dealing with those Ajichas, the opponent can continue to attack and destroy a large group of virtuals at will. This strength is as if there is no limit. Therefore, Ichimaru-jin still doesn't know how strong Kuchiki Kyosuke is, just like before. Silver, it doesn't matter, I still have a backup. Having said that, Aizen pondered for a while, and sighed. Kuchiki Kyosuke, he is such a man who can't see the limit. Fortunately, I stayed back. Aizen has always been used to being in control. Just because he has the ability to do it, it's like a natural instinct. But now an uncontrollable variable has occurred. At this time, Aizen is not too worried that Kuchiki Kyosuke will affect his plan. He wants to see how the variable Kuchiki Kyosuke will eventually grow. If there were really no variables and everything was under his control, then this world would be too boring. Under the bright moonlight, the graceful Ise Nanao is quietly gazing at the full moon in the sky. At this time, she heard footsteps behind her. When I looked back, I saw Kuchiki Kyosuke from Kamui, who was in the big show during the day, walking towards him with a smile. The moonlight is so beautiful. Kuchiki Kyosuke boasted about the moon, but his eyes were looking at Nanao Ise. In his opinion, this considerate beauty with a soft exterior and a strong interior is still very attractive. Especially in the battle just now, Ise Nanao stuck to her heart and persisted until the last moment. Although Kuchiki Kyosuke didn't say anything at the time, he still appreciated it very much in his heart. Is a good woman. After nodding to Kuchiki Kyosuke, Ise Nanao continued to look at the moon in the sky, sighing a little. Who would have thought that such a beautiful moonlight would illuminate such a cruel world? Kuchiki Kyosuke agreed, that's why we are needed, isn't it? In this regard, Shinigami does a really good job. This is where Kuchiki Kyosuke best identifies as a Shinigami. If there were no Shinigami, human beings in this world would definitely suffer from the poison of the gods. The Shinigami of the Soul Society has always been dedicated to his duties and did not rely on his strength to do anything wrong. In this regard, Suigetsu has indeed contributed a great deal. As if thinking of something, Ise Nanao nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is our world, although it is not perfect, it has an inseparable connection." Kuchiki Kyosuke was able to understand the hidden meaning in Ise Nanao's words. However, he did not discuss this topic in depth, because the relationship between the two has not yet reached this point. So, Kuchiki Kyosuke changed the subject calmly, "I saw your performance during the day, you are very brave." To be honest, Kuchiki Kyosuke really thinks Nanao Ise is doing well. Only kid has that kind of fighting power, and he is determined to die, even if he is in a hard fight, his mentality is very stable. You must know that according to Ise Nanao's fighting style, there is no error tolerance rate. Once you get close or make a mistake, you will be very passive. From the beginning to the end, the response of this intellectual vice-captain was timely and reasonable, which is rare. Of course, there is still a little flaw in it, but it is also human nature. It sucks. My talent isn't even that good compared to the average Shinigami. Ise Nanao laughed at herself. It's really bad. Your red cannon shouldn't be fired like that. Kuchiki Kyosuke spoke very directly, Shinigami's kid focuses on the control of Reiatsu, your control is generally fine, but the details need to be improved 0. Then what should I do? Unknowingly, Ise Nanao completely fell into the rhythm of Kuchiki Kyosuke's conversation. She felt that the man in front of her really understood her, unlike that uncle who only waived his salary. Coincidentally, I happen to know the answer to this question. Saying this, Kuchiki Kyosuke grabbed the opponent's jade hand, slowly gather Reiatsu and start releasing kid. It's not that he deliberately took advantage of it, but that the teaching efficiency is the highest. Only by personally experiencing the opponent's Reiatsu context, can he make targeted adjustments. Such an abrupt move. Moving, Ise Nanao's body froze first, then softened. In the distance, Kurako Shunsui was watching this scene dumbfounded with his spiritual sense. This kid is too fast. Before, he did have the idea of matching the two. But he didn't say anything yet, this kid touched his hands. If you really bring it up, this kid can't do anything. In fact, from the very beginning, Kurako Shunsui noticed that Kuchiki Kyosuke was flirting with his niece. He vaguely heard something like "the moonlight is so beautiful." At that time, he was very disdainful. He used this old-fashioned way of striking up a conversation 800 years ago, and it is long out of date. What's more, Kurako Shunsui knows his niece well, she is very gentle in normal times, and her angry appearance is not scary. In his opinion, Kuchiki Kyosuke's old-fashioned way of picking up a conversation will definitely not work. Who would have thought that the two would chat so happily? Then, Kurako Shunsui gave a smirk. He quietly approached the two of them, then grabbed his chest in a playful manner, and said in a low voice. "Damn Kuchiki Kyosuke! Obviously seeing Xiao Nanao happy, I should be happy too. But my heart hurts. Why does my heart hurt so much? It seems that the leader of the Beijing band is under a lot of pressure." Kuchiki Kyosuke looked at the funny Kurako Shunsui with pity. Is it really okay for the expeditionary force to be handed over to such a general leader? And this Kurako Shunsui is not a good student. If you disturb others to learn valuable knowledge, you will be struck by lightning. I think he's out of his mind. Ise Nanao, who was learning happily, glared at her uncle fiercely. Let's go, let's change places and ignore him. She will not refuse to be able to quickly improve her strength and have a good experience. Why are you looking at me like that? Why do you ignore me? Little Nanao, don't go. Under the cold moonlight, Only Kurako Shunsui let out a helpless cry, and all aspects were a little pitiful. When the rest of the staff was resting, Kuchiki Kyosuke stopped this somewhat intoxicating one-on-one teaching. For this teaching, Ise Nanao herself is also very satisfied, with a face full of satisfaction and surprise. Just listening to Kuchiki Kyosuke's verbal guidance, she faintly felt that Kid's strength had improved. At the same time, some doubts that had been lingering in Ise Nanao's heart for a long time were also easily resolved. As expected of the head of the great Kid, he is really knowledgeable and talented. Thinking of the unscrupulous uncle who would only go out drinking madly and drag him home, Nanao Ise 0.4 shook his head. Sure enough, there is no comparison between people. Looking at Ise Nanao's slender figure, Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded with satisfaction. He is a good student. In this teaching, teachers and students are very satisfied with each other and complement each other. In the Sand Sea, Kuchiki Kyosuke is wearing a black windbreaker with some golden textures dotted on it. Different from the regular style of Shiba suit and the long uniform of Kid, he deliberately chose a simple style. He habitually used Reiatsu and Daluo Dongguan to scan around. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Kuchiki Kyosuke stretched. Next, he will be busy for a while. Others can rest, but he has no time to rest. Everyone in the camp can slack off, but he, the deputy leader, and Kurako Shunsui cannot slack off. Therefore, when others were resting just now, Kuchiki Kyosuke not only had to carefully teach the beautiful vice-captain, but also pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times. Kurako Shunsui needs to carry this expeditionary army forward, and Kuchiki Kyosuke also has people who care about him, as well as people who care about him. For example, a certain four-eyed boy who seems to be honest has been paying attention to him. Most of those Menos Grandes yesterday were aimed at him. As the most oppressive boss in the early stage, Aizen is not a person who gives up easily. Kuchiki Kyosuke knew that Aizen probably had a backup. In this regard, he has been vigilant. There is no way, Aizen's scheming is too deep. What's even more frightening is that its strength is still above scheming. This guy is a pure hexagonal fighter, except for the top Reiatsu, the Fist Slayer Ghost Zo is terrifying in everything, and he is even a scientific researcher. In memory, this person first researched the 10th strongest extrapolation of Shinigami, Hagyaku. Then use Hagyaku to target Yamamoto Genrisaya to give birth to the Prince of Extinguishing Fire, directly abolishing the old man's Zanpakuto. The scientists of the Shinigami world are just so outrageous. Chapter 72. Scientists like Urahara Kisuke, Aizen, and Kuratsuka Mayuri are just like the grandpa in the DC world. If they say they target you, even if you are a god on earth. This is why Kuchiki Kyosuke has been so careful to hide Zanpakuto's abilities. If they are targeted by Aizen, they might develop some kind of princess filling the river to target Dijiang. Of course, even if Zanpakuto is really sealed, Kuchiki Kyosuke, who holds the 8 wonders of the Third Gate Perfect Realm, will not be afraid. However, of course, the more cards the better. After a short rest, Kuchiki Kyosuke started to get busy. There are still many things to deal with today. The Hueco Mundo expedition has just begun, everything is difficult at the beginning, all kinds of things are crowded together, and it takes a lot of time to deal with. Fortunately, Hueco Mundo has a high concentration of spiritual seeds. It takes a lot of days here to feel hungry and more energetic. Generally speaking, a Hueco Mundo expedition will not end in a short time, and it will last at least 6 to 10 years. Kuchiki Kyosuke can't stand being so busy all the time. Of course, it will be much better when everything stabilizes. He estimated that as long as he survived the most difficult period and made a name for himself, life would be easier after that. There are only a few masters in the entire Hueco Mundo, and some of them are lone wolves who don't care about world affairs. Therefore, there are very few who can really deal with their expeditionary forces. As long as those ghosts are repelled, the expeditionary force will take the initiative. Kuchiki Kyosuke is already preparing for the next wave to be ruthless, and the only way to deal with wild beasts is to use thunder to subdue them. As long as those strong men know that they are afraid, some Reiatsu and ordinary Menos Grande will give credit to the expeditionary army. After a day and a half of rest, the whole team moved on. Kurako Shunsui finally stuck to the original arrangement. He himself continued to lead a group of officers to sit in the center, leaving Kuchiki Kyosuke and the deputy captains behind. In this way, Kurako Shunsui can keep in touch with the captains and support Kuchiki Kyosuke at any time. This is indeed the best choice. Of course, their expeditionary force is not advancing aimlessly. Their goal is very clear, which is an entrance to the forest of Menos Grande. The forest of Menos Grande is the lair of Su, the most suitable place for hunting, but also the most dangerous place. However, the expeditionary force can choose to ambush at the entrance and ambush those who leave from the entrance. Generally speaking, only the extremely powerful Ajichas will choose to leave the forest of Menos Grande. 06. Most voids like Jillian who have no self-awareness usually just wander aimlessly in the forest of Menos Grande. Along the way, Kuchiki Kyosuke has seen many ghosts with strange abilities, some very strong, some very useless. For example, some can manipulate dreams and disrupt thinking. Some can instantly release thousands of poisonous needles, and the venom is compounded with several deadly toxins. Some can block light and create shadows. However, no matter what kind of void or ability, there is no difference in front of Kuchiki Kyosuke. Anyway, it takes a second. He didn't just simply destroy Su and finish the job. During this process, Kuchiki continued to use Daluo Cave View to observe the physical structure and ability characteristics of these ghosts. Kuchiki Kyosuke, who has 8 magic skills, even opened Shikai to analyze the essence of the soul. On the one hand, it is for future consideration and to enhance his background. After all, he is a pure Shinigami, and in the future he may encounter the Shinigami limit and cannot become stronger. Then, maybe, Kuchiki Kyosuke will need to borrow hollow to break the limit. It is safe to do research in this area earlier. On the other hand, Kuchiki Kyosuke is to use Bakiji several times to enhance perception and proficiency. It can only be said that Hueco Mundo is indeed a treasured geomantic place for cultivating the Daluo Cave View. After these days, his Daluo Cave View has reached 56% proficiency. Kobe is much faster than he was in Siritai. In addition, not only Daludongwan, but also Kuchiki Jinga is actively using other 8 wonders skills that have reached full proficiency. This is a recent realization of Kuchiki Kyosuke. That is, each of the 8 miraculous skills not only has incomparably miraculous supernatural powers, but also a practical method of practice. And this is an ability that other Shinigami don't have. Because even the 5 great nobles don't have a stable practice method, at most there are only some secret moves. Even the Kuchiki family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, who is as expensive as his elder brother, can't change the innate talent of Reiatsu. This point was understood as early as when Kuchiki Kyosuke taught Ise Nanao Kid. But the existence of the 8 wonders broke this limitation, allowing him to have unlimited possibilities. In fact, the 8 magic skills can not only be used to protect the way and kill the enemy. Each of the 8 miraculous skills is itself a technique with unlimited potential. The 8 miraculous skills of the consummation realm are just the beginning. Therefore, even if it does not increase proficiency sometimes, Kuchiki Kyosuke will continue to use the 8 wonders of the 4th gate. He must fully tap the potential of each of the 8 wonders and comprehend the Tao. And, Kuchiki Kyosuke's observations are not in vain these days. He gradually saw some mysteries of Su's power. The virtual power actually has the characteristic of breaking boundaries, and at the same time it will cause the soul rose to self-destruct. So this is also a very dangerous ability. But it also means endless possibilities. Kuchiki Kyosuke realizes more and more that virtual power, as one of the oldest powers, does have merit. In the original world, there is no division of the 3 realms, and there is no boundary between life and death. Humans and virtuals live in the same world. Compared with the unique power of void, human beings are very weak existences. As time goes by, there will be more and more ghosts, and they will become stronger and stronger. In the end, there will only be one strongest void left in the whole world. This is the horror of virtual power. If the Spirit King hadn't been born out of nowhere and used the power of annihilation to start hunting Su, perhaps this world would have perished long ago. In addition, just like Shinigami Hollow, the void that has reached the limit can also Arrancar to realize the transformation and evolution of life levels. Under the sand dunes, Kuchiki Kyosuke sliced open the body of a gigantic ghost, and examined its structure carefully. Although these giant monsters are similar to ants in his hands, they are also considered strong enemies for ordinary soldiers. He thought about it. If Shinigami hadn't developed Zanpakuto, and various black technologies, it would be hard to say anything about Shanxue. Su is like a beast in a spirit body, fighting entirely by his own strength. This ability to strengthen Reiatsu by eating is actually a bug. But fortunately, this kind of enhancement is not infinite, otherwise Shinigami would not be born at all, and they would all be eaten up. Through continuous observation, Kuchiki Kyosuke has gained a deeper understanding of this kind of life. He understood more and more how important the so-called race limit and strength limit were. It can even be said that this is the cornerstone of the stable operation of the world. In the world of Shinigami, whether it is Quincy, Su, or Shinigami, there is a limit. Or two limits. The first limit is the limit of his race. The second limit is the limit of one's own strength. And everyone's limit is different, this is the talent gap. For example, although Aizen is a stunning genius and all-rounder, but only looking at Shinigami's limit, he is not as good as Yamamoto Genrisai. Yamamoto Genrisai itself represents the limit of the Shinigami race. Another example is the limit of the virtual race's Vasto Lord. But not every virtual talent can reach the racial limit. Some have the limit of Ajichas, so no matter how many of the same kind they devour, they will stay at this stage and cannot continue to evolve. Unless they possess the power of Shinigami and succeed in Arrancar, they can break through their own limits and evolve into Vasto Lord. For the vast majority of individuals, racial limits have nothing to do with them. Because their talent is too far from that realm. Ordinary soldiers who can't even be Shikai for a lifetime will not think about and cannot break the Shinigami's racial limit. Individual limits are what they should consider. Because after reaching their own limit, their strength cannot be increased, and they can only increase their strength by breaking boundaries or innate abilities. This is why some Shinigami can only be team members for a lifetime, because of their talents, and because of their personal limits. As strong as Aizen, as smart as Urahara Kisuke can only find another way to break this limit. Therefore, the two conducted hollow research at the same time, and each produced half of Hagyaku. The way Shinigami breaks the boundaries is to have the power of hollow, which is called hollow. A Shinigami who can hollow is a mask. The current masks are the captain and vice-captains who were victims of the Hollow Knight. In the same way, when Su gains the power of Shinigami, he can break his own limit, which is Arrancar. This limit of strength is the shackles that the Creator bestows on everyone. If you want to break this shackle, you can only achieve it through mixed forces. And if you want to integrate the power of Luxu in the most perfect way and break your own limit, you need the help of perfect Hagyaku. Under the sand dunes, Kuchiki Kyosuke clapped his hands as he watched Hollow gradually disintegrate into spiritual particles, and sighed inwardly. Perfect Hagyaku is such a good thing. I don't know if Aizen has conducted the Arrancar experiment, but the experiment on the void should have started. Anyway, let's guard against Arrancar who may appear first. After all, Aizen has been studying the virtual power, so naturally he will not let go of Arrancar's power. Maybe at this time, Aizen has been able to catalyze Arrancar. However, under the view of Daluo Cave, Kuchiki Kyosuke has a better understanding of Su's power. Even if he encounters Arrancar, he can handle it better. Checking the time, Kuchiki Kyosuke walked towards the agreed place. These days, every time he takes a break, he will teach Ise Nanao Yuki Kid. After going back and forth, the two became very familiar with each other. Head number 4, Shirai. Nanao Ise, who practiced alone for a while, saw Kuchiki Kyosuke coming, and immediately raised her hand and shot a white thunder. Reiatsu condensed, and the thunder flashed, directly penetrating the sand sea on the ground. Then the beautiful and intellectual vice-captain asked expectantly, "How is it?" These days, she has been doing Reiatsu's conditioning exercises all the time, as she learned from Kuchiki Kyosuke. The specific method is to continuously create spirit particles around the body and dissipate them instantly. At the beginning, Ise Nanao was very uncomfortable with this kind of practice, and didn't understand the use of it. This is as difficult and unnecessary as suddenly asking a person to change his breathing rhythm. If Nanao Ise hadn't trusted Kuchiki Kyosuke so much, she wouldn't have been able to persevere. However, after some persistence, Ise Nanao did feel a significant improvement in strength. Her Reiatsu control ability becomes stronger than before, and the kid unleashed becomes stronger in power. She was very surprised by this speed of improvement, for Kuchiki Ji is also more grateful and trusting. Kuchiki Kyosuke nodded in satisfaction. "You did a great job, a little better than I expected. The effect of this kind of practice will be obvious at the beginning, and then it will slow down later, but you have to persevere, and you can only persevere." Ise Nanao worked harder than he thought, and practiced more attentively. After all, before the results are achieved, who would be idle and have nothing to do with this kind of futile practice? Without tens of thousands of exercises, this kind of practice has no other effect except that it will make people feel uncomfortable. But why? In fact, up to now, Ise Nanao still doesn't quite understand. Just by doing such a simple exercise, her strength has improved. It's too simple and unbelievable. Why has no one discovered such a simple thing? With a slight smile, Kuchiki Kyosuke explained patiently. It's because of the way we Shinigami fight, it comes down to Reiatsu. Because Reiatsu has the effect of self-defense, so it's okay to fight at the same level even if you get hit. But once you face an enemy whose Reiatsu is much higher than your own, you have to face the desperate gap between being unable to break through the defense and being seconds by the enemy. Therefore, whether it's cutting techniques or fighting habits, up to 53 volumes focus on the maximum output of Ling Zhuang. Because of the characteristics of Reiatsu, the battle of Shinigami is still the competition of Reiatsu in the final analysis. Zanpaku Tenshikai and Bankai are nothing more than massively boosting Reiatsu and then releasing it as an ability. Anyway, if you can't beat it, you can't beat it, and you won't die if you take 1 or 2 hits, so it's better to pursue the highest output. What skills, what defense, in the face of absolute power, are not worth mentioning. For Shinigami, the output of turning Reiatsu into ultimate is the strongest skill. As for what controls Reiatsu and restrains the force, isn't this courting death? Only a madman would do that. Ise Nanao understood a little bit. Kid and Zanpaku are indeed both for maximum release of Reiatsu. Speaking of which, some Reiatsu control skills are really not easy to use, and may become a drag instead. So, Reiatsu control has been ignored. It's not that the Shinigami didn't think about using Reiatsu reasonably and effectively, it's just that it wasn't necessary. No matter how clever the control skills are, it is not as important as tearing apart the enemy's defense with all your strength. With Steel Skin and Shinigami having Reiatsu defense, it is too difficult to win by skill. This does not mean that skills are useless, but that strength is more important than skills. Therefore, no one has started to develop in this area. If you have the time to slowly increase the control of Lingzi Reiatsu, it is more cost-effective to directly increase the power of Kid and the ultimate move. Seeing that Ise Nanao gradually began to understand, Kuchiki Kyosuke reminded again. The biggest disadvantage of this way of improvement is that it requires persistence day after day, and it can't stop for a day. Moreover, this is not as simple as Reiatsu control. To be precise, it is a practice method rooted in Reiatsu control. Except for the way I tell you, don't practice randomly. To some extent, this can be regarded as a kind of hard work can make up for one's weakness. Moreover, there are different ways of practicing for different people, so it cannot be generalized. Reiatsu is the power that involves the source of the soul, and is the root of Shinigami. It cannot be controlled randomly, let alone practiced randomly. Without the corresponding practice skills, not only will it not improve your strength, but it may harm yourself. This is also an important reason why the world of Shinigami has never had any decent practice methods. Kuchiki Kyosuke has also mastered several 8 wonders of the perfect realm, so that he can pass on this practice method to others. This is tantamount to developing a unique practice system on his own. However, geniuses mostly look down on this way of promotion. The efficiency is too low, and it is too difficult to grasp. If you have time, you might as well polish your own unique skills. In the face of absolute power, any fancy tricks are useless. That is to say, Kuchiki Kyosuke has the assistance of 8 magic skills in order to perfectly use this Reiatsu control technique. Previously, Kuchiki Kyosuke defeated Oni Rock Castle by relying on this technique. Next, Ise Nanao asked several questions about the technique of Kid S release.